Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 192, Chapter February 12th. So you want to throw a surprise party for Luna? Lisa asked me, and I nodded. Yes. Her birthday is coming up, and since we're friends with her, it would be nice if we made a little surprise party to celebrate, I said, and I could see my friends look at each other. In the common room with me were Terry, Anthony, Stephen, Michael, Sue, Lisa, Padma. I tried to find Mandy and Morag, but they were probably somewhere in the castle gossiping. Well, I'm in, Terry said. I too, Padma said, but how many days until her birthday, exactly, she asked. Actually, her birthday is tomorrow, I replied, and my friends looked at me wide-eyed. What? Lisa exclaimed, her birthday is tomorrow. And you're only telling us now about throwing her a surprise party. Well, it's just that I was busy with some matters, so I didn't have time to talk about her birthday with you guys. And to be honest, I kind of forgot about her birthday, I said, scratching my head in embarrassment. Sigh. So does that mean we only have one day to plan and organize this surprise party? Sue asked. Well, yes, but we have magic, so it won't be that hard, I said with a shrug. That's true, but still, if we'd had more time I might even have gotten her a present, Sue said. Well, I don't know what would be a good present for Luna, but I'm going to ask Professor Flitwick to help me make something for her, Stephen said. I know she's just like Ethan, and likes magical creatures, Terry commented. I think I'll ask Professor McGonagall to transfigure a small figurine of some animal for her. That would be a good idea, Padma said, tapping her chin in thought. I can see if I have any books on magical creatures in my stuff. I have a book about Egyptian magical creatures, Lisa said. I was saving it for Ethan for his birthday, but since it's kind of his fault that we don't have presents for Luna, I think he can do without this present. As soon as Lisa said that, I looked at her with a betrayed look, but she answered me with her own gaze, so I could only turn my head to the side while mumbling. TSK, now in addition to homework are we going to have to occupy our time planning a surprise party? Michael frowned. If I had known about the birthday in advance, I would have started planning this party myself a long time ago. Well, we didn't know her birthday because she never told us, and because it didn't come to my mind to ask. Sue shrugged. Yes, but we should have asked since we know each other's birthdays and our friends' birthdays from the other houses, Anthony said, and Michael turned to look at him. Wait, do you know what day everyone here has a birthday? He asked. Not everyone's, but at least I know my friends' birthdays, Anthony replied. You're weird, Michael said, earning a confused look from Anthony. That's not weird, I also know all my friends' birthdays, Stephen said. Me too, Lisa said, and Sue, Stephen and Padma nodded. Sirius? Michael asked unconvinced. Yes, Stephen said, Terry's birthday is July 28th, Anthony's June 15th, Lisa's November 7th. Padma's is May 25th, Ethan's is April 9th, Stephen's is January 3rd, Lisa continued for Stephen. And Sue's is the 5th of September, Terry finished. And I also know the birthdays of the twins, Harry and Ron, Ginny, Susan, Hannah, Justin, Megan, Cedric, Neville, Lee. I started to say, only to be interrupted by Michael. Okay, I get it, you know everyone's birthday at school, he said rolling his eyes. He then stopped to think and started looking at us. Wait, why didn't you mention my birthday? He asked. We all then started looking at each other, with an unspoken question in our eyes. We then went back to looking at Michael with uncertain looks. February 30th. Anthony asked. That date doesn't even exist. Michael exclaimed. He then palmed his own forehead while muttering something about regretting not asking Sorting Hat to put him in Hufflepuff. For your information, my birthday is March 1st, he said, but when he turned to look at us he saw us ignoring him as we talked about what to do for Luna's surprise party. Ugh. Hogwarts kitchens. Maybe I'll ask the twins to help buy some sweets and drinks in Hogsmeade. And maybe I'll take some muggle snacks and sweets that I've been keeping in my suitcase for my pureblood friends to try, I thought, scratching the pair in the portrait, opening the entrance to the kitchens. Entering the kitchens, I saw that the elves were busy cleaning and cooking, but as soon as they saw me they all stopped what they were doing. Master Ethan. Sir Ethan. What would Master Ethan like? Would Master Ethan like a cake? One of the elves asked, pulling his ears shyly. Or maybe some cookies, another offered. Mops has made some sweets that Master Ethan might like, said Mops, a little elf, offering a plate of some muffins topped with icing and sugar. As if anyone would like your sweets, Blinky's sweets are so much better, one of the elves said, her chest puffing out with pride, looking haughtily at Mops. Even the creatures of the Forbidden Forest don't like their sweets, so how would Master Ethan like it? Mops retorted. What did you say? Blinky asked, tugging at his imaginary shirt sleeves, advancing on mops. Before the First World War of the elves could start, I placed my hand on top of the heads of these two quarrelsome little elves. I knew that as soon as I walked into the kitchen, the elves would start this little competition of who would serve me first, something I'd gotten used to seeing. Calm down guys, and hello to you too, I said with an ironic smile on my face, since this same scene was common, but it was still funny. Sometimes I think they love me more and have more loyalty to me than to the headmaster, but I blame the recipes I teach them through the Beast Talk connection. I'm here because I'd like to make a request for you, I said, catching the attention of all the elves. Would Master Ethan like to make a request for Gaily? An elf with short, pointy ears and yellow, I said excitedly. Yes, I'd like to ask you guys to make me some sweets and snacks, and also a big birthday cake, I said, and seeing that the elves were paying attention to me and were excited at the prospect of having to do some work, I started talking about the foods I would like them to make, as well as the taste of the cake and its decoration. At some point, I even saw some elves put on some glasses and pull out a notebook to jot down my instructions. Now I can cross off the cake and snacks, I thought. Room of requirement, room of hidden things. It's still as messed up here as ever, I commented, using my skills to track the magic of the one I came looking for. Hi Dobby, I said, reaching a corner that had several clothes and sewing machines, surprising the little elf who stopped sewing and ran to hug my legs, something he did every time he saw me. I knew it was strange for an elf to show so much affection, even Dobby, but even Linley acted that way with me, and I knew it had to do with my beast power and my connection to them. Hello Sir Ethan sir, Dobby said happily. Do you need Dobby's help with something? He asked. Why do you always ask the question when I come to see you? I asked, rolling my eyes good-naturedly. Can't I just want to come see a friend of mine? Does Sir Ethan consider Dobby a friend? The big-eyed elf asked in surprise, before his expression changed to a tearful. Dobby is not worthy of Sir Ethan's friendship. Sniff, sniff. Of course you are worthy of my friendship, Dobby, and you are a very good friend, I said, stroking the weeping elf's head. But changing the subject, this time I'm really here because I want to ask you a favor, I said, and Dobby stopped crying to look at me curiously. What favor, Sir Ethan, sir? He asked. I would like to ask for your help to prepare a friend's birthday party, and also to help me with a present for her, I said, and before I could even explain the rest of my request, Dobby nodded his head quickly. Of course Dobby will help Sir Ethan, sir. Dobby would also be very happy to help prepare Sir Ethan's friend's party, he said, and I smiled at him. Fine, but let's save the party prep for later. Now let's talk about the gift for Luna, I said, and crouching down to Dobby's level I started talking about what my gift to Luna would be, and how he could help me. Chapter 193, Chapter. February 13th, Luna's birthday. Is this okay? Terry asked, standing on top of a chair that was on top of a table, holding a light blue banner that said, Happy Birthday Luna. Move a little more to the left, Susan said, holding up a box with some decorations. Like this. Yes, now a little higher. And lower your side a little, Justin. Now that we're doing this, a question came to my mind. Justin said, arranging the banner as per Susan's instructions. Why don't we use magic to do this? He asked. That's a good question, Terry said. Because doing it with our own efforts makes it all more symbolic and sentimental, Sue, who passed behind Susan carrying a chair, said. Justin then looked around the room at all of our friends who were helping to organize and decorate the room. More symbolic and sentimental than that? He asked. Keep quiet so we can get this over quick. My arms are already going numb from holding this banner, Terry said, taking out his wand and casting a glue spell to stick the banner to the wall. When they finished sticking the banner to the wall, they climbed down from the chairs and went to Susan's side, looking at their finished work. Phew, perfect, Terry said, greeting Justin with a high five. It's a little crooked, Michael, who stopped behind them to look at the banner as well, said. Is this banner strong? Justin asked. Why the question? Terry asked back. Because I'm thinking of using it to hang myself, Justin said, a blank look on his face. We arrived. Fred said, opening the door to the classroom we were in, carrying some boxes. And with an amazing order of sweets from Honeydukes and some butterbeers from 3 Broomsticks, George continued, also carrying some boxes. Good, put the butterbeers on that table, and the sweets you put next to Lily, she's organizing them, I said, using my wand to levitate some crystal globes across the classroom to light up the place. Whistle. We've been gone for less than 40 minutes and the room is already amazing, Fred said, just now looking around the classroom. Yeah, it even makes me want you to organize my birthday next year, George said jokingly. Sorry, but there is a long waiting list to hire the Hogwarts decorations and party service, I said jokingly. And who would be on that list? George asked. Currently we have the Bloody Baron's birthday, followed by the Giant Squid's birthday, I replied. Damn, those are some really important birthdays, Fred said, finished arranging the butterbeers on the table. When he finished arranging the drinks, he pulled out his wand and cast a cooling spell on them. Asterisk knock. Knock, Asterisk. As we continued to tidy up the room, someone knocked on the door. Who will be? Stephen asked, going to open the door. It's Neville and Ron, I said, not even looking at the door. How do you know that? Terry asked, but then I looked at him with a raised eyebrow. You know what? Never mind, he said. You guys are late, Stephen said as soon as he opened the door, looking at the two boys in front of him who were a little dirty. Maybe we would have arrived just in time if someone hadn't asked us to pick up dry leaves in the woods, Ron said, looking slightly at me. Oh, did you manage to find many leaves? I asked, walking over to them. Lucky for you, Nev is really good with plants, Ron grumbled, handing me a bag. I still don't know how you managed to mistake wild grass for dry leaves, Nev said, also handing me a bag. Sorry, oh great herbology genius, Ron rolled his eyes. And speaking of great genius, where are Granger and Harry? I asked. If she hears you calling her a genius she'll try to drown you in the Black Lake, Ron muttered, but then he shook his head. Harry is serving detention with Lockhart but his detention time is probably almost up, and Hermione. Well, she's looking for a good book to give Luna as a present. Unbelievable, I said dryly. This is going to be her first time talking to Luna, so she probably wants to get her a nice present, Ron said with a shrug. I want to see what she will say when Luna starts talking about the magical creatures she knows, I huffed in my mind. Hey, if you guys have time to talk, you guys have time to help too, Ginny yelled from across the room. Sometimes I think she forgets I'm her big brother, Ron said, but he still obeyed. A little later. Where are you taking me? Luna asked as I covered her eyes with my hands. Haven't you noticed? This is a kidnapping, I said, leading her through the halls. Cool. I've never been kidnapped before, she said, a little too gleefully. This is sad, almost all children have to be kidnapped at least once in their life before age 11, I said sarcastically. Sirius? Luna asked in surprise, and I rolled my eyes amused at her innocence. We then continued walking, with Luna asking me questions about my day, and about different types of kidnappings. With me leading Luna, we arrived in front of the classroom where our friends were waiting to surprise her. Well, here we are, I said, opening the door while Luna stood with her eyes closed. Guiding Luna into the classroom, I closed the door and with my night vision I saw my friends hiding. You can open your eyes, Luna, I said. It's a little dark here, Luna said as soon as she opened her eyes, looking around curiously. Surprise. My friends, without further waiting, came out of their hiding places as they lit the crystal globes. Luna, who wasn't expecting this, was surprised, looking at everyone in shock. What? She muttered. Happy birthday, Luna, I said behind her. How? Why? She asked without turning to me, still looking at our friends and the decorated classroom in shock. I just had to ask Professor Flitwick when his birthday would be, and as for why, well, it's because you're our friend, I said, and with a nod to George he raised his wand high, starting a small show of lights and fireworks. Seeing that Luna was still surprised, I gave her a light push. Coming out of her shock, Luna started to approach the center table, where there was a large two-tier cake with a moon-shaped candle and edible animal decorations. Happy birthday, Luna, Lily said, being the first to approach Luna, hugging her. Thank you, Luna said with a big smile on her face, hugging Lily back. After Lily, the rest of our friends started heading over to Luna to congratulate her, and from her emotions I knew she was still surprised, but very happy. After everyone congratulated her, only Granger was left, looking at Luna with a small package in hand. Hi, I'm Hermione Granger, second year of Gryffindor. I'm friends with Harry and Ron, and they invited me to your party, and I know today is the first time we've met, and... Wow, calm down, Hermione. This isn't an exam or an interrogation. You don't have to be so nervous, Ron said, and Granger, who heard him, took a deep breath. Sorry, I just didn't know if you'd like to have someone who isn't your friend at your party, Granger said, looking down at the floor. Well, it's easy to solve this, Luna said, and Granger looked at her curiously. Do you want to be my friend? Luna asked. Yes. Granger replied, confused. Well, problem solved. Now you don't have to worry about being at my party without being a friend of mine, since you are now my friend, Luna said, and Granger looked at her with her mouth open in confusion. Ron then snapped his fingers in front of Granger's face, and she winked and shook her head before turning back to look at Luna. I think this really solves the problem, she said with an amused smile on her face. Oh, and before I forget, this is a present I prepared for you, she said, handing the wrapped package to Luna. Thank you, Luna said with a smile on her face. It's a book about building Diagon Alley. I didn't know what kind of book you like, and to be honest, I didn't even know if you liked reading, Granger said nervously. I love to read, and I don't have a book about Diagon Alley, Luna said, unwrapping the book and looking at it with interest. Well, enough talking about books, George said, clapping his hands to get everyone's attention. Don't forget that Luna still has to blow out the candle and make a wish, Fred continued. And after that she has to do 3 somersaults. And do 5 push-ups. I don't remember that part being in the birthday person's handbook, Megan said, with a raised eyebrow. It's because they only released volume 2 yesterday, Fred explained. Yes, Anne, ow. Ouch. Shut up you two, Ginny said after hitting her 2 brothers on the head. She then turned to Luna with a smile. Come on Luna, you still have to blow out the candle and open the other presents, she said pointing to a pile of presents that was in the other corner of the room, making Luna's eyes widen slightly. Oh, was the only thing she said, but still with a big smile on her face. Chapter 194, Chapter. Abandoned Classroom, Luna's Birthday Party. This cake is really good, Hannah, who is a sweets addict, said. I'm not a big fan of sweets, but this time I have to agree, Sally said, eating her second piece of cake. Who made it? It was the house elves, I said. How did you convince them to make this cake for you? Lee asked me. Do you really think I needed to convince them? I asked with a raised eyebrow. They basically begged to make the cake. In fact, I was pretty sure they were going to start a deadly battle to decide who would make it, I said. Well. This is something that would actually happen, Lee nodded. Glad Granger isn't around to hear about the Hogwarts elves, I thought with relief. I can't wait to go to 3rd year so I can taste some of this drink from the gods every weekend, Stephen said, looking at the butterbeer in his hand as if it were his last bottle of water after spending 3 days in a desert. You're weird, I said, but Stephen just looked at me with contempt. Ignoring Stephen's gaze, I looked around to see my friends enjoying themselves, bringing a happy smile to my face. Looking to one of the corners of the room, I found Luna talking to the Golden Trio, and out of curiosity I started listening to their conversation. Hey Luna, you're in your 1st year, right? Granger asked Luna, who nodded. If you've been at school for less than 6 months, how did you manage to make friends with so many people? She asked curiously. What do you mean, Hermione? Ron asked confused. I mean, she's a 1st year and she already has so many friends, and if we look around, the only friend she has who is in the same year as her is Ginny, Granger said, and Ron and Harry looked around, realizing that what she said is true, so I was curious to know how she made friends with the others. Listening to Granger's question I realized this was a bit of a rude question to ask, but I knew where it was coming from. Granger wasn't asking these questions with bad intentions, but friendship and friends is a touchy subject for her, as she didn't have any friends at her Muggle schools because of her personality, and at Hogwarts she only managed to make 2 friends, and that was it after they went through a life-or-death situation together. And to see Luna, who has been at Hogwarts for such a short time, have so many friends, aroused a small feeling of envy in Granger, but that feeling was overshadowed by curiosity. Well, to tell you the truth, my Ravenclaw classmates don't like me very much and think I'm weird, and I probably wouldn't have friends if I hadn't been welcomed by Sue, Lisa, Anthony, Ethan, and the others, Luna said, looking with a smile at my group who were having fun in a competition of who could put the most candy in their mouths. They decided it would be nice to have me in their group of friends, and I'm happy for that. When Luna finished speaking, the Golden Trio looked at her with various feelings, sadness being the most noticeable. And as for my friends from other years and houses, we're in the same study group, and there we became friends, she continued, and Granger, who had previously looked at her with pity, now looked at her in shock. Study group. Did you create a study group? She exclaimed, startling Harry and Ron. By Merlin, Hermione, we're on your side. Ron said, covering his ears. I already have trouble seeing, now I think I'm going to have trouble hearing too, Harry said, rubbing his ears. When did you create this study group? Who is participating in it? Do you still have openings for new participants? Granger started with her barrage of questions, ignoring Ron's grumbles. Well, we created this study group at the beginning of the year, and about who is participating in it. Almost all the sophomores, and just Ginny and I are the 1st years, Luna replied with her finger on her chin, and why would we have openings for new participants? The group is an open study group for everyone, she said. Is it an open group? Granger asked in surprise. For everyone? Ron asked, frowning. Yes and yes, Luna replied with quick nods. So does that mean even the Slytherins are in this study group? Ron asked, and now even Harry was frowning, wondering if Malfoy was in this study group too. Yes, Luna replied, Blaise Zabini, Daphne Greengrass, Tracy Davis, and Theodore Knott, those are the Slytherins that are in the group too. When Ron and Harry didn't hear Malfoy's name, they sighed in relief. Oh, and Lily is in the group too, Luna continued, looking at the little girl who was chatting happily in the corner. Wait. Is she in Slytherin? Ron asked in surprise. You should pay more attention to your surroundings, Ron. She's in our classes we shared with Slytherin, Hermione scolded. Like I don't have better things to do than pay attention to some Slytherins, Ron grumbled. But do any of these Slytherins try to cause any kind of trouble for you? Harry asked. And why would they try to cause any kind of trouble for us? Luna asked confused. Well, you know. Because you are friends with Muggleborns, or because there are Muggleborns participating in the group, Harry replied. Well. Davis doesn't talk much and seems to be a bit shy, but she doesn't seem to mind. Zabini is even quieter, and he prefers to spend his time solving the tasks that the teachers give us, Luna started to say, remembering all the interactions she's had with the 4 Slytherins. Theodore doesn't talk much, but I've seen him talking to Ethan outside of study group, so he probably doesn't care about Muggleborns. Greengrass is a little cold, and I've seen her frown while looking at Ethan and Stephen, so I think maybe she doesn't like Muggleborns very much, but she spends most of her time silent. So in short, do all Slytherins spend most of their time in the group quiet and silent? Ron said, looking strangely at Luna. If we don't count Lily, then yes, Luna nodded. Amazing, Ron commented dryly. I know, Luna said excitedly, not noticing the sarcasm in Ron's tone. But I'm curious, how did you all come together in this group? Who was it that started him? Granger asked. Oh, that was Ethan, Luna replied, but before she could continue she was interrupted by Granger. Knight, she asked, frowning. Yes, Ethan Knight, Luna nodded happily. And here we go again, Ron whispered to Harry. Shut up, she'll hear you, Harry whispered back, and when Granger turned to the two of them with narrowed eyes they went quiet and sat up straight, afraid of the possible punishment they might receive. Before Granger could continue with her questioning, they heard someone scream. Hey guys, now it's time to open the presents. Anthony yelled, getting everyone's attention and causing Luna to turn around excitedly. Granger, seeing that she didn't have the answers to the questions in her mind, crossed her arms with a snort, and Harry and Ron sighed in relief. After we all gathered in a circle, with Luna sitting in the main chair that the twins had transfigured into a throne, everyone started picking up their presents from the pile of presents to deliver to Luna. The first to give a present to Luna was Terry, who picked up a purple gift-wrapped box that was approximately 8 inches in size. Luna, after receiving the gift, wasted no time and opened it. This is, she asked, looking in surprise at the object in her hand. A figurine of a chimera. Yes, it is, Terry said, nodding happily. And to compliment his present, here are ours, Stephen said, giving a present to Luna, with Anthony doing the same. As Luna opened the 2 presents, she found 2 more figurines. A Sphinx and a Nundu. Luna exclaimed in surprise and excitement. We asked Professor McGonagall to transfigure them for us, Terry began. And not to be a simple figurine, we also spoke to Professor Flitwick, Anthony continued for him. Slap your wand at them and say, roar, Stephen said, and that's what Luna did. As soon as she tapped the figurines with her wand they seemed to come to life, with each of the animals roaring and moving, causing Luna's eyes to glow excitedly. Wow! She said, bringing her hand close to the chimera figurine, who lowered its head to let Luna caress it. They're amazing, she said, with a real smile on her face, thank you. The boys, seeing her smile, greeted each other with satisfied and proud smiles. Would Professor Flitwick and Professor McGonagall make me a Crumplehorn Snorkack figurine if I asked? Luna asked aloud. Who knows, Terry shrugged. With that exchange, Granger looked at Luna confused. What is a Crumplehorn Snorkack? She asked herself, looking around and seeing that only she looked confused. Chapter 195, Chapter. After the boys presented Luna, everyone else who was in the classroom also started handing out their presents, and with each present I could feel Luna getting more excited and happy. Some presents were sweets or things bought last minute in Hogsmeade, and some presents were books, which made me wonder if everyone thought Ravenclaws really loved receiving books as presents. After a while, almost everyone had already given Luna a present, and the only person who still hadn't given her a present was me. But I had left my present for last because it was a little special. Here's Luna, I couldn't think of a good enough present, but I think you'll really like this one, I said, handing her a present that anyone could tell was a book just from the shape of the wrapper. Luna then took the present and tore the wrapping, seeing that it really was a book, just not a simple book. As soon as Granger saw the cover of the book, her eyes lit up as she sat up straight in her chair, gaping at the book as she fidgeted excitedly. This is a limited edition of Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. She exclaimed, drawing the others' attention. They say Newt Scamander only wrote 10 copies and no one knows who owns it, and she, like the good human Wikipedia that she was, began her barrage of information before I could even say anything. This is a complete edition, containing information about all the creatures that Mr. Scamander has already found and studied it, and when I say all, I really mean all. This book even has an entire chapter dedicated to mystical and rare creatures, almost all of which are class XXXXX, she said in a single breath. As Granger took a deep breath to catch her breath, she realized the room was silent, and looking around she realized that everyone was looking at her. What the hell is she doing in Gryffindor? Michael asked aloud. Raven in lion clothes, Anthony muttered, with the rest nodding in agreement, causing Granger to duck her head to hide her blush of embarrassment. Luna, who still hadn't taken her eyes off the book, opened it to the first page, only to be surprised at what she found. Ethan, is that what I think it is? She asked, barely containing her excitement. Newt Scamander's signature. Yes, it is, I said, and this time even those who don't care for books turned to look at me in shock. What? Granger almost screamed, resisting the urge to run over to Luna to look at the signature. But my friends didn't have the same self-control, and quickly approached Luna to look over her shoulder at the book. "Is that really his signature?" Stephen asked, reaching out to touch the book, only for Lisa to slap his hand. "Don't touch it, you could ruin the book," she said. "What do you mean by that?" Stephen asked, offended, looking at Lisa with a frown. Ignoring my friends, I turned to Luna, who was running her hands over the pages of the book. "So Luna, did you like it?" I asked. "I love it, this is an amazing present," she said, smiling. "It must have been really hard to get it." "Nah, it was actually pretty easy," I said, waving my hand dismissively. "Nick and Penny probably won't mind that I gave one of the books they gave me to Luna." "I hope," I thought, but then I shrugged. "But it's not over, Luna, there's still another present from me," I said, and Luna turned to me confused. Seeing that she was paying attention to me, I braced myself for the next gift. "Now Dobby," I said, as I had already felt the little elf apparate to my side while he was invisible. After I said that, all the crystal globes that were floating around the room went out, leaving the room dark. Right after that, some lights started to appear suddenly as they flew around the room, and when they looked closely, they could tell that these lights were actually fairies. And to accompany the fairies, some dry leaves began to float as well, while glowing an orange glow. The fairies then began to dance on top of the leaves, jumping from leaf to leaf in sync. A soft music also began to be sung by the fairies, accompanied by an enchanted violin that I asked Dobby to bring from the room of hidden things. With this performance going on, I looked at Luna and my friends and saw them looking in wonder and concentration at the show. Luna, seeming to have noticed my gaze, turned to me, and I could see that there were some tears in her eyes. "Thank you," she whispered to me with a happy smile on her face. She then looked around at our friends. "Thank you all of you," she said out loud. Those who listened to her turned to her, and upon seeing the giant smile she had, everyone smiled softly at her, even Michael. It was totally worth it, I thought, smiling softly and enjoying the show. Abandoned classroom, after Luna's party. "Why do we have to clean the room and collect these leaves?" "The elves couldn't do that for us," Terry grumbled, tossing another batch of leaves in the trash. "Shut up and keep cleaning," Anthony said, being the one holding the garbage bag. "At least now we can use magic." "You know, I was wondering. Will I get a gift as nice as this on my birthday?" Michael wondered aloud as he cleaned and tidied the room, looking at the leaves on the floor. "Huh." Stephen, who was on Michael's side, looked at him curiously. "And when is your birthday?" "Ugh," and Michael palmed his forehead. "Oh, don't be sad, Michael. Maybe tomorrow on Valentine's Day you'll get some nice gift from some girl," Morag said with a giggle, causing Michael to look at her blankly. I should have gone to Hufflepuff, Michael thought, staring into space in reflection. And I, who was listening to them, froze when I realized something. Damn it. I forgot that tomorrow is Valentine's Day, I thought, grimacing. I just hope that after falling for so many pranks Lockhart doesn't have time to organize Valentine's Day here at Hogwarts. I just raised a flag, didn't I? I thought with a sigh. With the Golden Trio. POV, third person. The trio had just left Luna's party, and were walking the corridors talking as they headed to the Gryffindor common room to finish a potions essay that Professor Snape had passed. But to be more precise, Harry and Ron were going to finish rehearsal, and Hermione was going to accompany them to make sure they didn't get idle or do something wrong, which is very likely. But having Hermione help them with their homework was a good thing for both boys, as she always let them copy bits and pieces of her homework. "You know, I'm the only one who noticed that," Ethan said. "Now Dobby." Ron, who was a little thoughtful, asked. "Yes, I noticed that too," Hermione said. She then turned to Harry. "Wasn't Dobby the name of the elf who got you in trouble with your family and the ministry?" she asked. "And wasn't he the one who closed the platform barrier and tried to kill you with the bludger?" Ron asked too. "Yes," Harry replied uncertainly. Ron and Hermione then looked at each other. "So does this mean that Dobby is Knight's house elf?" Hermione finished for Ron. "Well, I guess so. I mean, no. It's confusing," Harry said. "What do you mean, it's confusing?" "We just found out that the one who sent Dobby to torment you was Knight," Hermione said, a little pleased and happy. "Too happy. I don't think Ethan would do that," Ron said. "Oh, really? And why not?" Hermione asked defiantly, both hands on her hips. "Well, because if he wanted to torment Harry, or make him suffer, he would do it with his bare hands. And in front of everyone in the Great Hall." Ron replied, rubbing his arms fearfully. "Yes. I think that's true," Hermione agreed grudgingly. She then shook her head, "But that still doesn't explain why his elf tried to hurt Harry." "Well, at that time Dobby probably wasn't his elf yet, I guess," Harry said. "Huh." Ron and Hermione turned to Harry in confusion. Harry, seeing the two of them looking at him, decided to tell and explain about the meeting and talk he had with Dobby and Ethan in the hospital wing after the first Gryffindor match this school year. So I guess somehow Ethan managed to steal the Dobby from his old masters, whoever they were, right? Ron asked, a little confused. I think so, Harry replied, as unsure of his answer as Ron was. Oh, Ron Dees. But if Dobby couldn't even talk about his masters to Harry, how did Knight manage to get him to work for him? Hermione asked confused, but then she realized something. Wait. Doesn't that also mean Knight is now the one who's enslaving Dobby? She exclaimed. Look, Hermione, it's not like that, Ron tried to explain, but Hermione wasn't paying him any attention. I always knew that underneath all that good looks, intelligence, and that friendly personality he was hiding someone evil and cruel, she said, crossing her arms, looking at the boys victoriously, not realizing that in one sentence she called Ethan handsome and intelligent. I agree he's evil and cruel, but I think you're looking at things the wrong way. Harry tried to say, but Hermione was already convinced that Ethan was just as bad as Malfoy. Forget it, mate, she probably won't listen to us, Ron said, putting his hand on Harry's shoulder. Maybe she just needs to think a little or maybe spend some time with Ethan so she'll see he's not that bad. Spend some time with Ethan. Harry huffed. I don't even want to imagine what would happen if those two were locked in the same room, he said. Me neither, my friend. Me neither, Ron said. Chapter 196, Chapter. February 14th, Sunday, Valentine's Day. Today is another new day, but different from all the others. This day will decide the fate of a certain man. Whether he will live or die is a matter for another time. All drama aside, I was heading to the Great Hall already knowing a certainty that I was going to hate Lockhart even more. But who knows, maybe he's gained a little conscience, and thanks to that I'll have a calm and relaxing day. Thanks, but no. I said after walking through the big doors of the Great Hall, seeing something that caused pain to my eyes. In front of me was a pink world, with hearts and flowers, along with many feelings of love, heartbreak, hate, and depression in the air. Glancing at the Ravenclaw table, I saw my friends eating, with none of them wanting to lift their heads to avoid looking at the pink decorations of the Great Hall. I should have drowned him in the Black Lake a long time ago, I thought, my right eye twitching. Not wanting to waste my time on the speech I knew Lockhart was going to give, I turned around and walked out of the Great Hall, with some prank ideas coming to my mind, luckily having someone willing to serve as a subject for my tests. Leaving the Great Hall and walking the corridors, planning to go to the kitchens, I felt some strange emotions coming from an abandoned classroom, and to satiate my curiosity I decided to go there. Arriving in front of the door, I opened it slightly, and peering through the slot, what I saw will probably give me nightmares for a few days. In the classroom, there were 12 dwarves wearing diapers, angel wings, and holding harps or bows and arrows, with the arrowheads shaped like a heart. Bad day to have the gift of sight, I said, closing the door in disgust. I then stopped and started looking out of one of the corridor windows with a blank stare. I can't forget that image. Damn a clemency. I said, clenching my fists. With my head down, my eyes took on a resolute gleam. I already know, I can cast Obliviate on myself. I muttered, looking down at my wrist that held the holster with my wand. I continued to reflect for a while, until I heard the dwarves' footsteps leaving the room behind me. Deciding I could try to put that memory to the back of my mind with the clemency, I continued down the corridor, not wanting to see those damn dwarves ever again. If someone sends me a love letter or a romantic poem through one of these dwarves, I'll feed the 3 of them to the acromantulas of the Forbidden Forest, the damn dwarf, the idiot Lockhart, and the person who sent the letter. I thought. Room of requirement. Sounds of a rooster crowing. Ugh. I groaned, keeping myself upright as I felt like my eardrums were going to burst. As soon as the rooster's crow under the sonorous spell stopped, I took a deep breath, but right away I cast a compulsion spell on the rooster that was standing on the other side of the room, and he started to crow again. Come on, Ethan. Concentrate and calm down. Take a deep breath, I muttered to myself, ignoring the headache I was feeling. The reason I'm doing this is because I realized a flaw in my plan to face Basilisk. I knew that in order to confront the Basilisk I would have to use all my senses to the fullest, as I couldn't use my eyes because I might unintentionally look into his mortal eyes, or into some reflection, and in either case I basically would be dead. But in order for me to defeat Basilisk, I'll have to use a crowing of a rooster under a sonorous spell to increase the potency and range of the crowing, but that's the problem. Both the Basilisk and I will have to hear the rooster crow, and while crowing is a weakness for the Basilisk, only one of us has super enhanced hearing. It's going to be impossible for me to fight the damn giant snake if I can't even concentrate because of a pain in my ears and a headache. Huff, sitting down on the living room floor, I took the time to take a deep breath. At least I've finished my resistance training to the Curse of the Evil Queen potion. Yes, I also trained my resistance to my potion for the same reason I was training my resistance to the high-pitched sound of a crowing of a rooster. Since I would have to use my senses to the fullest, I would also have to put up with the potion's powerful scent and effect, which would probably put me to sleep quickly unless I kept my magic moving through my body continuously and unconsciously, which I still can't do for a long time as it's very difficult and tiring. My training to resist the effects of this potion wasn't that difficult, as my body has a natural resistance to certain things. If in the end all this I find out that the crowing of a rooster really doesn't have any effect on this damn basilisk, I'm going to find the one who spread this rumor and I'm going to throw him into a tank with hundreds of venomous, hungry snakes, I muttered with a frown on my face, rubbing my ears. With that said, a new disposition and possible hatred began to rise within me, and I stood up resolutely, bracing myself for yet another wave of pain and suffering that might or might not cause me a new trauma at the crowing of a rooster. Ravenclaw common room, after lunch. Hey Ethan, some dwarves were looking for you. Looks like some girls sent you love letters, Sue said the moment she saw me coming through the common room passage. If they didn't find me, it means I'm doing a good work, I said dryly, plopping down on the couch wearily. Resting comfortably on the couch, I looked to the side and saw Terry and Anthony smiling happily as they proudly lavished 2 pink letters. I still can't understand how just the 2 of you got love letters, Michael, who was looking at the 2 of them frowning, said with envy. For me, the big question and mystery is not the fact that they received love letters, but knowing that there are 2 girls crazy enough to send these letters to them, Stephen said, adopting a contemplative look, reflecting on his choices in life. Looking between the boys strangely, I paid attention to the letters in Terry and Anthony's hands. Hey, weren't those the letters I saw you writing yesterday before Luna's party? I asked, realizing that I had seen these letters before. As soon as I said that, the 2 boys stiffened, and a silence ensued between us. Hee. I don't know what you're talking about, Ethan, Anthony said, laughing nervously. I'm sure these are the letters you guys were writing on Saturday. I had thought you guys were writing some letter for Luna's birthday, so I thought it was weird that you guys just gave her the figurines as a present, I said, frowning, moving out of my comfortable position on the couch to look at the boys curiously. No, these letters were delivered to us by 2 beautiful 4th-year girls, right, Anthony? Terry asked, a forced smile on his face. Anthony nodded quickly, but I could feel the nervousness coming from both of them. Now that Ethan has brought it up, I actually remember seeing you guys with 2 pink letter envelopes before, Michael said, looking intently at the pink letters in the boys' hands. Anthony started to say, nervously looking anywhere but at us. Wait. So you wrote these letters yourself? Stephen asked, looking at the boys with narrowed eyes. I knew no girl would have been interested in you 2, especially 2 4th-year girls, Michael said, looking at Terry and Anthony with contempt. Hey, it's not like that. This was all part of our strategy, Terry defended himself. What strategy? Stephen asked, confused. Well, you know that girls like to compete with other girls, right? Terry asked, and the boys nodded. Girls like to feel superior to each other, and when a new trend emerges among girls, they all follow the trend so as not to be left behind in the competition, Anthony said. So we thought. What if other girls saw that we got love letters from older girls? They would start questioning what is so amazing about us, and with these girls paying attention to us, other girls would start paying attention to us too. Terry said. And with all these girls paying attention to us, at some point some of them would start to see us differently, maybe even romantically, Anthony continued for Terry, and it's like a cycle, and in that cycle the girls would be so busy looking for our good qualities that caught the attention of the supposed 4th-year girls that they wouldn't see our flaws. And at the end of it all, we'd have a lot of girls seeing our positive sides, Terry said, and I don't think he noticed the weird look they were getting from the girls in our group who were in the common room. And then it would only be a matter of time before one of them decided to approach us, Anthony said. And just like that, our single life would probably end. When Terry finished speaking, he received 2 impressed and surprised looks from Stephen and Michael, who began to look at them in a new light. This is the first time I've seen you guys using your brains for something, and was it just to do that? I asked, breaking the silence, looking at them with disgust and disbelief. Ethan, you use your brain to figure out the best ways to torture someone or how to commit murder and get away with it, so why can't we use our brains to figure out how to flirt with girls? Terry asked me, and I stopped to look at him. Okay, fair, I shrugged. Everyone has their own hobby, I thought. Stephen and Michael, who were listening to our conversation, looked at each other before approaching Terry and Anthony. Hey, do you guys still have any pink envelopes left? Stephen asked. Yes, but why do you want to know? Anthony asked curiously. Well, we were just thinking. Michael started to say. We'll use your strategy and send love letters to ourselves, Stephen interrupted Michael, getting right to the point. Terry and Anthony then looked at each other, and with a nod, the 2 turned to the 2 boys in front of them. Come with us, Terry said in a deep, mysterious voice. Terry and Anthony then got up from the couch, and with Stephen and Michael following them, they went upstairs to the boys' dorms. And I, who was watching this, could only shake my head helplessly. I think in war and in love everyone uses the weapons they've been given. Not everyone can be as nice and beautiful as I am, I thought, looking into space with a serene gaze. Chapter 197, Chapter. February 14th, Night. Great Hall, Dinner. As I ate a delicious plate of meatballs and mashed potatoes and cheese in the Great Hall, which thankfully had its stupid embellishments removed, I heard a flutter of wings, drawing the attention of all the students and teachers. Hermes. I asked in surprise, looking at my owl who had just passed through the open doors of the Great Hall. Hermes then came close to me, and dumped a bag in front of me. What are you doing here? The mail delivery time is only in the morning, I said very confused, and probably everyone else in the Great Hall was feeling the same way too. Hermes, listening to me, looked at me, cocking his head to the side. Knowing that Hermes couldn't answer me, I shrugged and opened the bag, and inside I saw that there were a few dozen letters. Some letters had pink envelopes, others red and some white, but one thing they all had in common was the heart drawings or stickers. Love letters. Terry, who was looking over my shoulder, asked. How did you get so many? And why just now? Anthony asked too, a little jealous in his tone. Maybe he only got it now because he's been hiding all day, Lisa, who was in front of me, said, looking at the letters with interest and curiosity. If there was the slightest chance that some dwarf in diapers would come looking for you, wouldn't you guys hide too? I asked. You have a point, Lisa said. Turning my attention to the letters, I felt something strange about them, but then a small smile appeared on my face as I realized what the letters were, and who it was that sent them to me. Haha, it's many years before you can catch me in a prank, I thought, looking haughtily at the twins at the Gryffindor table, who when they saw my gaze looked at each other disappointed before shrugging. But you know, it's been a while since anyone in the Great Hall was caught in a prank. Of course, not counting Lockhart, I thought. I then shrugged and picked up one of the letters. It's not like it's anything dangerous, and that might make others laugh, ending the awkward mood of this Valentine's Day. Just as I was about to open one of the letters with a red envelope and blue hearts, someone took the letter out of my hands. I had felt this person approaching me, but I didn't expect him to be so intrusive. Oh, look what we've got here. A very lucky boy, who is capturing the hearts of many girls, Lockhart said with a bright smile on his face, but I could feel the jealousy and envy underneath all that honorable and friendly appearance. What can I do? I'm a very attractive and charming man, I said, for no other reason than to annoy Lockhart. Yes, that reminds me a lot of my youth when I was still a student at Hogwarts, the Peacock. I mean, Lockhart said, smiling at Lisa who grimaced, having already realized his true personality some time ago, but I'm not here to talk about my amazing youth, as you can find out about it by reading my autobiography that I wrote myself. In fact, I'm here because I'm curious to know who sent these letters to you. Lockhart then, without my permission, began to open the letter he took from my hands, and I could have complained and bewitched him for the intrusion of privacy, but I let karma sort things out. But that doesn't change the fact that he's opening my letter without my permission. I thought a little annoyed, maybe a few more pranks will solve the problem. Poof. As soon as Lockhart opened the letter, red ink and rose petals exploded in his face, shocking him and causing everyone in the hall to stare at him in awkward silence. After a while, Lockhart seemed to realize what had happened, since he let out a high-pitched scream and without even saying goodbye, he ran out of the Great Hall. After Lockhart left the Great Hall, the students recovered from their shock and started laughing, and even the professors at the staff table weren't hiding their amusement, with Professor Snape showing the closest thing to a smile I've ever seen on his face. Puff. It's always Lockhart who falls for these pranks, ha ha ha. He is very stupid, ha ha ha. Ha ha ha, that's what he gets for ruining my Valentine's Day. But you don't even have a girlfriend. How would he ruin your Valentine's Day? Shut up, you don't have to remind me of that. Ha 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 ha. After a while the laughter and comments in the Great Hall subsided a little, and Anthony turned to me, looking curiously at my pile of letters. What are you going to do with the remaining letters, Ethan? Anthony asked me. Well. I've run out of prank gifts, so I guess I'll use these letters to prank Lockhart, I replied, and those around me almost felt sorry for Lockhart. Almost. And do you really think he'll get caught up in these pranks? Terry asked me with a raised eyebrow. Do you think he won't? I asked back. Touché, Terry said. I think I'd better ask Fox to take these letters to my room at home, I thought. It's easier to hide and store the letters there than in my suitcase or the room of requirement. And it's also more accessible to Fox. Knight's house. POV, third person. Lady Sarah, some letters have arrived from Mr. Ethan, Linley said to Sarah, apparating to the kitchen. Linley was a small elf, even by the standards of other elves, and she wore a green dress with a white skirt and white ballet flats, made by herself at the request of Ethan and his parents. She had big green eyes and curved and pointy ears, and because she was young, she was very cheerful and hardworking, and a little shy too. Since Sarah and Joshua still worked sometimes, and Seal went to preschool, the house was empty most of the day, and that meant that Linley had nothing to do, which is a bad thing for these hyperactive elves. So usually in addition to helping Sarah take care of Seal, Linley also went to Hogwarts to help the other house elves in the castle, as there wasn't much to do in the knight's house. But back to the present, as soon as Sarah heard Linley, she turned to the elf with confusion in her eyes. Letters to Ethan. Being delivered here, she asked. Yes, they were left by a big firebird, Linley said in amazement. Oh, so it was Fox, Sarah said. Picking up the letters Linley had handed her, Sarah looked at them strangely as she realized what kind of letters they were. I knew my son would be a conqueror of hearts, but I hoped it wouldn't happen until he was a little older, Sarah said, a little pride in her tone. Lady Sarah, the wards have signaled that some of these letters contain some kind of potion or enchantment, Linley said, and the proud smile on Sarah's face faded, replaced by a serious, angry look. Did anyone try to bewitch my son or control him with a love potion? Sarah said. She then earned a haughty look, humph. This would have worked if our wards didn't cancel harmful spells and potions. Lady Sarah, what are you going to do with these letters? Linley asked. I intend to throw them away, but first, let's see who are the bick. Here Sarah stopped, looking to the side to see Seal looking at her mother curiously. Ahem, who are the girls that are trying to bewitch my son, she continued. Choosing one of the letters that had a white envelope and yellow heart stickers from the pile of letters Linley had handed her, Sarah started to open it. After opening the letter, Sarah expected many things, like some letter from a girl in love, some gift, or even a perverted photo or some women's underwear, but she didn't expect to get a blast of pink smoke in her face. A prank. I should have expected it to be a prank. Sarah said with a sigh, her face and hair totally pink. I shouldn't have agreed to let Ethan remove the wards that cancel the prank spell. She thought. Hey honey, I heard a noise coming from here, what happened? Joshua asked walking into the kitchen, only to see his wife staring into space with a contemplative gaze with a pink face. Hearing her husband, Sarah turned to Joshua to answer him, only to realize he was holding back laughter. Nothing happened darling, just another accidental magic from Seal, Sarah replied with a calm, slightly creepy smile on her face, something Joshua didn't notice. Sarah then started wiping her face with her apron. Oh, did you know that Ethan got some love letters? And one of them is even from a teacher. Disgusting, right, she said. What? Joshua asked in surprise, he then turned and looked at the pile of letters on the table with a frown. I already burned the letter this teacher sent, but that white one with a red ribbon is also hers. I can't even imagine what's written in that letter, Sarah said, hiding a sly smile behind a worried look. Joshua, listening to his wife, took the letter with a face of disgust and contempt. What kind of school is this that hires a teacher who is courting my son, who is a child, romantically? Joshua thought angrily, opening the letter, let's see what this pervert wants with my s. Poof. Sometimes I think your fun is watching me suffer. And in that you're more like Ethan than you realize, Joshua said dryly, with purple spots all over his body and his hair the color of magenta. Thank you, Sarah said with a cheerful smile, not hiding her amusement as Seal laughed. Chapter 198, Chapter. After the disastrous Valentine's Day, my school days continued to pass normally. Gryffindor's match against Hufflepuff has already taken place, with Gryffindor winning by a large margin, something that saddened the Hufflepuffs who are on a losing streak. Seeing Gryffindor easily defeating Hufflepuff, Hilton decided to increase our training time, much to the dismay of some of the team. But in addition to training for my next Quidditch match, I also continued with my studies and training. My enhanced hearing could withstand high-pitched sounds for quite some time now, and now if I'm in a duel I won't have to worry about my enemy using my senses against me. I also started to show some progress in my attempt to create my own unsupported flight spell, and even though that progress was small, it was still some progress when I thought about the amount of time it took me to learn to levitate off the ground, especially when I remembered that I could only levitate for 5 seconds. Now I could easily transfigure my feet into mist, and I know that's not much, but now that I've transfigured my foot, I already know the sensation and experience it takes to transfigure the rest of my body. Another important thing to remember is that luckily within a week the dagger made of goblin silver would be delivered to me. And with that, it also meant I was basically a week away from my showdown with the basilisk. And this confrontation could very well be considered the first real challenge I'll have since the moment I was reborn in this magical world. Professor McGonagall's office. So Ethan, what brings you to my office? Professor McGonagall asked me, pouring me a cup of tea. Can't I just want to come talk to one of my favorite teachers? I asked with a cheeky smile on my face. Flattery won't get you a higher grade in my class, Ethan, Professor McGonagall said, but with a soft smile on her face. Well, I tried, I shrugged. I then took a sip of the tea. This tea is wonderful, Professor Minnie, I said, but then looked at Professor McGonagall who was holding her mug of tea. Glad to see you like the mug I got you for Christmas my first year, I said, hiding my amused smile with my cup. Humph. Cheeky boy, she replied, and my smile widened at her response. But back to my question, what would you like to talk to me about, Ethan? I know you wouldn't come to my office so suddenly if you didn't have something to talk to me about, Professor McGonagall asked me, and I put my cup on the table and looked at her. Actually, I came here because I'd like to ask you some questions about transfiguration, I said, and Professor McGonagall looked at me with a raised eyebrow. Oh, and what are those questions? She asked me with interest, for whenever I asked her questions, my questions ended up leading us into an exciting and intellectual conversation. I wanted to ask you about human transfiguration, I replied, more specifically about a wizard transfiguring his own body. When I finished speaking, Professor McGonagall looked at me with a serious look. And tell me, why would you want to know about human transfiguration, Ethan? She asked me suspiciously. I know what you're thinking, teacher, and no, I'm not thinking about transfiguring my own body, I said to reassure her, even because I'm already doing that. She then looked at me carefully, and after a while she let out a sigh. Fine. But you still haven't answered why you want to know about human transfiguration, she told me, leaning back in her seat. It's just that I was reading about animagus, and I was curious to know if anyone can become an animagus without needing the potion, or if anyone has tried and failed, I said, a look of curiosity on my face. Well, I wouldn't say it's impossible to do that without the help of the potion, Professor McGonagall said. A wizard can transform into any animal using just his wand. And in fact, with this method the wizard would be able to transform into any animal he wanted, something that is not possible with the common transformation method that is using the potion. Yes, I know that some wizards have an inner animal that is the one the potion helps to bring out, and that these wizards can only transform into that one animal until the end of their lives, I said, and Professor McGonagall nodded. Yes, but that's where the problem lies. The potion not only helps the wizard to find his inner animal, it also gives the wizard the ability to transform himself back into a human, without the need for a wand, she continued, and I started to understand the problem of turning into an animagus without the potion. And someone who transfigures himself into an animal without the potion will not have this ability and as such will be trapped in said animal's form forever, until another wizard transfigures him back. I finished for her, and Professor McGonagall looked at me satisfied and proud. Yes, and believe me, unless the wizard has transfigured himself in the presence of a friend, hardly anyone will undo the transfiguration, as no one goes around casting spells on random animals to turn them back into humans, Professor McGonagall said dryly, and my lips curled up slightly in amusement. Knowing wizards, and the lack of common sense of most of them, your point becomes moot, I said, and it was Professor McGonagall's turn to smile in amusement. Yeah. I guess I forgot to take that point into account, she said, sipping some of the tea that was in her mug. But you know, Professor Minnie, a partial transfiguration wouldn't be a problem, right? Ah. What would happen to my reputation if the other teachers or any student saw Ethan calling me Professor Minnie? Professor McGonagall thought, more amused than worried. Well, Ethan. Partial human transfiguration is normal, but wizards usually don't transfigure themselves, she replied. After all, a partial human transfiguration is not as useful as a complete transfiguration. Isn't it useful? What if a wizard wants more strength? He could transfigure your arms into bear arms, or maybe transfigure your legs into kangaroo legs to jump higher, I argued. But tell me, Ethan, which of these abilities can't be acquired with the help of a spell? Professor McGonagall asked me. Okay, you have a good point, I said. Well, but just between us, Ethan, don't you think transforming into a full animal is a lot cooler than just having some animal body part? Professor McGonagall asked me with a smile on her face. Well, I think so, I said smiling. But I still think that between being an animagus and having my beast power, I'd rather keep my beast power, I thought with a little pride. But I have another question, teacher. What about human transfiguration into objects? I asked. I know that at least in this type of transfiguration the wizard can undo the transfiguration himself. Of course he can. When a wizard transfigures himself into an object, his wand is transfigured along with him, as are his clothes, so he can use his wand even as an object, she replied to me, only it obviously has certain limitations, but they are limitations of the transfiguration you already know. Yes, I said. I then drank some of the tea. I think with that you answered all the questions that were on my mind, I said with a smile. I'm glad to hear that, Professor McGonagall said, also smiling. After my conversation with Professor McGonagall, the questions that were on my mind were clarified. I was wondering why no one has ever tried to change their body using transfiguration, obviously not counting the metamorphmagus. And my conversation with her also made me realize that my attempts to create my own unsupported flight spell were very dangerous and risky. But luckily I had the power and ability to use wandless magic, so I didn't have to worry about what would happen if I managed to completely transform myself into a mist. If I couldn't use wandless magic, I might as well have turned to mist forever in these tests of mine, where I might have been blown away by the wind. Great Hall, lunch. Sad to know that no one is asking for your autograph lately, Potter. Malfoy asked with a mocking smile on his face. Sad to know that even with their 2001 Nimbus the Slytherin team still hasn't managed to win a single game this season, Malfoy. Harry snapped, bringing a frown to Malfoy's face. Ron next to Harry laughed at Malfoy, causing the blonde boy to turn to him. What are you laughing about, Weasley? At least I have money to buy a broom, he said, and Ron was about to open his mouth to say something, but Granger was quicker. "Unfortunately, money can't buy talent either," she commented, not even taking her eyes off her book. And this time Ron laughed, looking into Malfoy's face. Malfoy considered calling Granger a mudblood, but he knew doing so while surrounded by Gryffindors wouldn't be smart. The four then continued with their exchange of insults, while those around them watched with interest. And I, who was eating a delicious chocolate pudding and strawberries, was also watching this confrontation from a VIP seat, which happened to be at the Gryffindor table, with me sitting next to the twins. As Malfoy was getting ready to head back to his table after dropping one last mocking comment to the trio, I spoke to the twins, catching his attention. "So Gred, what did you think of this confrontation?" I asked the twin sitting to my left, who happened to be George. I think it was a little repetitive, but I'll still give it a 7 for the entertainment," George replied. "And what do you think, Forge?" he asked his brother. I liked the way Harry retorted Malfoy's mockery, and the face Malfoy made was very convincing. And Hermione's comment. "That was amazing," Fred said, his hand on his chin in thought. "That's why I give it a 7.5. Ethan. "Well, it was fun, but I think their tone lacked emotion." "I will give them a 6, I said critically. I then looked at the Golden Trio and Malfoy, who were looking at me and the twins strangely, and I could have given it a higher grade, but Malfoy's mockery lacked creativity, I continued. Malfoy, when he heard the end of my sentence, looked at me with an indignant look, as if my low grade was heresy to him. He then looked at Harry, at me, and then at Harry again. "I hope in your next match against Ravenclaw you don't fall off your Potter broom. You don't want your nickname to change from Scarhead to Scarbody," Malfoy said, and his two gorillas behind him chuckled. He then turned to me, as if expecting something. Wow, that was new and unexpected. He even complimented Ravenclaw indirectly. "Now my grade has gone up to 9.5", I said in surprise, clapping my hands for Malfoy. Malfoy then looked at Harry with superiority, and Harry replied with a scowl before turning to me with an exasperated look, at which I shrugged. Yes. I made the right choice when I decided to come to lunch at the Gryffindor table, I thought. Chapter 199, Chapter. February 23rd, Room of Requirement. Transfiguring the hand is easier than the foot, I muttered, looking down at my left hand, which was now made of black mist. With my hand still in this state, I tried to touch the armor in front of me, but it was very difficult to move it. Damn. How am I going to move my hand if I can't even feel it? I said, losing concentration, making my hand go back to normal. Well, I think the first thing I have to do is learn to better control my body in this state. And I also have to train so that I don't have to be 100% focused to maintain this form. I don't even want to imagine what would happen if my hand returned to normal with me touching something. As I pondered what concentration and control training I would do, I felt a magic surge up behind me, and recognizing the magic I turned in curiosity. Poof. Fox. I said as the fiery bird operated into the room holding a package in its claws. I'm getting better at sensing when someone is going to apparate next to me, I thought, but then my focus returned to the package in Fox's claws. Deciding to take a break from my training to see what Fox brought me and who it was from, I asked the room of requirement to move from a training room to a living room. When the room has finished changing, I sat in an armchair across from a table, and Fox dropped the package onto my lap before landing on the table. What is this, Fox? I asked, turning on my magic vision and looking at the package. As I looked at the remnants of magic that were in the package, I widened my eyes in excitement, recognizing one of the magic signatures. It's from Nick. I exclaimed excitedly, with a little anticipation in my tone, opening the package and finding a wooden box trimmed in silver. I was excited for a very simple reason. I knew what item was inside the box. It arrived earlier than expected, I said, placing the box on the table and opening it. When the box was opened, I saw that inside there was a 17-centimeter dagger, which had a common design, but beautiful and elegant. The dagger was obviously silver, but with my magic vision I could see the enchantments and magic in the silver. The blade was thin and straight, and the dagger hilt was made of black silver and leather, with a small ruby inlaid at the pommel base. In the box, along with the dagger, was also a wrist sheath made of leather, and I could see that she was enchanted with many spells, probably for durability and protection. Looking back at the dagger, I saw its blade glistening, and looking at it I could see the reflection of my amber eyes. It's beautiful, I muttered in awe, taking the dagger from the box. Holding the dagger in my hands, I shook it and turned it a little, feeling the weight and quality of it. I then, to test the dagger's sharpness, ran the blade over the arm of the armchair on which I was sitting, and as if I had been cutting butter, the leather of the armchair was cut with ease. Feeling satisfied with the dagger, I picked it up and stowed it in the sheath that came in the box. Well then, I guess I won't need the sheath I bought anymore, I said to myself, attaching the sheath with the dagger to my left wrist. Now I had a goblin silver dagger on my left wrist, and my wand in the holster on my right wrist. I still intended to get another wand, and at that moment I could put it in an ankle holster. Lucky for me that holsters and sheath can be enchanted with invisibility spells. It would be weird if I walked around in short-sleeved shirts showing my arms with my sheath and holsters showing, I said, noticing that the armchair mended itself, probably a feat of the room's magic. Now that I have the dagger, nothing's stopping me from killing the basilisk anymore, I said, taking a deep breath. Well, it was going to happen sooner or later. And it's better that it happened now that I'm prepared, than at a time when I'll be off guard. On the 27th I'm going to kill this basilisk since it's Saturday and I won't be missing any classes so I'll have plenty of time, I told myself. I then leaned back in my armchair, staring at the fireplace the room created in front of me, lost in thought as I stared at the dancing flames that burned in the fireplace. One step closer to being able to destroy the Horcruxes. And one step closer to making Voldemort mortal again, I thought. February 27th, Saturday. Black Lake. It was morning, and since it was the weekend, one of the few days off students had to rest, I was probably one of the few, if not the only student awake at this hour. I was sitting on a rock in front of the Black Lake shore in a castle-blind spot, throwing stones into the water and enjoying the sunrise while lost in thought. I had taken a secret passage to come to the Black Lake, wanting to have a time of peace and tranquility, as today will be the day I will face and kill the basilisk. My mind was a mess, and it started the moment I woke up and realized what I had to do today. I don't know why, but the thought of killing the basilisk, even though I knew it was necessary, made me feel bad. I felt a discomfort and disgust welling up inside me, and I didn't know why. I thought it was because I was scared, or maybe worried. But unbelievably I was calm when I thought about facing the millennial snake. In fact, when I thought of the challenge I would have to face upon entering the chamber, a conviction and anticipation took hold of me. I felt excited and expectant for this difficult new challenge. But this feeling of joy only remained until I thought about killing the snake. For at that moment the discomfort returned. At one point I started to think about why, and the only conclusion I came to was that because of my beast power, the thought of killing another creature made me sick. I knew it was necessary, but that didn't mean I had to like it. And I also knew that the basilisk being a bloodthirsty, out-of-control monster wasn't the creature's own fault, but Salazar Slytherin, Riddle, and every other Parselmouth wizard who had ever entered the chamber. And because of these consanguineous and prejudiced idiots, I'm going to have to end the life of an amazing and special creature. Damn it, I growled in frustration, standing up and throwing a stone hard into the lake. Seeing the stone sinking into the lake, I let out a long weary sigh before sitting back on the ground. Why am I thinking about this so much? The damn basilisk isn't an innocent creature. And I don't get that way when I think about killing a human, I grumbled, putting my hands on my head. Okay, I know these humans I think about killing are dark wizards who like to torture and kill other people for their own amusement. But basilisk killed people too, I said, in an attempt to convince myself that what I was going to do wasn't wrong. Taking my hands off my head and drawing my knees closer to my body, I hugged my legs, and resting my chin on my knees, I started to look out over the calm waters of the lake. Why couldn't things be simpler and easier? More peaceful? I muttered under my breath, pulling my legs closer. I then stood there, looking at the Black Lake and the giant squid, which had one of its tentacles out of the water lying on the grass, sunbathing. As I looked at the lake with a cool breeze caressing my face and the wind blowing my hair, I heard footsteps approaching me. "Hi Luna," I said without turning around. "Hi Ethan," she replied, and then I felt Luna sitting next to me, and without saying anything else she just hugged me. Time then passed with both of us like this, and the sun on the horizon continued to rise high in the sky, lighting up the grounds and castle. With my mind calmer and more relaxed, I realized it was time for me to begin my preparations to enter the Chamber of Secrets. "Thanks Luna," I said softly, and Luna released me from her embrace. "You're welcome." My mom always hugged me like this when I was feeling sad, or when I was upset about having something stolen by a Nargle, she told me with a nostalgic smile on her face. "I don't know if I've told you this before. But your mother is an amazing person, and I wish I'd known her," I said, smiling at the innocent, joyful girl next to me. "I know," she said, also smiling, "and I wish she had met you. You and the others are my first friends." "Heh. I don't know whether to be happy or worried," I said, letting out a light laugh. "Worried?" Luna asked me confused, cocking her head to the side. "Worried that his first friends were us. A bunch of weirds with a tendency to get into trouble," I replied, and she looked at me in surprise for a moment before she started laughing. "Yes. You should definitely be worried," she said smiling, wiping a tear from her eye. She then turned to me, "But what would the world be without a little weirdness and troubles?" "A very boring and sad world," I replied, looking out over the lake with a small smile, much more relaxed than when I arrived. Chapter 200, Chapter. Second floor girls' bathroom. "Well, I guess now the time has finally come," I said to myself, holding my wand firmly as I looked at the bathroom sinks. After my conversation with Luna at the Black Lake, I went to the room of requirement to pack all the items and things that would be needed for my quest. I was wearing my enchanted outfit that I wore last year to face Coralmort. I also had a few things stashed in my pockets, like the potions I made, and some cubes that were nothing short of transfigured roosters. Taking a long breath, I gripped my wand tightly, earning a look of seriousness on my face, as I knew that any mistake I made now could result in disaster for the school and my death. Section open section, I said in Parseltongue, and the sinks in front of me gleamed before they began to move and fade away, showing a large pipe that could easily fit a grown man. Looking at the entrance to the secret chamber, I started casting spells and wards over the bathroom, just in case. After finishing casting the wards in the bathroom, I approached the pipe. I then closed my eyes, as I didn't know if I would find the basilisk when I reached the end of the pipe. Using my other senses to the fullest, I prepared to jump, but before that I said close, in Parseltongue, as I had no idea if the entrance would close as I passed. When I felt the sink's magic react, I jumped, sliding quickly down the pipe. Splash. After many curves and a very long descent, I finally reached the end of the pipe, landing on a damp stone floor. With my senses I could feel that I was in a wide tunnel, and in front of me was a narrow tunnel that would probably take me to the main chamber in the basilisk. I hope I don't find the damn snake in these tunnels. It would be really hard to fight him in a place like this, I muttered, following through the tunnel with my wand in my hand pointed forward. After walking a bit through the tunnel I felt that there was a big space a few meters in front of me, and ignoring the side tunnels I kept going through the main tunnel, until I came to a wide part, where I could feel a lot of bones below my feet, breaking easily with my steps. Ignoring the big snakeskin that was in the corner, I kept walking. After walking a little more through the tunnel, I came across a wall, and not feeling the basilisk I opened my eyes. After opening my eyes I saw that in front of me there was a big smooth wall with some stone snakes surrounding it, and these snakes had emeralds in their eyes, giving them a sinister glow. This is very different from the chamber entrance shown in the movies, I muttered looking around, but then I shook my head and refocused on the main subject. Section open section, I said, and then the stone snakes on the wall began to move as if they were real snakes, opening the way to the chamber. I then used my senses to feel if the snake was further ahead, but I didn't feel anything, so I continued to walk down the chamber's corridor with my eyes open, looking and analyzing every detail of it. Walking through the chamber I noticed that it looked like the one described in the books, and upon reaching the central area of the chamber, I saw the huge stone statue of Salazar Slytherin. The statue was gigantic, and was probably over 30 meters. Looking around the damp, dimly lit chamber, I noticed several large statues of Salazar's face, and one in particular caught my eye for the magic that was seeping out of it. Funny that the thing that scares me the most in this chamber isn't the basilisk, but yes the Salazar's narcissism, I muttered, looking strangely at the statues of his face. Attention Ethan. Now is not the time to think about useless things, I said, taking a deep breath. I then took those cubes out of my pocket and threw them, scattering them across the chamber. I also took one of the Curse of the Evil Queen potions out of my pocket, and levitated the vial up high. Taking a deep breath again, I closed my eyes and ran my magic through my body, honing and strengthening my physical abilities. Section speak to me, Slytherin, greatest of the Hogwarts 4 section, I said, and I felt the statue's magic react. I didn't even need to open my eyes to realize that the statue's mouth was opening, and with my senses I could feel the basilisk coming out of it. Fuck, I said as I used my sonar magic to measure the basilisk's size, seeing that he was over 50 feet tall, I almost feel like I'm in the movie Anaconda. Only with more venom and some deadly stares. Section master, section, as I was eyeing the basilisk warily I heard him speak, obviously confused. Wait. He doesn't know I'm not Riddle and I'm not a Slytherin descendant, I thought, with a plan forming in my mind. Section air, yes, section, I said, and I could feel the basilisk swaying slowly from side to side as it rose. The snake then licked the air, and I could feel his confused emotions shift to anger. Section SSSS. You are not the master. Nor the heir, section, the basilisk said angrily. Well. Back to plan A then, I said, shrugging my shoulders. And then, before the basilisk could attack first, I quickly waved my wand, undoing the transfiguration on the cubes, turning them back into roosters. And right after transfiguring the roosters back, I quickly cast 2 spells on said roosters. One of the spells was a compulsion spell to make them crow, and the other was one of the sonorous spells I learned. Roosters crowing. Section SSSSS. NOO, section, the basilisk screamed, groaning in pain as it thrashed around fiercely, slamming into the walls of the chamber, making the place shake. So the crowing of a rooster really is a basilisk's weakness, I muttered, a smile on my face, trying to ignore the part of me that felt bad from the pain that I was inflicting on the snake. Seeing that the snake was helpless I started to cast several sequences of offensive and destructive spells on it, testing the durability of its skin. Defindo. Sectum Sempra. Repulso. Damn, how tough is this snake's skin? I cursed, transfiguring some rocks into spikes and shooting them in the snake's eyes, missing by millimeters. Section SSS enough, section, the basilisk yelled, waving its tail in my direction. Having dodged its tail, I quickly got up and launched an aqua eructo, causing a jet of water to come out of my wand, and I froze that water, trying again to hit the damn snake's eyes, but I again missed because I had to dodge its tail again. I was expecting another attack from the basilisk, but I saw that he turned around, ignoring me, and attacked one of the roosters that were at the foot of Salazar's statue. Damn it, I said scowling, also realizing that the basilisk was suffering from the sound of roosters crowing, but it wasn't dying, and to make matters worse, the bloody snake seemed to be developing a resistance to the sound over time. Hey you stupid snake! I screamed, levitating the broken stones from the statues that the basilisk had hit in his frenzy, and using some spells I threw those stones at him. Section Impuri, section, the snake said, turning towards me and advancing towards me. Well, I managed to get his attention, I muttered, seeing the basilisk rising and getting ready to attack me, protego. I exclaimed, stopping the basilisk's frontal attack. Lumos Maxima. I continued, and I heard the snake moan, probably having been blinded by the sudden light. I hope you like this, I said, casting a spell upwards. The spell I cast hit the potion vial I had levitated earlier, and the vial then shattered, with all the liquid inside turning to a large purple gas. Using my wand, I controlled the gas to surround the basilisk. And right after that I created a bubble, which enveloped the snake's head with the gas inside. Sweet dreams, I said, watching the snake struggle, but with every second its movements slowed, until in a moment the snake simply fell to the ground motionless. Sigh. This wasn't that difficult, I said, waiting a bit to get closer to the snake, seeing that its magic was still a little agitated. After waiting 2 minutes, I started to approach Basilisk, pulling my dagger out of its sheath. When I was in front of the basilisk's head, I cancelled the bubble spell and got rid of the remaining gas. Looking at the creature in front of me, I raised my dagger high, ready to stab the snake to death. But my hand remained still, and I could feel it was shaking. Damn it, I said, looking at the snake lying in front of me with a frown. Even now, when I'm facing the helpless basilisk, I still can't accept the fact that I have to kill him, I thought, gripping the dagger tightly. Fuck. Focus, Ethan. If you don't, Voldemort can use the snake again when he resurrects, and all the deaths the snake causes will be your fault, I said to myself, clenching my other hand into a fist. I then took a deep breath, and ignoring the tremors in my body, I raised my other hand, gripping the dagger tightly with both hands. But just as I was about to stab the snake, my senses alerted me madly. And at exactly the same moment my senses alerted me, I felt the snake's magic suddenly stir violently. With me being so close to the basilisk and being caught off guard, I didn't have time to react to the snake's sudden attack, which used its head to viciously hit me, sending me flying through the air. I then flew until I hit one of Salazar's face statues, dropping the dagger on impact. Arg. I groaned painfully, feeling all the air leaving my lungs, and then an ache shot through my body. Chapter 201, Chapter. After my back hit the statue I fell heavily to the floor, feeling pain go through my entire body, even with my tough physique and my high pain tolerance. Ugh, knowing I couldn't sit still I sat up disoriented, clutching my side in pain. Damn. The damn basilisk pretended he was helpless and unconscious. He even resisted my potion, I thought, feeling that I had probably broken something. Not even my senses could detect that he was still a threat, damn cunning snake. Still a little dizzy and in pain, I looked down at the damp floor of the chamber, and I saw a shadow towering over me. I then lifted my head, still a little confused and dizzy, but then I realized I had my eyes open. Only I'd noticed it too late, and now I was staring into a pair of deadly glowing yellow eyes. Fuck was the only thing I could think of. I felt a strange sensation go through my body as I looked into the basilisk's eyes, and unconsciously I turned on my magic vision. Huh. I said intelligently, as confused as the basilisk itself, realizing that I was alive and feeling that I could still move my body. Has the basilisk's gaze no effect on me? I wondered, but I didn't have time to think of an answer as the basilisk recovered from its shock and attacked me. Acting on sheer instinct, I threw myself to the side, narrowly avoiding the basilisk's fangs, which dripped with its venom. But before I could react, I felt my senses alert me, and looking to the side I saw the snake's tail approaching me quickly. Shit, I thought, looking at the giant tail getting closer and closer. My instincts continued to warn me of danger, and I could feel my body's magic reacting strongly, as if it was begging to get out. And unconsciously I released this magic, and it was at that moment that the tail hit me. But to my surprise, the tail passed me without causing me any harm, and the reason for that was because my whole body had turned to mist. What? I said uncomprehendingly as my body reformed. I did it, I muttered, surprised and excited. And in my moment of joy the basilisk wasted no time and attacked me again, only this time I was paying attention and dodged its tail. This is getting annoying already, I said, crouching and jumping backwards, while launching a bombarda at the tail that was relentlessly targeting me. The spell didn't do any damage to the snake's tail, but it was enough to slow it down. I then began to cast a series of destructive spells, while using wandless magic to transfigure the floor and walls of the chamber, as well as the rocks of the destroyed statues. Waiting for the snake to attack me again, I glared at it, and when it turned towards me and attacked me trying to bite me, I caused several spears to appear from the floor, but the snake broke most of them and kept coming at me. Section stupid snake section, I scoffed, and then I raised my arms and lowered them, causing several transfigured stones to be thrown at the snake. The basilisk continued to resist, but I noticed that it was a little slower than before, and feeling the snake's magic I could tell it was weakening. Noticing this, I realized that the potion was still in the snake system, and that the potion's effects were only reaching basilisk now. Hey, I smiled, pulling 2 more vials out of my pocket, grateful that my pockets had protection spells. Throwing the vials at the basilisk's face, I cast a spell turning the potion into gas, and swinging my hand I cast the most potent sonorous spell I knew, with a lot of magic on the roosters. Sounds of roosters crowing. The basilisk then started thrashing again, only I had learned from my earlier mistake, and so I kept attacking the snake with many spells, while at the same time moving the gas to its face so that it would inhale all the potion. Bombarda Maxima! I exclaimed, pointing to one of the walls, feeling the water behind it. When my spell hit the wall, a large crack appeared, and a large jet of water came out of the crack. Using my control of elemental spells, I moved the water up to the basilisk's body, and I knew that even with the force of the water the basilisk would not suffer any noticeable damage, so I froze the water. The frozen water managed to slow the desperate, out-of-control snake even further, and along with the combo of crowing roosters, my potion, and my non-stop attacks, the snake began to tire. And I could see that after receiving so many attacks, the snake's skin started to take some damage in some places, and I took the opportunity to attack those places. With more and more cuts and wounds appearing on Basilisk's body, I realized it was time to end this confrontation. I then levitated a large sharp rock, and with a powerful spell of repulsion and weight, I hurled the rock at the weakest point of most snakes, which is at the back of their necks. Section SSSSSS, section, the basilisk screamed in desperation, with the stone piercing through it, effectively immobilizing its lower body. Time to end this, I said, using Accio to summon my dagger. Section, I'm sorry but you're too dangerous to be left alive. Section, I said to the basilisk with regret in my tone. The snake continued to wail in pain, growing weaker and sleepier, but I strengthened my conviction, and using one last spell I threw the dagger between the snake's eyes. I then saw the dagger flying, as if everything was in slow motion, before it hit and plunged into the center of the basilisk's head, and the snake let out one last scream before falling heavily to the floor, its body remaining still and its breath ceasing. This time, I knew the basilisk was truly dead, as even its magic was no longer reacting, slowly leaking from its dead body. Taking one last look at the basilisk's body, and even using some detection and analysis spells, I confirmed the creature's death, and with that I let out a weary sigh. Casting a spell to seal the crack on the wall and canceling the sonorous spell on the roosters, I walked backwards until I touched the feet of the gigantic statue of Salazar, where I leaned back, sliding slowly to the floor, where I sat. I was tired both mentally and physically, and now that I knew the worst was over, I could finally breathe a sigh of relief. I then closed my eyes, and using my magic I inspected my body, seeing all the damage this fight had done to me. Yeah. I'm pretty sure I broke something, I muttered, groaning painfully. I then looked at the dead basilisk on the damp floor, seeing all the damage I had done to him. But well. The others should see what I did to the other guy, I said, chuckling to myself, ugh, but as soon as I laughed I had to hold my side in pain. Damn. I don't think my regeneration will heal a broken rib. And I don't even want to imagine the questions Madame Pomfrey will ask me when she sees me like this, I said with a frown. Leaning my head against the cool wall behind me, I closed my eyes, breathing slowly. At least now I have one less problem to solve, I said to myself, but this is still a simple problem in the grand scheme of problems in this messed up world. Sigh. After I rested a bit and let my regeneration heal some of my wounds, I cast some healing spells on myself while drinking some potions I had prepared in advance. When I felt I was well enough to walk, I walked over to the basilisk's body, taking a good look at the creature. If you weren't such a mad and bloodthirsty creature, I muttered, approaching him and looking at him sadly. I then shook my head, knowing now was not the time or place to be sad. Approaching the snake's head, I saw my dagger plunged deep into the basilisk's head. I then gripped the dagger's hilt, and using a little force, pulled it out. The dagger was dripping blood, but since I hadn't hit the basilisk's poison pouch but his brain, I still had to dip the blade in its poison. Using wandless magic to flip the basilisk, I opened its mouth, and being very careful not to touch any prey, I stabbed the roof of the snake's mouth. From the place where I stuck the dagger a green liquid began to ooze, and I could feel the danger coming from that liquid. I then saw the liquid run down to the dagger's hilt, but before the poison could be wasted I took a large vial that I had prepared earlier, and placing it under the dagger I let the poison drain out. After waiting a few minutes, the poison stopped flowing, and the vial was filled with the poison. Putting the vial away and casting a potent cleaning spell on the dagger, I removed it from the basilisk's mouth. Looking at the dagger I could now feel the silver's magic reacting, absorbing the poison, making the blade much more dangerous than it was before. Perfect, I said, a small smile on my face. I then tucked the dagger into the sheath on my wrist, and removed my suitcase from the chain around my neck. Opening the suitcase into a large secure compartment, I began to levitate the basilisk's body into the compartment. I may be sad that I killed the basilisk, but I won't be stupid to leave the body of such an amazing creature with so many good materials in this place to rot and go to waste, I thought. I know hard times are ahead, and these materials can help me when that time comes. And even though I don't know if the whole body will be of use to me, with some research I know I will find a good use for the snake's remains. After putting away Basilisk's entire body, I closed my suitcase and put it back on the chain around my neck. With everything finalized, I looked around surveying the chamber, seeing all the damage this battle had done to the place. I bet our dear Salazar must be turning over in his coffin. I commented amusedly. I don't know what would piss him off more. The fact that a Muggleborn entered his secret chamber and destroyed a part of it, or that the same Muggleborn killed his precious pet. I then shrugged, and raised my arm, looking at Atlas. Atlas, Myrtle's bathroom, I told my bracelet that glowed with my command. I then placed my hand on the floor, and the center stone of the bracelet glowed blue, before a black ink dripped from the stone, down my hand and onto the floor. The paint on the floor then began to move, forming a few drawings, until in the end it became a map that showed the second-floor girl's bathroom. Fortunately the person closest to the bathroom is many runners away. I sighed in relief. Atlas, cancel, I said, and the stone glowed blue and red before the map on the floor disappeared. Well, now I just need to change and clean up, and then I can go to the hospital wing with some lie about me having an accident experimenting with potions, I muttered, casting a cleaning spell on myself. Good thing I have my suitcase here with me, I thought, walking towards the chamber entrance, heading towards the tunnels to go back to Myrtle's bathroom. When I'm less tired and bruised I'll come back to explore this chamber. Chapter 202, Chapter. After I left the secret chamber I closed the passage, putting some monitoring and blocking wards on the sinks just in case, as even with the chamber no longer having a mortal creature living there and the passage only being opened by the Parseltongue, it was still a place that it would be best to prevent anyone from getting in, as I didn't know if there was anything else there besides the snake. On my way to the bathroom I had already cast a few cleaning spells on myself, taking the blood and dirt odor off my body and also leaving me clean, or at least as clean as a spell allows. With me still feeling pain all over my body, but already wearing some normal and clean clothes, I made my way to the hospital wing, already bracing myself for the attack I was about to receive from the medicine mother dragon. Sometimes I think Madame Pomfrey likes to lock others up in the hospital wing just for pettiness and revenge. And thinking about it scares me. But then I remember that every time she sees me she looks at me with a frown or a critical and suspicious look, as if she's expecting me to do a stupid thing that would probably result in a lot of injuries to me. And her distrust hurts my feelings, since I've only done something like this once, and it was an accident. Okay, if I count the confrontation I had with the basilisk today, then I did something stupid like that twice. But it was only twice. And it was for a good reason. Hospital wing, Mommy Dragon's nest. I mean, Madame Pomfrey nest. You understand what I mean. 2 broken ribs and a slight bruise on the left side of the head. Madame Pomfrey muttered, looking at a parchment with the results of her inspection spell, and with each paragraph her eyes widened more. What kind of potion do you was doing? She exclaimed, eyeing me critically. That's the funny part. I don't know what kind of potion I was making, I laughed, rubbing the back of my neck awkwardly. Glad I managed to heal the other injuries before coming here, I thought, sweating as I looked at the matron who was pacing muttering around, taking some strange items from her closets. The youth of today. More and more irresponsible, thinking they can create any spell or potion, she said, sitting down in a chair next to my bed. And I, like the polite and innocent young man that I am, wisely decided to keep quiet. She then gave me a light blue potion and a green potion, which I recognized as an anti-inflammatory potion and a potion for anesthesia and accelerated healing. After I drank these potions with horrible tastes, Madame Pomfrey brought her wand up to my body, and then she began the healing process, first mending my broken rib bones. My next project is going to be creating a chocolate and strawberry-flavored essence to put in these horrible potions. I'm pretty sure these potions were made to have these bad tastes on purpose, I thought, unable to decide which was worse, the taste of the potions or the feeling of my bones snapping back into place with audible pops. Perfect, Madame Pomfrey said, getting up as she looked at me satisfied. Now you'll just need to get some rest, maybe a good night's sleep will be enough. And I don't want to see you here again because of another accident experimenting with potions. Do you understand me? She asked me, her eyes narrowed, pointing a scalpel at me. Why does a magic healer have a scalpel? I asked myself, and I confess, I was a little scared. I asked, do you understand me? Madame Pomfrey, seeing that I hadn't answered, repeated her question slowly, word for word, bringing the scalpel even closer to my face. Affirmative, I said with a salute, swallowing hard, causing the matron to snort with a satisfied look. Well. Now get out of here, I have other things to do, she said, shooing me away, or maybe you'd rather I make you stay in this bed for a week. Well, I can. Without her needing to say it twice and without letting her continue with her sentence, I stood up quickly, and I didn't stop to appreciate the feeling of being able to walk again without feeling pain, as I quickly walked out of the hospital wing. Humph. Boy troublemaker, Madame Pomfrey huffed in amusement. Outside the hospital wing. As I'm whole again, I could go to the Chamber of Secrets right now to explore the place, but I'm so tired I just want to lie down and get some rest, I thought, stretching a little, hearing a satisfying pop that came from my bones that were thankfully in their proper places. Phew. Yeah, I think I'll take a little nap. And with that, I started toward my common room, feeling tiredness take over me now that there was no longer any pressure on my shoulders. Well, at least not the pressure of having to resolve an issue with extreme urgency. The next day. Well, I guess I was really tired, I said to myself with a yawn after I woke up, realizing that I hadn't just taken a little nap, as I could see some rays of sunlight coming through a small gap between the closed curtains in front of my window. I then stretched, and cast a wandless tempest, seeing that I had woken up at 5:30. Now that I'm 100% healed, and that I've properly rested, I can finally go to the Chamber of Secrets again, I said, but then I was interrupted by Nyx. Meow, she said, and I looked at her with a raised eyebrow. What Nyx? I asked. Meow. Nyx meowed, gesturing with her paws and her head. Do you want to walk with me? But I thought you liked walking around the castle alone, I said confused. Meow. Meow. Nyx meowed, raising her left paw. Sigh. Okay, I'll take you for a walk today. The Chamber of Secrets can wait, it won't just suddenly disappear, I said, shrugging my shoulders. Nyx then came over to me and rubbed her face on mine happily before she jumped out of bed. Meow, she meowed, turning her head and looking at me, as if hurrying me to follow her. Okay, ma'am, I rolled my eyes, pulling the covers off my body and standing up. Women. I thought, huffing. Great Hall, breakfast. Hey dear friends and Michael, I said, sitting down at the Ravenclaw table, with Nyx on my lap. Hey, Terry said, writing something on a parchment with Anthony looking over his shoulder. Good morning. Morning. Why did he say my name separately? Michael asked confused, turning to our friends. Good morning Ethan Knight and Nyx, Luna said happily, waving at Nyx who waved back, much to the girls' delight. How was your day yesterday? I asked, feeding Nyx some omelets. Well, yesterday was as normal a day as any other day. I was reading and studying like a good student in Ravenclaw, Anthony was sleeping. Lazy idiot, Terry said, whispering the last part, but we all listened and Anthony looked at him dryly, so spent most of the day scolding Stephen who as usual forgot to do one of his homework, Michael probably spent the day pissing someone off or bragging about something stupid, and Luna went to Hagrid's hut to look for a strange creature, he finished. Why are you all looking at me like that? Terry asked confused, seeing all the blank stares he was getting. Sigh. Ignoring the comedian over there. Hey. What were you doing yesterday, Ethan? Lisa asked me, ignoring Terry's indignant exclamation, we haven't seen you at the castle all day. We even thought you were eaten by the giant squid, Anthony said, and Luna turned to him excitedly. I thought you murdered someone and that you were finally arrested in Azkaban, Michael said, and I looked at him in disdain. First, the giant squid is very docile and doesn't eat people. Sorry Luna. On, the innocent and curious girl said dejectedly. Second, if I happen to kill someone. I'm sure you already killed. I would never get caught, I continued, ignoring Stephen and Michael, and Azkaban would never be able to keep me locked up for long either. And third, I was practicing my spells and experimenting with potions from some old books I found in the library, I finished, shrugging my shoulders. So you spent yesterday just studying? Terry asked me, a little disappointed. Yeah. I said confused. I thought you were creating some incredible and difficult new prank, or trying to break into one of the other common rooms to terrorize some rival. Or even that you were doing something stupidly dangerous, he said, and those around him nodded in agreement. Even you Luna. I thought, feeling betrayed. What do you think I am? Some kind of suicidal madman? I asked indignantly. I wouldn't say it in those exact words, but yes. Maybe a little. A suicidal madman is the least offensive thing I think of you. You're funny too. Meow. Are you on their side too, Nyx? I then stared at all my friends with my right eye twitching, wondering if it was too late for me to ask the sorting hat to sort me into some other house. Wait. Now that I think about it, yesterday I was really doing something stupidly dangerous, I realized. I then looked back at my friends and shrugged. You know what, maybe you're right, I said, and then went back to enjoying my delicious breakfast. See. He just confessed, I said he had already killed someone. Michael said victoriously, only to be slapped on the back of the head, courtesy of Lisa. Chapter 203, Chapter. Well, today is another beautiful and amazing day, and we can hear the birds singing, see the flowers bloom, and the sun smiles at us in its wonderful radiance. Can you just start talking about our strategy, Clark? Patrick said with a tired sigh. I was almost getting to that part, Hilton said, still with a happy smile on his face, something that felt strange about him. Very strange. Has he been bewitched, was the question that ran through the minds of every member of the team. Ahem, picking up where I left off. The sky is clear, the kids are happy, and we're going to destroy and massacre these damn lions, breaking every bone in their bodies, puncturing their eyes with acid-coated needles, slicing through their tendons and... Hilton began to say, a psychotic, crazed look on his face, clenching his fists in conviction. I think we already understand, Clark, we're going to beat Gryffindor, Isa interrupted, rolling her eyes. Oh well, at least you guys got the basics, Hilton said, changing from his psychopathic gaze to a calm one. So. We're going to play aggressively, right? Roger asked. Yeah. Hilton said, still with a smile on his face. Hilton, if you don't stop smiling scary like that, I'm going to hex something random in your room so it'll try to kill you while you sleep, I said, looking at Hilton now using my calm smile. Stopping smiling now, Hilton said, reverting to his serious self, has anyone ever told you you're scary, he asked me. Yeah, everyone I know. And actually, Dylan told me that yesterday, I replied, looking at our keeper, who nodded to confirm the veracity of my words. Okay, Hilton said slowly. He then shook his head and looked back at all of us, but leaving that matter aside, our strategy will be to attack from all sides aggressively. Our goal in this match is to score a lot of points and stop Potter from catching the snitch quickly, and we're going to continue this style of play until the end of the match, and then by the time Potter or I get the snitch, Ravenclaw will already have enough points to win the Quidditch Cup by adding up the overall points. In short, our goal is not to win this match, but to score enough points to be number 1 in this Quidditch season's points table, Roger said, holding his broom as he looked at us. Well, that's an easy strategy to understand, Christy said with a shrug, mostly because she was a beater, and then she'd just have to worry about Bludger. I'm glad to hear that, now let's get ready. We have a cup to win. Hilton said, raising his fist with a confident expression on his face. Yeah. The cup will be ours. Let's go Ravenclaw. Let's teach these lions why you should never mess with an eagle's nest. Patrick shouted excitedly. Raven, I corrected unconsciously. Raven's nest, he continued without missing a beat. Very well. Then let's go. Hilton said. Quidditch pitch, last match of the 92-93 season. Incredible. Our fantastic dynamic duo Weasley is in a stalemate with the Ravenclaw beaters in a dispute over the Bludger. Lee exclaimed, causing everyone in the stands to cheer and applaud, but look. The Bludger has escaped, and he's heading towards the, That's probably going to leave a mark, he said cringing, seeing the Bludger hit Patrick's face. I am fine. Patrick yelled holding up his thumb to show he was okay, even though his nose was bleeding. He then advanced with his broom and joined Christy again in the fight for the Bludger. And while the beaters were busy with the Bludger, Roger and I were busy clearing space across the pick past the other chasers so Isabel could advance the quaffle. Summer is advancing fast, with the winds blowing her hair making her very charming and pretty, and just to satisfy the curiosity of all of you know that I'm still single. Jordan. Sorry Professor McGonagall. What? Lisa quickly passed Angelina and Katie leaving the two chasers behind, and now she's in front of the Gryffindor hoops. Someone stop this beautiful girl. Lee yelled, getting up from his seat, she threw the quaffle into the left hoop, but Wood was already expecting it and Ethan Knight intercepts the quaffle. He then kicks it towards Davis. Where did this boy come from? Lee wondered confused by my sudden appearance. Davis manages to catch the quaffle and then he throws it into the right hoop. And that's another 10 points for Ravenclaw. Lee said, but then it seems he realized that this wasn't good for Gryffindor as he went back to sit scowling in his seat. Yeah. I cheered, waving to Roger and Isa, who happily waved back. The match then continued, with us scoring a lot of points, and at this point I was using all my physical skills to the fullest, getting faster and scoring a lot of goals. And meanwhile, Hilton was surrounding Harry, who was frustrated that he still hadn't found the snick, but then just above the Ravenclaw hoops Harry saw a golden glow, and he then accelerated with his nimbus surprising Hilton, advancing towards the small golden ball with wings. Whistle sound. And Harry Potter gets the snitch. Game over. With a score of 370 to 390, the win goes to Ravenclaw. Lee yelled, but from his tone it was obvious he wasn't happy. As soon as Lee finished speaking, the entire blue and bronze bleachers began to cheer, with many firework spells being launched into the air. And as the Ravenclaw crowd cheered my team and I landed on the pitch, and immediately after we landed we gathered for a group hug, celebrating yet another Ravenclaw victory, who won this match and this season's Quidditch Cup. We won. I can't believe it. Isabel exclaimed hugging Christy, who had a big happy smile on her face as she jumped for joy. I think with this victory I can say that I have never lost a Quidditch match in my entire life, not even the friendly matches, I joked, and my team looked at me in surprise, realizing that since last year we still hadn't lost a Quidditch match. That's true. We won the cup for the second year in a row. And we are still undefeated. Dylan exclaimed, and I'm sure I saw a tear come out of his eye. And that requires a big celebration. Roger exclaimed, a big smile on his face, and everyone else nodded in agreement. That's right. A huge celebration. After that, all the team members started to leave the pitch to meet with the other Ravenclaws for the celebration in the common room, but I stayed behind, saying that I needed to take care of some business before going to the celebration. Secret chamber. Yes. I don't know which is the best option, I said to myself, looking doubtfully at 2 items I had placed on the floor of the chamber. After Ravenclaw's victory, I came straight to the Chamber of Secrets, wanting to take advantage of the fact that it was the weekend to explore the place. But I didn't come to the chamber just to explore the place. I also came here with the intention of using the chamber, which is a place away from other people, to destroy the Horcruxes in my possession. However, some questions came to my mind the moment I looked at the Horcruxes. I can destroy 2 Horcruxes now, and then all that will be left is the other 5 that are inaccessible and unreachable for me, at least for now. Only there's a little problem. Voldemort will feel if 2 of his Horcruxes are destroyed at the same time. I wondered with a worried frown on my face. I know that if I destroyed one of the Horcruxes, Voldemort wouldn't even notice, probably because of his weak body. But destroying 2 Horcruxes is a different matter. I know I can destroy one Horcrux now and the other at another time, but if it's to be this way, wouldn't it be better if I waited to destroy them all at the same time? If I destroyed them all at once, I would probably be able to do more damage to Voldemort's soul than if I destroyed the Horcruxes individually. And any way to weaken or injure Voldemort is something that would be of great help. With that in mind, I went back to looking at the diadem and the diary on the floor. I still need to get Helga's cup, Salazar's locket, and Gaunt's ring, and of all these Horcruxes, the easiest to get is the ring because I know where it is, but I don't know if I have the experience and studies in runes necessary to get through the protections that Riddle put in the Gaunt shack. I didn't know if the cup was already stored in Bellatrix's vault, and the locket was in Grimmauld Place, a place I couldn't enter because of the Black's wards. Nagini and Harry are the other 2 Horcruxes left, and it's obvious why I can't destroy them. Deciding that the best option would be to destroy as many Horcruxes at once, I grabbed the 2 items that contained Riddle's soul pieces from the floor and kept them back in my suitcase. And I was grateful that I didn't suffer any kind of reaction from the dark magic of the items, as had happened before with the diadem in the Room of Hidden Things. Well, I think with this little problem solved for now, I can finally get back to focusing on the main purpose I'm here for, I said, putting the suitcase on my chain and looking around. So let's start with the most obvious place. The statue where the basilisk came from, I said, looking at one of the many statues of Salazar's face. Chapter 204, Chapter. Well. Here was a disappointing place to start my exploration, I said, looking around at what was probably the basilisk's hibernation site. I had used Salazar's incredibly narcissistic little magic words to open the passage that was in the mouth of the statue, and after entering it I saw that the place was big, like, very big. But apart from a large space with a few snakeskins strewn about and a lot of bones of other animals crushed, the place was completely empty. Clearly this was just the place where the snakes slept and hibernated, and this became more obvious when I activated my magic vision, where I could see the wards and spells that were in the nest. I couldn't quite understand what some of the wards and spells were for, probably because they were very old, but with a cursory analysis I realized that one of the wards should be the one that put the snake into a deep sleep, almost like a suspended animation. But this ward seemed strange, and it was only after a while that I realized why. This particular ward and a few others looked like they could only be activated using Parseltongue. Smart. I said, scratching my chin in appreciation. With that, only a Parselmouth could release the snake and bring it out of its deep sleep. If it were an ordinary ward, anyone who managed to get in here could do that, and that would likely cause the snake to age faster and die. But well, as there's nothing important to look at here, I guess I'll continue with the exploration, I shrugged, a little disappointed. I then left the basilisk's nest and continued the exploration, looking at every part of the chamber, passing through many tunnels and corridors. Some time later. Or a long time later. After going through a few hundred tunnels, and no, I'm not exaggerating, I finally finished my exploration. Many of these tunnels led to various pipes that passed through various places within the castle's walls, floors, and ceilings, as most of the pipes were part of the school's plumbing, and because of that I spent a lot of time just walking around, as these passages were just this, common pipes and tunnels. But in some of these tunnels there were some hidden rooms, but only one of them had something that was really worth looking at. This room in question was in a passage that was behind the big statue of Salazar, obviously. And unlike the other rooms that were mostly empty or had been destroyed by time, this one was mostly intact. Well, of all the things I expected to find in the chamber, I can't say a ritual chamber wasn't on the list, I muttered, looking around the room. The walls of the room were dark stone, with a few stone snakes on them, just like the ones that guarded the main entrance to the basilisk chamber. In the center of the room was a large, circular altar with many inscriptions carved into the floor, and around this altar were some pillars with more inscriptions. In addition to the altar there were also some tables, cabinets, and shelves in the room, and there were some items on them. I was able to recognize some of these items and what they were from the time I spent looking at Marcel's memories. This is probably where Salazar studied and did his dark arts experiments, I said to myself, walking around the room as I watched and analyzed the whole place. As I walked around the room, I saw a small green glow coming from behind one of the cabinets. Going over there and crouching on the floor, I picked up the item that was giving off that little green glow, and seeing what item it was I raised my eyebrow in interest. That must have been the egg the basilisk came from, I said, looking at the remains of a dark green eggshell with some glowing green veins in my hand. Strange, I muttered, looking at the eggshell with my magic vision. Even though 1,000 years have passed, the magic that is leaking out of this eggshell is still strong, and even weirder is that some of the remnants of magic in it show that it was part of an experiment. Still looking at the eggshell in my hand, I turned around and with my magic vision I looked around the room. I see. So that's why the basilisk didn't die with the crowing of a rooster, and it's also why he showed resistance to my potion. Salazar didn't create a common basilisk, he created a basilisk enhanced with rituals, I said in realization. Bloody Slytherin, I huffed. I then got up, placing the basilisk eggshell on top of one of the tables, and headed towards one of the shelves, where there were some books. This book I already read, this is a regular spell book, this one the Flammels already gave me a copy, I said, picking up the books and throwing those that didn't interest me on the floor. This is a book about magical creatures and it's very out of date. This is a book about... Oh, this is a book about runes, I said with interest. Opening the book in my hands to a random page, I realized that I couldn't understand the meaning of the runes that were noted on this page, but to my confusion it wasn't just the runes that I didn't understand or could read, in fact I couldn't understand anything that was written in the whole book. The book. It's written in Parseltongue, I said, a little surprised. I then looked back at the runes carved on the altar. That's why I couldn't understand most of the wards in the basilisk's nest, they are all written with runes in Parseltongue. And probably even the spells were cast using Parseltongue. Returning my gaze to the book in my hands, I grimaced. Damn, my ability allows me to speak in other languages, not to read them, I said. Right now I wish I had Marcel's ability. I then continued flipping through and looking at the pages of the book, but even then I still couldn't understand what was written. Well. So this book is useless to me, I said, disappointed. Just as I was about to toss the book down onto the pile of useless books, a thought came to my mind. Wait. I may not be able to read Parseltongue, but I can speak it, so it shouldn't be that hard to learn and read this language, right? I asked myself, looking back at the book. Well, it doesn't hurt to try, I shrugged. I then put the book on a table and started looking at the other books on the shelf. After a while I had finished looking through all the books, and unfortunately only a few caught my attention, and most of them were in Parseltongue, but still I decided to pick them up. I then grabbed my suitcase and opened it, putting away all these books that I had picked up, and after some thought I decided to grab the other books that I had discarded as well, as having a few extra books wasn't a problem for me. I also started picking up all the items and materials that were in the room, and when I finished putting everything in a compartment in my suitcase I looked around the room, seeing that the tables, cabinets, and shelves were now empty, and in the room there was now only the altar. Well. I think that was quite a profitable exploration, I told myself, satisfied with my work. Maybe I'll come back here some other time to clean out the chamber and turn it into my secret base of operations, I muttered with a finger on my chin, lost in thought. This would basically be my own bat cave. Or should I call it the Raven Cave? I asked myself with a confused look. I'm going to call it Beast Cave, I said with a satisfied look on my face. Yes, I have a great sense of nomenclature, I thought, mentally patting myself on the back with pride. Ravenclaw Common Room. Hey Ethan. Where have you been? We've been waiting for you to start celebrating our Quidditch Cup victory, Anthony asked me as I walked through the entrance to the common room. Oh, I was taking care of some urgent matters that came up at the last minute. Sorry for the delay, I said, waving my hand carelessly. Were you hiding a body from one of your murders? Michael asked me. Can you stop saying I'm a murderer? I asked in exasperation. Is this a threat? Michael asked me with a suspicious look and a little hopeful. You know that's probably one of the reasons no one likes you, right? I said, and he looked at me with a raised eyebrow. I'm sure that's one of the reasons you don't like me. Others don't like me for very different reasons, he replied, waving his hand dismissively, not even trying to defend himself. He's already accepted that nobody likes him, I realized, looking at him strangely. You're weird, I said. The pot calling the kettle black, Michael snorted, rolling his eyes, and I felt my right eye twitch. And this should be the house of the smart and the scholars, but I'm surrounded by weirdos, I thought, staring into space with a faraway gaze, contemplating my choices in life. Maybe if I had let the basilisk kill me it would have been better. Chapter 205, Chapter. Great Hall, Breakfast. It's strange to think that another school year is coming to an end. I remember like it was yesterday the day I walked through these doors as a nervous and excited first year, waiting for my turn to be selected for a house, Terry said in a sad and nostalgic voice. And I remember like it was yesterday the day Professor Snape gave you 2 weeks detention for putting the crustacean seaweed before the bull's eyes in the brew potion, Anthony said with a sigh, looking off into space with a look of happiness and nostalgia as well. But this happened yesterday, Terry said with a frown. And like I said, I remember it like it was yesterday, Anthony replied, looking at Terry with a smile that made his eye twitch. Hoot. Is it mail time yet? Stephen wondered, looking up to see all the owls coming through the open windows of the Great Hall. Strange. I don't have a subscription to the Daily Prophet, Padma said, holding the newspaper that an owl dropped in her hands. The owl may have gotten confused and handed the newspaper to the wrong person, Terry guessed. I don't think so, I also received a copy of the newspaper, and I'm not a subscriber either, Lisa said, with a confused face. I don't think you were the only ones to receive today's newspaper, Stephen said, looking around and seeing that all the students and even the teachers were holding a copy of the newspaper in their hands. That's weird. Terry muttered, I'm a Prophet subscriber, but this time I didn't even have to pay for today's paper. Guys. I suggest you read the main article, I think it's a topic that might interest you, Sue said, looking with a strange face towards the main table. Merlin's withered balls. I heard a third year exclaim in shock, and ignoring his odd choice of words, many other people were probably feeling the same way he was. What? Anthony said, getting lost in his own words. Well. I always knew he was a self-centered fraud, but now this. This I didn't expect at all, Terry said, his eyes glued to the news item in the newspaper. And I, who was watching and listening to all this, just looked at the chaos the Daily Prophet was causing with a smile on my face, reading this week's edition of the Quibbler. Glancing lightly at the newspaper one of the owls had left in front of me, I saw the article that was causing this ruckus in the Great Hall. On the cover of the Daily Prophet was a large picture of Lockhart holding one of his many books as he smiled and waved, posing for a photo, and in big, flashy letters above his picture read, The Big Fraud. The Hoax That Tricked Thousands. With this title and the image of Lockhart on the cover, it was pretty obvious what the news that was written in the article was talking about. And to make my day better, and Lockhart's worse, the one who wrote this article was none other than our dear Rita Skeeter. Hiding my smirk, I went back to reading my Quibbler. The article is saying that Lockhart graduated with mediocre grades from school, Sue whispered, striking up a conversation with our group of friends. Yes, and look at that part. It says here that Lockhart did none of the feats mentioned in his books, and that it was actually other wizards and even some muggles who did, and that he stole their stories and took credit for their achievements, Padma said, shocked. And he also erased the memory of the people from whom he stole the stories and feats, Michael said. He then paused for a moment. Wait. Isn't that considered a crime? He asked. Obviously yes, Michael, Lisa replied, only certified and authorized aurors can erase other people's memory. And I heard from my father that anyone other than an official ministry obliviator who uses the obliviate spell on someone can be sent to Azkaban. Mandy said, looking terrified, and look. Here in the article it's talking about it, and a wizard can really be sent to Azkaban if he erases someone's memory without permission from the ministry. So does that mean Lockhart is a criminal? Anthony asked, and upon receiving a nod from the others he slowly began to turn his head to look at Lockhart at the staff table. Lockhart was also reading the Daily Prophet, and his face was pale and his eyes showed that he was shocked and scared. When he read the part that said his actions were considered crimes by the ministry and that he should be imprisoned in Azkaban, he stood up in shock, not believing what he was reading. Lockhart then seemed to notice the silence that was in the Great Hall, and he lifted his head to look at the students. Lockhart, seeing that everyone was looking at him, broke into a sweat, looking around nervously and seeing that everyone had a copy of the Daily Prophet in their hands. He then started looking around for a way out. I could feel him starting to get more nervous with each passing second, and I could see his hand twitch, and I knew it was because he wanted to get his wand that was in his pocket to obliviate everyone. He then looked to the side, meeting Headmaster Dumbledore's serious gaze, and that look was enough to make Lockhart realize that it wasn't a good idea to pull out his wand in front of one of the most powerful wizards alive and several capable teachers. Lockhart then, with a high-pitched, startled squeal, quickly climbed down from the staff table and ran out of the Great Hall. Usually when Lockhart ran out of the Great Hall it was because he was caught in a prank, and usually everyone laughed and made fun of him, but this time everyone just looked at him leaving with looks of contempt and suspicion, and a strange silence and tension filled the Great Hall. I may not be an auror or anything like that, but wouldn't it be wise to send some professor after him to stop him from escaping? I asked aloud, breaking the tense silence of the Great Hall. I don't know, maybe a competent and powerful teacher like Professor Snape for example, I finished with an innocent look. As soon as I finished speaking, the students turned to look at me, then at the headmaster and Professor Snape. The headmaster then looked at me analytically with his bright eyes before turning and speaking to Professor Snape. As soon as the headmaster finished speaking, Professor Snape nodded and rose from his seat. He then climbed down from the staff table and began to walk towards the great doors of the great hall, with his cloak billowing behind him. And I could feel from his emotions that he was elated and very happy, with a small sense of revenge emanating from him. He then continued walking, but when he arrived in front of my seat at the Ravenclaw table he stopped, before looking at me and giving me an almost imperceptible nod, which I returned with my own nod, and shortly after that he continued to walk. As he continued to walk towards the doors, all the students and teachers saw Professor Snape leaving the Great Hall, and we all already knew that Lockhart wouldn't be too happy for Professor Snape's surprise visit. "You know, Ethan, sometimes I forget how evil and cruel you can be," Terry said, still looking at the Great Hall doors. "Thanks for the compliment," I said with an innocent smile on my face. "I almost feel sorry for Lockhart," Stephen said, and we all turned to look at him strangely. I said almost, he defended himself. "So Anthony, do you still want a Lockhart's autograph?" I asked, with a mocking look on my face that would make Malfoy jealous. But instead of answering me, Anthony just made a disgusted face, looking disgustedly at the photo of Lockhart in the newspaper. "Second time he's become a fanboy, and it's also the second time he's been let down by his idol," Terry whispered to me in amusement. "What will be the disappointment of the school year next?" Listening to Terry, I just huffed in amusement, but then a thought came to my mind. I hope he's not a Peter, war hero, Pettigrew fanboy, I thought dryly. Chapter 206, Chapter Headmaster Dumbledore's Office. POV, third person. "Good morning, Amelia. Good morning, Rufus," Dumbledore said with his grandfatherly smile, greeting the two people who had just emerged from his fireplace. "Good morning, Dumbledore," Amelia said as she brushed the ashes from her robes, nodding to the other professors who were in the office. "Good morning, Albus," Rufus said, looking around the room with interest. "Come, have a seat," Dumbledore said, pointing to the two chairs in front of him. "Oh no, we won't be long," Rufus said, refusing the seat. "We just came here to get Lockhart and take him to the Ministry for trial. In fact, I didn't think this situation with Mr. Lockhart was so important that the Ministry needed to send the head of the DMLE and the head of the Aurors in person," Dumbledore said, looking at the two of them with a raised eyebrow. "Well, Gilderoy Lockhart is a very famous public figure, and after the scandal and the recent news about him, a lot of owls came to the Ministry with a lot of letters from people asking about what would be done about him," Rufus said, with a slightly awkward expression on his face. "But couldn't the Ministry send some ordinary Aurors?" Professor McGonagall, who had been quiet all this time, asked. "Send 2 ordinary Aurors to arrest one of the few wizards who received the Order of Merlin, 3rd class." Rufus huffed. "Lockhart is currently almost as famous as the Minister himself, and if the media found out that the Ministry sent simple Aurors to escort him to the Ministry, they would have a very busy day talking about our incompetence and about how we don't care about safety and laws," he finished, resisting the urge to roll his eyes. "I see," Dumbledore said, but then he looked at Amelia. "That explains why the head of the Aurors is here, but it doesn't explain why the head of the DMLE came too. I came here as the most senior person in the DMLE, and as the head of this department I am also the best choice to analyze the case, and with me here the minister can show everyone that we are taking this Lockhart case seriously," Amelia said, looking professional and serious, but Dumbledore continued to look at her with his eyes shining, crossing his hands in front of his face. "And," Dumbledore said, "and I also decided to come because I was worried about my niece being in the same place as this fraud," Amelia admitted, acting like a nervous student in front of a teacher after doing something bad. And Dumbledore, seeing this, looked with amusement and nostalgia at Amelia, since back when she was a student at Hogwarts she loved to preach about laws and rules, even though she was one of the people who broke them. "Don't worry about Miss Susan, she is fine," Professor Sprout said to reassure the worried aunt in the office. "Right now she must be playing with her friends from Hufflepuff and the other houses." "I'm glad to hear that," Amelia said, looking at the plump teacher with a small smile on her face. "Well, as you now know why we're here, we're going to get Lockhart to take him to the Ministry." "We don't want to take up any more of your time," Rufus said, looking at all 4 heads of house who were in the office. "Oh, don't worry about it, we've already cancelled our morning classes and now the students are probably enjoying this free time they have," Professor Flitwick said, nonchalantly waving his hand. "It eases my worries, but we still can't stay here for long." When we left the Ministry, Fudge was already summoning the Wisengamot and preparing a hearing to Judge Lockhart. "And you, Dumbledore, will likely receive a letter notifying you about the audience, as you are the chief warlock," Amelia said. "So the hearing of Gilderoy will be today," Dumbledore nodded. "Well, in that case I won't hold you here any more then." "Severus, where is Gilderoy?" he asked, turning to the only emo in the room. "In the hospital wing," Professor Snape replied after a while, looking with intense interest at one of the knickknacks on a shelf. "Hospital wing? Why is he so hurt?" Amelia asked in surprise and confusion, and she saw then that the other teachers and the matron turned to look at Professor Snape. "He tried to resist," was all Professor Snape said. "And he has a punchable face," he thought, looking contentedly at Lockhart's disfigured and bruised face. "Understandable," Rufus nodded, unaware that he was probably the only one who believed Professor Snape's lie. "Of course, it's not his fault. In fact, of everyone present he was the one who had the least interactions with Professor Snape, and therefore was unaware of his vindictive and somewhat cruel personality. "Oh, you're still here," Dumbledore said after walking through the hospital wing doors. He then reached the others who were around a bed, but he felt a strange mood in the air, and following their gaze Dumbledore saw what must have been a human, only the face was not quite recognizable. "Is this Gilderoy?" he asked himself confused. He then turned to look at Professor Snape, and seeing a small smile on his face Dumbledore immediately knew what had happened. Sigh. "I knew I shouldn't have sent Severus after Gilderoy," he thought, resisting the urge to rub his temples. He then shook his head and returning to his calm appearance he turned to Rufus and Amelia. "Well, a letter from the ministry just arrived at my office notifying me about the hearing, so I guess I'll accompany you in escorting Gilderoy to the ministry," he said, his characteristic smile on his face. "Has the notification about the hearing arrived yet?" Amelia asked with a raised eyebrow. Fudge must be desperate to get this Lockhart issue resolved as quickly as possible," she said. Hearing her Rufus huffed, "With the amount of complaints that were reaching the ministry I would probably do the same if I were in his shoes." As soon as he finished saying that, he turned to the injured and unconscious Lockhart on the bed. "Only we have a problem. We can't take the Lockhart to the ministry with him all bruised up like this," he said with a scowl. Amelia, who overheard him, also grimaced, knowing they wouldn't be appreciated by the public if they were escorting Lockhart with him injured. Amelia then had an idea and turned to Madame Pomfrey. "Madame Pomfrey, can you heal his face?" she asked. Sigh. "I already tried, but some of those wounds were caused by some spells, and it would take a long time to heal him completely," she said, more upset that she had wasted her time and potions trying to cure Lockhart than that she had failed to cure him. As soon as she finished speaking everyone again turned to look at Professor Snape. "He tried to resist a lot," he said. "Tried to resist my ass," was the thought of some of the people who were there. Sigh. "So what do we do now?" Amelia wondered. "If you want, we can use some potions I made up," Professor Snape suggested, and no one noticed the vengeful look he was giving Lockhart. "Oh, and what are the effects of these potions?" Rufus asked with interest. "I don't know, they haven't been tested yet," Professor Snape replied dismissively. "And you want us to use untested potions on someone else?" Amelia asked with a raised eyebrow. "He would be testing the potions for us," Professor Snape said, as if this was the perfect solution. "You know, I'm starting to think you don't like Lockhart, Professor Snape," Amelia said dryly. "You think?" Professor Snape asked, as dryly as she was. "Stone Courtyard." "So?" Ron said smiling, looking at Hermione satisfactorily. "So what?" she asked impatiently. "Lockhart is a fraud and a criminal," he said, still with the same smile on his face. "We don't know if he's a criminal, he hasn't been tried yet," Hermione defended him, but not as voraciously as before. "But you didn't deny that he's a fraud," Ron said, glancing at her, "so does that mean you've finally gotten over your crush on the idiot who loves lilac?" "I didn't have a crush on Professor Lockhart." Hermione denied it. "Oh no. Then why does your book have his name written with hearts around it?" he asked. "The book was already like this when I bought it," Hermione replied quickly. "Yeah. But as I recall, the books you bought weren't secondhand," Ron said, and Hermione opened and closed her mouth to respond, but after a while decided to remain silent. Seeing Hermione in silence, a victorious smile appeared on Ron's face. Knowing he had the upper hand, Ron continued to mock Lockhart and Hermione's fixation on him. "Professor Lockhart is so perfect. Everything about him is amazing, from his pearly smile to his perfectly and symmetrically coiffed hair," Ron said in a high-pitched, passionate voice, placing a hand on his chest. Harry had been quiet this whole time, but seeing Ron imitating Hermione he let out an amused little huff, trying to hold back his laughter so he wouldn't receive a punishment from his thick-haired friend. Harry was easily managing to hold back his laughter, but then he saw Ron imitating one of Lockhart's heroic poses and then imitating Hermione fainting dreamily, and he couldn't help but laugh. Hermione was all the time looking annoyed at Ron, but when she heard Harry chuckle she turned to him with a scowl. But she saw Harry's gleeful smile, and all her anger faded, as after the end of first year she rarely saw Harry laugh or truly enjoy himself. Looking at Harry, who was still chuckling at Ron's impersonations, Hermione let a small affectionate smile spread across her face, unaware that some strange feelings were welling up inside her chest. Chapter 207, Chapter. Well, all of you may be wondering if I had anything to do with the article about Lockhart in the Daily Prophet, and the answer to that question is, of course I do. You guys weren't thinking that the only thing I was going to do with him this year was play pranks on him, right? I already knew Lockhart wouldn't continue teaching Dada for more than a year, and this time it wouldn't be the fault of the curse riddle cast on the Dada teacher post, as it's already gone thanks to me, who took the diadem in the room of hidden things. Ironically, I didn't even know the diadem was the cause of the curse. I only found out that the curse was broken when I went back to analyzing the diadem and saw that its magic was trying to connect to the school, or more specifically, the Dada classroom. But back to the subject. I knew that thanks to the changes I made Lockhart wouldn't obliviate himself like he did in canon, and so from the beginning of classes I started planning a way to get rid of this stupid peacock man. And I didn't just want him fired from the post of Professor of Data, I wanted more. I wanted him arrested in Azkaban. And I had everything I needed to get him arrested, or more specifically, Lockhart did. So I just needed to put my plan into action. The initial stage of my plan was to show everyone at school that he was useless, and he did most of the work himself with his stupid classes. I helped ruin his reputation in my own way, which was humiliating him with pranks. When his reputation was already very low, I decided to start with the second part of my plan. I sent Skeeter a letter anonymously, telling her about how Lockhart was a useless show-off, and as a reporter who loved to defame someone, Skeeter was ecstatic about my letter, and after that I started exchanging letters with her weekly. I had convinced her to have an interview with Lockhart, so she could find out more and then publish a full notice about him. It was easy to get Lockhart to meet Skeeter in a private room at the Three Broomsticks. Skeeter only had to send a letter saying he wanted to interview multi-award-winning Gilderoy Lockhart, Order of Merlin and blah blah blah. And on the day of the interview I cast the disillusionment charm on myself and went to Hogsmeade through the secret passages. In Hogsmeade I followed him to Three Broomsticks, and when he was talking to Skeeter I just had to throw a few drops of Veritaserum I stole from Snape's potion storeroom into Lockhart's drink. After that I cast a Confundus, making him talk all about himself and his feats under the potion without even realizing what he was talking about, and then I sat in the corner and enjoyed the show. And I have to say, Skeeter is great at looking up information. She knew what questions to ask, and in the end I could only look pityingly at Lockhart who hadn't noticed the quick quotes Quill writing furiously. At the end of this interview, Skeeter came out with a big smile on his face and some very interesting and juicy information, and I who had remained in the room disappeared with all traces of the Veritaserum potion from Lockhart's cup and body. After that I took his wand and erased his memory, and because of that he doesn't remember about what happened in the interview, and when the Aurors look they will see that he used the Obliviate spell recently. And that was my entire plan to destroy Lockhart, and so far everything is going the way I planned. I knew the Ministry wasn't going to try to hush up the case, as many of the purebloods who lined the Minister's pockets didn't like Lockhart. And I didn't worry about the horny ladies who would try to defend Lockhart, as for every excited lady there was an angry husband, and those husbands would do anything to end them and their wives keep talking about and dreaming about. Not to mention the sensible women who didn't fall for this show-off idiot. And with that I didn't have to do anything but sit back and wait for the news about Lockhart to arrive, informing me that he had been found guilty of his crimes and that he would be sent to Azkaban. Sometimes even I'm afraid of my evil and vengeful mind. Great Hall, dinner. I would like everyone's attention, Dumbledore said rising from his seat, his voice echoing through the Great Hall drawing the attention of all the students. That's what I call having presence, I thought, shaking my head in wonder. As you know, there has been some shocking news about your defense against the Dark Arts Professor, Gilderoy Lockhart, and upon this news the Ministry has decided that he should be interrogated at a hearing to verify the veracity of the information in this news. Headmaster said, and now everyone was concentrating on his words. After an extensive and careful trial, the Ministry found that the information cited in the newspaper article about Mr. Lockhart is indeed true, and after a debate he was found guilty of his crimes, and for that he was sent to Azkaban. When the headmaster finished speaking, all the students and even the teachers exclaimed, surprised and shocked, and some students were even crying, but I didn't know if they were tears of sadness or happiness. Probably both. And meanwhile I was totally using my occlumency to keep myself from laughing like a maniac, but I was so happy that even occlumency couldn't stop a smile from breaking out on my face. You look very happy, Luna said to me. Weird, because I'm sure you're very happy too, I said, looking at the smile she had on her face. I don't know what you're talking about. Maybe the Raxperts are affecting your mind, she told me, looking away. I said unconvinced. And with this news, I would like to apologize to all of you, the headmaster said with regret and guilt in his tone, and everyone turned to look at him confused. I was the one who hired Mr. Lockhart, and even though he didn't having done nothing dangerous in your time as a teacher here, I still feel like I owe you all an apology and... The headmaster couldn't even finish talking as all the students started screaming that it wasn't his fault and that he shouldn't apologize to us. Even the teachers were saying he wasn't to blame for anything, and I could feel the headmaster's sadness and guilt shift to uncertainty and relief. He then looked at all the students, seeing that they were defending him and trying to cheer him up, and a small smile appeared on his old face. That's why he's the leader of the light, I thought with a smile, wanting to said, fuck you to all those Dumbledores in fanfics who are evil manipulators who have no feelings or emotions. Ahem. I'm glad to see that you guys don't blame me for hiring Mr. Lockhart, but I still feel like I'm guilty that you guys didn't have a good data teacher this year, the headmaster said, and before so that the others could start defending him again he continued, and that's why, as a way for me apologize to you and for not having a professor for the position. Until the end of the school year I will be professor of defense against your dark arts. Finishing saying that, the headmaster looked at everyone with his blue eyes shining, with a smile on his face. When the students heard that they would have Albus himself many names Dumbledore in person teaching them data they started clapping and cheering excitedly. And even I was cheering, as this would be the first time I had a decent data teacher teaching me. Today can be considered one of the best days of my life here at Hogwarts, I heard Terry say happily. Mine too, my friend, mine too, I said, a smile on my face. Meanwhile in Azkaban. In a corridor of this huge prison, two guards could be seen dragging a handcuffed prisoner who was wearing a dark blue prison uniform with gray stripes. The uniform was torn and dirty, but it matched the prisoner's dirty, messy appearance. No. Please, I'm innocent. Lockhart screamed as he was dragged by guards to his cell. Yes, yes, we know, one of the guards said, rolling his eyes. I can't stay here. I'm Gilderoy Lockhart. I have an Order of Merlin, 3rd class and... Lockhart started to speak while crying. And is an honorary member of the Dark Force Defense League, the guard interrupted him, continuing his sentence for him. Everyone has heard you say that at least 10 times since you got here, he said wearily. Hey, maybe you can win over the Dementors with your smile, 5 times champion of Witch Weekly's most charming smile, the other guard said, nudging Lockhart, a mocking smile on his face, probably being one of the husbands who has a wife who was in love with Lockhart. Dementors? Lockhart asked in a panic, but no one answered him. The guards then continued to drag him to his cell, ignoring his screams and cries. Arriving in front of a dirty and cold cell, the guards took off Lockhart's handcuffs and threw him into the cell without ceremony. After falling to the floor, Lockhart sat up, looking around in fear and disgust. I hope you survive without your hair gel, the same guard as before said with a mocking and cruel smile after closing the cell, and then without waiting for an answer from Lockhart, he and the other guard turned and left, leaving Lockhart alone to process that last sentence. Am I going to run out of my hair gel? No. This can't be happening. My hair. My gel. My photos. Lockhart started muttering with a look of despair and madness on his face, pulling the hairs off his head. "Noo!" A cry of despair echoed through the prison, but it was drowned out by the screams and laughter of the other prisoners, who were amused by the suffering of their cell neighbor. Chapter 208, Chapter. My days at school after the Lockhart incident and his arrest were the best I've had this school year. I didn't have Quidditch team practice anymore, as this season's cup was already over. I had a dada teacher who really knew what he was doing and really taught us something. And I no longer had to worry about the danger of an ancient and deadly snake killing or petrifying someone at school. In short, the rest of my days were very peaceful and quiet. And talking about the Quidditch team, Hilton named Roger as the team's new captain, as he would be graduating this year. The team gladly accepted Roger's appointment as captain, as he was already acting like one even before he was named. But it was fun to see Roger's surprise reaction and how happy he was at the news that next school year he would be our captain. And no matter how much he denies it, I'm sure I saw a few tears coming out of his eyes. But Quidditch aside, the end-of-year exams were coming up, and many students were stressed and nervous, and a certain trio of friends decided they wanted to cheer everyone up in the castle. To bring a smile to everyone's face and to get a few laughs out of these stressed students, the Three Musketeers decided to do several shows and pranks around the school. We put on a big fireworks show at night, making all the students stay up late looking at the show through the castle windows. The teachers didn't even try to get the students to go back to bed, as they were just as amazed as the students were as they looked up at the brightly lit starry sky, with creatures made of fireworks racing across the sky. We also played a few pranks that were a bit embarrassing and even humiliating on some bullies, and incredibly most were 7th graders, and I could only assume that they were looking to have some fun this last year of theirs at school, and that tormenting other students was part of that fun. But unfortunately for them, tormenting other people was also part of the fun for me and the twins. But we couldn't just prank the students obviously, which is why we also played pranks on the teachers and school staff. I had entered the charms classroom in Professor Flitwick's office, and with a simple engorgement charm I had increased the size of all the furniture and items in the place, and as Flitwick is naturally small, things became immense for him. It was fun to see how he struggled to see over his desk, and in order not to spoil the fun he didn't even try to cancel the size increase spells, having just as much fun as the students. I think he was happy to see that the other students were also suffering because of the size of their materials and the classroom tables. We also played a prank on Professor McGonagall. We waited for her to be busy and walked into her office, stuffing it with lots of cat food, catnip, scratching posts, and even some balls of yarn. And I'm sure she knows it was us, since she spent a week staring at us. And I still had to find out how the twins got so much catnip. Dada classroom, final exams day. Hello headmaster. Professor. Air. I really don't know how I should address you right now, I commented with an amused and wry smile on my face. Oh, address me however you see fit, Mr. Knight, the headmaster told me with a small smile. Well then I guess I'll just keep calling you headmaster, I said, and then I looked at him with a raised eyebrow, and sir, didn't I already tell you that you could call me Ethan? It's a little weird when someone calls me Mr. Knight. I must have forgotten. I'm already old, and my memory isn't as good as it used to be, the headmaster said with amusement, and I huffed, well today is a busy day and we don't have much time. Let's start with your dada exam, he continued, waving his hand and summoning a training dummy that was in the corner of the room. Now you're just showing off, I thought amused. I then rolled my eyes good-naturedly when I saw the headmaster looking at me expecting some reaction from me to his display of wandless magic. The headmaster, seeing that I didn't react much to his display, simply shrugged his shoulders in disappointment, as if to say, I tried. So Ethan, I know you're pretty good at charms and transfiguration, and in my classes I've noticed that you're just as good as, if not better at data, he told me, and I smiled at that compliment as my chest swelled with pride. The question now is, how good are you at using the spells I taught you in a practical way on a true target? After saying that, Headmaster Dumbledore stepped aside, and waved his hand towards the mannequin holding a fake wand, and he didn't have to say anything else as I already understood what he wanted me to do. Seeing that I was looking at the dummy in concentration, the headmaster snapped his fingers, and with that the dummy began to move, starting my test. Faster than the dummy could react, my wand came out of my holster and it came to my hand, and I quickly cast a series of spells. Petrificus Totalis. Vermilius Tria. I exclaimed, waving my wand. To complete and finalize the exam I used 3 spells that were part of the most basic known combo that was used a lot in duels, and that were also in the DADAC curriculum that the director taught us in these final weeks. I started with a simple, Expelliarmus, to disarm the dummy, followed by a, Petrificus Totalis, to immobilize him, and finishing with a, Vermilius Tria, which was a great offensive spell. The speed of my reaction was so fast that the dummy didn't even have time to raise its wand arm fully before it was disarmed and petrified, and with the, Vermilius Tria, I completed the combo, finishing the dummy, flipping it away with a small scorched hole in its chest. The headmaster who saw this nodded in satisfaction, but I could feel he was surprised and a little in awe. Amazing, Ethan, a sequence of 3 perfectly executed spells, and I couldn't help but notice that your disarming charm was done non-verbally, he told me, waving his wand, lifting the dummy and mending it. Well, this is a very simple and basic spell, and I know that I will probably use it a lot in future DADAC classes and maybe even at other times in the future, so I made sure to learn how to cast it non-verbally, I said, scratching the back of my neck. You're in your 2nd year and you already know how to cast a non-verbal spell. That's an amazing feat, Ethan. I think Professor McGonagall was right to praise your talents and your magical ability, he continued, looking at me with his eyes twinkling. Since when I found out I had certain special abilities, I've been training them, so I think it's become quite easy for me to use magic. I shrugged, especially when it comes to non-verbal spells, since at that time I didn't even know that what I had was magic, let alone that I needed to speak some Latin incantation to cast a spell. That makes sense. Usually what we learn in childhood stays ingrained in us for a long time, and it's not unheard of for some wizards and witches to become better in some areas of magic thanks to their experiences with magic as a child. Oh, headmaster told me, scratching his long beard, I was one of those cases, he said. When he finished his sentence I looked at him questioningly. You know, Ethan, I came from a magical family, and my mother was a very talented witch when it came to transfiguration, and I spent a good part of my childhood admiring this branch of magic, he answered my unspoken question. Sometimes I even sneaked my parents' wands to try to transfigure my favorite toy into a real owl. I really wanted a pet, he laughed. Probably my sister would try to do the same if I let her take my wand, I huffed, and that made the headmaster laugh harder. Well, I don't know your sister, but I think I'd get along with her, the headmaster said with an amused smile, and I smiled at him too. Well, enough talk, I don't want to occupy yours time since you still have some other exams to do. Yes, I still have the transfiguration and herbology exams. But having this conversation with you was fun, I said, smiling at the headmaster as I put my wand away, but before I leave, just out of curiosity. What will my grade be? Oh, you'll have to wait until the day the notes are posted on the notice board in the entrance hall to find out, the headmaster replied with an amused glint in his eyes, but don't worry, I'm sure you did well, he said. At least I tried, I shrugged with a wry smile, but well, I'll be off then. If I'm late for Professor McGonagall's exam she might transfigure me into a pocket watch, I said amusedly, and the headmaster looked at me with amusement. Of that I don't doubt, he said. I then turned to leave, going to the door and opening it. But just as I was about to leave the headmaster called me. Oh, and Ethan, in case you want to have another conversation with me, my office doors will always be open, he told me with a smile, and I turned to him nodding my head with a slightly surprised look. After that I left the room, closing the door leaving behind a pensive Dumbledore. Maybe I'll stop by his office sometime next school year, I thought, walking to my next exam classroom, and maybe I'll even get to talk to the Sorting Hat to see if I can get the Sword of Gryffindor out of it. Chapter 209, Chapter. In front of the entrance hall. Oh, looks like I'm the top student of our year for the 2nd year in a row, I said with a bored face looking at the leaderboard on the notice board, only to annoy my friends who were standing next to me. Michael and Terry, who listened to me, turned to look at me with blank faces, and all the while Anthony was celebrating the fact that he was again in the top 20. I then looked around and saw that Granger was also looking at the leaderboard, and when she saw that her name was in 2nd place she frowned. She then looked at the first name and her frown grew, but then she sighed and looked down at the floor despondently. Seeing the girl who is undeniably the smartest and brightest girl of my age so disheartened made me feel weird. I might not be friends with Granger, but that's because we didn't interact much and she always saw me as a rival and someone to get over, but I knew that I basically had an advantage over her when it came to magic, and that without that advantage she would probably be the best student of our year. Feeling a little bad for her, I decided to try to cheer her up. "Hey Granger," I called, and she turned to see who was calling her. When she saw that I was the one who called her, she looked at me with a frown. What does he want? Did he call me to rub it in my face that he won first place again? Granger thought, knowing she could do nothing but accept the mockery if that was the case. Looks like the two Muggleborns are taking the top 2 spots again. Doesn't that mean we're awesome? I asked smugly, obviously joking, and it made Granger blink in surprise. She then looked back at the leaderboard, noting that under her name were many half-bloods and purebloods. Granger's eyes widened slightly as she realized what that meant, before a proud smile formed on her face. "Yes. We're amazing," she said amusedly, smiling at me. It seems like she was so preoccupied and focused on being the best student and beating me that she didn't even realize that she's actually better at magic than basically any student who's ever lived in the magical world of our year, I thought, shaking my head ironically. Seeing that I managed to cheer her up, I decided to rekindle the flame of this studious and capable girl, who I'm not ashamed to say I admire a little. But it's good for you to know that next school year I intend to continue taking first place. I hope you give me a good competition at that time, I said with a defiant smile on my face, inadvertently saying that I considered her my rival. My friends who listened to me turned to look at me in surprise, only to see me staring at Granger with a smile on my face and arms crossed over my chest arrogantly. When the meaning of my words finally hit Granger, a feeling of competitiveness rose in her chest, and she then looked at me with narrowed eyes in defiance, but an even bigger smile on her face. "I wouldn't count on that. Next year the one who's going to dethrone you and take first place will be me," she said, and looking at me a feeling she'd felt the first time she'd seen me reading in the library our first year came back, a feeling of familiarity and understanding. "I think he's really not that different from me. And he's even nice," she thought. "I hope you keep your promise, Hermione," I said, feeling my competitive inner self rising. I always called Hermione by her last name, but after this little exchange I felt she deserved to know that I considered her not only a rival but a friend as well, and it seems she sensed that as she looked at me in surprise. "Humph, and I hope you don't let me down, Ethan," she said, turning around with her arms crossed, but I could feel that she was happy. And between our exchange Harry and Ron had arrived in front of the notice board, and seeing our interaction, they as well as my other friends had only one question on their minds. What the hell just happened? Great Hall, end of term feast. This year we had a lot going on. Some things were good and some things were bad, but the important thing is to remember that we all went through it together, the headmaster said after rising from his seat, his voice echoing through the Great Hall with all the students looking at him. With everyone's attention on him, the headmaster continued with his speech. And meanwhile I was looking at the other students and teachers with my magic vision, until my gaze focused on a certain magical spot that was hidden inside Ron's pockets. "Pettigrew," I thought, a calculating look on my face, "I could have caught you any time since last school year, but I still need you alive, Peter." I kept looking at the magic point that was Pettigrew, hiding a cruel smile that threatened to creep across my face without my realizing it. I then started thinking about the events that will happen in my 3rd and 4th year. If I didn't need you to resurrect Voldemort and to exonerate Sirius, I would have already given you to Nyx. Although she probably wouldn't want to eat something as disgusting as the wormtail. But maybe she could have fun chasing him, I thought, huffing as I imagined Nyx chasing Pettigrew Tom and Jerry style. While I was lost in thought, the headmaster finished his closing speech, and the students around me started to applaud as he looked at everyone with a grandfatherly smile. After a while the students calmed down, as we all knew that the headmaster still had something to say, something that everyone was eagerly waiting to hear. Seeing that the students were calmer, the headmaster started to speak again. "I know you guys are excited to know who won the House Cup, so without further ado, let's get to the scores," he said, and all the students fell silent as they glanced lightly at the hourglass with the house points of the 4 houses, and the Hufflepuffs smiled at each other as they saw their points. "In 4th place with 287 points we have Slytherin," the headmaster said, and the Slytherins scowled as some looked at Malfoy and some 6th and 5th year Slytherins. "In 3rd is Gryffindor with 394 points, and 2nd is Ravenclaw with 451 points. When he said that, the Ravenclaw and Gryffindor students made a sad face, and I just looked bored at the hourglass with the points. And in 1st place with 512 points, and thus considered the winning house of the House Cup is the Hufflepuff, the headmaster said, waving his hands lightly, changing the colors of the Great Hall to yellow and black, with the flags turning yellow with the Badger's coat of arms. Before the headmaster could even finish speaking, the Badgers at the yellow table were on their feet celebrating, clapping, and cheering as they hugged each other in pure joy and happiness. And meanwhile the Gryffindors and Ravenclaws cheered too, as any house winning was better than Slytherin winning. Also, even though Hufflepuffs are considered useless and lacking in qualities by others, they were still friendly, so the disappointment and sadness of losing the House Cup to them wasn't that great. And meanwhile at the teacher's table, Professor Sprout was receiving congratulations from the other teachers, and you could see a huge smile on her face as she tried not to cry with emotion. "Well, I guess this result isn't all that surprising, I thought with a shrug, clapping my hands as I waved a smile at Susan and Cedric. Ravenclaw got a lot of points because the house had a lot of students who loved to answer questions in the classrooms to show they were smart and to accumulate points, but there were also some random students who liked to get into trouble and play pranks, and that's why the House of Ravens also lost some points, thus causing Ravenclaw to take second place. Slytherin lost a lot of points thanks to the fact that Malfoy didn't know how to keep his mouth shut. Thinking that no one would dare say anything to him, Malfoy called Hermione and a few other Muggleborns a mudblood several times, but one of those times Professor Sprout was nearby and overheard him, becoming furious with him, and that day the ferret lost a lot of house points and gained a few weeks of detention with Filch. But it wasn't just Malfoy who lost points in the Slytherin. Thanks to the genius of the twins, the three musketeers managed to frame some idiot Slytherins who were tormenting other students, some even from their own house, and so they lost a lot of points, and some from these points it was Professor Snape himself who took it. And I don't even need to explain why Gryffindor came in third. Aside from the fact that the twins are in that house, the other Gryffindors didn't make much of an effort to get house points, at least not as much as they did to lose them. The only exception would be Hermione, Percy, and a few other truly studious and rule-following lions, who were a maximum of 8 people. And with all these facts, it became obvious that the victory would go to Hufflepuff, who have hard-working and smart students, and who don't get into too much trouble. And for me, seeing Hufflepuff winning is better than seeing Gryffindor or Slytherin win, as what pissed me off about the House Cup was Professor Snape's blatant favoritism and stealing and the headmaster's favoritism. And I've also experienced the feeling of winning the House Cup last school year, and besides a momentary joy I just didn't feel anything else. Basically my fun is getting points or making others lose points. Who wins or who loses is simply irrelevant to me as long as the winning house hasn't won because of favoritism. Well. Everything ends well when it has to end well, I guess I thought, shrugging my shoulders with a satisfied smile on my face. Chapter 210, Chapter Hogwarts Express. I still can't believe we didn't win the House Cup, Terry said with a sad sigh. Dude, you've been complaining about this since last night, Anthony said in exasperation. I'm complaining because victory was at our fingertips, Terry said, making a grasping gesture with his hands, before leaning back in his defeated seat. Yes, I know. Only there wasn't much we could do, because someone decided to prank Snape and lost some points at the last minute, Anthony said looking out of the corner of his eye at me, and Terry who heard he turned to me with a frown. Why are you looking at me? I'm not the only one who lost points this final week, I said defensively. Yes, but no one but you lost 30 points in one go. And you had to prank Professor Snape. The worst, most spiteful teacher we have. Terry asked me, and I saw his hands shaking as he looked at my neck, and I suspected he was thinking about hanging me. First, Professor Snape took points from me unfairly, as he had no proof that I was the one who pranked him, and second, I don't know why you're complaining, I've earned more than triple the points the two of you together failed to earn, I said, crossing my arms as I looked at them with a raised eyebrow. Sometimes I hate it when you use a valid argument against us, Terry said narrowing his eyes. What can I say? I'm amazing, I said as I raised my hands innocently. Hey guys, I'm back, Stephen said opening our compartment door, with Michael behind him. Where are the girls? Anthony asked seeing that only the two of them had entered the compartment. Oh, they're in another compartment with the Hufflepuff girls having a girl talk, whatever that means, Michael shrugged sitting next to Terry, elbowing him aside to get more space, with Terry turning to him frowning. Why don't you go sit next to Ethan? There's an empty space next to him, Terry said. I don't know if you're blind, but his cat is sleeping over there, Michael said, pointing to Nyx who was curled up dozing next to me. Simple, take her and put her on your lap or you can ask Ethan to put her on his lap, Terry insisted. Do you want me to wake up that monstrous being? Michael asked shocked, looking at Terry like he was an idiot. Did you see what she did to Billy Steeler's face when he tried to get her out of the armchair and ended up waking her up? After Michael said that, Terry looked at him in a silence that lasted 5 seconds. Well, now that you've reminded me, I really think it's best to let her sleep over there, Terry said, shivering as he glanced at Nyx. And as the two of them talked about Nyx, I looked at them blankly before turning to Nyx. What the hell did you do to Billy's face? I wondered looking at her strangely. Platform 934th. I'm telling you, the Yellow Canyons have a stronger attack than the Olympus, Terry said to Anthony, who shook his head in denial. Their offense is not stronger, Olympus have Lucian Clare as a chaser, and besides, their defense is one of the most difficult to pass in the championship, Anthony said. Yes, however. Guys, can you guys stop talking about Quidditch for at least a few minutes? I asked rolling my eyes tiredly. You guys have been talking about canyons and Olympus for over 2 hours now. Even if I don't like it I have to agree with Ethan, Michael said with an irritated face. I like Quidditch but I'm tired of hearing you guys talk about it. Really? Or is it that you're irritated that you can't hear your own voice in your thoughts? Anthony scoffed. Maybe he upset that his team didn't make it past the group stage. Terry joined Anthony in the mockery. At least my team didn't have to appeal to the commission for a few days off because of a mysterious illness. Oh, but at least my team. As the boys began their 13th argument since waking up this morning, I turned around and started looking for my family, finding them standing in a corner talking to Mr. and Mrs. Weasley. I then ignored the boys behind me and went over to them, but halfway through I felt a strange thing. A sensation and a magic I had felt before. Glancing slightly to the side in the direction of this familiar magic, I saw that in a corner of the platform Greengrass had just been reunited with her family, and I noticed a pale little girl a little younger than me happily chatting with her older sister. Astoria, I thought, looking at the girl's rather fragile appearance, realizing that the familiar magic I felt came from her. Without even needing to use my magic vision, I could see that Astoria's magic was weak, and that also caused her health to be bad. Damn Marcel, I swore in my mind, turning away and not looking at the Greengrass family anymore. Seeing Astoria's happy smile and weak appearance made me sick. I was looking at an innocent little girl who was basically destined to die young. Well, not if I can stop it, and I will, I thought resolutely. Ethan. I heard my mom call out to me, stopping her conversation with the Weasleys and looking at me. Oh hi Mom, I said with a smile, putting my thoughts aside and continuing to walk towards my parents. Hello Mr. and Mrs. Weasley, I said to both of them. Hello dear, Molly said with a smile on her face. Hello Ethan, Arthur said. Have you seen the boys and Ginny around? He asked me, looking at the students getting off the Hogwarts Express. The twins were talking to Lee, and Ginny is with Luna over there, I said, pointing to a corner where Ginny, Luna, and her father were talking. Ron is probably getting into some trouble, I continued, shrugging my shoulders. Oh, was the only thing Molly could tell, remembering the flying car incident earlier in the year. Well, it's late, so I guess we'll be going, my dad said as he saw the time on the platform clock. It was nice talking to you Arthur, and it was nice to meet you Molly, he said, shaking hands with Arthur and nodding to Molly. And I say the same. It was nice meeting you Molly, maybe one day we'll arrange to have tea and talk, my mother said, hugging Molly. Oh Sarah, the pleasure was all mine. It's always nice to meet new people, so nice, Molly said with a smile, returning the hug. She then turned to me and gave me a tight hug. Come visit us this vacation too Ethan, the kids had a great time when you came last time, Molly said. You can be sure I will visit them again, I said with a smile as I shook hands with Arthur. After that, I said goodbye to my friends and their parents, and with my parents I left platform 9 3/4 through the pillar passageway, where we made our way to our house. Knight's house. Sigh. Finally, home sweet home, I said, opening my arms and taking a deep breath as I entered in the house. I then went over to the couch in the living room and lazily threw myself on it, feeling the comfort and relief of being home reaching out to me. My parents, seeing my relaxed appearance, looked at each other and shook their heads with ironic smiles on their faces. My dad put Seal down and she came running to my side, lazily throwing herself as well, mimicking me. Home sweet home, she repeated sweetly, and I rubbed her head affectionately. Seeing us lying on the couch, my parents came over and sat on the couch across from me, with us now only separated by the center table in the middle of the living room. So dear, tell me. How was this year at Hogwarts? My mom asked me, resting her elbows on her thighs and resting her face with her hands on her chin, looking at me with curiosity and interest. Oh, the usual. I did some magic, I made some weird new friends, I studied and read a lot of books, I played a lot of pranks, I jinxed some stupid bullies, I found out my teacher was a criminal, my team won the Quidditch Cup and I finished the school year as the top student of my year for the second time, I said, nonchalantly waving my hand, not even opening my eyes. As soon as I finished speaking I noticed that my parents were silent, and opening one eye slightly I saw that they were looking at me with blank faces and twitching eyes. Just kidding, I said, laughing nervously when I saw the looks my parents were giving me, and then I sat down properly on the couch. Actually, a lot has happened this year, but nothing as impressive as last year's events. Seeing that my parents and Seal were now paying attention to me, I put a finger to my chin, thinking of all the interesting events that had happened this year that I could tell my parents about. Do I tell them about my confrontation with Basilisk in the Chamber of Secrets? I asked myself, with an amused smile on my face. Nah, maybe in a few years, I shrugged. I then spent the rest of the day talking about my year at Hogwarts for my parents, answering their questions while also showing Seal a few spells to entertain her. My parents also told me about the relevant things that had happened in the Muggle world and how my book sales were doing and how my readers received the books I published before I went to school. And my mom said that while I was at school the Flammels visited them, which caused me to look at them with a raised eyebrow. I guess I should have noticed this sooner, but it wasn't until now that I noticed that the wards around our house felt different, stronger, and more powerful. Well, I guess those are the perks of having a friendship with two immortal alchemists, I thought, with a small wry smile on my face. Chapter 211, Chapter. Knight's House, July 30 th. So it's starting, I muttered to myself as I read today's edition of the Daily Prophet in my room. Sirius Black escaped from Azkaban. I read the news on the front cover of the paper. I then went to my suitcase and took a box that was inside one of its compartments. Opening the box I saw several news clippings from the Daily Prophet and other newspapers. In these clippings there were news about the many decades of the wizarding world, from the rise and fall of Voldemort to the Grindelwald attacks in 1940. I had cut out these articles from various old newspapers that I ordered or found in the Room of Hidden Things. These clippings with news was my way of understanding all the things that happened and will happen in the wizarding world, since the books and movies didn't explain some events well. Looking at one of the news clippings I saw a photo of Sirius the day he was sent to Azkaban, and next to it I saw a Muggle newspaper news of the murder of 12 people on a busy street, caused by an explosion in a gas pipeline. It would all be easier if people read the old newspapers before making assumptions, I said, since with only a few newspapers I could see the discrepancy in the case of Sirius' arrest. But even with these discrepancies the case against Sirius still had a solid argument, as the idiot didn't even try to defend himself or exonerate himself. The day Pettigrew framed Sirius and killed all those people, Sirius basically assumed he was guilty. Okay, he felt guilty for the deaths of 2 of his best friends and so he didn't consider himself completely innocent, but he should have thought better of his actions. And now here I am, thinking of a way to exonerate him while also planning a way to get Pettigrew to escape to find Voldemort. I cannot allow Pettigrew to be arrested, nor can I allow him to get away too soon. He has to find Bertha Jorkins, and with that Voldemort will find out about Barty Jr. and will begin his rebirth plan in the 3rd task of the Triwizard Tournament. After that, I can finally say fuck it to canon, as my only concern is with the location of the Horcruxes and the method and timing of Riddle's rebirth. And in addition to making these plans for this year, I've also been completing some old projects, and I started doing that since the beginning of my vacation. The first project I tried to complete was my unsupported flight that I've been training. I couldn't repeat my feat that I did in the Chamber of Secrets, as this spell proved to be very difficult to master, so I can only assume that I was able to use it against the basilisk in the Chamber of Secrets because of an explosion of accidental magic. The second thing is that I'm still trying to create my absolute defense spell based on the magic of Thestrals, and so far I'm just finishing my theoretical studies, as I can't have access to a Thestral at any time to analyze them. My third project, which is also my oldest, is my attempt to master the Patronus charm. I can create a big barrier, but I still can't cast a corporeal Patronus, and I don't know why. I have a lot of good memories from my 2 lives, and I know my magic power isn't the problem, but it still doesn't help me understand what I'm doing wrong. I may need to ask Professor Lupin or Professor Flitwick for some tips when classes start, and until then I can deal with the Dementors using my incorporeal Patronus. But back to the subject. My 4th project is a new project that I started after an accidental discovery. This project boils down to me trying to come up with a method to track down Voldemort's other Horcruxes. I knew that Riddle's souls, even though they were separate, still had a connection to each other, and so I began to study the 2 Horcruxes in my possession to create a tracker for the other pieces of Voldemort's soul. My efforts so far have proved unfruitful, but that didn't worry me as I knew I just needed a little more time for my project to work out. On one of the days when I was analyzing Riddle's diary, I felt something, and even though it was a very faint sensation I could feel that the soul piece in Ravenclaw's diadem was calling out to the soul piece in the diary, and that confirmed some of my old theories. I was sure that at least by my 5th year I would have a way to find the other Horcruxes I didn't know whereabouts. And maybe this will become faster when I get the locket in the Black's house and the ring in the Gaunt Shack. And then only the cup and Nagini would be missing. So with that, all my projects already had a starting and ending point, but all of that would also be easier if I could exonerate Sirius and let Pettigrew get away. Sigh. Why do I think this year is going to be much more complicated than last year? I wondered, looking up at my bedroom ceiling lost in thought. Diagon Alley. I don't think I'll ever cease to be impressed by this place, my dad said as we walked through the wide but crowded and busy streets of Diagon Alley. Dad, I've basically spent the last 2 years living in the wizarding world, and yet I'm still amazed at the things magic can do, I said, reading my materials list. I almost forgot that Hagrid is going to be our Care of Magical Creatures teacher this year, I thought, looking at the list of books for my electives and seeing the damn monster book he asked for. I had chosen only Care of Magical Creatures and Ancient Runes to be the electives I was going to study this year, as the others didn't interest me. In fact, the only other elective that seemed interesting to me was arithmancy, but I could study it myself with the help of some books, and any questions I could talk to Professor Vector. And having only 2 electives left me with more time to work out this year's problems. Now that I think about it, you've been in the wizarding world for 2 years. Have you ever thought of publishing your books here too, dear? My mother asked me with her hand on her chin in thought. You know, I never actually thought about that, I said, stopping to walk and rubbing my chin. I'd probably have to talk to some wizard lawyer about what to do, no offense Mom, but I think a wizard would have more experience in handling legal matters from here, I said looking at her. No offense taken, I don't think I'd have the patience to deal with wizarding laws and wizards themselves, my mom said waving her hand dismissively. I think I'll ask the goblins if they know any good law firms, I continued, but I probably won't have too many problems with my books getting published, and if I can't get them published here in England, well I can talk to Nick to publish in France and the rest of the world, I shrugged. Oh, that reminds me that Penny told me to warn you that if the books you're giving her as a gift aren't autographed, she's going to come over here herself to show him why I've already been called the Mad Immortal in 1572, my mother said, and this time I turned to look at her in a mixture of confusion, curiosity, and fear. Well, autographed books then, I nodded to myself. What the hell is up with these immortals and their suspiciously specific and mysterious dates? I wondered. You know, I'm starting to think that madness is something common and even expected in wizards, my father said, noticing my slight tremor and curiosity. Said the man who still has his childhood teddy bear on his bedroom shelf, I scoffed as I rolled my eyes, with my mom huffing. I don't want to hear that from the brat who tried to ask for a knife for his 6th birthday, my dad snapped. A knife or a teddy bear, which is better? I asked rhetorically without even looking at my father. Teddy bear, obviously, he said, and I couldn't tell if he was serious or not. And that's why mommy wears the pants in this relationship, I commented dryly. My mom, who was watching our exchange, could only put her hand over her mouth to stop herself from laughing, with Seal looking confused at both of us. A teddy bear or a knife, she wondered, but then an image came to her mind. Oh, a teddy bear holding a knife, she thought with a look of wonder on her face and an excited smile. I, who was still mocking my father, felt a strange sensation. My weirdness radar is beeping. I thought, looking around, not finding anything and not even noticing my sister letting out a few happy giggles every now and then. Chapter 212, Chapter Diagon Alley. So. I think this means that there are sentient books. My dad said, looking strangely and curiously at the monster book of monsters in my arms. Well, that's not the weirdest thing I've seen since we walked into Diagon Alley today, my mom said with a shrug. True, my father also shrugged. We had just left Flourish and Blots after I bought the books I needed for my classes this year. I actually already had a lot of books, and among them there were several books of all Hogwarts subjects, even the books that were ordered this year, so I actually just went to the bookstore to buy the Care of Magical Creatures book. It was funny the face the salesperson made when I specifically asked for the monster book, and it was even funnier to see the comical look on his face when the book didn't try to bite me but instead snuggled into my arms like a puppy wanting to be petted. I'm glad the book didn't try to bite me, since if it had bitten me I would have punched it until it obeyed me, I thought with a happy smile on my face, and for some reason the monster book in my arms trembled in fear. Mom, can we have ice cream? Seal asked, pointing to Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor. Yes, but only one, since you get very agitated when you eat too much candy, my mom said, pinching Seal's nose affectionately. Yay! Seal exclaimed happily. Oh, magic ice cream, my dad said with a sick look. Oh dear, it's not the ice cream or the ice cream parlor fault that you ate a bad-tasting ice cream, it's your fault that didn't listen to Ethan's warnings, my mom said, and I on the side huffed as I smothered my laugh with my hand, remembering why my father doesn't like wizarding ice cream parlors. Is it my fault? How was I supposed to know that an ice cream called the mysterious every flavor could literally taste like anything, my father asked with an indignant expression. You already ate the every flavor beans, so shouldn't it have been obvious to you that that ice cream could taste like, well, anything? I asked, looking at my dad with a raised eyebrow. Well. Now that you mention it. He said, looking away embarrassed. And that's why, darling, everyone considers me the sensible and intelligent person in our marriage, my mother said, pinching my father's cheek lovingly, and he blushed, embarrassed, but with a silly smile on his face. And he also made a point of ignoring the whipping sound I made. A few days later, private room at Leaky Cauldron. Okay, I think I'm developing a law phobia, I wondered. I was currently sitting while leaning my elbows on the table in front of me, reading some papers my mom and I had prepared beforehand. I was in a private room waiting for the lawyer I'd hired to arrive. After talking to the goblins I discovered that there were some law firms in Diagon Alley, and I took the address, name and basic information of these agencies until one caught my eye. What caught my eye was the name of one of the employees at an agency called Callahan's Laws and Contracts, and that employee's name was Edward Tonks aka Ted Tonks, father of, don't call me Nymphadora, Tonks. Because of that name I didn't even have to look at the information from the other agencies. I immediately sent a letter to Ted's agency asking for their services, specifying that I wanted him to be the one to come talk to me. And now here I am, waiting for the father of one of the best characters in the franchise to show up. As I was rereading the papers in front of me, I felt two people approach my room, and one of them was Tom. Asterisk knock. Knock, asterisk. Ethan, Ted is here, Tom said, and then I heard the door open. Thanks Tom, Ted said nodding to the pub owner, who nodded back, closing the door and giving us privacy to talk. Hello Mr. Tonks, I said, standing up and reaching out to greet the blonde and slightly big-bellied men who had just entered the room. Ted was wearing a formal suit, and he also sported a neat little mustache on his face along with a calm smile, giving the impression that he was someone friendly. Hello Mr. Knight, he said shaking my hand with a strange smile on his face, I wasn't expecting my client to be so young. Listening to him I simply smiled with a shrug. Ted then put his briefcase on the floor and sat in the chair across from me, raising an eyebrow slightly as he looked at the papers in front of me. So, in the letter you sent me you didn't specify what you wanted my services for, Ted started the conversation. Actually, the service I hired you for is more like a consultancy, I said, and with Ted's curious look I continued, I'd like someone familiar with the wizarding laws to help me publish my books on this side of the world. Do you want me to help you publish your books? Are you a writer? Ted asked, to which I nodded in confirmation. What books have you written? He asked me curiously. I'm the writer of 3 book franchises that are somewhat famous in the Muggle world. They are The Inheritance Cycle, Percy Jackson, and The Chronicles of Narnia, I said, and I saw Ted's eyes widen in surprise. Wait. Are you telling me that you are the author of these works? He asked me with a shocked look on his face. Yes, I nodded confused by his outburst. My name is Ethan Knight, and everyone knows that the author of these books only uses his pseudonym, which is Knight. And from your expression I suppose that you've read my books, right? I said. And Ted nodded automatically. Well then hello, I'm the author of these works, I said with an amused smile on my face. I can't believe it, my wife and I are huge fans of your works. Ted said now excitedly, and this time I looked at him in surprise, as I thought he had only read my books, not that he was a fan. I'm still not used to having a lot of fans around the world. First it was Penny, and now Ted. Who's next? Hermione. I thought, chuckling inwardly. Well, I feel really happy to meet someone who is a fan of my works, I said with a smile to Ted, and he smiled back. Well, now that I know who my client is and what he wants my services for, I feel it has now become my obligation to help you with the legislation to publish your books in our world, Ted said with a friendly smile and amused, and then he picked up his briefcase and placed it on the table, opening it and taking some papers from inside. If you can help me, I'll give you and your wife the sequel to my books in advance, which also happen to be part of a special and limited edition that I plan to publish in a few months. And with my autograph, I said jokingly, but the look Ted gave me made me realize that maybe I had offered him something too tempting, and that I'm probably going to regret it. So, Mr. Knight, I think you'd better start prepping your quill for the autographs, Ted said, a resolute and a little obsessive look on his face. Okay. I said slowly. New rule. Never try to bribe a fan again, I thought, sweating. Knight's house. Coming home from my business meeting with Ted, I went straight to my room, as my parents and Seal weren't home and wouldn't arrive until a little later. Ted had explained to me what I needed to do and what papers to sign in order to publish my books in some wizarding bookshop. He also told me about some things I had thought about before. Ted had told me that I could publish the books, but I would have to be of legal age or have the permission of my magical guardian, who was currently the headmaster and the Professor Flitwick. I trusted them both enough to know that they wouldn't abuse the fact that they were my magical guardians, not least because, even with them being my current guardians in the wizarding world, the ones who had the most control over things related to me were my parents, both in the Muggle world as well as the wizarding world, and not even the Ministry of Magic could dispute that. But thinking about Magic Guardian made me think of something. I knew that at some point the headmaster Dumbledore might be removed from his position as headmaster of Hogwarts, and that with that the next headmaster would have some control over my life in the wizarding world. And something Ted had told me is that the ministry also has some control over my life, and they could choose another magical guardian for me by themselves, and that didn't sit well with me. And as I listened to that and realized the implications it would have on my life, I started to think about ways to achieve my emancipation. I didn't have to think long before an idea came to my mind, and this idea had many advantages, the main one being that this idea was connected to one of my plans for my 4th year. And to put it simply, the plan involved entering the Triwizard Tournament as the champion of Hogwarts, where I would be considered of legal age, accidentally and involuntarily, by the Ministry and Hogwarts, and also by the magic of the Goblet of Fire's magical contract. And before anyone asks me if this is possible, yes it is. After reading many books about the tournament, about emancipation, and about magical contracts I was able to come to this conclusion. And thanks to that I knew my plan would work, and that was a good thing, as I couldn't think of any other way to become emancipated, at least not legally. Well, in addition to earning my emancipation, I can also gain some momentary fame in the wizarding world to boost the sales of my books. I shrugged my shoulders, and that fame would increase even more if I showed some of my talent in the tournament tasks, something I'm obviously going to do, I thought, now with a slightly arrogant and competitive look on my face. And as I was imagining people's expressions realizing how amazing I am, something came to mind. Wow, I just realized how similar to Lockhart I sounded, I thought with a shudder running through my body. I just hope that if I win the tournament, I don't gain any fans like his obsessive and passionate fans. Chapter 213, Chapter Knight's House, My Room. Which of these two should I use? I wondered, looking at the 2 vials of potion in my hands. One of the potions was a polyjuice potion and the other was an aging potion. I was unsure which one to use to complete a small side project of mine. I already had the Hogwarts vanishing cabinet in my suitcase, and now I intended to grab the other cabinet of the pair that was in Nocturn Alley, or more specifically, in the Borgin and Burke's antique shop, which was nothing more than a dark shop of dark magic items. I obviously and for various reasons can't enter Nocturn Alley with my current appearance and age, and so I was unsure which potion to use. The aging potion would make me look older, and it was easier to use than Polyjuice, plus I wouldn't have to worry about the potion's timing, as its effect lasted longer than the Polyjuice potion. And unfortunately to use Polyjuice I would need a lock or strand of hair from some random adult male, and while getting that is relatively easy for me, it would still require unnecessary work to find the right target. But between the two options, Polyjuice would allow me more anonymity, as the aging potion wouldn't change my appearance or identity much, it would just make me older, depending on the potency of the potion and the amount I would drink. Well, between not being totally anonymous and having to drink a potion that tastes like stinky feet and rotten eggs, I choose the less disgusting option, I said to myself, a disgusted look on my face as I looked at the vial with the Polyjuice. Deciding which potion to use, I took the vial of the aging potion and tucked it into my pocket, tucking the Polyjuice into my suitcase. Grabbing everything I needed I walked out of my room and down the stairs, finding my dad sitting in his armchair watching the afternoon news on television and my mom sitting on the floor painting a drawing with seal. "Are you going somewhere, dear?" my mom, who saw me coming to the living room, asked. "Yes, I have to talk to the goblins about my investment in firebolt brooms," I said, which was partially true. "Do you want us to accompany you?" she asked, but I shook my head. "No need, I won't be long," I said with a smile at her, but my dad turned to look at me worriedly. "Are you sure?" he asked, and I looked at him confused. "I would be more relaxed if one of us accompanied him," he said. "Why are you so worried?" I asked, but then I looked at the television and saw what my father was worried about. In the news report the presenter was talking about a dangerous criminal and murderer who escaped from prison, and obviously Sirius Black was the murderer. "Oh," I said with a frown. "They've been talking about this criminal for over a week now, and I've read the Daily Prophet and I know he's a dangerous wizard," my father said, and now my mother was also looking worriedly at the news. "I know that you're smart and strong and careful, but he was you-know-who's right-hand man." "Dad, I'm heading to Diagon Alley, the chances of Sirius Black being there are slim, and I'm going there using the night bus, so it's not too dangerous," I said, "and besides, don't mean you are weak, but what difference would it make if you were with me? If he killed 13 muggles with one spell, what's to stop him from doing it again?" When I finished talking, I saw my parents reflecting on what I said, and when they realized that what I said made sense my mother looked at me with a sad sigh and my father lowered his head scowling. "And me going alone is better, since if I find Black I can apparate here," I said with a shrug, since my parents already knew I could apparate for a long time, and that would only happen if for some reason fate itself wanted to screw me, causing me to meet Black, which is almost impossible since he's probably on the run from the ministry. "Sigh, yes, we know, but we're your parents, and it's our job to care about you," my mom said, looking at me with an affectionate smile at the end of the sentence. "I know, and that's why I'm going to be as careful as I can when I go to Diagon Alley," I said, walking over to my mother and hugging her, who returned my hug. "Well, I think what you said makes sense, and I can't find any reason not to let you go there," my dad said. He then looked at me with a small smile. "Just promise me that if you happen to run into Black, you won't try to prank him," he said jokingly, to lighten the mood. "Oh please," I huffed, "if I found Black I would call him to help me play a prank on the minister," I said scornfully, which wasn't impossible as Sirius was such a prankster. "Actually, that's not a bad idea," I thought, and as if she knew I was thinking something stupid my mother stared at me. "Ha! That would be a sight to see," my dad said while laughing. My mom agreed, looking at me with narrowed eyes. "Yeah," I said slowly, trying and failing to pretend that my mom's look wasn't making me nervous. "Well, I guess I'll go then. I don't want to get there too late." "Take care, son," my dad said, and I nodded at him. "Don't get into any trouble, and be careful, okay," my mother said. She then turned to Seal. "Aren't you going to say anything to your brother, Seal?" she asked. Seal said, not even looking at me as she painted her drawing, pursing her lips in concentration, and I who saw that put a hand on my chest painfully. Ugh. Living doesn't make sense anymore, I thought, realizing that my adorable little sister was ignoring me. "Seal, Big Brother is going to Diagon Alley," I said, but she still ignored me. "Do you want me to buy you something?" "I can bring you lots of candy," I asked, and with that Seal finally looked at me. "Candy?" she asked, and then her eyes focused on me. "Is Big Brother going somewhere?" She cocked her head to the side cutely, with a confused expression. She didn't even realize I was here, my parents and I thought. Yes, Seal. "I'm going to Gringotts, and I asked if you'd like me to buy you some candy in the alley," I said, a tight smile on my face. "Oh. I want ice cream," she said excitedly. "So ice cream you'll have, oh great Princess Seal," I said, bowing dramatically, making Seal laugh. She then stood up and bowed elegantly to me, holding the skirt of her dress with her fingertips. "Thank you, oh Big Brother," she said like a noble. Cute, was what everyone thought, and I couldn't help but feel proud of myself for teaching her that. "So your servant is leaving," I said, smiling at her. Saying a few last words to my parents I then left the house, heading to a deserted street in front of a playground to call the night bus. Diagon Alley. Just as I had told my parents, I took the night bus and quickly arrived at the Leaky Cauldron. After entering Diagon Alley, I immediately went to Gringotts, where I talked to Sharpfong, my account manager, about my investments. Sharpfong informed me that luckily these investments were generating more profits than they had last year, and most of that profit came from the Ellerby and Spudmore Company, which was the company that made the firebolts, and a few Muggle companies. Sharpfong, in an unexpected show of respect for me, praised my business and investment skills, saying he didn't have much faith that Firebolt would generate any profit. But in addition to the large profits generated by these investments, another good thing happened. Against all my expectations, and as a nice surprise, I had received a brand new Firebolt from Randolph Spudmore himself, the creator of the Firebolt, with the registration number 7. Randolph had attached a note to the broom, saying that this gift was a gesture of gratitude to thank me for helping him financially with his idea and dream of creating Firebolt. I knew I was one of the first investors to fund the project, as I invested in them the moment it was announced in the paper that they were looking for investors, but I didn't know he would be so grateful for it. I knew that his father, Abel Spudmore, who is one of the owners of the company that is making the broom, also invested in his son's idea, but apparently my investment must have been something very important to him, since he gave such an amazing gift to me. And me thinking I would have to buy a Firebolt just like everyone else, I thought, shaking my head wryly. Well, I guess that means Ravenclaw will win the Quidditch Cup again. I'm sorry, Wood, but apparently you'll have to graduate knowing you never won the cup for the Gryffindor, I shrugged, feeling a little sorry for the boy. And somewhere in England a boy who was reading a Quidditch magazine felt an overwhelming urge to cry in the bath. But changing the subject, after leaving Gringotts I went down an empty alley away from curious and prying eyes, where I took the aging potion out of my pocket and drank it, and now here I am, walking to the entrance to Nocturn Alley with an aged face and body, looking like a man in his 30s, looking at everyone with cold and dangerous eyes. In a place like this I'd better act like I'm the most dangerous thing in the alley, so no one will want to get in trouble with me, I thought, seeing people walking away from me in fear or looking at me warily. I even saw a child staring at me, but I just had to whisper a simple boo for him to run to his mother with tears in his eyes. Now I know why Professor Snape acts like a sadistic emo. It's fun, I thought, a satisfied look on my face. Chapter 214, Chapter Nocturn Alley. This is a very colorful and cheerful place, isn't it? I thought dryly, looking discreetly around. If the tense, dark, and dangerous atmosphere of the place wasn't a good enough sign to show that the dark arts were dominant here, then maybe the shops and hawkers were. At every corner or dark alley there was someone trying to sell something, someone laughing eerily, or someone making some gesture to get the attention of others. Atrocious-looking witches were trying and failing to get the attention of the wizards and creatures that wandered down the alley, sometimes making obscene gestures or even displaying their assets in seductive ways. And I didn't know whether to feel disgusted by the way they looked, or the fact that some men and even women were going to them to receive some special treatment. I think if I had to choose, I'd rather go to that alley with the suspicious hooded man who is holding a knife and laughing maniacally than go to those witches, I thought, disgust obvious on my face. I then shook my head to clear my mind of these images, and returning to my cold gaze I continued down the alley, seeing the Borgin and Burke storefront up ahead. Arriving in front of the store I opened the door, hearing a high-pitched squawk come from a shelf to the side, and looking at the source of the sound I saw the head of a disfigured vulture looking right at me. And I thought the gargoyle in the headmaster's office was disturbing, I muttered to myself. Oh, an esteemed customer, I heard someone say, and turning around I saw a stooping old man with a long nose. He had very little hair on his head, and the ones he had were white and greasy. How can I help you? I have a lot of rare items here, and I can sell them to you for a reasonable price, he said, in true definition of a greedy salesman. Perhaps you would like to see our new Lachier water shipment, very good for eliminating some nuisance creatures. I'm not interested in your Lachier water, I said coldly, pacing the store as I purposefully shook out my pocket that held several coins. With the sound of coins jingling in my pocket, Borgin's eyes narrowed slightly as a small smile appeared on his face. So how can this humble man help you? I'm sure we can find something of interest to you here in my shop, my dear sir, he said, much more humbly and respectfully than before, and I resisted the urge to huff at his abrupt personality change. Without even responding to him, I began to look around disinterestedly, analyzing some items with a critical eye. In fact, if it wasn't necessary to keep my indifferent appearance, I would already be looking at everything excited, since in my little time in the wizarding world I hadn't seen many dark items. I heard around here that this was the best shop on Nocturn Alley, Mr. Borgin, I said after I finished looking around, and I saw a satisfied look appear on Borgin's face, but I have to say, I'm not impressed. At my cold sentence Borgin only blinked, but I could see his body tense and his emotions churn. Oh well, I'm sure there must be something here that you might find interesting, he said sweating, and I just stared at him. Show me, I said coldly. Understanding the meaning of my words, Borgin quickly came out from behind his counter and began showing me various items, explaining their functions and prices. And this one is a vanishing cabinet. Once you get into it you can go anywhere you want. It's in mint condition, and it's only costing 600 galleons, Borgin said, and I just looked at him with a raised eyebrow. Mr. Borgin, you should know that your attempts to deceive me are failures, I said, and then I glared at him as I towered over him, speaking in a dangerous voice. I know very well what the vanishing cabinet are, and I know they're a pair, and without one the other doesn't work. So tell me, Mr. Borgin, where's the other cabinet? I asked. Borgin now looked at me in a mixture of fear and concern, but he was quick to try to get my good graces back. Sorry, I must have forgotten about that detail about them, he said, shifting uncomfortably, and as for the other cabinet in the pair. Well, he continued, with a false story coming to his mind, but my look made him rethink his next sentence. I don't know where it is. Then it's useless, I spat contemptuously, turning and ignoring the cabinet. And Borgin, not wanting to lose a valuable wealthy client, soon followed me, trying to bring my attention to other items. After nearly half an hour of him showing me item after item, I turned to him. I didn't like anything in your little shop, I said, saying little shop as if that phrase disgusted me, but I won't accept having come here just to waste my precious time, I continued. I then turned around and started picking up some random items, and some that I had actually found interesting, like some books of black magic, a ring that would heat up in the presence of poisons or harmful foods, and a bronze disc that exuded an unknown dark magic. Grabbing all these items, I approached the counter, and Borgin, seeing this, excitedly and with a speed I wouldn't expect from an old man, ran towards me. Oh, I see you've picked up some very interesting items, my lord. Many of them have been here in the shop for decades, just waiting for the right wizard to come and get them, he said, eyes twinkling as he imagined the amount of gold he would receive from selling these items. Cut the bullshit, Mr. Borgin. If I wanted to hear that an item was destined to serve me, I would have gone to Ollivander, I said gruffly. Oh, yes, forgive me, he said, bowing his head repeatedly. Looking at him, I huffed. I'll also want that repellent for Fulgios and the vanishing cabinet, I said. My cabinets at home are already full of things. Maybe this one will be useful for storing these items, obviously after a renovation, I continued, not even saving a glance at the cabinet. Yes. Absolutely, Borgin said. He then took out his wand and levitated the vanishing cabinet to my side. All these items, the books, the repellent and the cabinet will cost a total of 1,786 galleons, he said, almost drooling at the prospect of making so much gold in one day. What did I say about trying to deceive me, Mr. Borgin? I said in an eerily calm voice, but my gaze and my leaking magic made Borgin understand that I was far from calm, and it made him unconsciously cower. I don't know what you're talking about, sir. I never thought of deceive. Don't try to lie to me, I interrupted him. Some of these items are as good as junk, and most if not all of these books don't have anything interesting beyond a few spells that even first-year kids can cast, I said. But you have to understand that these items have historical value and, Borgin started to say, but I cut him off again. And history is just past, and I don't care about anyone else's past but my own, I said with a frown. I came here wanting to buy some interesting items, but I only found rubbish, and you think I'm going to spend that much buying them? I asked with a cold laugh. And no, he started to say, and I just started to stare at him harder. I can lower the prices a little bit. Maybe I forgot that some of these items should have gone to the trash a long time ago, he said. Gaining some last-minute common sense, Mr. Borgin. I scoffed. He didn't dare look into my eyes. Yes, he chuckled uncomfortably. How about 1,500 galleons, he said, but I quickly followed him up with another offer. 400, I said, and an indignant look appeared on Borgin's face. Sorry, but I can't sell them for such a cheap price, he said, still sweating with fear from my magical pressure. How about 1,330? I then looked at him for a while. 600 galleons, I said. 1.020. 810, and don't force my hand, Mr. Borgin, I'm not very patient today, I said, and he seemed to consider the offer for a moment. Oh okay, he said subdued, and I snorted contemptuously. I then put my hand in my pockets and took out a bag with galleons inside, and looking at the bag the Borgin's eyes widened slightly, as this was a bag exclusively for wealthy Gringotts patrons. Picking up the bag and turning it over on the counter in front of Borgin, I dropped many galleons onto it, and Borgin looked at the galleons with barely suppressed euphoria. When I felt I had spilled the right amount of coins on the counter, I put the bag back in my pocket, and Borgin wasted no time before swinging his wand over the large pile of coins, and a golden number appeared above them, showing the number 810. Seeing that I had given him the right amount of galleons, Borgin nodded in satisfaction, and without waiting for him to say anything I pulled a wand out of my pocket. A wand that was obviously not my Thunderbird Feathercore wand, as this one had a different appearance and size. Shaking the wand, I saw all the items I had purchased shrink, and then I waved the wand again and all the items levitated into my other pocket. My business here is finished, I said after tucking all the shrunken items into my pocket, something that didn't surprise Borgin. I then flattened my robes to get the excess dust off of me, and with one last look at the store I started to turn away. I hope you'll come and do more business at my humble shop some other time, Borgin said fearfully, lowering his head respectfully to me as he rubbed his hands together nervously. Perhaps, I said coldly, turning around without sparing a second glance at the despicable wizard. After I left, Borgin stared at my back for a moment, before the squawk of the vulture's head beside the door woke him. What a strange and scary man. But a very rich strange and scary man, hee, Borgin thought, chuckling inwardly, letting greed blind the fear he felt of me a few moments ago. Now that I realize, I never got his name, he said to himself curiously, but then he shrugged and went back behind the counter, looking gleefully at the galleons on his counter. Chapter 215, Chapter. Outside the Borgin and Burke's shop. Sigh. They couldn't wait for me to take more than 3 steps away from the shop. I wondered, shaking my head in a mixture of exasperation and disbelief, sensing some people following me. I wasn't surprised since I already knew something like this was going to happen, as I was aware that my intimidating appearance wouldn't be enough to ward off all the thieves and crooks in Nocturn Alley. And maybe because I'm a new visitor to Nocturn Alley, these people must have thought I was just another overconfident idiot or someone very naive who decided to venture elsewhere in the wizarding world. And well, not all wizards can be rational and intelligent enough to know that there are certain people who shouldn't be provoked, especially when that person is obviously not easy prey. At least they were smart enough not to have tried anything against me when I walked into the alley, but I can only assume it was because they knew the basic rule about being a thief. The rule is, you should never rob someone who has just arrived in a commercial area of your territory. If that person has come to this place, he will probably buy something or sell something. If he's come to sell, when he's done his business he'll have gold to steal, and if he's come to buy, you can steal his item and then resell it for a higher price. And I think this little rule doesn't just apply to thieves, as doing business with some businessmen or goblins is almost the same, and sometimes even more dangerous. As I pondered the laws of the thieves' world, I led my 3 pursuers down a dark and empty alley. Well, one of the very dark and empty alleys of Nocturn Alley. There were more places to be mugged and murdered here than stores. Continuing my way down the alley, I saw someone come out of a bend in front of me, coming towards me, and sensing his intentions I let him bump into me. "Oh sorry sir, I didn't see you there." The wizard who bumped into me was a hunchbacked man wearing a dirty hooded cloak, but underneath all the dirt I could feel his malice. I didn't answer him, and just looked at him from above with cold and indifferent eyes. Realizing I wasn't really in the mood for conversation, the hunchbacked man simply clucked his tongue in dissatisfaction and started to withdraw his hand from inside his cloak. Seeing his action and feeling the other men behind me stir, I immediately acted, grabbing his hand and twisting his wrist, seeing that what he held in his hand was a wand. "Arg," he groaned painfully, dropping his wand at the pain in his hand, and I caught his wand before it hit the floor. Feeling the power at the core of his wand, I realized it wasn't refusing my magic, and I smiled at that. Oh, apparently someone decided to change masters, I thought, smiling cruelly at the men in front of me. "Teriasa," one of the wizards behind me exclaimed, pointing his wand at my back. Without even looking back I blocked the spell with the tip of the wand I'd just taken from the hunchbacked man. Turning around, still twisting the hunchbacked man's wrist, I flicked my wand, and a blue bolt shot through the alley and hit the other wizard who started to recite a spell. Not having time to defend himself, my spell hit him, and he crumpled to the ground with a cry of pain, which I quickly silenced with another flick of my wand. If the others paid attention they could see that there was blood staining the man's pants, and with a closer look they could see that there were some thorns made of bones sticking out of the man's leg, which were actually his own bones tearing his legs from the inside out. Wasting no time, and taking advantage of the momentary shock of the other 2 men, I placed my wand on the hunchbacked man's chest. "Bye," I said with a cold smile, depulso, and with my spell the hunchbacked man was sent flying with tremendous force towards one of the alley walls. As soon as he hit the wall I could hear the sound of the wall and some bones breaking, and I just looked at him with a shrug, turning my attention to the last 2 men standing. "Well, I think there are only 2 little sheep left for the slaughter," I said, playing with the wand in my hand. Hearing me, the 2 wizards tore their eyes from their hunchbacked friend who was lying bleeding on the floor and turned to me, their eyes filled with fear and panic. "Why did we have to go after this guy? I swear that if Health isn't dead, I'll kill this shit myself." The 2 wizards didn't answer me, but I could see their legs shaking, and that brought a smile to my face. I'm starting to find Nocturn Alley more fun than Diagon Alley, I thought. Back to Diagon Alley. After dealing with that dirt in Nocturn Alley, I headed back to Diagon Alley. I didn't kill those men, but that wasn't out of mercy, as with a slight legitimacy I could see some of their disgusting and cruel thoughts. That's why instead of killing them I simply made them unavailable for the rest of their lives. They will probably never walk or move again without feeling pain, and that was just the physical damage I did. The mental damage with some illusion spells was much greater. I can't say that my little one-sided duel was a bad thing, as I got a new wand and some items I gained from those wizards. In fact, I can say that all I got from them was spoils of war. But in this confrontation I can't deny that I was lucky to earn the loyalty of the hunchback man's wand, as if that hadn't happened I would have had to use wandless magic to defeat them, as my wand still has the trace. Using wandless magic is not difficult or tiring for me, but I don't like to do it for everyone to see, and I also don't like to pretend I'm using my wand because it can be recognized, which is why I usually transfigure something to look like a random wand. Well, I think that for me who only came here to see my investments and get a magic cabinet, my day was very productive, I thought, heading to an empty alley to wait for the effects of the aging potion to wear off. As soon as the potion wore off, I walked out of the alley, and immediately headed towards the ice cream parlor to buy a big pot of ice cream for Seal and my family, happily satisfied with the events of my day. Leaky Cauldron, Room 11, at night. POV, Harry. Hey Hedwig, do you think if I asked Headmaster Dumbledore he'd let me spend my next summer vacation here at the Leaky Cauldron too? I asked my faithful companion and first friend, not counting Hagrid, of course, as I petted her on her perch on the table. Hedwig, listening to my question, simply cocked her head to the side before pecking my finger affectionately. Sigh. Yeah, I also think he wouldn't, I said sadly. I then let out another sad sigh, getting up from the chair I was sitting on and flopping down on my bed, staring at the ceiling lost in thought. Heh, I think I've been thinking a lot lately, I huffed. Maybe hanging around with Meoni a lot is making me use my brain more, I joked. I then started to close my eyes, hoping to fall into the realm of dreams, but my thoughts and some memories and images I didn't want to see started to come into my mind. Yeah. I think this is going to be another sleepless night for me, I sighed, sitting up. I then got up and went to my trunk, and opening it I took out my photo album that Hagrid had given me as a present. I then went back to my bed and sat against it headboard. Pulling my knees together, I opened the album, looking with sadness, love, and longing at the pictures of my parents. If you were here with me, I probably wouldn't be having these problems, I muttered, feeling my eyes get wet and promptly ignoring them, already used to it. I don't know if I ever told you this, I probably did and I forgot, but I accidentally inflated Aunt Marge, I huffed, looking at a picture of my parents laughing and playing in a snowy courtyard. Seeing their laughter and joy in the picture, I tried to imagine that they were actually laughing with me, having as much fun as I was with the image of Aunt Marge floating like a balloon through the sky. But that's not all that happened to me these days, I continued. After I inflated Aunt Marge I argued with my uncle, and then I ran away from their house, I said, emphasizing the part, their house. After that I called a night bus. Well, it was more like I called it by accident, I shrugged, turning the page of the album and looking now at a picture of my parents laughing as they painted the wall of a small bedroom turquoise blue, and something in the back of my mind and a feeling told me that was my room. Putting that feeling aside, I continued to talk to my parents. After I arrived at the Leaky Cauldron, guess who I met? The minister, I said, with a slight smile on my face. He's a nervous little man and a little strange, but he let me stay here and he didn't punish me for use magic outside of Hogwarts, so I think he's cool. I've also heard some interesting things from people who visit the Leaky Cauldron. Apparently the Sirius Black who escaped from Azkaban is actually a follower of Voldemort, I said in a whisper, lifting my head and looking at the lit candle on the little table next to my bed. I think it's because of him that the minister was so nice to me. Either that or he's also a boy who lived fan. Actually it could be a little bit of both. Some people have said that Black might be after me, but you know what? I'm not scared of him, I said, looking back at the album. Black might be a dangerous and crazy wizard, but he wouldn't be any worse than Voldemort, right? And I also don't think Black killing a lot of people is scary. Bad, yes, but scary. Not really. I shrugged. I then put the album on the bed and placed my chin on my knees, hugging my legs, but maybe I'm not scared that he killed a lot of people because I've killed someone too. That would make us both murderers, wouldn't it? I asked, more for myself than for my parents' photo. 2 murderers. I muttered under my breath, looking back at the candle, fully aware of the movements of the flame that lit the room. What makes Black different from me? I asked. Maybe the only difference is that the wizarding world worships me, a little voice in the back of my mind said. The boy who lived, I muttered, and then looked at my parents' wedding photo, where they were happy and alive. Feeling a feeling rising in the pit of my stomach, I turned to look at the candle again. Maybe I didn't deserve to have survived that night, I said, and with that sentence a silence settled in the room, with Hedwig looking at me sadly and me looking at the fire with empty eyes. Chapter 216, Chapter. In my suitcase, compartment 7, special room. Well, I can't say the cabinets are 100% functional, I said, looking at the 2 vanishing cabinets in front of me. One of the cabinets had its doors open, and inside it was a crystal ball, but if one looked closely at the crystal ball one would notice that there were some small defects in it, such as the fact that in the center of it there was a small crack. The problem with this is that when I placed the crystal ball in the other cabinet it was intact and in perfect condition, however it seems that traveling through the cabinets somehow ended up causing some damage to the object. If teleportation through the cabinets managed to crack a crystal ball from the inside, I don't even want to imagine what travel would do to a living being. Closing the cabinet door again with the crystal ball inside, I ran my wand over its structure, and then I felt the cabinet's magic activate. When I felt that the other cabinet also activated its magic I opened its door, only to find the crystal ball inside it. Picking up the crystal ball I started to look at it intently. Luckily sending the crystal ball back didn't end up destroying it. But I think the crack that's inside it ended up getting a little bigger, I muttered, looking at the crystal ball in front of my face with an analytical glint in my eyes. Well, I know the Hogwarts cabinet only had to be fixed by Malfoy in 6th year because Peeves had broken it, but since I managed to get it before that could happen, so it's probably working perfectly, I muttered, rubbing my chin as I thought about it. And to confirm my supposition I turned on my magic vision and looked at the cabinets. Sigh. The Hogwarts cabinet appears to be in perfect condition, and its magic is strong and consistent, so I can only assume the problem is with the Borgin and Burke's cabinet, I said to myself. The magic of the cabinet I bought from Borgin and Burke's was a little weird, as if it didn't know what to do. The magic in the cabinet seemed to be looking for something, and looking at the Hogwarts cabinet I saw its magic reaching out to reach the other cabinet. Looks like the Borgin and Burke's cabinet isn't able to locate and connect with its pair, at least not completely. I said, that explains why the crystal ball cracked, it probably suffered some pressure in the space travel while trying to find the other cabinet. Looking at the cabinets a little more and doing some more testing I realized that my assumptions were correct. I then took a book that was on a table behind me and opened it to a specific page, which talked about the workings and structure of a vanishing cabinet. Now that I know which cabinet to fix I just need to study it a little and read your manual, after that I can fix it and then the cabinet will be ready to use, I said, closing the book in my hands. I already had a plan on what to do with the cabinets once I fixed them. I intended to put one of the cabinets in the room of requirement or the chamber of secrets and the other would be in my suitcase, so I would have a ticket to go to and from Hogwarts whenever I wanted. And so now it was just a matter of time before I could do that, but I wasn't going to fix the cabinet right now, as there were other things I needed to do. Waving my wand I levitated the cabinets and all the furniture around me to the corners of the room. With ample space to myself, I stood in the center of the room with my wand in hand, taking a deep breath and concentrating. I hope this time I can cast this bloody spell, I said to myself. I then started to remember all the happy and joyful moments of my lives that were in the back of my mind, where I had fun with my friends, played and chatted with my dads, helped my moms in the kitchen, and taught seal. All of these emotions brought about large amounts of positive emotions, love, joy, longing, happiness, pride, and hope. Every memory that came to my mind brought a smile unconsciously to my face, and with these strong emotions I started to pull and move my magic that was inside me, passing it through my body. The magic passed through my entire body, coming from my chest, my head, or more precisely my brain, and heading towards my right hand that held my wand. I could feel it all naturally, but most of my attention was on my memories that I kept with great affection and love in my mind, especially those of my old life. When I felt my magic reach my wand, I raised it, giving it a long and beautiful turn before pronouncing the incantation. Expecto Patronum. As I said the incantation in a firm yet smooth voice, a silvery mist began to rise from the tip of my wand. The mist carried with it many positive feelings. My positive feelings. Just the presence of the mist was enough to bring calm and happiness into the room, and I was sure I could ward off some Dementors with it. However, what I wanted was not just a mist to protect me, but my guardian spirit to protect everyone. I wanted to find out which animal my corporeal Patronus would take shape, but it wasn't just out of curiosity, but because of a feeling inside me, a feeling that wanted the answer to my question. Gathering all my emotions and my magic, I continued to strengthen my Patronus, watching the mist grow and expand by the second, and in a moment the room was fully lit with the silver light of the incorporeal Patronus. Let's go. Just a little longer. I said to myself, feeling that I was almost there, and that only a thin barrier was stopping me. I could feel inside me that my Patronus was almost complete, but for some reason it refused to form. Please just a little longer. I know you want to go out as much as I do, buddy, so just wait a little longer, I thought. We're almost there, I said, trying hard to keep the spell. The silver mist then continued to increase, and now I couldn't even see the room as the only thing that filled my vision was a pure white glow. But just as it appeared, the mist and silver light disappeared, returning to my wand and dispersing into the air. Damn it. I swore, realizing I'd failed just like the other dozen times. I was so close. I could feel it, I grumbled. I then lowered my wand arm, with a myriad of thoughts and questions running through my mind. I know and feel that I am almost able to cast my corporeal Patronus, but at the same time that I'm so close, I also feel the barrier holding me back getting firmer, I said, letting out a weary sigh. Each training and attempt is progress, but with each progress I realize how much harder it will be for me to cast this spell, I thought. Shaking my head then to clear the thoughts from my mind, I started to raise my wand again. But well, I guess there's not much left for me to do other than keep trying, I shrugged with a small wry smile on my face. Sigh. Back to training then, I said, pulling back my happy memories and my magic. Some time and many attempts later. Well, it's official, I can't cast a corporeal Patronus, I said, taking a deep breath to catch my breath. For the first time in a long time I couldn't master a spell on my first few attempts, and this bloody spell also managed to tire me out and drain my magic, something that only happened to me when I was younger and was learning to control my magic. Why do I feel like I'm back to square one? I asked myself, I've been trying to cast this spell for years, but no matter how much I improve at it or how much my magic power increases, I still can't complete it. Now I was pretty sure there was something preventing me from casting the corporeal Patronus, and I didn't know if the problem was external or internal. The problem could be my wand, but even with wandless magic I can't cast the spell at its full power. The problem could also be the timing and lack of reasons for my protective guardian to graduate, but in that case, how did the DA members manage to conjure their corporeal Patronus in their 5th year with less than a year of training? Not knowing if the problem with my spell was due to some external reason, I started to think that it was probably me. Maybe my magic is corrupted, but that couldn't be the reason since I can cast the incorporeal. Maybe my beast power is interfering with the spell. Maybe I... Wait. Fuck, I grunted, palming my forehead. How could I not think of that? That is the most obvious reason. Beast power is a power that from what I've discovered so far basically gives my body and magic the abilities and characteristics of other animals and creatures, and the damn corporeal Patronus creates a magical guardian that is a creature closely linked to the spellcaster, I said to myself. If I'm basically connected with many, if not all normal and magical creatures, how the hell is my Patronus going to be able to transform into a specific creature? I wondered, and this time I let out a weary sigh, resisting the urge to bang my head against a wall. I've trained and tried to cast this spell so many times, only to find out now that my problem with the spell and casting it is probably because of my special ability. Damn luck. With myself coming to that conclusion, I sat on the floor in the living room, both physically and mentally exhausted. Well, at least now that I think I've figured out the problem, it's going to be a lot easier to find the solution, I muttered. Wait a minute. If I have problems casting a corporeal Patronus because of beast power, doesn't that mean I'll also have problems if I try to become an animagus? I said to myself. Damn it. Chapter 217, Chapter. Knight's house, kitchen. Does Mr. Flitwick like lasagna? My mom asked me, washing some vegetables. Probably, I shrugged, sitting in a chair while reading a book, using wandless magic to prepare the salad. I don't know any living thing that doesn't like lasagna. Well, what about your cousin Chuck? My dad asked, making the lasagna pasta with Seal, who was laughing as she messed with the flour. I don't know any rational living being that doesn't like lasagna, I corrected myself, and my dad rolled his eyes. Besides, your cooking is great, Mom. Professor Flitwick will like anything you make. Well, I hope so, my mom said. She then looked at the clock on the kitchen wall. Mr. Flitwick should be on his way here by now. I looked at the clock too, probably. The reason my family was looking forward to Professor Flitwick's visit was because I invited him to our house for lunch, wanting to ask his permission as one of my magical guardians to publish my books in the wizarding world. I could have invited the headmaster, but he's probably too busy, mostly because of Sirius' escape, so I decided to invite my hyperactive half-goblin teacher. And unsurprisingly Professor Flitwick gladly accepted the invitation, and from his letter I could tell he was very excited to have lunch with a Muggle family. Professor McGonagall has already been here, and now Professor Flitwick. Maybe next year I'll invite Professor Sprout to dinner and Professor Snape to our family movie night, I thought, huffing at the thought. And somewhere in Spinner's End a human bat felt an overwhelming urge to take points out of Ravenclaw. Some time later. Asterisk knock. Knock, asterisk. That's probably Mr. Flitwick, my dad said, and I got up to answer the door, already feeling the professor's magic on the other side. Opening the door I saw a small man wearing a casual suit, and if anyone looked they would think he was just a human with dwarfism, as his goblin appearance was nowhere to be seen. Hi Professor, I said to him, stepping to the side and inviting him in, a little facial transfiguration I suppose. Hello Ethan, and yes, he said with a small smile on his face, the transfiguration fading as he walked through the door. I may not be as good as Minerva, but I received an outstanding in transfiguration on my newt. Of that I have no doubt, I commented smiling slightly, seeing my parents come towards us. Hello, I'm Phileas Flitwick, and I'm sorry, I would have rung the bell, but as you can see, my size didn't allow me to do that, Professor Flitwick joked. Maybe next time I'll leave a stool in front of the door for you to climb on, I joked back, and Professor Flitwick chuckled. Don't worry about it, my mom waved her hand nonchalantly, and hello Mr. Flitwick, I'm Sarah, Ethan's mom, my mom said, greeting Professor Flitwick. And I'm Joshua, his dad, nice to meet you, my dad said smiling, holding out his hand for Professor Flitwick to shake. Well, it's an honor to meet the parents of one of the best students I've ever had the pleasure of teaching. In fact, he may very well be the best student I've ever taught, Professor Flitwick said happily as he shook my father's hand, and I looked away in embarrassment, which amused my parents, and please call me Phileas. After greeting my parents, we heard a cute little voice speak. Goblin. Seal said confused, looking at Professor Flitwick's slightly pointed ears. Oh, and who is this adorable little girl? Professor Flitwick asked, not taking offense at Seal's questioning. And I, who was seeing him and Seal staring at each other, had to hold back my laughter, as they were both the same height, making the scene a little comical. That's my little sister I told you about, I said, approaching Seal and ruffling her hair as she turned to me with a cute pout. Oh, I remember, Professor Flitwick said. He then extended his small hand to Seal. Hello Seal, I'm Phileas, your brother's charms teacher. Hi, I'm Seal, she said, squeezing his hand. She then looked at him for a moment, turned to me, and after a moment of consideration turned to him again. The Princess of Unicorns, she proclaimed proudly. I see. It's a pleasure to meet you, Princess of Unicorns, Professor Flitwick said with an amused smile. After the greetings I took Professor Flitwick into the living room, where he sat on the sofa opposite me. So Ethan, from what I read in your letter you need my permission to publish your books in the wizarding world, right? He said, and I nodded in affirmation. Well, I can give you permission, but first I'd like you to answer a question of mine. What question? I asked curiously. Oh, it's no big deal, I'd just like to know why you never mentioned those books to me, he said, and I blinked as I looked at him. Actually, I think I just forgot, I said, looking away. But you told Minerva, and even gave her some of your books as a gift, Professor Flitwick said, and from his emotions I could tell he was upset. Professor, are you by any chance jealous? I asked, and it was Professor Flitwick's turn to look away. I don't know what you're talking about. I said, unconvinced. Well, if it makes you feel any better, I can give you my books as a gift this Christmas. With autographs, he asked hopefully. With autographs, I agreed. Perfect, he said smiling happily. Now Minerva won't be able to show off for having those books anymore. He whispered softly, but I heard him. Why I feel like this won't end up being good for me. I wondered, sweating as I looked strangely at the professor in front of me. Ignoring that feeling I then used wandless magic to summon the papers Professor Flitwick had to sign, and he wasn't even surprised at my demonstration and mastery of wandless magic. With the permission papers in front of him, Professor Flitwick happily signed them without even reading them, showing his confidence in me. Well, that was quick, I thought, putting the papers in an envelope that I would send to Ted. After that, Professor Flitwick and I had a little chat about my books and about what he's going to teach us this year, before my mom called us to lunch. Kitchen. This food is amazing, Sarah, Professor Flitwick said after eating a piece of the lasagna, with a look of wonder in his eyes. Thanks, my mom said a little relieved, but I didn't make this lasagna by myself, Ethan helped me too. With that Professor Flitwick turned to me in surprise. Can you cook? He asked in surprise. Why do you look so surprised? I asked defensively. It's just that I thought your talents were limited to flying, magic and pranks. I wasn't expecting you to be good at other things either, Professor Flitwick said, looking at me with analytical eyes, and I felt my eye twitch. Well, he's also good at gardening, martial arts, and investing, my mom said, putting her finger to her chin as she thought. And he studied a little biology with me, my dad added. And he studied law with me, as well as a little French, my mom continued, and I held my tongue not to say that I actually learned French myself. Big brother is also really good with animals, Seal said, deciding to add her 2 nuts to the conversation. Oh, yes, my dad nodded, and on top of that he also has a great talent for getting into trouble. And an even greater talent for making trouble, my mom said. And as they kept adding more things to my talent list, Professor Flitwick just looked at them with curiosity and wonder. And meanwhile I felt like hitting my head on the table. Now I don't even know if they are praising me or not, I thought. At night, my room. The rest of the day passed quickly, with Professor Flitwick and my family chatting and joking in the meantime, where he showed some advanced spells to entertain my family. Well, he said it was to entertain us, but I knew it was just him wanting to show off a little. But moving on. After some more conversation Professor Flitwick took his leave, saying that it was getting late and that he still had things to attend to at Hogwarts. But before he left, he didn't forget to tell me that he would be looking forward to my books being published in the wizarding world. And I knew from his emotions that he really meant it. After that, I spent the rest of the day with my parents and Seal, and after dinner and a movie with my family I went to my room. Strangely, even though I didn't do anything tiring or stressful today, I still felt my body getting really tired. For someone with as much energy as me, getting so tired without even doing anything tiring was strange, but I couldn't think about it too much, because as soon as I lay down in my bed, sleep overtook me, and I immediately blacked out. Chapter 218, Chapter. As soon as I closed my eyes and felt my consciousness fading into the world of sleepers, I found myself in a dark world with nothing but darkness to see. But I didn't feel like I was in a dream. I could think, act, and many other things I couldn't do in a real dream, and even a lucid dream couldn't bring me these sensations. But that didn't really matter, since in this world of darkness I had nothing to do, not that I could. But that didn't last long, as at some point the place around me started to change, and in the place of darkness a dense forest began to appear, and I immediately realized what was happening. Again. I wondered apprehensively, remembering the last dream or vision like this I had. I was expecting that I would suddenly appear in this forest again, only against all my expectations I found myself up in a tree. I thought confused, either this tree is giant, or I shrunk. From my vantage point from up in the tree, everything around me looked huge. The branches of the tree, its leaves, and the great height of said tree. All of this made me realize that this dream might not be as similar to the first one. What happened to my body? I feel weird, actually. I don't think this is my body, I thought, realizing only now that I couldn't speak or move. But to my confusion and shock, my body started to move on its own. What the hell? I exclaimed, shocked. I then, after getting up from the branch where I was sitting, took an impulse and jumped to a tree in front of me, grabbing a branch in front of me. And in that moment, I could see my hands that were outstretched, and I realized that they weren't human hands. My confusion would be written all over my face if I had a face right now, but that confusion turned to realization as soon as I saw something pass in front of my eyes. Is that a tail? And without giving myself time to process what I just saw, I started jumping to the next tree, and then I kept going, jumping from branch to branch like a come. I'm a monkey. I internally yelled, what's going on? Did I happen to smoke something before bed and now I'm hallucinating? Or did I become an animagus while I slept? Many questions came to my mind, but before I could think of an answer, even if it was absurd, the world around me blurred. Now I found myself flying through the clouds on a windy night, with nothing but stars and clouds in a night to see. I could feel the sensation of the air passing over my face, over my wings, and all over my body, giving me a feeling of freedom and joy greater than any flight I've ever had on a broom. I then looked down, and I managed to see with great effort the ground below me, where I saw a figure running. Seeing something moving on the ground below me, I braced myself, and with a flutter of my wings I leaned down, immediately diving for that figure. As I got closer I saw that this figure was a rabbit, and I stretched my claws at it, and as if in slow motion I could see the rabbit turning to look at me in panic before I dug my claws into it, receiving a painful squeak from the little creature. But before my current body, which I realized was that of a hawk, could feed on the poor rabbit, the world around me blurred again. This dream of mine then kept happening, changing every few minutes, and in a moment I saw myself as a snake crawling on the ground, a shark swimming in the middle of the sea in a great storm, a scorpion hiding in the sands of a desert, and a cat sitting on top of a roof meowing at the starry sky. But it wasn't just normal creatures that I became. I've also been in the bodies of some magical creatures. I found myself flying like a Pegasus, then I became a Dirical and I was operating all over a small farm, and ironically I found myself killing my prey with a death glare after becoming a basilisk. Every moment I saw myself in the perspective of some creature, with no control over my body. I don't understand. I muttered, with a complicated look on my face. The other dream was completely different from this one. What do these dreams mean? I knew I wasn't going to get an answer, but I was very confused by what was going on. And with confusion on my face, the place around me changed again, and I returned to the world of darkness. Looking around, I realized that I had my body back and that I could move it, but before I could even lift my hand I felt my body freeze, feeling something very dangerous and hostile behind me. Turning around slowly and almost robotically, I saw a familiar shadow towering over me, furious amber eyes glaring at me. Roar. As soon as this creature roared, I closed my eyes, and when I opened them I realized that I was back in my room, in a cold sweat and shivering. This is the same creature from my first dream, I muttered, breathing heavily, running a hand over my forehead to wipe away my sweat. Feeling that my breathing was stabilizing I sat up on my bed, feeling the cold floor on my feet, and after staring at the floor lost in thought for a while I turned around and picked up a notebook and pencil that were in the drawer of the little table next to my bed. With notebook and pencil in hand I then started to draw all the shadows and creatures I saw in my dream, focusing mainly on the creature with amber eyes, with the intention of finding out which creatures they were. Finishing drawing the creatures I looked at the drawing intently, before sighing and placing the notebook on my little table. Once is not a good sign, now twice makes me sure there's something going on with me, I thought, putting my hands on my head. Sigh. I think it's part of every reincarnator's script to have some mystery surrounding their life, I thought, with a wry smile on my face, but I think that just makes everything more exciting, right? I tried to cheer myself up. Sitting up on my bed with my back against her headboard, I started to look out my bedroom window, seeing that it was still night, probably being 2 or 3 a.m. by the moon's position. I think this is going to be a sleepless night for me, I muttered. Well then, I guess I might as well spend this time studying the books I took from the Chamber of Secrets, I said, wanting to take my mind off my dream, using wandless magic to summon one of the books I had left out of my suitcase to study some time ago. Spending all night reading and studying, I huffed, I'm definitely a Ravenclaw. A few days later, Friday. Dear, and I'll just delivered a letter addressed to you, my mother said, coming up to me with a letter in her hand, while I read a book of runes on the sofa in the living room. It's probably from one of my friends, I said, picking up the letter my mother handed me. And just as I said, the letter was from Anthony, and opening it I read its contents. Anthony said he's going to buy his supplies at Diagon Alley tomorrow and he's inviting all of our friends to shop together, I said to my mom. You go, she asked me, sitting next to me, I know you already bought your materials, but I'm sure you miss your friends. Mom, I saw them a few weeks ago, and I've spent almost a whole year in their company, I said, rolling my eyes humorously, but yeah, I think I'll join them. Well then, why don't you invite them on a tour of our world? I know most of your friends have never set foot in the Muggle world, and I think you'll have fun doing it, she said with a smile, ruffling my hair affectionately. Actually, that's a good idea, I said after thinking for a bit, but I probably have to warn them first since I can't let them go to the Muggle world wearing their normal wizard clothes. Oh, it's probably not that bad. It's not, but I don't trust them not to dress as stupidly as possible just for fun. Sometimes I think I'm the only student with common sense in that school, I sighed. My mom said unconvinced, looking at me with a look that said neither you nor I believe this. And with that look of hers I just looked at her with a frown, feeling slightly offended. I have common sense, I thought defensively, and if anyone who knew me heard this, they would be in doubt as to whether they should laugh at me or hit me. Chapter 219, Chapter Leaky Cauldron. Hey Ethan. Terry called out to me as I walked through the pub door. Hey, I said, walking over to the table he was at and sitting next to him, sharing a fist bump, are you the only one here or has someone else arrived? I asked looking around and not feeling the magic of our other friends around. Yeah, but I got here pretty early so it's not that surprising, he shrugged. Fair, I said. Well, actually Mandy arrived too, but she needed to help her mother with something in the alley, he said after thinking. Oh well then we'll just have to wait I guess, I shrugged. We then started talking about our summer vacation while we waited for our other friends to arrive, which didn't take that long. I've missed you guys so much. Anthony said dramatically as soon as he arrived at the Leaky Cauldron, hugging Terry and me the moment he saw us. Let go of me you badger. Terry said, trying to push Anthony off of him. Don't be like that Terry, I know you missed my good looks and ingenious mind, Anthony said, smiling at him. Pretty good looking for a troll, Terry said, grimacing, and I'll bet you 5 galleons you don't even know what it means to have an ingenious mind. Ha. Unfortunately for you I know, Anthony said with a smug face, I got a dictionary as a gift from my brother so now I'll be able to understand all the difficult words you guys say. This. Are you sure this is something to be proud of? Terry asked uncertainly. It doesn't matter, now give me another hug. Anthony said, and not giving Terry time to try to escape he hugged him again, and luckily I managed to get out of his arms. Ugh, friendship, a new voice said in disgust. Turning to this voice we saw Stephen coming with Michael to meet us, with Michael looking strangely at Stephen who was wearing a mocking smile on his face. Huh. Terry looked confused at Stephen, realizing that the voice was his. Great Michael impersonation, Stephen, I said. Thanks, I've trained hard to reach that level of contempt and arrogance, he said, now smiling slightly at us. Oh phew. I thought Michael was corrupting you, Anthony sighed in relief. You know what, I'm not going to stress about you, Michael said, going from irritated to calm in seconds. Huh. Why are you looking at me so shocked? Michael asked with a vein appearing on his forehead, seeing our wide eyes. Well, that's the Michael I know. I thought I was dreaming. For a second I thought the world was going to end. Hearing all of us, Michael's eyes twitched, but he wisely kept his mouth shut. Oh, all the boys got there before us, a female voice came from the pub door, and looking over there we saw Padma, Sue and Lisa looking at us. Actually, I've been here for a little while now, a voice said from beside me, and the boys and I jumped in fright. Damn it Luna, how do you always manage to do this? I exclaimed, hand on my chest. Luna. When did you get here? Stephen asked, leaning on Terry as he caught his breath. Luna then looked at us with an amused and serene smile on her face. Well, I arrived a little later than Anthony, she said. And how come we didn't see you come in? I was looking at the door this whole time, Terry said, but Luna just smiled at him. I was also watching who entered the Leaky Cauldron, but I didn't feel or see her, I thought, coming down after the shock. I have yet to find out how she manages to escape my senses, I thought resolutely. Well, does that mean only Mandy and Morag haven't arrived yet? Lisa asked. Oh, Morag said she couldn't come because she hasn't arrived from her family trip yet, Sue replied. And Mandy is already inside Diagon Alley. She said she needed to buy some things with her mom and that we could meet her inside, Terry said. In that case then we don't need to wait for anyone else, right? Padma asked. And our friends from the other houses? I asked. I invited Nev and Justin, but Nev is busy being taught by his grandma and Justin said he would be home today with his family. Well, I talked to some boys from the other houses, but I'm not really their friend, just a classmate, Michael shrugged. Are you by any chance anyone's friend? Anthony asked with legitimate curiosity. Fuck you was the response he received. I know that Susan and Megan are traveling too, and Lavender is busy with something, Lisa replied, and because of that I didn't invite them. My sister didn't want to come, Padma said with a shrug. So it's just us apparently, I said, but I think we could add to our study group lessons a class on making friends and being sociable. What does that mean? That means out of all of us, I'm the only one who managed to make friends with a lot of people from the other houses and year, and I spend most of my time busy. I said, looking at everyone with an exasperated and disappointed look. I also have friends from other houses and years, Luna said. You don't count. You're so cute and innocent, it's impossible for someone not to want to be your friend, I said, and Luna looked at me with a happy smile. I also have friends at the other houses and years, Sue said, and I crossed my arms as I looked at her with a raised eyebrow. And how many of these friends did you meet outside of the study group? And how many times did you reach out to them to talk about random things just because you wanted to? I asked, and Sue opened her mouth to answer me, but she thought for a moment before closing her mouth. Sigh. I'm seriously disappointed in you. Not in Michael, I expected him to have no other friends besides us. Hey. But now I know what your next lesson in our study group is going to be, I said, nodding at my plan. Because I feel like this isn't going to be good for us. Anthony wondered. And why did I decide to leave the house today? Terry sighed in defeat. I'll be looking forward to this lesson, Luna said, smiling at everyone. Well, at least someone's excited, I said with a satisfied smile. I then turned around and walked over to the wall that guarded the passage to Diagon Alley. So, are you coming or not? I asked. At my question my friends looked at each other before sighing, sharing wry smiles before following me. Muggle World. After my friends bought their supplies in Diagon Alley, we strolled around the place for a bit, with the boys drooling at the sight of the firebolt in the Quidditch supply store, where I resisted the urge to tell them I already had one. When we realized we'd already passed most of the shops in the alley, I took them into the Muggle World, and now we were sitting on the lawn of a playground after a short tour, watching the other families playing with their children. So your brother was teaching you the basics of wizard duels? Terry asked Anthony. Yes, and we also had some friendly duels, he said. But how? Students are forbidden to do magic outside of school, Stephen asked confused, and my friends who were born in the wizarding world looked at each other uncomfortably. Well, actually this is. Padma started to say, but I cut her off. Children of wizarding families can use magic inside their homes, I said, and Stephen and Lisa looked at me in surprise, being the only two Muggleborns in the group besides me. The trace is in our wands, and it disappears when we come of age, but until that time any and all magic we do will be detected by the ministry, I started to explain. But that still doesn't explain how children from wizarding families can use magic. In fact, it just makes me more confused, Stephen said. I was almost there, I said. Wands are not the only means of tracking the illegal use of magic. The ministry also monitors the whole of the UK, and the radars mainly work in the Muggle part of the country. Here I looked at Stephen and Lisa, and I saw them paying attention to me, as did my other friends. And with all these monitoring methods you may be wondering, so how can they use their wands without being detected and punished? Well, there are two ways to circumvent monitoring, I explained, holding up a finger. The first is not using your own wand, but using a wand that no longer has the trace. I then held up one more finger, and the other way is if your house has wards or spells that prevent the ministry from monitoring what goes on inside it. I then turned to Anthony, and with an eyebrow raised in curiosity, I asked, I think your house has wards that prevent monitoring, right? Yes, how did you find out? He asked back. Well, the Goldstein family is an ancient and famous wizarding family, and their house is probably just as old as, so I came to the conclusion that it would be easier for you to have this ward than for you to use another wand. I shrugged. Makes sense, he said. But this is so unfair. Stephen exclaimed indignantly. Yes, you can do magic at will while we are punished if we try to do the same, Lisa said, crossing her arms in annoyance. Hey, I knew that, but I don't do magic outside of school. My dad doesn't let me use any wands to practice spells and my house doesn't have wards, Michael said. Same for me, Mandy said, but it's not like I asked my parents if they'd let me use their wand to practice. Well, I use my uncle's old wand. But I think my house has some wards, but I don't know if it has this monitoring blocking, Terry said. It's kind of a tradition for parents to teach their children spells from a young age back in India, Padma said, but now that I'm in England my parents can't teach me anymore. But that doesn't change the fact that basically all purebloods have a magic advantage over Muggleborns, Stephen said, and I looked away, not wanting to point out that my house actually had wards and that I could use my wand if I want, not that I needed to. But when I looked away I felt someone looking at me, and turning around I saw Luna looking at me with a knowing smile. As Ethan told me once, the world is not fair, Terry said with an apologetic look, and Stephen looked at him for a moment before sighing, nodding in acceptance. Actually, speaking of Ethan, it was because of something he said to me once that made me ask my brother to train me, and also because of our stupid, incompetent dad at teachers, obviously not counting Headmaster Dumbledore, Anthony said, and Terry and I both looked at him curiously. What did I tell you that made you stop being a lazy badger? I asked. First, being called lazy doesn't offend me, and second, it was because of the conversation we had in the library at the beginning of our first year, where you talked about the deadly weapons that all witches and wizards carry with them. Oh, I said. What conversation? And what deadly weapons? Sue asked, and I simply pointed at my wand holster on my wrist, which became visible to them. Oh, I get it. Well, let's talk about Ethan's wise and philosophical words later, as I have a question for Anthony, Michael said, drawing our attention to him. Yeah. Anthony asked. You said you dueled your brother, right? He asked, and Anthony nodded. Did you learn anything? How did these duels end? I learned a few things, but only the basics, Anthony replied. What about our duel? Well, our duel was balanced, until it started. So I guess you couldn't beat your brother, right? Mandy asked, and Anthony just looked at her blankly. I think that's a no, Luna said, a smile on her face as she followed a butterfly with her gaze. Chapter 220, Chapter Knight's House. It was only a few days before the start of my third year at Hogwarts, and I was currently in the special room in my suitcase. In these days that passed I returned to Nocturn Alley, only this time I had used the polyjuice potion to change my appearance. Back in Nocturn Alley I had managed to buy a boggart from one of its many shady shops, and now I was intending to face it. The reason I want to face a boggart now instead of in Dadak class with Lupin is simple. I want to find out what the thing the boggart will turn into when he sees me, since even I don't know what my biggest fear is. I could wait to find this out in my Dadak class, but the fact that I don't know what my biggest fear is makes me consider it a terrible idea. The boggart could transform into the Voldemort I saw in the Forbidden Forest, or he could transform into the Basilisk of the Chamber of Secrets, and those two options would only raise too many questions from the teachers and the other students, and I didn't want that. And that's not even the worst thing that can happen. This is my second life, so the boggart can turn into something I was afraid of in my first life, and depending on my fear the fact that I am a reincarnated can be revealed, or at least it can generate a lot of doubt. I know I'm being very cautious, but I prefer caution to naivety and recklessness, especially when it might screw me up in the future. It would be a little sad if I were doing all that, only to find out in the end that my biggest fear is something like cockroaches, I muttered, cocking my head to the side and looking curiously at the trunk with the boggart inside, but it would be fun if my boggart turned into some fictional horror movie character like Freddy Krueger. The purebloods would be terrified, I laughed. Actually, that gave me a great idea for a prank, I said to myself, but then I shook my head and got back to the main subject. The trunk in front of me was shaking and I could hear scratching sounds coming from inside it, and I could feel confused emotions coming from the boggart, but two emotions that towered above the others were anger and fear, and I was surprised since I didn't expect such emotions coming from this creature. I then drew my wand, and with a slight wave I opened the lock on the trunk, and then a black mist came out of it. Mist began to spread across the floor of the room, reaching and covering my feet, but I still hadn't taken my eyes off the trunk. And as I looked at the mist that started to take shape, I felt my body sweating cold unconsciously, and before I could think about why I was shaking, I saw him appear. In front of me now, towering over me and using the mist for cover was a dark shadow with fierce, cruel amber eyes. I felt my legs give out, and I looked at the creature in front of me with a strained breath. The creature started looking at me, and my mind started to get confused, so much so that I didn't even notice that my eyes started to glow, magic vision being activated by itself. With my magic vision on I could think rationally again and I could see the creature's magic in front of me, but the only thing I saw was a small gray ball of light. Blinking my eyes quickly I raised my wand, now reminding myself that what was in front of me was a boggart and not the creature from my nightmares and visions. Riddy, just as I started reciting the boggart banishing spell something strange happened. The boggart in front of me began to shake, and as if it were glass, it began to crack, and I felt a presence in the back of my mind fading, or rather, being torn apart. What the hell? I said, not knowing how to react. And then, in an explosion, the boggart in front of me exploded into thousands of pieces, with each piece turning to mist and disappearing. And as I looked at this scene in amazement I felt a headache hit me, and I immediately knelt on the floor holding my head, and the last thing I heard before I passed out was an angry roar in the back of my mind. Some minutes later. Ugh. What happened? I wondered sitting up, still holding my head, confused and disoriented. I then looked around the room I was in, and I saw the open and empty trunk beside me and realized I was on the floor. I fainted. I wondered, not remembering what happened after the boggart exploded, and when I tried to use a clemency to search my memories, a small headache would start to creep in. What the fuck happened? How and why the hell did the boggart explode? And why did I pass out? I asked myself, standing up and looking around. The boggart was destroyed. That shouldn't be possible, he's a mortal creature. At this point I didn't understand anything anymore. I don't know what killed the boggart, but whatever it was I knew it was connected with the creature of my dreams and with my fainting. Now the question was, why did this happen and why did I pass out, but no matter how much I thought about it I couldn't come up with an answer. Damn it, I swore, sigh. At least now I know it was a good choice to face a boggart now than in Lupin's class, I said, rubbing my temples. I then went back to looking around, still feeling the remnants of the boggart's magic scattered around the room after its destruction. Now how am I going to explain to Professor Lupin that I won't be able to participate in your practical class with boggart? I wondered, feeling another kind of headache hit me. September 1st, Hogwarts Express. And I thought muggles couldn't impress me, Anthony said, and then he looked at me and Stephen who were looking at him with a raised eyebrow. No offense of course. Don't worry, I didn't feel offended at all, Stephen said dryly. I wasn't that surprised as I'd been to the muggle part of London with my parents once, but it was a long time ago and we hadn't walked around the place that much, Terry said. Listening to them Michael huffed, it's just that you haven't seen the best part yet. Amusement parks, arcades, movie theaters. Ethan just took you to the less interesting places, he said looking at me. I didn't see you helping me organize the tour, I snapped, and Michael just shrugged. Well, I disagree, Anthony said. Me too. I'm still amazed that there's a watch-only shop in that big building, Terry said playing with the new watch on his wrist, which was made of silver and leather. Simple yet elegant, what's the name of that place? Is it Showpies, he started to say. It's shopping center, I corrected him. Yeah, this place you said, he said, and I rolled my eyes in amusement, and Michael just grimaced. But if it was me organizing the tour Michael started to speak, but he stopped mid-sentence when he felt the train suddenly slow down. Huh? Why did the train stop? We're not there yet, Terry said, looking at the watch on his wrist. Maybe your watch is broken, Anthony suggested with a shrug. No, I'm pretty sure it was working when I left the house, Terry said. Stephen then got up from his seat and went to the compartment door, opening it and sticking his head out to look at the corridors of the train, finding more students doing the same as him. Did the train break down? Michael asked, and Stephen turned to him. Isn't this a magic train? Shouldn't it? I don't know, fix itself if it breaks, he asked. Oh yeah, I had forgotten that all items and magical things fix themselves when they break, Michael said sarcastically, rolling his eyes. Well then what do you think is going on? Stephen asked crossing his arms and looking defiantly at Michael. Michael then started to give his suggestion as to what might have happened, but I wasn't paying attention to their conversation as I was using my magical sonar to sense if anyone was approaching the train. The boys' argument stopped just as the compartment's lights flickered on and off, and then a chill took over the sharing, with a light coating of ice covering the window pane. And with my sonar I could feel that some creatures with despicable magic were boarding the train. And besides the Dementors that boarded the train, I could feel dozens of them circling in the outside. They're here, I thought, gripping my wand tightly. Chapter 221, Chapter. Is it just me or is it getting cold in here? Anthony asked us, rubbing his arms for warmth. And is it just me, or are you also feeling that the mood has gotten a little weird? Stephen asked, looking around confused, but I could feel an air of anguish coming from him. I feel like I'm sadder all of a sudden. I'm glad I wasn't the only one who felt that, Michael muttered. Realizing they were feeling the effects of the Dementor's presence, I pulled out my wand and stood up. I was also feeling some sad emotions well up inside me, but I managed to force them to the back of my mind with my occlumency and my empath skills, but I couldn't suppress them all. Everyone sit down, I ordered, standing with my wand pointed at the compartment door. What's going on, Ethan? Terry asked me, shivering a little from the cold or his emotions. I don't know, but still he was reaching into the pocket where his wand was. It's the Dementors, I said, not taking my eyes off the door. They're disgusting creatures that suck all the happiness and joy out of other people, leaving only sadness and other bad emotions. They're the guards of Azkaban, and they're probably here because of Black. If they're Azkaban guards, that means they work for the Ministry, then they won't harm us, right? Anthony asked me, in an attempt to comfort himself. The Ministry thinks they control them. Dementors are creatures that feed off of others' positive emotions and sometimes their souls as well. Do you really think that kind of being is controlled by someone or that they care if we're not their targets? I asked, and that made Anthony close his mouth and frown, now looking warily at the door. Paying no more attention to them, I began to expand my magical sonar, and I felt that the Dementors that had boarded the train were walking the corridors, looking from compartment to compartment. I could feel all the positive, joyful emotions of the children fading away, and the negative emotions coming in droves. Today should be a day when the young children would be nervous but happy to see a new world where they could practice magic, and it should also be a day when the older students would be having fun with their friends, feeling happy to be back. To Hogwarts. But now thanks to these disgusting and despicable creatures the only emotions everyone was feeling were sadness, fear, anger, and anguish, and that I couldn't accept. Now knowing what I was supposed to do, I raised my wand and swung it over me, pronouncing the incantation firmly. Expecto Patronum, with that said, a thick and dense silvery mist shot out of my wand, expanding rapidly. I didn't hold back and used all my positive emotions and memories, as well as a lot of magic, as I wanted to drive all the Dementors off the train, not for myself, but for the other students. Feeling all their negative emotions was worse than feeling my own negative emotions. There weren't any Dementors very close to my compartment, but my spell spread through the other carriages and started to create a barrier to stop the Dementors from continuing to roam the train. But in addition to creating a barrier, my Patronus was also pushing them away, and I was happy to hear the anguished and frightened screams of the Dementors outside the train that were quickly moving away. Stay here, I said, looking at my friends who were looking at me in surprise, not feeling so cold or sad anymore. I then, still keeping the spell active, got out of my compartment, and standing in the corridor I started looking for the carriages that had the Dementors, finding them in the front carriages. Damn, the carriage Harry and the others are in is up front, I thought with a scowl, and with a wave of my hand I locked the doors to all the compartments around me, and with that I made my way through the corridors. Passing quickly through several compartments I sensed some Dementors ahead, and beyond them I sensed the magic of the Golden Trio, Nev and Ginny, as well as an unknown animalistic magic, which I assumed was Lupin. With the Patronus still active I headed towards that compartment, only for a silver glow greater than mine to emerge from that direction, and then I saw a large wolf of silver light rushing past me. Amazing, I whispered to myself, feeling the big, strong positive emotions leaking out of that corporeal Patronus. Shaking my head then I kept moving forward, finally cancelling my Patronus, and arriving in front of Harry's compartment I saw him lying unconscious on the floor. Sigh, apparently I'm too late, I said, drawing everyone's attention to me. Ethan? Nev asked, and I simply nodding at him. I then looked at the only adult in the compartment. The man was tall, with brown hair streaked with grey, he looked tired and wrinkled, but he still looked young in his own way. He wore patched and shabby clothes, but with him standing there looking fierce and protective he gave the impression that he was someone powerful. So you're the one who cast that Patronus, I said, and he looked at me a little surprised. Yes, he replied, eyeing me carefully. Why am I so tense and nervous, he wondered. I suggest you call your Patronus back and have him circle the train. I managed to drive out the remaining Dementors and drive the others away from the train, but they can come back, I said, and then looked back at Harry. When Harry wakes up, give him some chocolate, it will help to counter the lingering effects of the Dementors' presence. And how do you know that? Hermione questioned me and I rolled my eyes. Obviously reading, I said. You said you drove the other Dementors away, Lupin said, catching my attention. So does that mean that Patronus that came from the back carriages was yours, he asked. And to answer your question I just waved my wand and said the incantation, causing a silvery mist to fill the compartment, and I could feel the others feel more at ease with the presence of my Patronus. Impressive, Lupin said, looking at me in surprise. Then a smile came over his face. I think I'll enjoy teaching you. When he said that I smiled at him. So my thinking was right, you are a new data professor, I said, and he nodded. But well, it was nice to meet you, but I need to get back to my friends, they must be worried, I said, and at that moment Harry woke up, looking around with confusion on his face, noticing that he was lying on the floor. I think I'll let you explain what happened to Sleeping Beauty over there, I said, pointing at Harry ignoring Lupin's amused look, and I then turned and walked away from the sharing. Walking through the corridors and looking through the now open doors of the compartments I saw many students still feeling the effects of the Dementors, and some were worse than others. Dementors are the worst kind of creature there is, and if I could I would wipe them all off the planet, but I also couldn't deny that they were useful in guarding Azkaban's prisoners. But putting my contempt and hatred for the Dementors aside, I continued to walk back to my compartment where my friends were. But before I went back to my compartment I went to the carriage where I felt the trolley lady, and when I got there I bought a lot of chocolates, and with a lot of chocolates in my pockets I went back to my compartment. Are you okay? I asked the boys, who were sitting in their seats with pale faces. Ask me that tomorrow, Terry replied. Well, if you're that cheeky then that means you're fine, I chuckled, handing them some candy bars. Chocolates. What for? Stephen asked me. Eat it, chocolate helps to overcome the effects that Dementors leave on us, I said, and without more words the boys took it and started eating the candy. Believing my words, I'm also going to give some chocolates to our friends in the first years, I continued, turning to leave, but then I turned to the boys again. Do any of you know which compartment the girls are in? I asked. There are about 7 compartments to our left, Stephen replied. But I think Luna is sitting with Weasley's sister in another compartment, Michael said. I don't think so. I passed some compartments on my way to ours and I saw Ginny sitting with some other students from her year, and I saw Luna sitting in a compartment alone, Terry said, and he then frowned. I invited Luna to sit with us or the girls, but she said she wanted to read alone in a quiet place. I wasn't listening to Terry anymore, because as soon as he said that Luna was in a compartment alone my body froze. Damn it, I swore, and without further ado I turned around and started walking quickly, looking for Luna's magic. After searching for a while I found the compartment Luna was in, and I could feel emotions of sadness coming from inside, and without a second thought I opened the compartment door. As I opened the door I saw Luna sitting on the window seat, hugging one of the Quibbler magazines to her chest, and I could see dry tear marks on her cheeks. Luna. I called out to her, but she just kept staring straight ahead with a blank stare. Luna. Are you okay? I said, still no answer. Seeing that Luna was still in a somewhat catatonic state, I entered the compartment and closed the door, sitting next to her. Hey, look at me, Luna, I said softly, touching her arm. As soon as I touched her, Luna turned to me, and seeing her lost, anguished look I immediately pulled her into my arms, laying her head on my chest. It's okay, Luna, I'm here, I whispered quietly to her. Luna then snuggled into me, shivering a little with a sad look on her face, but I could feel her emotions of sadness waning. Fuck the Dementors, I'll find a way to destroy these disgusting creatures, I thought with hate. Chapter 222, Chapter. I saw my mom, Luna muttered under her breath after a while, and I let her continue, just rubbing her back showing my support for her. It was the day your experiment went wrong. I didn't know what to say to her, as nothing I said could ease the pain and sadness she was feeling, but then an idea came to my mind. I reached out one of my hands and brought it in front of Luna's face, and then I cast a little Patronus, and from my hand a mist of silver light emerged. Luna then took her face from my chest and looked at my Patronus, feeling a feeling of happiness and tranquility welling up inside her. I can't ask you to forget your mother's death, but I'm going to ask you to try to remember the happy times you had with her instead, I said, and Luna reached out to touch the mist of my Patronus. That's a Patronus, she said, affirming. Yes, I confirmed. It's beautiful, she said, and I smiled at her. If you want I can teach you how to cast it, I said, and Luna turned to me excitedly, putting all her sad thoughts aside. Sirius, she asked. Yes, but only if you help me with one thing, I said, and she cocked her head to the side with a curious look. Help with what? Oh, nothing special, I just want you to help me deliver some chocolates to the other students, I said, and then took a mint and caramel candy bar from my pocket, and before I forget, it's yours. Mint and caramel, she said, picking up the candy bar happily, opening it and biting into a piece, my favorite. Listening to her I huffed in amusement. Well, it's not like you told me that like 500 times, I thought wryly. I then got up from the seat and extended my hand to her. So, are you going to help me? I asked with a smile. She put a finger to her cheek as she pretended to ponder my request. Of course, she said, taking my hand and standing up. Perfect, I said, opening the compartment door and stepping out, planning to deliver chocolates to everyone on the train, especially those still affected by the Dementors. Luna and I then began our chocolate mission, going from compartment to compartment delivering chocolates to the students, and neither of us realized that all this time we were still holding hands. Ravenclaw Common Room. So we have a new data teacher, Stephen said, sitting on the couch in the common room. Why do you look sad about it? Lisa asked him, taking a book from the Ravenclaw library to read. I don't know. Stephen said dryly, maybe it's because we've only had useless data teachers since when we started studying here. Oh. Well, maybe he's a competent teacher, Anthony said uncertainly. Have you seen his clothes? Is that what a competent teacher looks like? Michael asked. If a good outfit turned a person into someone with skill, then every model out there would rule the world, I said dryly, and then turned to Michael, and I know you don't like it when people compare you to Malfoy, but you sounded just like him now. Listening to me, Michael grimaced, before looking away with an embarrassed, guilty look. Yeah, I think I was a little stupid, he said. What? Anthony exclaimed, gasping in surprise. Michael. Our Michael Corner. That Michael Corner we all know. Did he just apologize? Fuck you, Anthony. And he's back. Listening to them I rolled my eyes good-naturedly. Ahem. Padma cleared her throat to get our attention. I support giving the new teacher a vote of confidence. Me too, Lisa shrugged, and Sue nodded. Actually, I think he's going to be a good teacher, I said. And what makes you think that? Terry asked me. Simple, he warded off the Dementors with a corporeal Patronus, and I'm 100% sure that only a competent wizard would be able to do that, so by extension he must be a good teacher, I replied. Corporeal Patronus? I remember reading about it somewhere, Stephen said. He then snapped his finger in realization. Isn't that a very difficult newt-level protective spell? Now that you mention it, I also remember reading about it in a 6th-year charms book, Sue said. She then put a finger to her cheek as she tried to remember what was written in the book. The Patronus is a protection spell that conjures up a shield of positive emotions, and with a lot of power the caster can even conjure up a magical guardian in the form of an animal, which is almost tangible. Exactly, I couldn't have explained it better, I said, clapping my hands lightly, with my friends joining in, much to Sue's embarrassment. Oh, stop it, she said, blushing, but with a small smile on her face. So does that mean Professor Lupin can conjure a magic guardian? Amazing, Stephen said, his eyes brightening excitedly, but then he looked at me. Wait, so that spell you used on the train was a Patronus? An incorporeal, but yes, I nodded. I'd ask how you can cast a Patronus when he's so hard to cast, but I'm not even surprised, he said, and I shrugged. Hey, wait. Was that bright light Ethan's Patronus? Sue asked in surprise. Yes, Anthony said, and the girls then looked at me in surprise. Okay, you're going to teach me this spell, Lisa said, with no room for argument. Me too, Padma said. Looking at the girls and boys I noticed that some of them were still a little traumatized by the presence of the Dementors, and this made me realize that it might be a good idea to teach them the Patronus before our 5th year, when DA would be founded. You know what, I'm going to teach you guys, but you'll have to wait since there's already someone I'm going to teach first, I said, thinking about Luna. Fine, Anthony shrugged, and the others accepted as well. You know, it's a relief to know that we're finally going to have a good data teacher. I just hope he's normal, Terry said, changing the subject, and I almost snorted at what he said. Normal? What do you mean? Anthony asked. Well, let's see. Quirrell was a stuttering idiot, Lockhart was a criminal fraud, and I can't say Headmaster Dumbledore is normal. Have you guys seen how he dresses? Terry asked us, and we looked at each other. Yes, he's right. When he talks like that, it makes sense. I can't disagree with him. Wait, speaking of not normal, where is Luna? I thought, looking around. I then saw Luna talking to some first-year students, and overhearing their conversation I realized that she was telling them about the amazing magical creatures she knows, and from the wonder of some of the children, I could tell that some were believing her. Corrupting the little ravens, I huffed, and then went back to paying attention to my friend's conversation. And I'm telling you, I'm sure the headmaster's underwear is colored too, Anthony said confidently. No, his underwear is normal. I think, Michael said uncertainly, but I'm sure Professor Snape's underwear is all black. Of that I have no doubt, Stephen said. I just stopped paying attention to them for a few seconds. How did the conversation get to this topic? I wondered, looking at everyone strangely. Corridors, in the morning. It's been rumored that Harry passed out on the train, Terry said as we headed to the Great Hall for breakfast. And how do you know that? Anthony asked curiously. Morag told me. And how does Morag know that? Isn't it too early for rumors to be spreading? I asked. Terry then huffed. Are you seriously doubting her gossip skills? He asked me with a raised eyebrow. Fair enough, I shrugged. We did not continue our conversation as we had reached the Great Hall. Hey Ethan. I heard someone call out to me, and I looked over to the Hufflepuff table and saw Cedric waving at me. You can go to the Ravenclaw table without me, I'll see what Ced wants with me, I said, and then I started toward the Badger table. He's barely entered the Great Hall and he's already abandoned us, Anthony said, shaking his head in disappointment. That was quick. That's what she said, and Terry replied with a cheeky smile. That's why at times I think Michael is a better friend than you are, Anthony said, and without waiting for a response from Terry he started toward the Ravenclaw table. Ha, as if I would believe that, Terry chuckled, but Anthony kept walking, ignoring him. Wait, you're not serious, right? He asked, but continued to be ignored. Hey. Anthony. You're not serious. This is just a joke, right? Terry asked, and then he started following Anthony. Anthony. Answer me. You were kidding, weren't you? Forbidden Forest. Peter. 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 I'm coming for you. These were the thoughts of a great black dog that looked with a hint of madness and fixation at a huge castle in the distance. The dog was dirty and thin, but that only added to its fierce, angry appearance. But this dog wasn't just a normal dog, it was an animagus, and obviously he was Sirius Black, famous assassin, traitor, and Death Eater. Sirius, still in his dog form, looked up and saw some black shadows floating across the sky around the castle and whimpered, before turning and fleeing deeper into the forest with a single thought on his mind. Kill a certain traitorous rat, and protect his godson. Chapter 223, Chapter. Corridors, going to Charm's classroom. Did you seriously choose divination as one of your electives? Terry asked Anthony. I know you don't think wisely when you're going to do something, but you realize how useless this class is, right? I don't know what you're talking about. Divination is one of the most important branches of magic, Anthony replied. Of course, and besides you, a total of 4 people believe that, and 3 of them are in an asylum, I said dryly. What is an asylum? He asked me confused. Pureblood, I snorted. Anthony then looked at me confused before shrugging. But back to the point, I know it would be worth a lot to learn divination because my family has a history of having seer blood running through our veins, he said, and an image of Queenie Goldstein immediately came to my mind, who even though she wasn't a seer, she was still someone with a special ability. One of the greatest legilimences in the world, and also Newt Scamander's sister-in-law, I thought, and then I lifted my hand to rub my chin. By the way, can I convince Nick to introduce me to Newt? I'd like to see what creatures he has in his suitcase. Do you have seer blood? Terry asked with an odd look, bringing me back into the conversation. So why haven't I ever seen you make any predictions? Sigh. This is an ability that cannot be used at any time, only in moments of importance, Anthony said, looking off into space with a dignified and serene gaze, and besides, we don't choose when we're going to predict the future, but fate and magic that choose to show us signs and scenes so that we can change the world with our predictions. Ahem, Terry and I said, obviously not convinced. While Anthony kept trying to convince us that he might be a possible seer, we arrived in front of Charm's classroom door. The door was open, and looking into the room we noticed that Professor Flitwick was at his desk and that a few students were already seated in their seats. We then went inside and went to sit down, and choosing the middle seats that were in the right row, we sat down. Hi Professor, I said as I sat down, noticing Professor Flitwick looking at me. Hello Ethan, I heard from Professor Lupin about your little stunt on the train yesterday, the little professor said with an analytical look. Then a happy and somewhat proud smile appeared on his face. I guess you'll never stop surprising me, am I right? Let's just say I like surprising people, I said with a cheeky little smile. Or more how you like to show off, Terry muttered under his breath, and I nudged him with my elbow. Well Ethan, so I hope the next time you go to surprising someone, I'll be around to see it, Professor Flitwick said, and I nodded at him. So it's a deal, I said, and then we heard the start of class bell ring, ending our conversation. After charms class. Walking through the corridors of the castle after the end of our first class, the boys and I were chatting over the short review Professor Flitwick had given us of the spells we'd learned over the previous 2 years. I didn't have any problems with the review, as I'm usually used to practicing all the spells I've ever learned, even the most basic and common ones. But the same could not be said of the boys. How was I supposed to know that a simple tea-warming spell would be in the review? Stephen asked, being one of the students who didn't do well in the review. On the bright side, at least you managed to cast it on your 7th try, and that's a spell we learned in the first month of our first year, so it's not that surprising you forget about it, Terry said with a shrug. He then turned to Anthony with a mocking smile on his face that would have made Michael and Malfoy proud. Unlike Anthony here, who took him 15 tries to cast the shrinking charm, and that was the last spell we learned in our 2nd year, he said, and Anthony turned to him with a scowl. For your information, I'm becoming very skilled and proficient at casting this spell, Anthony said. Dude, if mastery of this spell was split into multiple levels, and the proficient level was the 3rd level, you'd still be in the tutorial, Terry said, and Anthony's left eye started to twitch. Says the guy who managed to transfigure a porcupine into a mug, Anthony snapped. And who said this is a bad thing? Terry asked with a raised eyebrow. The spell had to turn the porcupine into a pincushion, Anthony said dryly. Oh, Terry said. But you can't deny that was a really nice mug, Terry said, and Anthony just snorted in contempt. Maybe if it was done by a 5-year-old, he said. Yes, yes. Whatever you say, seer boy, Terry rolled his eyes, not the least bit offended, already accepting how terrible he is at the branch of magic called transfiguration. Sigh. I'm surrounded by idiots, Michael said. Shut up, Michael, Terry and Anthony said in sync, and Michael just snorted mockingly. I should have chosen Hufflepuff, I thought, looking at nothing in reflection. Hagrid's hut. After our charms class the boys and I split up as they had to go to their electives, with Anthony and surprisingly Michael going to divination class and Terry and Stephen going to arithmancy class. As I hadn't chosen arithmancy, divination, or muggle studies as electives, I had the 2nd morning class schedule free, so I decided to take advantage of that time by going to visit Hagrid, who would have his first care of magical creatures class after lunch. So how are you, Ethan? My half-giant friend asked me, pouring me a cup of tea. I'm fine, but I'm the one who should be asking you this question, I said, feeling nervousness seeping out of Hagrid. How are you feeling? Excited for your first class as a teacher? I asked. I'm feeling great. I have an amazing resume prepared and I know everyone is going to love it. I couldn't be more excited, he said, trying to keep a confident smile on his face. Hagrid, I called. Yes. Your hand is shaking. And you're putting salt in your tea instead of sugar, I said, and Hagrid quickly looked at the spoon and jar in his hands, realizing that it really was salt. By Merlin's beard, Hagrid said, and I rolled my eyes at him. Calm down, Hagrid, I know you'll do well in your first class. I said, just don't forget to talk to the headmaster about which creatures you'll show us and the students of the other years. What does that mean? He asked me confused. That means sometimes you can go overboard and get really excited, plus some creatures you like might not be very safe to show to some students, I said. Oh, absurd. These creatures are inoffensive. Hagrid waved a hand dismissively. Hagrid, I'm serious. I like magical creatures, but even I recognize that not all of them are good or docile, I started to say, a serious look on my face as I looked into Hagrid's eyes. If by chance an accident happens, and it can happen, the students can be injured, or worse, killed, and when that happens, you and the headmaster will be in trouble. As I said that, Hagrid was looking at me with a frown of concern, listening to my every word. I'm not saying you can't show us some cool creatures, but it would be nice if you could ask for advice and opinions from the other teachers. You're new to the teaching position, so you probably don't know what to do, I said, feeling sick as I looked into Hagrid's sad eyes, realizing that all his excitement and joy had faded. Sigh. I understand, he said, and then he turned to me with a sad smile. I think I'll ask Dumbledore for help. I know he likes magical creatures almost as much as I do. Well, and if you ask him for help, you might even try to convince Fawkes to be one of the creatures you're going to teach us about. You'd probably be one of the first, or even the only professor at Hogwarts in the entire world to bring a phoenix for a lesson, I said, and that seemed to cheer Hagrid up again. Oh, you're right, he said, with a twinkle in his eye, but how can I convince Dumbledore to let me bring Fawkes to a lesson? You don't need the headmaster's permission, Hagrid, you need the permission of Fawkes himself. I rolled my eyes, and I'm sure Fawkes would be very happy to help you. And I can also talk to Fawkes. Maybe bribe him with some candy, I thought. Oh, but convincing Fawkes will probably be as difficult as convincing Headmaster Dumbledore, Hagrid said. Don't worry, you'll make it, I said, getting up and walking over to him, climbing up on a chair to pat his shoulder, and I'm really excited for your lessons. Thanks, Ethan, I just hope the students enjoy my classes too, Hagrid said, with a little nervousness and anticipation, and immediately Malfoy and his group came to my mind. Looking at Hagrid and his enthusiasm for wanting to teach, I couldn't help but frown as I thought about the Buckbeak incident. Well, I might not be able to make Malfoy gain any good sense, but I can stop him from interfering with Hagrid's class, I thought, a plan forming in my mind and a sly smile breaking out on my face. Chapter 224, Chapter Hogwarts Grounds. After lunch, my friends, and I and a few other students from our year started walking towards Hagrid's hut, which was near the edge of the Forbidden Forest. With me were almost all my friends and colleagues from Ravenclaw, just missing Mandy and Padma, who weren't very fond of magical creatures, or any other creature that wasn't cute and small. After walking a bit on the muddy ground from yesterday's rain, we finally arrived in front of Hagrid's hut, finding him waiting for us outside his hut. Everybody is here, he asked, with a smile on his face at us. He then seemed to remember something and quickly took something out of his pocket, which turned out to be parchment. He then started muttering as he looked at us, and from what I heard I could tell that what was in his hands was a list of the students who would be attending his class. Where's Mr. Malfoy? Hagrid asked, looking at the list of students in his hand and the students around him, looking for a platinum-haired brat. Pansy Parkinson started to say, with many eyes falling on her. Draco had a little accident at lunch, and Madame Pomfrey said he would need to stay in bed for the rest of the afternoon, she said, with a worried look on her face. When Parkinson said this, a smile appeared on the faces of most of the students, especially on the faces of a certain golden trio. Hearing Parkinson's, a smile threatened to cross my face, and I was instantly reminded of the little accident that had happened this afternoon that had landed Malfoy in the hospital wing. Flashback no jutsu. Lunchtime, North Corridor. POV, third person. Malfoy was walking towards the Great Hall thinking about what new method he was going to use to annoy Potter and his idiot friends, but then he saw something gleaming on the floor in front of him, and curiously he approached. Arriving in front of the item he bent down and picked it up. What is this? Malfoy wondered, looking at the shiny beetle-sized pebble in his hand curiously. But he didn't have time to think of an answer as the stone began to glow brighter, and then suddenly it exploded. What happened? Professor Burbage, who teaches Muggle studies, said, coming into the corridor as soon as she heard the explosion. She then saw that in front of her, standing in the middle of the hallway, covered with some kind of moss, was a student. Oh my, she exclaimed, approaching the student and seeing that he was paralyzed like a statue, but her eyes kept moving. Malfoy managed to say through his paralyzed lips, feeling a strange tingle on his skin. End of flashback no jutsu. Sigh. A simple but perfect plan, I thought with a smile on my face, not noticing that Seamus Finnegan was turning away from me with a wary look. Well, that's sad for him, he's going to miss this lesson and I'm going to show you something really amazing and interesting, Hagrid said, and this caught the students' attention, but let's go then. We can't waste time. Saying that, Hagrid began to lead us through the Hogwarts grounds, until we reached a fence in a paddock, and our half-giant professor turned to us. All of you rally around this fence, he said to us. He then pulled another parchment out of his pocket and began to read it. Wait. Are these notes? I sweated, listening to Hagrid's murmurs. After reading the contents of the scroll, Hagrid looked at all of us. Now, I want you all to take your books and open them to page 46 and... How? Terry asked, interrupting him. How what? Hagrid asked back, looking confused at Terry. How do we open this book? Terry asked, showing Hagrid his chained book. Stroke its spine, I said, and Terry looked at me with a raised eyebrow, until he saw my docile monster book of monsters snuggled into my arms. He then shrugged and stroked the spine of his book, and watched as it shivered at his touch before calming down with a satisfied purr. I'm not even going to ask how you found this out, Terry said to me, opening his book. When the other students listened to me and saw Terry taming his book, they followed suit and did the same, and Hagrid watched it all with pride. Maybe next time I'll leave a note on the materials list telling them how to open the book, he thought. And in several places in the castle some students felt like crying and hitting a certain bearded professor who was not the headmaster while looking at their hands with bite marks. Well, as you all managed to open your books, I want you to go to page 46 and read about the creature mentioned on it, and in the meantime I'll go get the magical creatures. Wait here, Hagrid said, leaving us to read the book as he turned and left, heading to the back of the paddock that was inside the Forbidden Forest. I think Hagrid really took our conversation seriously. Well, either that or maybe Malfoy's absence created a butterfly effect that left the class better than it should have been, I thought, shrugging my shoulders. Hippogriffs. Anthony asked, looking at the image and description of the creature that was in the book. Are they what we are going to learn about today? Cool, he said. Did you happen to predict this in your teacup, Anthony? Terry asked mockingly, and Anthony's eye twitched. I'll refrain from arguing with you, I know this is just jealousy, Anthony said, looking smugly at Terry and me. What did I do? I wondered. Yes. Anything that lets you sleep at night, Terry said, going back to reading his book. Humph, Anthony Buffoo. Squeaked Lavender from the back of the group, pointing forward, catching the attention of those still reading their books and causing them to look where she pointed. Wow. Hippogriffos. They are amazing. Look, Michael, your father. Fuck you. Just as expected, Hagrid arrived with several hippogriffs on chains he held, all trotting proudly behind the half-giant. Looking at the hippogriffs, my eyes sparkled excitedly, seeing that they each had different appearances. The only thing that didn't change was the appearance of eagle mixed with horse, obviously. Here are the hippogriffs. Hagrid exclaimed excitedly after tying the chain that held the creatures to the fence, with all the students but me backing away in alarm. They're beautiful, aren't they? Hagrid then turned to look at us expectantly. So. Will anyone want to touch them, he asked, and I immediately raised my hand, already approaching the creatures. Hagrid didn't stop me as he already knew I knew the basic rules on how to approach a hippogriff, but that didn't stop him from turning to the rest of the class to explain. I know some of you have read the description of hippogriffs in the book, but there are still a few rules you should follow if you want to approach them, Hagrid said, looking seriously at everyone. While Hagrid was teaching the other students, I was already jumping over the fence, landing at least 5 meters away from the nearest hippogriff. I then looked into the eyes of a hippogriff that had brown fur and white feathers, and I began to approach him slowly, without blinking or looking away. When I was within 3 meters of him, I started to bow, but what happened next surprised not only me but also all the students who were looking at the scene. Before I could even fully bow, the hippogriff in front of me bowed deeply, lowering his head in a respectful manner. But the most surprising thing of all is that it wasn't just the hippogriff I was facing that bowed, but all the hippogriffs that Hagrid had brought. Looking around at all the hippogriffs bowing to me, I was momentarily confused, until I remembered my beast power. Looks like it's getting stronger, I thought, frowning. I then looked around again, noticing that the hippogriffs were still bowing to me. Okay, this is really weird. Professor Hagrid. Justin called, and Hagrid turned to him with a smile and moist eyes, as this was the first time he'd been called a professor. Yeah, he asked happily. Was that supposed to happen? Justin pointed behind him, and Hagrid turned around in confusion. What? As soon as Hagrid saw the scene of a boy surrounded by hippogriffs bowing to him, his eyes almost widened and his mouth opened in shock. And meanwhile I looked around awkwardly. Should I bow to them all? I asked myself, standing awkwardly in the middle of the paddock. This is amazing. Hagrid almost shouted in wonder, look everyone. This is an unprecedented event. There has never been a case where multiple hippogriffs bowed to the same person. Saying that, Hagrid turned to me again. Which hippogriff did you bow to first? He asked, almost jumping to his feet excitedly, and I looked at him awkwardly. Professor Hagrid, actually the first to bow was the hippogriff, Anthony said with his hand raised, and Hagrid's head snapped in his direction. What? He exclaimed, and turning his gaze to me I almost took a step back. Hagrid, please stop looking at me like that, I said, but it seemed to fall on Hagrid's deaf ears. With Hagrid ignoring me, he turned to the class and started talking about how no hippogriff has ever bowed to someone first before, and then he started pointing at me as he talked about me. Wait, shouldn't this lesson be about hippogriffs? Since when did I become the focus of this class? I wondered with a strange look on my face. I then saw some students take some parchments and quills out of their bags and start jotting something down while looking at me. Why do I now feel like the magical creature being studied in this class is me? I muttered. And can you guys stop pointing at me like I'm some kind of strange creature? I thought, sweating as I felt several analytic eyes on me. As I thought about whether it would be wrong to hit a teacher and drown some students in the lake, I felt something nudge my right arm, and looking to the side I saw a gray hippogriff looking at me expectantly as it lowered its head. Sigh. At least you guys are acting normal, I said, stroking the hippogriff who closed his eyes in satisfaction. I then felt something poking my back and my left arm. Turning around I saw that the other hippogriffs had approached me, and just like the hippogriff I was petting, who I realized was Buckbeak Dash, they also wanted my attention. Well. Maybe not so normally. Chapter 225, Chapter. The rest of the Care of Magical Creatures class spent with Hagrid talking about everything he knew about hippogriffs, letting the students pet them after showing their respects to the creatures, not that it was necessary since the hippogriffs were so focused on me that they didn't even seem to notice the other students' presence, even when they were being petted. Hagrid also asked some simple questions about the laws of creating magical creatures, and I was pretty sure that part was required by the headmaster. If there's one thing I know about Hagrid, it's that even though he's a big, gentle and fluffy, he's still a bit irresponsible when it comes to the laws of creating magical creatures, as evidenced by Norberta, Fluffy, and Aragog. But moving on. The class continued as normally as my presence allowed, and because Hagrid was so focused on me and in the case of the hippogriffs bowing, he didn't even offer us the option of riding a hippogriff for a short flight, unfortunately. But I didn't bother with that, as I knew where the hippogriff's enclosure was, and I could ask them to take me flying anytime, obviously without letting the teachers find out. When the class ended, all the students sadly said goodbye to the hippogriffs, but I think the ones saddest with the end of the class were the hippogriffs themselves when they realized I was leaving. They only calmed down when I promised through Beast Talk that I would visit them again some other time. But beyond this momentary sadness, all the students returned to the castle full of joy and good things to talk about Hagrid's class, which in my opinion, was really amazing. And speaking of Hagrid, he stayed with the hippogriffs saying he had to feed them, but I, and probably the Golden Trio, knew he just wanted to be alone so he could cry with happiness over the fact that his first class was a success. Even some Slytherins came out of class saying some nice things about the lesson. Obviously those in Malfoy's group said nice things begrudgingly, not forgetting to offend Hagrid in some way, but their feelings of anticipation didn't fool me. Well, with that I can say that I'm happy for Hagrid, and that I can't wait for his next lesson and the creature he's going to show us. Who knows, if he continues like this he might actually be allowed to bring a dragon to one of his next lessons. Following day. After my transfiguration class with the Hufflepuffs, I was heading to the Great Hall for lunch, while reflecting on my beast power boost. As I walked through the halls I noticed someone sitting in front of one of the windows, holding his knees to his chest and looking out at the castle. I could feel the sadness and disappointment coming from this boy from miles away, and looking closely at him I realized that this boy was Neville. "What happened, Nev?" I asked the boy, who turned to me startled, before relaxing to see it was me. "Oh, hi Ethan," he said, and I noticed dry tear marks on his cheeks. "Why were you crying?" I asked with a worried frown. "It's nothing," he said, rubbing his eyes with the sleeve of his robe. "Try again," I said dryly, approaching him and sitting down opposite him. "You and I both know you're a terrible liar, so I'll ask you again. Why were you crying?" I asked, looking at him seriously. Neville then looked at me for a moment with an uncertain face, before sighing. "Snape," he whispered softly, as if he was afraid that mentioning the man's name would somehow summon him. When Nev said Professor Snape's name, I immediately remembered that Gryffindor had double potions this morning, and I grimaced. "Oh," I said. I then saw Neville looking away in embarrassment, and I sighed. "Nev, tell me what happened." Neville then looked at me for a few seconds before lowering his head and starting to talk about what Professor Snape had done. Neville told me about how Professor Snape treated him badly in the potion class, much worse than he ever had before, and how he threatened him and used Trevor, his toad, to test his potion. Listening to all this I was silent for a few seconds. I then turned to Neville and started talking. "Professor Snape probably knew your potion wouldn't poison your toad," I said, and Nev looked at me with a mixture of surprise and disappointment, probably because I defended Snape, but I said probably. "I'm not sure about it, and even if I had, it still wouldn't change the fact that what he did was wrong, cruel, and childish." At those words of mine Neville's eyes widened, and then I put my hand on his shoulder. "He's a teacher, and no matter if he's having a bad day, he should treat every student with the least decency. If he doesn't get that, he shouldn't even continue as a teacher," I said, seriously looking into the eyes of the shy boy in front of me. "Talk to Professor McGonagall, she's your head of house and deputy headmistress, and it's her job to solve this problem," I said, "and I'm sure if you explain everything to her, she'll talk to Professor Snape. Maybe she'll even teach him what self-control is like," I said with a sarcastic smile, and Nev laughed a little. Nev then looked at me for a moment, and the small smile on his face was replaced by a sigh. "But what if Professor McGonagall doesn't do anything?" he asked. "She's going to do something," I said. "But what if she doesn't?" he asked again, and I stopped to look at him, seeing uncertainty practically written all over his face. "Well, in that case then you just have to talk to another teacher. Professor Flitwick and Professor Sprout are also head of house, and between the two of us, I'm sure Professor Flitwick would love to put Snape in his place," I said, winking at Nev at the end. "And among the three heads of house, and even the headmaster, someone has to do something, or rather, someone must do something about Professor Snape's behavior," I said, and Neville seemed to think for a moment about what I'd said before sighing, in a mixture of relief and fear. "Oh okay," he said, and then looked at me with brave eyes. I am going to talk to some professor about Professor S. Snape." "Yeah, that's the Gryffindor courage I wanted to see," I said happily, patting him on the shoulder proudly. But maybe after lunch," and he reverted back to his shy personality. "Well, that's a start," I shrugged. I then took out my wand and cast a Tempest, seeing that lunchtime was almost half over. "Well then I guess we better get going soon, we don't want to arrive when desserts are being served, right?" I said smiling. I then stood up, and held out my hand to Nev, helping him up. "Oh, and don't care too much what Professor Snape says about you." He wouldn't be able to tell if someone is good or talented even if the person created a potion that raised the dead before his eyes, I said, and ignoring the shocked look Neville was giving me I kept walking, and after a while Neville recovered from the shock and followed me. Defense against the Dark Arts class. On our first afternoon class we went to the Dada classroom, only for Professor Lupin to arrive and tell us to put away our books and follow him. As we followed Professor Lupin to the staff room, we saw Peeves clogging the door lock of a room with gum. We kept walking, and when we got within 2 meters of him, he turned to us, his eyes immediately falling on Professor Lupin, and when he started to open his mouth to taunt him, he saw me out of the corner of his eye. With me looking at him with dangerously narrowed eyes, Peeves let out a startled cry, and under the gaze of the other students he turned and fled, not daring to look back. The students then started looking at each other strangely, with confusion on their faces, and only Terry, Anthony, and I knew why he had run away. "Dude, that happened in our first year, and he's still scared of you," Terry commented beside me, and I just shrugged. "And I hope it stays that way. I don't want my first big achievement in the wizarding world to be figuring out a way to destroy a poltergeist," I said, and Terry and Anthony both looked at me strangely. "I don't know what's scarier, you saying that or me not doubting that you would actually do it," Anthony said, and I turned to him with an innocent smile on my face. I then looked ahead and noticed that Professor Lupin was looking at me with a raised eyebrow, and I shrugged my shoulders at him with a mysterious smile on my face. Werewolf hearing. Cool, I thought. Professor Lupin then decided to put the matter aside for the time being, but inside he was curious to know what I had done to scare Peeves, something that no student and no teacher has been able to do. Professor Lupin continued to guide us through the corridors, until we arrived in front of the staff room door. He then opened the door and told us to come in. The staff room was a long room, with many old chairs, tables, and even sofas scattered around it. The room felt old but cozy, and the only person who was in the room when we entered it there was Professor Snape, who was sitting reading a book. But I didn't pay attention to him, as what caught my attention was a wardrobe that was leaning against one of the walls of the room, and I could feel the magic of a boggart coming from inside it. Now that I think about it, isn't it a bit stupid and cruel for Professor Lupin to make us face our biggest fears in front of the whole class? I wondered. I actually have this opinion because I know that some people are afraid of embarrassing things they wouldn't want anyone to know about. And I have no doubt that there are also some students who would love to know what their classmates' biggest fear is, just to have more reason to tease and even scare them. And with that said, Malfoy came to mind, reminding me that he would try to dress up as a Dementor just to scare and harm Harry at one of Gryffindor's Quidditch matches. But on the logical side, having many people in the room makes the mission to defeat Boggart easier, I shrugged, and then looked around. Well, now I just need to stay at the end of the line so I don't have to face the Boggart. Chapter 226, Chapter. Staff Room, Dada Class. "Leave the door open, Lupin, I don't want to be here to see this," Professor Snape said, closing his book and getting up from the sofa he was sitting on. Professor Snape then started towards the door, but halfway through he turned to Professor Lupin. "Probably no one warned you, Lupin, but this class has Neville Longbottom. I advise you not to let this boy do anything that presents great or the least difficulty, unless Miss Granger decides to whisper instructions in his ear." Professor Snape, he said contemptuously, looking lightly at Hermione and Nevada. Hermione was embarrassed but didn't back down, and impressively Neville faced Professor Snape, looking at him defiantly. Professor Snape's eyes widened slightly, but he was quick to hide it, but I could feel he was surprised. Looking at Neville, who was trying to keep up a brave face, I smiled, knowing he was scared but still decided to face his tormentor. Is this how a mother bird feels when she sees her babies fly for the first time? I thought, wiping a fake tear from my eyes. Professor Lupin, listening to Professor Snape, turned to look out of the corner of his eye at Neville, and seeing his defiant stance he smiled. Just like Alice, Professor Lupin thought with nostalgia. He then turned to Professor Snape. "No need to worry, I'm sure Neville will do very well in my class," he said, smiling slightly. "Actually, I'm going to ask Neville to help me in the first part of my lesson." Professor Snape then narrowed his eyes at Professor Lupin. "I hope you know what you're doing," he said dryly. "I know very well what I'm doing," Professor Lupin said, and if it were possible Professor Snape would have killed Lupin with his eyes. Professor Snape looked at Professor Lupin for a few more seconds before scowling at Neville. He then snorted coldly, turning and walking out of the room without another word, his cloak billowing behind him. As soon as he left and the door closed, and Professor Lupin turned to the rest of us. "Nice guy," he said jokingly. He then walked towards the wardrobe at the back of the room, gesturing for us to follow him. When he got to the side of the wardrobe it jerked, hitting the wall and startling some students. "Don't worry," Professor Lupin said calmly, "there's a boggart in there." He then proceeded to give a little basic introduction about what a boggart is and where it usually hides. And now that you know a little bit about boggarts, there's a question we all must ask. What does a boggart look like? Professor Lupin asked, and then he pointed at Hermione. "It's a shapeshifter," she replied quickly, happy to have been chosen. "It's able to take the shape of the thing it thinks scares us the most." "Perfect, I couldn't have given a better description. Professor Lupin smiled, and Hermione's face lit up with pride. A boggart can change into anything as long as it's the greatest fear of the person in front of it. No one knows what a boggart really looks like, and in addition to its appearance being a mystery, boggarts are also immortals. As Professor Lupin explained how to fight the boggart, I was looking at all the students in the room, noticing how tense and nervous some of them were. I guess I didn't feel as much nervousness coming from them even in the troll attack our first year, and it proved to me that people are more nervous facing their greatest fears even knowing they're safe than when they are in some real danger. Hey, that's the power of fear, I thought, shaking my head. That's why Voldemort is considered the greatest dark wizard, surpassing even Grindelwald. When I refocused on the class, I saw Professor Lupin explaining to Neville the process behind the boggart banishing spell. Okay. Now everyone line up at the back of the room. As soon as Neville faces the boggart and casts the spell on it, the next one in line will advance, and then the next, understand? Professor Lupin said to us, and immediately everyone started to form a line, giving Neville ample space, who stood nervously in the middle of the room in front of the wardrobe. When the students started to form a line, I waited for everyone to be organized before moving to the end of the line, right behind Faye and Mandy. I noticed that Terry, who was a little way forward, was looking at me with a raised eyebrow, but he just shrugged and turned his attention back to Professor Lupin. On the count of 3 I will open the wardrobe, so get ready, Neville, Professor Lupin said to Nev, with his wand in hand. Neville nodded at him boldly, gripping his wand tightly as his hand shook. 1, 2, 3, now. Professor Lupin exclaimed, and immediately swung his wand open the wardrobe doors, freeing the boggart. What came out of the wardrobe was a perfect copy of Professor Snape, who was advancing with a scowl towards Neville, whose eyes widened in alarm. Ridiculous. Neville exclaimed, pointing his wand at the boggart, who stopped with an odd expression, before starting to transform with a crack sound. Now Professor Snape was wearing a frilly green dress, wearing high heels and a huge wizard hat with a deformed vulture on his head, and he was holding a red handbag with golden pearls. If it was before, I would feel bad for Professor Snape, since basically a lot of students are seeing him wearing these embarrassing clothes, but after what he did to Neville, I kind of feel like he deserves it. And with that said, I joined the other students and started laughing lightly at the scene in front of me. Parvati. It's your turn. Professor Lupin called. Padma's sister then advanced forward, and immediately Boggart's confusion ended and it spun around with a loud crack, turning into a mummy. Ridiculous, she cast the spell, and the boggart ended up tripping over its own ribbons, which began to change color, leaving the mummy's ribbons vivid blue. The class then continued with students advancing and facing the boggart, with the creature transforming into several different things in an attempt to scare us. I saw what my friend's biggest fear is, and some of them didn't surprise me and others did, and unexpectedly Lisa's biggest fear is not a bearded man or Santa Claus, but a strange creature that I remember seeing in a horror movie as a kid. And with lessons still going on, I saw Harry stepping forward to face the boggart with a brave look, and the boggart began to transform, and I felt that all the students were now quiet and paying attention. I could feel the nervousness and fear coming from most of them, and then I realized that, like Professor Lupin, the students also thought that Harry's biggest fear was Voldemort. When the boggart finished transforming, Professor Lupin was already standing in front of Harry protectively, and the boggart quickly changed from a Dementor to a full moon above the clouds of a night sky. Ridiculous, Professor Lupin exclaimed, and the moon deflated like a balloon, and then he stepped to the side, bringing Harry with him, still hiding him behind his back. Forward, Neville. Finish it. Professor Lupin said, and Neville then advanced, more courage than before, and the boggart again transformed into Professor Snape. Ridiculous, he said without stuttering and firmly, and now Snape was wearing a red lace dress that clung to his body, and under the shocked gaze of the students Neville started to laugh, and then the boggart exploded in wisps of smoke. The room then fell into silence, with everyone gaping at Neville, who was still chuckling, propping himself up on his knees. After a moment of silence, Professor Lupin then began to clap. Excellent. You were amazing, Neville, he said, and the students recovered from their shock and started cheering enthusiastically as well. Well done to all of you. Let me see. 5 points for everyone who faced the boggart, 15 to Neville for facing it twice and for having defeated it, and another 5 points for Harry and Hermione. Professor Lupin then proceeded to congratulate us and give us a little homework, and meanwhile Harry was frowning at where the boggart was when it exploded. After that, Professor Lupin dismissed us and we left the room, with my friends and the other students excitedly commenting on the lesson, and further on I could see an embarrassed Neville getting patted on the back by his classmates. So, why did you go to the end of the line? Terry asked me as he caught up with me, and I looked at him with a raised eyebrow. I was hoping you were the first to want to face the boggart, he said. Let's just say I'm not very comfortable showing my biggest fear to a lot of students, especially when the foremost gossips people in the school are in the room, I said dryly. Makes sense, Terry said, but I was curious to know what your biggest fear is, he said. Terry, are you sure you want to know what Ethan's biggest fear is? Anthony asked with an odd expression. What do you mean? Terry asked, confused. I don't know if you remember, but this is Ethan we're talking about. He faced a troll in our first year. Anthony started counting on his fingers. He remained calm even when a bunch of hippogriffs surrounded him. His main fun at school is teasing and sometimes humiliating older students and even teachers. He is always doing something stupidly dangerous, and he can scare anyone with a look, even immortal creatures. Are you sure you want to see what his biggest fear is? He asked. Now that you put it that way. Yeah, I don't think I want to know what his biggest fear is anymore, Terry said slowly. Well. And besides, knowing Ethan, he'd probably find a way to terrorize the Boggart too, Anthony continued, and I almost laughed at the irony of it. You've got a good point, Terry said, and I rolled my eyes good-naturedly at them. Chapter 227, Chapter. Ravenclaw and Gryffindor third-year students weren't the only ones who found Professor Lupin's classes amazing. Basically, there was mutual agreement among all the students at the school who had already had their first data class this school year that he was a great data teacher, and only a few had anything bad to say about him and his classes, but all these bad things were drowned out by so many good things being said. And it was the same for Hagrid, who was still teaching with as much joy as he had been on the first day. We haven't had another Care of Magical Creatures class yet, but Hagrid has already told me he's going to review the hippogriffs again in his next class before we move on to another creature. Everything would be going great with me having fun with my friends and the classes being fun and exciting, if it weren't for the fact that there was a heavy atmosphere hanging over the students and teachers, either because of the presence of the Dementors or because of the sighting of Sirius Black, who was seen just a few kilometers from Hogwarts. I intended to wait for Halloween to ambush Sirius when he was going to try to break into the Gryffindor common room. I wanted to talk to him and try to convince him that the best thing to do would be to hand the rat over to the Ministry, and thus also exonerate himself so he could take care of Harry for Real. But that whole plan boiled down to hoping Sirius would agree to stay hidden and not go looking for Pettigrew, and if he didn't listen to me, I'd simply have to stun him and arrest him. Yeah, I think I'll actually leave the talking part as a second option. Stunning Sirius and arresting him seems a lot easier. The weekend passed and so did Sue's birthday, and as all my friends and I knew when her birthday was, we decided to have a little party for her, but not as big as the one we had for Luna earlier in the year. Sue was really happy about the party as she wasn't expecting it, and we had so much fun celebrating and eating. But now back to the subject. Today is Monday, the day of my first Ancient Runes class, and I was walking down the halls towards the Runes classroom, with Lily by my side, with her talking excitedly about her data class she just had. And then the Boggart showed up and I went BAM. And it screamed and went POW. Then Professor Lupin went and TAH. And the Boggart exploded with a boom. Lily said excitedly, gesturing and grimacing in a cute way. Amazing. I'm proud of you, I said, ruffling Lily's hair to her delight as we walked into the classroom. Hee hee, yes, she said smiling, I think this was one of the best lessons I've ever had. I'm glad to hear that, and I'm sure Professor Lupin would be glad to hear that too, I said, taking the seats to the left of the room with Lily sitting next to me. Maybe, she said with a finger on her chin. She then let out a sad sigh. I just wish my housemates weren't trying to disrupt Professor Lupin's class or badmouthing him. Sigh, unfortunately not all people can be as thoughtful and nice as you are, I said with a small smile. You mean not all Slytherins, right? She asked with a playful smile on her face. Maybe. I said looking away. Hi Ethan, I heard someone speak next to me, and turning around I saw Hermione standing holding a book in her arms. Can I sit with you? She asked. Of course, I said, pointing to the free seat on my other side. Thank you, she said smiling. She then sat down next to me and placed her book on the table, pulling out a few other things from her bag. As soon as she finished packing all her things she turned to look at Lily, only realizing her presence now. You're Lily, aren't you? Hermione asked. Yes, and you must be Hermione, Lily said, reaching across the table to Hermione. We've met at Luna's party and in the Gryffindor and Slytherin joint classes, but I don't think I ever had a chance to talk to you. Well, then nice to meet you Lily, Hermione shaking her hand with a smile on her face. From what I've heard from Faye you are probably one of the few nice girls in Slytherin. Well I wouldn't say I'm the only one, Lily said a little embarrassed, and I huffed, getting a playful nudge from the little girl. You were the only girl so far who didn't make fun of me, answer me rudely or give me a cold shoulder when I tried to talk to you, so on my list you are the nicest girl in your house, Hermione said, shrugging her shoulders with a small smile. Thanks I guess, Lily said, and you're not as bad as Malfoy says, she commented playfully. That's a relief, Hermione joked too. Why do I feel like I'm being ignored? I wondered. Hello everyone, a new voice said, catching my attention and that of all the other students in the room. The person who spoke was a light brown-haired woman who didn't look more than 26 years old. She had a friendly appearance and a warm smile, giving more of a trustworthy big sister feel than a teacher. I am Professor Bethshada Babbling, and I will be your Ancient Runes teacher for this year and the next ones if you decide to continue studying my subject, she said, moving to the front of the class, taking a seat at her large table. Now that I've introduced myself, let's start with an introduction to what runes are and what they are for, as well as what rune languages exist, Professor Babbling said, and with a wave of her wand several words magically appeared on the blackboard behind her. Looks like I made the right choice in choosing ancient runes as one of my electives, I thought, already feeling that I would enjoy the class. And I may not be a pervert like Terry and Anthony, but I won't deny that it's nice to have such a young and beautiful teacher teaching me, I thought, and looking to the side I saw that Terry, who is also doing ancient runes, was looking in full concentration at Professor Babbling. Pervert, I snorted. Wednesday, trials for the Ravenclaw Quidditch team. Wednesday started like any other day, only for some people today is a very important day. Today is the day that the trials for the Ravenclaw Quidditch team would begin, so the other team members and I woke up early and headed to the Quidditch pitch. Arriving at the Quidditch pitch, we organize all the equipment and then wait for the students to show up for the trial. As Clark had graduated last school year, the team seeker position was free, and in addition there was also a vacancy for the beater position, as Patrick left the team to focus on his studies as he was in the 7th year, his newts year. But unlike the seeker vacancy, there was already someone prepared to take the place of the titular beater. And who will occupy that position now is Miles, who was previously a backup beater. Unfortunately, the only backup seeker the team has is me, and I'm already busy being one of the chasers, and even with me being as good a seeker as a chaser, I still think the chaser position is better and more fun for me. While I was lost in thought, students began to appear, each holding their own broom. Hello everyone, I'm the captain of the Ravenclaw team, Roger Davies, Roger said to all the students in front of him. You are here to do the tests for the best Quidditch team at Hogwarts, so I hope you give all of you, he said with a proud look. Some students upon hearing this stood up straight and nervous, realizing that not only would they have to pass the tests, they would also have to play very well to honor the Ravenclaw team that was awarded the title of the best team in the school and which is considered by many to be the best team that Ravenclaw has had in 3 centuries. Great way to calm them down, Roger, I said, rolling my eyes, and Roger looked at me and shrugged. They have to get used to the pressure, and it's better that it be here and now than on the day we play an important match, he said, and I couldn't disagree with that argument. What followed was Roger explaining to everyone about some fundamental Quidditch rules and the roles of each player's position. He then went on to explain what the balls and equipment were for, and what a Quidditch game was like, and when that was all over he had everyone line up according to the position they intended to play. And I wasn't surprised to see that most of them went to the line for seeker. But of everyone in line, the only person who caught my eye was a relatively pretty Asian girl with long, shiny black hair and a nervous smile on her face. This is obviously Cho Chang, Cedric's future girlfriend, Harry's secret or not-so-secret crush, and the girl who managed to become the titular seeker in canon. Well, if no one shows great talent, the seeker position will probably be hers, I thought, and then I looked at the other lines. What is he doing here? I wondered, a little surprised, seeing Stephen in line for the beater test. When he saw me looking at him, Stephen waved at me. I didn't know he was going to participate in the trials, and I didn't even know he wanted to be a beater, I thought, but then I shrugged. Well, I hope he does well. When I finished looking at the students in the pitch, Roger finished explaining how the trials would take place and what criteria we would use to select new players. Well, now that you all understand how the trials are going to take place, get ready. Roger yelled, and immediately the students mounted their brooms. Roger then blew a whistle and everyone started flying around the pitch on their brooms at high speed. So Ethan, let me know if you see anyone that shows talent or catches your eye, Roger said, coming to my side as he looked at the Ravenclaws flying above us. I'm sure that won't be necessary, I said, smiling. Why not? Roger asked me, confused, turning to me. But the only response he got from me was an amused smile, and while he looked at me strangely I looked at Chang, who flew with grace, unlike those around her. So it's not that surprising that she was chosen to be the team seeker in canon, she flies better than I expected, I thought. Heh. Apparently Harry is going to have some hard times in the next Ravenclaw vs Gryffindor match, I thought in amusement. Chapter 228, Chapter. Herbology class, Greenhouse 7. Are you sure this is how you clean this thing? Terry asked me with a disgusted look. Yes Terry, I'm sure, I rolled my eyes. Isn't there a less disgusting way to clean it, he asked, pushing a cactus-like plant away from him when one of its boils burst, and what's that plant's name again? Mibaby mypononia. It's Mimbulus mimbletonia, I replied, cleaning my cactus with a sponge and a fine brush, and it's just a plant with some boils, stop being a crybaby. A plant with boils that squirts a disgusting, smelly green goo, Terry snapped back with a scowl. Details, I said. We would have continued the discussion if I hadn't felt someone approaching and sitting next to me with an annoyed huff. Sorry, Hermione said as I turned to her, placing her cactus on the table, Ron isn't talking to me and Harry is weird, so I thought I'd better sit down with someone else. And why did you choose to sit with me? I asked, not that I mind, but I'm just curious, I quickly said, not wanting her to be offended. Sigh, honestly, she asked, looking into my eyes, of all the people in this class you're the only one I talk to besides the boys and we have things in common to talk about. And I don't want to sit with Parvati or Lavender since they'll probably just gossip or talk about the things they saw in divination class. Fair, I shrugged, and to tell you the truth, your presence is good. Having someone smart to talk to is sometimes refreshing, I continued. But aren't you in Ravenclaw? And isn't this supposed to be the smart student's house? She asked me confused. Yeah. It should, I said, ignoring the look Terry was giving me, but unfortunately Ravenclaw is short on people with more than 5 neurons, so talking to you is a good thing. Good, Hermione said with a small smile. We then started working together on our cactus, with Terry finally building up the courage to clean his plant. When herbology class ended, Terry quickly came out of the greenhouse wanting to clean himself, and so I started walking back to the castle with Hermione at my side. We started talking about some Muggle world issues, about our classes and electives, and about our studies. She also asked me if the study group I created would be open this year, to which I said yes, much to her delight. We then continued walking until we stopped in front of the fat lady's portrait in Gryffindor Tower. Well, thanks for walking me this far. Hermione started to say, but I interrupted her. Great night, I said to the fat lady, and after she looked at me for a moment the passage in the portrait opened. What? Hermione asked confused. I didn't think it would work, I muttered with a finger to my chin. I then shrugged and turned to Hermione with a smile. Well, I've always wanted to see what the Gryffindor common room was like, I said. Huh. Hermione looked at me confused, but then she saw me walking towards the passage that had been opened. Wait, she said, but I was already inside the Gryffindor common room. Looking around the Gryffindor common room I noticed that it looked like the common room in the movies, but there were some differences, like the size and a few more details. As I looked around the common room I noticed that a few Gryffindors were looking at me, some with curiosity and confusion and others with caution and animosity. And to those who looked at me with animosity I simply shrugged them off. Look what we have here, my 50% less handsome brother, I heard someone say, and a smile broke out on my face as I recognized the voice of one of my 2 prank buddies. I'm seeing my dear clone. Looks like the Ravens' invasion has started, and they've already sent their best weapon, Fred said, and I turned to them with an amused look on my face, seeing them sitting on one of the big couches doing their homework. Best weapon? I asked, approaching them. I was going to say deadly murder machine, but that would probably earn me a visit to the Black Lake in the middle of the night with my arms and legs tied to a big, heavy rock. Fred shrugged, and I looked at him blankly. Have you by any chance been talking to Michael? I asked. No, why? He asked me confused. Nothing, I said. Ethan. What are you doing? Hermione said in a whisper of urgency as she reached my side. You can't enter our common room, it's against the rules. She then put her hand on my arm and started trying to pull me out of her common room, but I didn't move. What you are? A motionless mountain, she asked herself, turning red with the effort. Looking at Hermione's futile attempts to move me, I smiled in amusement before placing my hand over her head, patting her a few times. Relax, Hermione, it's not against the rules to enter the common room of another house if the students or the head of house of that house allow it, I said, and then looked around, and as far as I can see, there's no one here who want to kick me out. Those Gryffindors I looked at simply shrugged or waved happily at me, and those with unfavorable feelings towards me dared not say anything when I looked at them with a cold gaze, but even these people were still few. The perks of being friendly and fun, I thought. But what if Professor McGonagall sees you here? She asked, still a little nervous and worried. Do you think Professor McGonagall would complain if she found the Sir Ethan, every professor's favorite student, knight here? George asked with a raised eyebrow. More likely she'll try to force him to stay here to see if that makes him join Gryffindor, Fred snorted, and I couldn't deny that that was indeed a possibility. After listening to the twins, Hermione's worried expression lessened, but she was still looking at me nervously. Don't worry, if anyone complains I can just blame the twins, I told her. That's a good plan, the twins said, but then they stopped and looked at each other, and a few seconds later realization hit them. Hey! They exclaimed indignantly, but they looked at each other again and thought for a moment. Actually, that is a great plan. Ignoring the 2 pranksters, Hermione looked at me uncertainly. Are you sure? She asked me, and I nodded. Yes, I said, and then I looked at her, and if you want, as preventive compensation for any problems that may arise, I can take you to the Ravenclaw common room. Are you serious? She asked, the nervousness and worry fading and being replaced by anticipation and excitement. And with this question she asked I had to hold my tongue to keep from saying, no, he's still running from the ministry. Yes, I said smiling at her, and she smiled back at me. Hey Fred, I'm a little jealous, George said in a whisper to his brother loud enough for those nearby to hear. Yeah. We've been friends with him since his first year and he's never invited us to the Ravenclaw common room, Fred said, and listening to them I rolled my eyes in amusement. I never invited you because you obviously know how to get into the Ravenclaw common room, I said turning to them. Actually, I'm sure the 2 of you have been there at some point. No evidence, no accusations, they both said, which made me smile. I trained you well, I said, and the twins looked at me with blank faces. And while the twins and I were talking, Hermione was wondering what the Ravenclaw common room was like and if there really was a library there, almost drooling at the thought. Ethan. What are you doing here? A new voice asked me, and turning around I saw Neville standing in front of the entrance to the passage, looking at me confused. "Surprise visit," I said, and his confusion only increased. He then continued looking at me for a moment before sighing. "Cool, I think," he said, and without another word he walked up the stairs to the boys' dormitory. I looked at his back as he left, and when he was out of my sight I turned to Hermione. "What happened to him?" I asked. Hermione was also looking at the stairs leading to the boys' dormitories with concern, and hearing my question she looked at me sadly. "Do you remember the Dada class where we studied and faced the boggart?" she asked, and I nodded in affirmation. "Well, it looks like Professor Snape heard about what happened in that class, and now he's targeting Neville a lot more than before," she said. Listening to her my eyes narrowed. So I guess that means either Neville didn't talk to Professor McGonagall or he did and she talked to Professor Snape, and yet he's still being an idiot, I thought, and turning around again I looked in a certain direction, feeling the magic of Neville. "Well, I guess I'll have to talk to Professor McGonagall myself then," I thought, and then an upset look appeared on my face, but I also think Professor Snape needs to learn a little lesson in what self-control is. With that thought in mind, a rather cruel smile appeared on my face, and I turned to the twins who upon seeing my smile also began to smile, realizing that a terrible wave of bad luck was about to hit someone. May Professor Snape rest in peace, they thought. And meanwhile Hermione wondered if it was a wise choice to befriend me, and if she should keep me away from the twins. Chapter 229, Chapter. After spending some time in the Gryffindor common room chatting and playing games with the twins and Hermione, the bell signaling lunchtime rang, and we then headed to the Great Hall. On the way to the Great Hall Hermione parted from us saying she was going to look for Harry, and then the twins and I continued on our way, talking about Hogsmeade, with them talking about the shops and sights there. "And then there's the best seat in Hogsmeade," Fred said, waving his hands dramatically. "The place where all the fun people go," George continued. "Where those who seek happiness and fun can be free. A place where everyone's inner pranksters show themselves. And this place is the Zonko's Joke Shop," the twins said in sync, their eyes sparkling happily. "Well, I guess I'd be right in saying that this is probably your favorite place in Hogsmeade, right?" I said with an amused smile. "What makes you think that?" Fred asked with a playful smile. "I don't know, call it the sixth sense," I replied, and Fred snorted at this. Joking and talking we continued our walk towards the Great Hall, but when we arrived in front of the entrance hall I felt a familiar magic nearby. You can go to the Great Hall without me, I have something to do first," I said, looking down the corridor, seeing that Professor McGonagall was talking to a couple of first-year girls. "Okay," Fred said, following my gaze and realizing that I probably had something important to talk about with Professor McGonagall. I then broke away from them and started towards Professor McGonagall, seeing that her conversation with the two first-years was over. "Professor McGonagall," I called out, and she turned to me, and noticing that I was the one who called her a small, barely perceptible smile appeared on her face. "Hi Ethan," Professor McGonagall said, but she saw my serious gaze and her relaxed posture changed to a tense one. "Did something happen?" she asked. "It's not that something has happened, but that it's happening," I said, "and let's say that something involves one of your lions and one of the Hogwarts professors." Listening to me, Professor McGonagall's expression changed again, and she looked at me a little surprised, not expecting the issue at hand to involve a student of hers and a teacher. But showing incredible self-control, ironically, her serious gaze returned in full force, and I could tell by her expression that she had an idea about what I wanted to talk to her about. "Let's talk in my office," she said, and immediately turned around and started walking, and she didn't have to say anything to me for me to realize that I should follow her. Professor McGonagall's office. "Sit down," Professor McGonagall said to me after sitting down, pointing to the seat in front of her. As soon as I sat down, Professor McGonagall started the conversation. "So tell me Ethan, what's going on?" she asked, clasping her hands in front of her face and looking at me seriously, "and what is this problem involving one of my Gryffindors and a professor you were talking about?" "Professor, let's not pretend you don't know which teacher I'm talking about," I said, and I could see Professor McGonagall's shoulders tense. "So I was right, it's about Professor Snape," she said with a weary sigh, and I felt bad for her. "Yes," I said also sighing, "and the Gryffindor I was talking about is Neville." As soon as I said Neville's name, Professor McGonagall frowned, before sighing more heavily, looking down at her desk. She then lifted her head and looked into my eyes. "Tell me everything," she sort of demanded, and so I did. I talked about how Professor Snape had been mocking, teasing, and mistreating Neville since the beginning of this school year, and that he had been doing it since our first year, but this year it got worse. I talked about Neville's boggart in our first Dada class, and that after that Professor Snape decided to start making Neville's life hell, tormenting him in and out of the potions classroom. When I finished talking about what was going on, Professor McGonagall leaned her forehead in her hands, looking down as she processed what I had just said to her. I could feel the disappointment, sadness, exhaustion, and anger coming from her, and I didn't like feeling those emotions coming from her at all. I had always considered Professor McGonagall a strong and serious woman, and that nothing could shake her, but now I only saw a tired woman with many responsibilities on her back. Now it's official, I'm going to make Professor Snape's life hell. I've never had a problem with him, but I'm also not going to accept him acting like a big kid while tormenting my friends and causing so much trouble for Professor Minnie, I thought, narrowing my eyes. And as I thought of ways to torment Professor Snape, Professor McGonagall reflected on recent discoveries. I've been so busy with my deputy headmistress duties that I ignored my duties as Gryffindor's head of house, she thought, reflecting on everything she's done since the beginning of this school year, realizing that she's been too busy with Sirius escape and the Dementors to pay any attention to her students. I was supposed to be there to help my lions, but it seems I made the same mistake again, ignoring my children. The image of Harry on a bed in the hospital wing in his first year flashed through Professor McGonagall's mind. She still remembered the warnings from the boy and his friends talking about someone trying to steal the Philosopher's Stone, and how she simply ignored them, resulting in them going to protect the stone themselves. And now she realized that she was making the same mistake with Neville, a boy so shy and friendly, who had already suffered so much in his life and who didn't need someone to add to that suffering even more, especially not a teacher. Now you've crossed the line, Severus, Professor McGonagall thought, controlling the anger that began to rise in her chest. Looking at Professor McGonagall, I saw her shoulders straighten, and she straightened her posture, and then her serious, strong gaze returned, and I smiled slightly at that. Yes. Professor Snape is fucked, I thought, realizing that the Gryffindor lioness mom had been awakened. Thanks for telling me about it, Ethan, she said. I always knew that Professor Snape was biased and that he wasn't very friendly with the students at the other houses, but I didn't know the situation was that bad. Sorry for saying that, teacher, but it's hard to believe this when basically everyone at school knows that Professor Snape is an idiot, I said, and before Professor McGonagall could scold me for my language I continued, he acts like a grow-up child, grumpy, with an ego and a vindictive personality, mocking everyone, and to me he's far from a good teacher. In fact, he shouldn't even be around other kids if he's going to continue to act like that. After listening to me, Professor McGonagall looked at me with a look of shock. I didn't know you had bad feelings towards Professor Snape, Ethan, she said. He never spoke ill of you, and in all our meetings you never said anything about him. Where did all this animosity? She asked me, confused. I don't have a problem with Professor Snape, but it's hard not to feel some bad feelings towards him when he continues to act like an asshole. I shrugged. Language, Professor McGonagall said unconsciously. English, I said, also unconsciously, and I know Professor Snape is a great potioner and an amazing wizard, but his actions this year have changed my perception of what I think of him. That's sad, Professor McGonagall said, looking at me with a frown. Sigh, but I can understand why you think that way about him. I wouldn't like, but I understand. Well, I don't know if that makes you feel any better, but I don't think this situation between Professor Snape and Neville is all Professor Snape's fault, I said, and this caught Professor McGonagall's attention. I think Professor Lupin is just as guilty as Professor Snape. What do you mean? Professor McGonagall asked me, confused. I don't want to excuse Professor Snape's actions, but I would also be very annoyed if someone made me wear embarrassing and shameful clothes in front of several of my students, even if it wasn't really me, but a kind of copy. I shrugged, and I don't think it was Neville's fault. After everything he's been through the last 2 years, he deserved a chance to get revenge on Professor Snape, even if only indirectly. And so it's Professor Lupin's fault? Professor McGonagall asked me, beginning to understand the situation. Well, he was the one who came up with the idea for Neville to turn Boggart Snape's clothes into those hideous, shameful robes, I said, and Professor McGonagall's eyes narrowed. Oh, so it was his idea, she said. Apparently Remus hasn't matured as much as I thought, she thought, a little disappointed. Even after all these years and without the other three, he still makes his pranks with Severus. Sigh. So I guess I'll have to talk to another adult who apparently hasn't matured yet and is still acting like a child, Professor McGonagall said with a faint, tired smile at me, and I smiled wryly at her. If you need help to educate these adults, you can always call me, I said, and then a mischievous smile began to creep across my face. Now that Lockhart is gone, I don't have any other professors to be the subject of my experimental pranks. Very bold of you to say that in my presence, Professor McGonagall said dryly, and I just looked at her innocently, causing her to huff. I didn't hear you denying my proposal, I said, and Professor McGonagall just got up from her seat. I think we've talked long enough. Let's go to the Great Hall, we don't want to miss lunch, right, she said, putting her hand on my shoulder and leading me out of her office. Then I'll take that as you accepting, I said, smiling. I think I'll have some pasta and pea sauce today, she said, completely ignoring me. I think I corrupted Professor McGonagall, I thought amusedly. Chapter 230, Chapter October. I don't know what happened after my conversation with Professor McGonagall, but I'm sure she did speak with Professor Snape and Professor Lupin since they both started acting strangely. Professor Lupin didn't look Professor McGonagall in the eye for a week, and I heard from Neville that Professor Lupin called him into his office one day to apologize to him. Whenever Professor Lupin walked past me, I could feel the shame and guilt coming from him, but being scolded by Professor McGonagall didn't discourage him. In fact, I think being scolded made him focus even more on his data classes, probably in an attempt to show Professor McGonagall that he's really matured. Now about the other teacher, well, Professor Snape walked around staring at anyone who dared look at him, but he didn't do or say anything, probably because Professor McGonagall must have scolded him for such childish acts. And I don't know what Professor McGonagall said to him either, but now it seemed that the animosity he had towards Professor Lupin had turned to hatred, or at least the old hatred he had for Lupin reappeared. Fortunately he continued to act normally with me. Well, normally it's not the right word I would use to describe his attitude towards me, indifference would be the correct one, and I can only assume that Professor McGonagall must not have told him that I was the one who complained about his attitude and actions to her. But with this problem partially and temporarily resolved, classes continued as normal, and I can say that this school year is better than the previous 2 school years, at least when it comes to classes. The following Care of Magical Creatures classes are still just as fun as the first, and Hagrid started asking for my help in his classes whenever he was going to introduce a new creature to the class, and I was happy with that. Hagrid asking for my help shows that he trusts me, and as I love creatures I took this opportunity. The only bad thing is having to hear Anthony and Terry constantly calling me Hagrid Jr. The Ancient Runes class became one of my favorite subjects, and it also showed that my talent for runes outperformed my peers by a large margin. This didn't come as a surprise to me, as I started studying runes as soon as I entered the wizarding world, and I also had some lessons with Penny, who is a rune master who has already created her own runic language. Professor Babbling was very happy to have me in her class, and usually when classes were over and I had some free time I would always chat with her, and it was refreshing to talk to a young teacher as her personality is more cheerful and adventurous when compared to your coworkers. And I was right when I said she had the personality of an older sister the first time I saw her. But aside from the lessons and Quidditch practice, nothing very interesting happened at school. Well, apart from a small incident where a prank unfortunately hit Professor Snape, turning his long greasy hair into snakes just like Medusa. And coincidentally on the same day some students saw a black-haired Ravenclaw coming out of Professor Snape's office. Luckily I had an alibi, which happened to be Luna and Lily, who said I spent the afternoon playing with them. It's hard not to like these 2 girls, and it has nothing to do with the fact that our first and last names have some connection to the night sky. The month of October passed quickly, and some interesting events took place. Among these events the most interesting were the birthdays of Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick, which were on the 4th and 17th respectively. But in addition to the birthday of these 2, Megan's birthday also passed, which was on the 27th. And as is becoming a custom, my friends and I threw a small outdoor party for Megan in front of the Black Lake, where I gifted her a Nimbus 2001. And I think if she'd hugged me a little tighter she probably would have broken my rib. And speaking of gifts, I decided that I would give a copy of my books to Professor Flitwick in advance, something he seems to have liked a lot if his gleeful squealing and jumping were any indication. For Professor McGonagall I gave her a simple silver hair clip shaped like a cat, with rubies in its eyes. I had made the hair clip myself, and hardly any magic was used, and I'm sure Professor McGonagall liked it, as in these days that passed I never saw her get it out of her head. But with those days passing by, the end of October also arrived and it was the weekend, which meant that it was also the day students could visit Hogsmeade. But this day is not important just for that. This day is also important because it's Halloween, a day when normally something great and even dangerous happens at school, and this Halloween would be no different. This Halloween, 31st, will be the day that Sirius Black will invade the school, where he will destroy the portrait of the fat lady, causing panic and terror in the school. But things won't happen the same way with me here. October 31st, Halloween. Come on Ethan, the other students are already heading to the carriages, Terry told me, looking at the students leaving the school through the windows of the Ravenclaw common room. Okay. I'm almost done, I said rolling my eyes, putting away the last book I had taken from the Ravenclaw library, done. Finally. I thought you were going to start polishing all the books in the library, Terry said. Shut up, I said, huffing in amusement. I then took my bag enchanted with an expansion spell, and with that the boys and I started to leave the common room. But as we were about to leave I saw Luna sitting in my armchair reading a book with a happy look on her face, but I could tell she was a little sad. Don't be sad Luna, I'll bring you lots of things and sweets from Hogsmeade, I said with a smile, and Luna looked at me in surprise for a moment before a genuine smile appeared on her face. Thank you, she said happily, and I nodded at her. Knowing that Luna wasn't so sad now I walked away satisfied, finding Terry and Anthony looking at me annoyed in front of the entrance to the common room. Don't worry, you can take longer there. It's not like we're in a hurry, Terry said sarcastically. Yes. I get it drama queen, you're in a hurry to see the amazing village of Hogsmeade, I said rolling my eyes, I'm surprised to see you so excited to get out of school in this cold. I then noticed that Anthony was still staring at me, and what did I do to you? I asked with a raised eyebrow. Why Luna is the only person you let sit in your armchair, he asked, crossing his arms with a snort, we've known each other the longest, and the last time I tried to sit in your armchair I ended up glued to the ceiling of the common room for half an hour. Listening to Anthony I just looked at him blankly. Maybe because out of all of you she's the nicest person in Ravenclaw. I asked rhetorically, and it's hard to say no when she looks at me with those adorable innocent eyes, I shrugged. And now that I think about it, it's almost the same with Seal and Lily. Damn puppy eyes, I thought. Are you sure it's not because you have a crush on Luna? Terry asked me, wiggling his eyebrows suggestively. Ha ha ha, I chuckled dryly as I rolled my eyes. Instead of wasting your time questioning me, you should start worrying about moving soon so you don't miss the carriages, I said, and that alerted the boys. Damn, it's true, we're going to be late, Terry swore, and without another word he turned and started running, with Anthony quickly following him. Idiots, I huffed, following them. And I don't have a crush on Luna, I mentally denied. Hogsmeade. Damn, here is amazing, Terry said as he got out of the carriage, stepping onto the snowy ground of the village, looking around and seeing a crowd of students and various shops and establishments. Yes, I'm feeling the same amazing, magical feeling that I felt when I first walked into Diagon Alley, Stephen, who arrived at our side, said, snuggling into his scarf and looking around in wonder. Meh, here is not so amazing, Michael said, and the boys turned to face him. Then why is your hand shaking and why were you smiling when you got out of the carriage? I asked, and immediately Michael looked at his hand to see if it was really shaking. But my hand isn't shaking. Michael said, confused, and turning to me he noticed that I was smiling mockingly. You're so easy to fool, I said, and ignoring him I started looking at all the shops in Hogsmeade in the distance. Oh, I almost forgot, I said, and opening my bag I took out a piece of parchment from inside. Penelope gave me a little map showing the location of every shop and establishment in Hogsmeade, I said, opening the map and showing it to the boys, who were looking excitedly at the names of various stores on the map. Knowing it would be difficult for all of us to use the same map, I pulled out my wand, and using the Geminio spell I duplicated the map 4 times, handing the copies over to the boys. So, where do you want to go first? I asked, holding up my map. Honeydukes, the 4 of them said together, not even looking at their map. I should have expected for this. I rolled my eyes. Chapter 231, Chapter. Hogsmeade. Hogsmeade was as amazing a place as described by other older students who have visited the village. The place looked like a small Diagon Alley, but with a more cozy and friendly air. Almost all the residents knew each other and were friendly with each other. But besides the good feeling that the village gave me, what impressed me the most were the shops, buildings, and sights of the place. Diagon Alley could be bigger and had more shops and buildings, but seeing the village being frequented by so many students having fun with their friends was something that made the place more magical and cool. But talking about the shops here, the boys and I had already visited the most famous shops and establishments in Hogsmeade, or at least the most famous according to the older students. We bought some candy at Honeydukes, saw the dozens of owls of different breeds at the Hogsmeade post office, bought some new and custom quills at Scrivenshaft's quill shop, and also bought more scrolls at Tomes and Scrolls. But in addition to these shops we also visited the Spintwitch's sporting needs, where the boys spent time looking avidly and longingly at a firebolt on display. And to top it off we also went to Zonko's joke shop, where the boys bought some pranks or funny items. I didn't buy anything as my pride prevented me from using the competition's prank items, but I at least had fun watching Anthony accidentally eat a peanut that gave him a third eye. And now we could say that his third eye for divination had awakened. We also took a vote and unanimously decided that we wouldn't even go near the Madame Putafoot's tea shop, which was curiously crowded. And now that we were almost done visiting all the shops in Hogsmeade, the boys and I decided to make a short stop at the Three Broomsticks Inn for a drink and a rest. When we entered Three Broomsticks we saw that it was almost full, but we managed to find a free table in front of the window to sit. Coming here with the other students and my friends is a lot more fun than coming with my family, Anthony said as he sat down, eating a blackberry licorice and cream he'd bought at Honeydukes. This is my first time here, so I can't comment on it, Stephen shrugged. He then turned to Terry. What about you, Terry? Have you been here before? He asked. But instead of an answer Stephen received only silence, and looking at Terry we noticed he was staring straight ahead, a perverted smile on his face. Following his gaze I saw what he was seeing, and my eye began to twitch. Really, Terry? We've barely gotten here and you're already having your pervert moment looking at Madame Rosmerta. I asked. I take back what I said earlier about Honeydukes. Three Broomsticks is the best place in Hogsmeade, he muttered, and I was torn between banging my head on the table and punching Terry. Anthony, listening to Terry, turned to look back, only now noticing Madame Rosmerta. Fuck, was what he said, looking at her with his mouth open. That's a really good MILF. And how the hell do you know what a MILF is? I asked, and then I noticed Stephen looking away innocently. You are even you, Stephen. I thought, realizing that the only one in this group who wasn't a pervert was me. Wait. I then turned to look at Michael with narrowed eyes, only to notice that he looked at Madame Rosmerta and simply shrugged. How is it possible that the most idiot person among us is one of less perverts? Hey boys, we heard someone call, and that was enough to make the boys stop looking at the MILF. I mean Madame Rosmerta. Oh hey Lisa, Anthony said as he discreetly wiped a trail of drool from the corner of his mouth. Have you girls finished your tour of the village? He asked the girls. Basically yes, we just haven't visited the Shrieking Shack yet, Sue was the one who replied. And I don't think we should go there, Padma said, shivering at the thought of that scary place. Me too, Lisa agreed, being the only one besides Padma who was afraid of scary things. Well, we haven't been there yet, so if that makes you feel safe we can all go see the dreaded Shrieking Shack together, I suggested, and the girls, especially Padma and Lisa, began to ponder my suggestion. Well, if it's all of us, and if we don't get too close to the shack, I think it'll be fine, Padma said, rubbing her arm nervously. Yes, Lisa said, but if anything happens, I'll leave you two to be devoured by whatever creature or monster is there, she continued, looking menacingly at Sue and me as she pointed at us. Fair, I said, and Sue shrugged. Wait, who said I want to go see Shrieking Shack? Anthony said hastily in fear. Sue and I then looked at him with innocent smiles on our faces, which immediately put him on high alert. You don't have a choice, we said, and he immediately slumped down in his seat. If I were in Hufflepuff this wouldn't be happening, he thought with a pout. Back to Hogwarts, after the visit to Hogsmeade. I'm back, bitches, I said as I entered the entrance to the Ravenclaw common room, carrying some bags of candy and other items. Ethan, you do know that most of the people who stayed at school are second and first years, right? Sue told me, looking at me strangely. Oh, it's true, I said. I then took a step back out of the common room before re-entering. I'm back, mini bitches. Why do I still try? Sue palmed her forehead. Ignoring her, I started looking for a certain blonde-haired girl with a dreamy look, finding her in the Ravenclaw library holding an open book as she looked at me with an amused smile. Luna. I called out to her happily, and she tilted her head in confusion. Gifts, I said, smiling, lifting the two large bags in my hands. Listening to me, Luna's eyes widened slightly, before a gleeful smile crossed her face and she came hopping happily towards me. Did you bring me any pudding? She asked, looking expectantly at me. Listening to her, Michael huffed, more like he bought every pudding in stock at Honeyduke's. Pretending I didn't hear him, I handed the two bags to Luna, who looked at them confused. Both are yours, I said, and Luna looked uncertainly at me. You is sure? She asked, and I tried to wave my hand dismissively, but the bag stopped me. Of course, I bought all of this specifically for you, I said, and she tentatively started to extend her hands. Picking up the bags, she almost dropped them because of the weight, but I quickly helped her, taking the bags from her hand. Here, let me help you with that, I said, carrying the bags over to one of the free couches and placing them on it. They're heavy, Luna said. It must have been expensive. It was just a few nuts for me, I said dismissively. Malfoy, Terry coughed into his hand, pushing past me and plopping down on the other couch. Well, thanks, Luna said, with a small smile and a grateful look. You're welcome, that's what friends do, I said, smiling, but let's leave the thanks aside. You still have to open the bags to see the things I brought you, and here's a clue, there's pudding. I winked at her. As I said that, Luna's eyes started to sparkle, and immediately she sat down on the couch next to the bags, opening them excitedly. As soon as she opened the first bag, the first thing she found was a strawberry and yogurt pudding, which she opened without much delay. She then took a spoon from I don't know where and started eating it with half-closed eyes of satisfaction, with the smile never leaving her face. Doesn't she look like a cute bunny looking like that? Lisa asked, tilting her head with a finger to her cheek. Now that you mention it, she really looks, Sue agreed. Damn, it's true, I thought, feeling dazzled by the cuteness in front of me. We then continued talking and joking after that, with Luna tasting all the sweets I had brought her, smiling every time she saw a different flavored pudding. But besides sweets, I had also bought some items and souvenirs from other stores, and among all the items I brought, Luna liked the most was a simple silver bracelet with an owl pendant. We continued talking until the bell rang, letting us know it was time for dinner and the Halloween feast, and with that we went down to the Great Hall after helping Luna put away her sweets and gifts. This year's Halloween feast was just as amazing as the previous 2 years, but as I had an extremely urgent matter to attend to, I couldn't stay at the feast until the end of it. I then told my friends that I was tired and that I would go back to the Ravenclaw common room, and after saying that I left the Great Hall and started to head back to Ravenclaw Tower, but halfway there I took a detour and started going in another direction, looking intently at a small piece of parchment in my hands. This scroll was a map made by my atlas, and I was looking for a certain name, waiting for it to appear near Gryffindor Tower. As I searched for Sirius' name, I felt the magic amulet I'd placed on Nyx's collar activate, and that alerted me. Atlas, look for Nyx, I said, and immediately the stone on my bracelet glowed and the map in my hand changed, and now it showed a name highlighted in dark blue that was Nyx's, and I realized she was in the east corridor of the 4th floor. I then started looking around Nyx's name, and a little further along, being followed by Nyx, I saw the name I was looking for so much. Sirius Black, I muttered, a smile breaking out on my face. Finally I found you. Chapter 232, Chapter East Corridor, 4th Floor. POV, Sirius Black. I'm sure it's this way, I thought, running in my dog form down the corridor, looking around and looking for the passage that would take me directly to the entrance to Gryffindor Tower. I had to act quickly, as I didn't know when the Halloween feast would end, and it would be much harder to get into the Gryffindor common room with students around. And I don't think any student in their right mind would ignore a large black dog strolling through their common room and dorm. Continuing to run down the corridor, I came in front of a bronze armor leaning against the wall holding a shield. I then approached the wall. Let's see. Third brick to the left of the shield, a little above the knee. I started to look at the wall, and then I found a brick that if you looked closely you could see that it was a little different from the others. I then put my paw on this brick and hit it 3 times, after which the armor lowered the shield, placing it on its feet, and in the center of the shield a passage appeared. The passage wasn't very big, and if I wasn't so skinny I wouldn't be able to get through. Putting those thoughts aside, I entered the passage, and following the dark and narrow path for a few minutes I finally arrived in front of a transparent wall. Fearlessly I walked through the wall, and when I got to the other side I found myself in a corridor that I knew would lead towards the entrance to the Gryffindor common room, where the rat was likely to be. Finally, after all these years I'm going to finish what I started that day, Peter, and this time you'll have nowhere to escape, I thought, growling slightly with a cruel and vengeful look on my dog's face. Thinking about the damn rat's betrayal, about all the suffering he's caused, and about how he could hurt my godson, I started walking, planning to end it all. I then lifted my paw, taking a step forward, fully concentrating on my goal. Stupefy, and that was the last thing I heard before everything around me went dark. Room of requirement. POV, Ethan. That was easier than I expected, I said aloud, looking at Sirius' unconscious form trapped in an iron cage. After receiving Nyx's alert I realized Sirius was looking for the shield passage, so I waited for him on its way out. As soon as I saw Sirius coming out of the passage I stunned him, and after levitating him under a disillusionment spell to the room of requirement I trapped him inside this cage, as I didn't know how he would react after waking up. If it were me in his place I'd probably panic, as being suddenly stunned and waking up in an unfamiliar place is at the very least disturbing, especially when I remember that I'm a wanted fugitive. And speaking of waking up Sirius, I think it's time to wake him up to start asking some questions. And with that in mind I pulled out my wand. Renovate, I said, pointing my wand at Sirius, who was still in his dog animagus form. As soon as Sirius woke up he sat up a bit dizzy, before realizing his predicament and starting to look around in panic. He then seemed to notice my presence, and seeing that the one in front of him was a student he sadly lowered his head and began to whimper, putting his paw over his face. Nice try, but trying to fake sadness in front of an empath isn't a very smart move, I thought. Cut the act, Black, I know it's you, I said, rolling my eyes, and I could see the dog in front of me freeze, getting tense and nervous. He then looked at me, and I stared at him coldly, and after a few seconds the dog inside the cage began to transform, turning into a dirty, disheveled man in dire need of a barber. See, it wasn't that hard, I said with a slight smile on my face. Yes, you captured the infamous Sirius Black. What do you intend to do now? Sirius asked in a husky voice, as if he hadn't spoken in a long time. What do I intend to do? I repeated, and then started tapping my chin with a finger. Well, that will depend on your answers to my questions, I said. Questions, he repeated, confused. Yes, starting with why an innocent man was arrested in Azkaban. I said, and immediately Sirius' confusion turned to shock. Sirius was now looking at me with wide eyes and open mouth, and I could tell by the look in his eyes that this wasn't the kind of question he was expecting me to ask. What? He asked. Exactly what you heard, I said with a shrug. I then summoned a chair across the room for me, and sitting in it in front of the cage I faced Sirius. Why was an innocent man arrested in Azkaban? I repeated the question, and Sirius blinked as he looked at me. He then looked at me warily and uncertainly. Seeing his wary gaze I sighed, running a hand through my hair. Look, I know you're not the cruel, maniacal killer everyone talks about, and I also know why you tried to go to the Gryffindor common room, I said, and once again Sirius looked at me in shock. How? He asked in a whisper. Let's just say I have a sixth sense to know if people are good or not, I said, shrugging my shoulders. As for how I know what your reason is for wanting to go to the Gryffindor common room. Well, I just came to the conclusion that you wanted to finish your job. Finish my job, he repeated confused, looking at me strangely. Kill Peter Pettigrew, I said simply. Hearing this name being said by me, Sirius immediately tensed up, looking at me seriously. How do you know Peter is alive? As far as I know, everyone thinks I killed him 12 years ago, he said. Hearing his question I smiled slightly, and then I tapped the stone on my bracelet. With this, I said, and Sirius looked at me like I was crazy. Noticing his gaze I smiled even more. Atlas, activate map, I said, and the stone on my bracelet glowed for a moment, after which I placed my hand on the floor. From the stone of my bracelet a kind of dark ink began to leak, running down my hand and covering the floor. After that the ink started to move, and after a few seconds a map of Hogwarts was drawing on the floor, with the footsteps of every person in the castle being shown along with their name. Sirius at the sight of this nearly jumped back in shock, gaping at the map that appeared on the floor. Seeing his reaction I smiled amusedly, and decided I wanted to surprise him a little more. Atlas, Gryffindor Tower, third-year boys' dormitory, I said aloud, and the stone glowed again as the map on the floor shifted, as if looking for a place, and after finding it the map zoomed in. Now on the floor in front of me was a map drawn, in detail showing the third-year boys' dormitory, and on the map there was only one name and footstep showing, which was Peter Pettigrew. And that's how I know Pettigrew is alive, I said, looking at Sirius, who was torn between looking at me in surprise and wonder, and looking at Pettigrew's name with hatred. Shaking his head to rid himself of the shock, Sirius turned to me. This is amazing. It's like an improved version of Marauder's map, he said, and I looked at him with a raised eyebrow. It is an improved version of the Marauder's map, I said, and then looked at him with narrowed eyes. And how do you know what the Marauder's map is? I asked, knowing I couldn't say that I already knew he was one of the map's creators. Because I was one of its creators, he replied, looking lightly at the map on the floor, getting lost in his memories. So I can assume the other three creators are Professor Lupin, Peter Pettigrew, and Harry's father, I said, again surprising Sirius. How did you find out? He asked. I just put the facts together, I said with a shrug. You four were best friends when you were studying here, and if you were one of the creators, most likely your three best friends back then were the others. Besides, the nicknames you chose were an obvious clue. Our nicknames. What about them? He asked me. Moony, Wormtail, Padfoot, and Prongs. Their nicknames have to do with their animagus forms, right? I asked, and Sirius finally understood what I meant. You're Padfoot because of your big paws, Pettigrew is Wormtail because of his rat animagus, and Professor Lupin is Moony because he's a werewolf. And the only one left was Harry's father, who I don't know what the animagus form is. I said, lying at the end as I would have no explanation for my knowledge if I said I knew he was a stag. Impressive, Sirius said, but then he seemed to notice something. Wait, how do you know Remus is a werewolf? He doesn't teach classes on a full moon day, he always looks tired 2 days before and after the moon comes up, he has claw scars on his face, and a few other reasons I'd rather not talk about, I said, and that made Sirius stop. You're a Ravenclaw, aren't you? He asked me, and I smiled at him. How did you reach that conclusion? I asked, and Sirius huffed in amusement. I then looked at the map on the floor in front of me, seeing that it was again showing the entire castle, and I noticed that students had started to head to their common rooms, signifying that the Halloween feast was over. Well, I think I've already answered many of your questions, now it's your turn to answer my questions, I said, and Sirius looked at me for a moment before sighing. All right, he said, what would you like to know? Oh, I'm not going to ask you anything right now. I think you should eat first, I said, and Sirius was going to deny it but his stomach growled. Dobby. I called, and immediately the cheerful little elf appeared at my side. What does Sir Ethan Sir need Dobby for? He asked excitedly, wearing a set of 4 socks, 2 scarves, a bonnet and 3 blouses. Could you get some food for my guest here? I asked, gesturing towards Sirius, and Dobby turned around. SS Sirius Black. Dobby exclaimed in alarm. Calm down Dobby, he's not a bad guy, I said to reassure the elf, placing my hand on his head and using my beast talk to calm him down. Sir Ethan, are you sure? He asked, looking fearfully at Sirius, but still he stood protectively in front of me. Yes, I'm sure, I said, and as you can see, he hasn't had a good meal in years. Could you bring him some food? Please. Sir Ethan is so kind saying please to Dobby. Sniff, Dobby said, almost crying, and I smiled slightly at him. He then wiped away his tears and looked at me with conviction. Dobby will prepare the best meal in the world for Sir Criminal. Dobby will not let Sir Ethan down, he said, and then without waiting for me to say anything else he operated. What the hell just happened? Sirius asked in a mixture of confusion and awkwardness. Chapter 233, Chapter. Room of Requirement, sometime later. He didn't lie when he said he was going to cook the best meal in the world. Sirius said, munching on a chicken thigh while holding a plate of rice and potatoes in his other hand. Sirius was now out of the cage I'd prepared for him, sitting in front of a table laden with food, gorging himself with happiness and satisfaction. Can you not talk with your mouth full? I asked, looking at him in disgust. Sorry, he said, swallowing his food, it's been a long time since I've had any real food other than the leftovers and slops they give in Azkaban. Sigh. This sucks, I said, and Sirius shrugged. Sirius then continued to eat, and meanwhile I looked at him noting his ragged appearance and feeling his troubled but controlled emotions. The man in front of me lacked the beauty and elegance commonly found in those of the Black family. The man in front of me was very thin, probably malnourished, with a sunken face and dark circles under his eyes, pale and weak-looking, with long messy, dirty hair and yellowed teeth. I'd seen pictures of Sirius from when he was arrested, and even with his half-crazed appearance he still looked more human. Now, the only thing I saw was someone suffering from depression and probably other mental trauma caused by the large amount of time they spent exposed to the Dementor's presence. As I studied Sirius, he finally finished eating, leaning back in his chair with a satisfied sigh. It's really nice to be able to eat until I feel full again, he said. He then looked at the remaining food that was on the table, but unfortunately my stomach still can't handle so much food. I really wanted to try this stew. Nothing a few potions and a healthy nutrition for a while won't fix. I waved my hand carelessly. After that you'll be able to eat whatever you want without worrying about your fragile stomach suffering some setback. I highly doubt I'll be able to do that, Sirius huffed, and I looked at him confused. After I finish settling my business with the rat bastard, I'll probably have to spend the rest of my days on the run, unless I'm arrested again or handed over to the Dementors, he said with a shrug, grimacing at the last part. And who said you're going to be having to spend your life on the run or in prison? I asked with a raised eyebrow. And is there any other option for me? He asked dryly. I don't know. How about being exonerated? I asked as if stating the obvious. I hadn't thought of that. Don't tell me, I said dryly. Sighing, I then decided to change the subject, knowing that we would come back to this subject at some other time. Seeing that Sirius was ready to answer my questions, I asked the room of requirement to change into a more comfortable place, and with a thought the room began to change. Now we were in a replica of the Gryffindor common room, much to Sirius' surprise, who still hadn't gotten used to the room. The chairs we were sitting on turned into two large couches, with a fireplace burning on our side and a table separating us. Sirius looked around in surprise, feeling the familiarity of the place before shaking his head to regain focus. I was going to ask how you're doing it, but something I've learned in my years at Hogwarts is that you should never ask a Ravenclaw a question about magic or anything complex, Sirius said looking at the details of the room. He then shrugged and decided to ignore the room, turning to me. I would be offended if I didn't agree with you, I huffed, but well, putting that aside, now I want to hear your story, I said, and Sirius sighed, rubbing his eyes wearily. Well, where to start, he wondered, and after a few seconds of rearranging his memory Sirius began to speak, recounting everything from the moment he befriended James Potter to the moment he fled Azkaban. He talked about joining the Order of the Phoenix in the First Wizarding War, and that sometime between the war they discovered that Voldemort was after the Potters. He talked about the Fidelius charm and how the Secret Keeper was chosen, talking about his foolproof plan to deceive Voldemort and his followers. He talked about Pettigrew's betrayal, and then about how he handed Harry over to Hagrid, for the half-giant to take him to Dumbledore, and that without his godson to take care he began his hunt for the rat, only to be framed by him in the end when the rat blew up an entire street and several people, escaping in his animagus form. He then told me about as he discovered by an article in the Daily Prophet that the Pettigrew was alive and that it was at Hogwarts, where it could harm Harry, thus making him decide to escape prison. Everything he was telling me I already knew, but hearing the whole story from Sirius in a calmer situation gave me a new perspective as so many details were added. When Sirius finished telling me the whole story he lowered his head and started looking at his hands, and meanwhile I looked at him realizing his anguish. Well, that explains a lot of things, I said, and Sirius lifted his head to look at me curiously. Noticing his gaze I started to answer his unspoken question. I'm a Muggleborn, I started to say, and from the moment I knew I was a wizard and that I had to go to a whole new world I decided to keep myself informed about everything that has already happened and was happening in that world, and that obviously involved the war that took place 13 years ago. Seeing Sirius paying attention to my words I continued. And one of the most important events was obviously your betrayal and arrest, and after some research I realized some discrepancies in your case, and also that your betrayal made no sense, I said, and Sirius looked at me for a moment. Where did you get the information about the war and about us, he asked me. With old newspapers, reading some books, and asking the ghosts and castle portraits, I shrugged. Oh, was the only thing, he said. But that aside, it was with these researches that I realized you might not be the traitor and murderer that everyone thinks you are. And that was confirmed the moment I found out Pettigrew was alive, I said. I then crossed my legs and leaned back on the couch, and when I heard that you were spotted near the castle I immediately knew what you wanted to do, and so I waited for you. And when I saw you entering the Hogwarts grounds through my map I asked for Nix to follow you. Nix? Sirius asked me confused. My cat, I said, and then nodded toward a corner of the room. When Sirius turned to look where I pointed he saw a black cat with blue eyes lying lazily on a cushion. She's very good at tracking someone, and even better at stealth, I said, catching Sirius' attention. I knew you would probably only act when there was no one around, which meant it would have to be at Halloween feast after the visit to Hogsmeade, and so when Nix found you walking the 4th floor corridor she warned me, and with that I just had to wait for you on the other side of the only passage in that corridor that I knew led to Gryffindor Tower. When I finished speaking Sirius could only stare at me with his mouth open like a fish out of water, too shocked and surprised to react. I'm seriously glad that you just wanted to talk to me, he said after getting over the shock, looking at me in wonder. I don't even want to imagine what would happen to me if you thought I really was a criminal, he said fearfully. And listening to him I just smiled, making him look at me with even more fear and caution, much to my amusement. No need to worry, you're not on my list of people who must die in a sudden unfortunate and tragic accident. I said smiling at him. Thanks, he said confused. Well, jokes aside, we should start preparing my plan to exonerate you soon, I said, and Sirius looked at me for a moment before turning to the fireplace. "Why are you trying to help me?" he asked me, looking into the flames. "Because you are innocent," I said like it was obvious, "and besides, Harry is my friend, and I'd be a terrible friend if I didn't help him reunite with his godfather." I shrugged with a small smile on my face. Sirius then looked at me with a small smile on his face, before sighing and looking at the floor. "Well, but it won't be easy to do that," he said. "Actually, in the situation I'm in, it's almost impossible for me to be exonerated." "And why do you think so?" I asked curiously. "No offense, but what can a child and a fugitive criminal do?" "I doubt the ministry wants to listen to either of us," he said with a small frown. "Yes, that's true," I said, nodding my head, "but who said it will be one of us who goes to the ministry to talk to the minister?" I asked with a raised eyebrow. "Huh." Sirius looked at me confused. "If it's not going to be one of the two of us, who is it going to be?" "I don't think there are many people out there who would want to help me or even hear my version of events." "Actually, I wouldn't be so sure," I said, with the image of Professor McGonagall, the headmaster, and Professor Lupin coming to my mind. "Well, even if you're right, that person has to be someone with some influence, otherwise they'll just be ignored," he said, realizing that this plan might not be that simple. "Oh, you don't have to worry about that. I know the right people who can help us," and with that a mysterious smile appeared on my face. Chapter 234, Chapter. It had been a week since my conversation with Sirius, and in between those days I had sent a letter to the Flammels, who were the influential people who could help us with the political part of my plan to exonerate Sirius. I sent them a letter, but I couldn't explain much in it as it was a complex subject, so we arranged to talk properly over Christmas break when they come to visit my family. I planned to take Sirius with me, but I obviously couldn't be seen leaving the castle with a criminal or even a big black dog, as everyone knew my pet was Nyx, who is a cat. But I remembered that I didn't need to take Sirius out of the castle for him to come to my house. There was a very easy way to get past all the castle's wards and security that didn't specifically involve leaving the castle grounds. And I'm obviously talking about the vanishing cabinet, which I now had one more reason to want to fix. And probably the person who would be most excited about this situation would be my mother, since as a lawyer, seeing an injustice like Sirius' arrest happening is something she despises, and obviously being able to cause some trouble for the wizarding ministry would leave my mother a little excited. But now changing the subject, yesterday was full moon, which meant Professor Lupin wouldn't be teaching us today, but Professor Snape would be. I wasn't too excited about this class, as I knew it would only come down to Professor Snape giving us an essay in an attempt to reveal to us that Professor Lupin is a werewolf. But in fact that might not happen, as Professor McGonagall has had her eye on the two of them since the incident with Neville, and also since Sirius didn't rip up the fat lady's portrait, Professor Snape will have no reason to try to get Professor Lupin out of the school on suspicion that he was helping Sirius infiltrate the castle. Well, I just hope my time in Dadak class isn't wasted. Dadak class. When I entered the Dadak classroom, the first thing I noticed, and that didn't surprise me, was that the one waiting for us was Professor Snape. "Oh no," Lisa said unconsciously. "What is he doing here?" Anthony whispered to me, and I just shrugged. I then went to one of the seats at the back of the room and sat down, with the boys looking at each other, looking at Professor Snape, and then following me. "Is it just me or does Snape look a little happier than usual?" Terry asked, sitting on my left side. When he said that, Anthony, Stephen, Sue and Lisa all looked at Professor Snape, only to find him looking at everyone with his cold, indifferent black eyes, sometimes narrowing in disdain. "Is that happy for you?" was what they thought. And unaware of my friends' thoughts, I looked carefully at Professor Snape. He really is happier, I realized, narrowing my eyes and getting a bad feeling. "Ugh, damn it," I heard someone groan in desperation, and turning around I saw that Ron had just walked into the classroom with Hermione following him. And I didn't even need to read his thoughts to know what he was thinking. What the hell is he doing here? Ron, who was grimacing, asked in a whisper to Hermione, who was looking around confused. "I don't know," she replied, also whispering, going to sit with Ron following her, never taking her eyes off Professor Snape. "Where's Professor Lupin?" she asked. Ignoring the rest of their conversation, I started to look at Professor Snape, hearing the bell ring, signaling that class had started. Professor Snape then looked around the room at all the students, stopping his gaze on Hermione and Ron, noticing the lack of a certain member of the trio, causing a slight cruel smile to appear on his face. He didn't say anything to us and just stood in front of his desk like he expected something, and I think I knew what he was waiting for. "Sorry, Professor, I'm late because..." Harry, who walked through the door panting, started to say, but his voice trailed off when he realized that it wasn't Professor Lupin who was waiting for him. "What are you doing here?" he asked. And if it were possible, Professor Snape's satisfied and vengeful gaze grew even stronger. Professor Snape then explained the reason for his presence here, teasing Harry as he did so. He also didn't forget to mock us and criticize Professor Lupin, talking about his terrible teaching skills. When he was done with his little drama, he grabbed one of the books off the table he was leaning against. Flipping through the book, he flipped to the last few pages, and I immediately felt a sense of déjà vu. Everyone, turn to page 394 of the book. Today we will be learning how to recognize if someone is a werewolf, he said in his silky voice, and I could feel the anger and revenge coming from him. Fuck, I thought, wanting to palm my forehead. I should have known that Professor Snape wouldn't be mature enough not to try to get revenge on Professor Lupin at some point. At least the class was still a little interesting. Petty vendettas aside, Professor Snape really is a good data teacher, better than a potions teacher at least. But moving on. After the data class I went to the room of requirement since I had the rest of the afternoon free, and there I found Sirius reading a book with a bored and annoyed expression. Sirius was still thin and pale-faced, but now he was wearing real clothes and not rags, and he was clean, and he didn't look as depressed and tired as before. It seems like having a quiet, comfortable place to stay, good food to eat, and knowing that more people knew about Pettigrew's betrayal and were willing to help him took a huge weight off his shoulder. As Sirius was bored, as soon as he saw me he asked me about my day and what was the news and new gossip running around the school. Ignoring the funny part where Sirius seemed like a gossipy neighbor, I told him about my day, my classes, and I told him about Harry. I also talked about Snape's class, and his only response was to growl angrily while muttering Snivellis. He, like me, and anyone with a functioning brain, realized what Snape's intention was when he passed this homework to us. But as he knew he couldn't do anything against Snape for now, he just sat back with an annoyed huff. Seeing that he was thoughtful, probably thinking of ways to hurt Professor Snape without being discovered, I took the damaged vanishing cabinet out of my suitcase, planning to fix it. And to my surprise Sirius offered to help me as soon as he realized what kind of cabinet this was. Apparently he knew how to fix the vanishing cabinet, since he learned it from his Uncle Alfred in his daily magic and politics lessons when he was a teenager before he was disowned. And as I still had to attend classes and Sirius was bored, we agreed that until Christmas break he would be in charge of fixing the cabinet with Dobby's help. And I was happy with this arrangement, as now I would have more free time for other projects and studies. Next day, November 7th, first match of this Quidditch season. How did you guys convince me to come watch this match in this weather? Lisa asked with a pissed-off look, trying her best not to get hit by the falling rain, covering herself with her cloak. Come on Lisa, it's the first match of this school year. We have to watch it, Anthony said excitedly as he covered himself with his raincoat. I want to die, and this was Terry, who was shivering from the wind and rain, which had already soaked through his clothes. I thought you guys would give me a better birthday present than making me come here, Lisa said, and then she thanked me when I used the impervious obus spell to create an umbrella-shaped barrier for her. I then did the same for my other friends who didn't have a raincoat or umbrella, not making one for myself as the cold and water didn't bother me, actually I even liked it. Oh, don't be a killjoy, Anthony rolled his eyes, your present is going to be something else, and besides, we already prepared your surprise party before we came here, he said, and we all immediately turned to face him. Oops, he said, cringing at the looks he was getting from us. Ugh. Next time we'll remember to silence Anthony for the rest of the day. Okay, Michael palmed his forehead, and this time no one disagreed with him. Was it supposed to be a surprise party? Luna asked looking at me, and I nodded in affirmation, so in that case Lisa shouldn't know about it, right? She asked innocently, and Sue sighed. Yes Luna, she shouldn't, she said, and Luna looked confused at us before looking at Anthony with her head cocked in confusion and thought. You're weird, she said, and Anthony grimaced before lowering his head, accepting that fact. Is this a bad time to say that I already knew about this surprise party? Lisa wondered, but looking at Anthony who was being scolded and remembering that he was the one who forced her to come watch this match in this rain she simply shrugged her shoulders with a gleeful smile. Chapter 235, Chapter Gryffindor vs. Slytherin. I was seeing the two teams competing for the quaffle in the sky, hidden between the dark clouds to most eyes, but my good eyesight allowed me to see the players perfectly, and even the snitch that was flying over the south stands, far from the two seekers. I was staring at the sky, using my empathy and my senses to the fullest, trying to sense the approach of the Dementors, which I knew were going to attack. But as I tried to sense the Dementors I started to think about what I would do when they appeared. The most obvious answer would be to cast my Patronus, but I knew that my incorporeal Patronus would not be able to expel them. Even though my Patronus is potent, the Quidditch pitch is still very large, and as they would be in the sky, my Patronus reach would hardly reach them, and at most I could protect a few stands next to me. With all these thoughts in mind, I came to the conclusion that the only thing I could do would be to alert the teachers about the attack, and then I would let them settle the matter with their corporeal Patronus. And with that said, I just realized that maybe I might be a little jealous of them. But just maybe. It's official now, I hate you Anthony, Terry said, hugging himself for warmth. Ah. What did I do? Anthony asked in surprise. Why the hell did you want to come see this match when we can't even see anything in this rain? Terry yelled indignantly, pointing to the dark sky thanks to the rain clouds. What do you mean? Of course we can see something, Anthony snapped. Oh, so what are you seeing? Terry asked in defiance with a raised eyebrow. Well. Anthony started to say, looking up through squinted eyes in an attempt to see further. I'm seeing the players on their broomsticks, flying. I mean, yeah, they're on their broomsticks flying, and they're vying for the quaffle, he replied, nodding to himself at the end. Anthony, the Slytherin team has committed a foul, the game is paused, I commented, and Terry turned to look triumphantly at Anthony, who looked away in embarrassment. I was going to say something else, but I tensed up when I felt a slight chill run through my body, feeling despicable magic surge through my senses. Sorry guys, but I just remembered that I have something to talk about with Professor Lupin, I said hurriedly to my friends, and without waiting for an answer from them I turned around and started walking through the students who were huddled around me, bumping into some of them in an attempt to get to the stand where the headmaster was. Using my agile body and speed, I passed all the students who were watching the match, sensing the Dementors getting closer and closer. Arriving at the teacher's stand I immediately walked over to the principal, ignoring the gaze of the other teachers. Headmaster. I called to him, and he turned to me. Yes, Ethan, he asked with a slight smile, but then he saw my tense gaze, and immediately turned serious. The Dementors, they're coming, I said, and the headmaster's eyes widened slightly before turning cold. The other professors who listened to me looked at me strangely, with only Professor Flitwick and Professor Lupin earning a serious look. Are Dementors coming? Sorry kid, but I don't see any Dementors here, Professor Vector huffed, but I ignored her and kept looking at the headmaster who was frowning at the sky. The headmaster raised his wand, pointing it to the sky, and without saying an incantation a spell was fired. The spell came out as a ball of yellow light, which rose to the heavens, and when it reached the height of the clouds it exploded. Those teachers who doubted me now looked up in shock, since as soon as the headmaster's spell blew up, all the clouds around them were dissipated, allowing us to see what was beyond them, and what we could see was a group of dozens of Dementors flying over the field. When the spell was fired by the headmaster most of the students had already turned to him, but as soon as the Dementors in the sky were revealed the Quidditch pitch fell into tense silence. The players also stopped playing, feeling the strangeness in the air, and looking up their eyes widened. Noticing that the Gryffindor and Slytherin players were still standing still, Madame Hooch blew a whistle to get their attention. Everyone. Get down immediately, she screamed in urgency, and the players didn't have to listen twice before shooting down at high speed, taking great distances from the dark creatures in the sky. But unexpectedly a single person stood still in the sky, not following the other players, and that person was Harry, who was closer to the Dementors than the others. Come on. Get back to the ground quickly. Wood yelled to his team, looking back to see if the Dementors were following them, only to realize that Harry was still frozen in place. What is he doing there? Wood exclaimed in his panicked mind. He then stopped his broom and turned to Harry. Harry. Come quickly. The Dementors are here, he yelled, but received no response from Harry. He then looked down and noticed that the other players and Madame Hooch were already landing on the ground, and cursing he turned to Harry again. And without much thought he shot up at high speed. Harry. Wood yelled as he flew towards Harry, ignoring the shocked gasps that sounded from the stands when the students noticed he was flying towards Harry, and by extension, the Dementors. Look this way, Harry. We have to get down. Harry, who was still frozen on his broom, couldn't hear anything that was being said, as his gaze was unfocused and his mind was receiving flashes of memories, with many voices ringing in his head. He heard the same voices that had invaded his mind when the Dementors had attacked the Hogwarts Express, but now there were other things being said, and new voices speaking. Run, Lily. Go with Harry. I'll hold him, he heard a man's voice scream in panic. You should never have existed, this same voice said. Not Harry, please not Harry, a woman pleaded, and you could hear the fear and despair in her voice. Why did we have to die for you to live, the female voice questioned with hatred. Stand aside, you silly girl, stand aside, now. A new male voice said with disdain, its words dripping with cruelty and meanness, but it was a familiar voice to Harry. You freak, his Uncle Vernon's voice sounded, and a flash of memory of his uncle throwing him against the wall in anger came to his mind. Not Harry, please no, take me, kill me instead. The woman said in a pleading voice in a tearful voice. You are not our son, you are a disappointment, she said with contempt and rancor. You killed me, Harry, why did you have to kill me? It hurt so much to burn like that, Professor Quirrell's voice asked in despair, with obvious pain in his tone. Not Harry. Please, have mercy, have mercy. The woman continued begging. You are a murderer, Quirrell, the woman and the men said, with hatred, anger, rancor and contempt. Avada Kedavra. And with this last sentence, a green flash flashed through Harry's mind, and he, who was looking catatonic up at the sky, felt his world darken, and he would start falling off his broom if Wood hadn't been by his side to catch him. And all of this happened in a few seconds, and I, who was still in the teacher's stand, could see Harry fainting in Wood's arms, and I immediately turned to the headmaster. Headmaster. Harry. I exclaimed, but it wasn't necessary as he was already circling his wand over himself, and with a long swing he pointed his wand forward. Expecto Patronum, he said firmly, a serious, angry look on his face. And then a burst of silver light shot out from the tip of his wand, and from that light came a phoenix of pure silver, which quickly flew towards the Dementors. Holy shit, I thought, stumbling back because of the force of positive emotions coming from the headmaster's corporeal Patronus, realizing that it was at least 10 times more powerful than Professor Lupin's Patronus. I then watched as the phoenix of light chased away the Dementors, who was screaming in agony. With each beat of the phoenix's wings, it released a pulsating wave of light, which brought a lot of positive emotions, coursing through the entire field. Remus, get Minerva, and Phileas, go to the hospital wing and tell Poppy to free a bed, the headmaster ordered, snapping me out of my thoughts. As Professor Lupin and Professor Flitwick left, the headmaster turned to me, and I noticed that the gleeful gleam in his eyes had faded, replaced by a serious look, but I could feel the weariness and anger coming from him. Thanks for the warning, Ethan. I don't even want to imagine what would have happened if we'd acted a little later, he said with a sigh, and I nodded at him. I just wish I'd come a little sooner, I said, looking out over the field. You've done enough already, he said, following my gaze and looking at the lawn where students were gathering around Wood and Harry, who had landed on the field. Now I'm going to solve the problem with the Dementors. Why don't you go join your friends? They must be worried about you. Yes, I think you're right, I said, seeing from up here Luna looking around looking for someone. I then looked at the headmaster. I hope you can convince the minister to keep the Dementors away from the castle, I said, and he sighed again. I hope so too, he said. I then turned to go to the stand my friends were in, but before I could leave, the headmaster called out to me. Oh, and Ethan, after all matters are settled, I'd like to speak with you in my office, he said, and I looked at him confused before nodding. I then left, leaving the headmaster staring at my back, lost in thought. He then looked back at the rainy sky, seeing his Patronus still hovering over the field, with a reflective look. Chapter 236, Chapter. After I left the teacher's stand, I went to the stand where my friends were, and when I got there I found them talking and whispering to each other excitedly. They were so engrossed in their conversations that they didn't even notice my arrival, and from where I was I could hear them talking about the Dementors' invasion and the headmaster's Patronus. Ethan. Luna called to me softly, and looking to the side I saw that she was separated from the group, hugging each other as she looked at me, shivering every now and then. I was confused, until I saw her looking up in the direction the Dementors had left, and I felt emotions of fear coming from her. Oh shit, I thought, and immediately went to her. It's okay, Luna, they're gone, I said, coming to her side and hugging her with one arm, while with the other I raised my wand to use the umbrella spell to protect us from the rain that was falling. Luna, listening to me, just nodded, not wanting to say anything, and realizing this I turned to my friends who were still talking. Hey guys, let's go back to the castle, I called, and my friends turned to look at me. Terry and Anthony, seeing Luna in my arms, raised their eyebrows, but when they noticed her sad look, they decided not to comment. As for the girls, they immediately came close to Luna, noticing her sadness and trying to cheer her up. Luna answered a few questions, but mostly she was silent, and that worried our friends. Seeing that the rain was getting heavier and noticing the sad and tense mood in the air, we started to leave the Quidditch pitch to go back inside the castle, and I noticed that Harry had already been taken to the hospital wing and that the crowd of students in the field were leaving too. Why did Harry faint if he wasn't so close to the Dementors? At most he should have been annoyed by their presence, I thought, frowning, looking up at the sky in contemplation. I knew that it was not possible to measure the extent of the negative effects of Dementors, as it changed from person to person depending on the anguish and sadness that they were hiding within themselves, but as far as I can remember, Harry shouldn't have so many negative memories and emotions stored within himself to suffer so much from the exposure of the Dementors from such a far distance. Something's not right, I thought with a frown. I then sighed and looked back, seeing that the headmaster's Patronus was still hovering in the sky, looking everywhere, looking for any enemy. I'm not a counselor or a therapist, but I think I'm going to have to talk to Harry about it. Hospital wing. POV, Hermione. Please Harry, wake up soon, I begged, looking worriedly at Harry. After Headmaster Dumbledore chased all the Dementors out of the castle surroundings, Professor McGonagall came to the field and took the unconscious Harry to the hospital wing, and after a few minutes of inspection Madame Pomfrey said he just needed to rest, and that soon he would wake up. And now here I was, sitting on the side of his bed watching his still, pale body under the covers, feeling a feeling of worry and fear rising in my chest. Do you think he's going to be okay? Ron asked me with concern, sitting in a chair on the other side of Harry's bed. He, like me, was looking at Harry's pale complexion, noticing that every now and then he frowned like he was having a nightmare, which was quite possible considering his senior year and his bad sleep. I don't know, I said in a low voice, taking Harry's hand. Ugh. Why did the Dementors have to attack today? Ron asked irritably, and why is it always Harry who suffers the most from their presence? I think I knew the answer to Ron's second question, but even knowing the answer I didn't want to accept it, or even talk about it. He was very close to the Dementors when they appeared, dear, so the effects were stronger on him, Madame Pomfrey, who had arrived with a tray of potions and 2 mugs of hot chocolate, said softly, in a different tone than we were used to. Being exposed to so many of these creatures. Poor child, she said with a sigh, and I realized that just like us she was worried about Harry too. She then put the tray on the little table next to the bed and picked up the mugs, handing one to each of us. "Here, have a drink. You're still soaking wet and probably cold, the hot chocolate will warm you up," she said, smiling slightly at us. "Thanks," Ron said, taking the mug but still looking at Harry. "Thanks," I said too, smiling softly at her. "You're welcome," she said. Madame Pomfrey then pulled out her wand and waved it at us, drying our clothes with a spell. Madame Pomfrey then turned and left, leaving us alone while she went to check on Wood, who was also suffering from the effects of prolonged exposure to the Dementors, but not as badly as Harry. Taking a sip of hot chocolate, I glanced over at Ron, who had his mug down, frowning while looking at Harry, lost in thought. "Hey Neoni," he called out to me, and I looked up at him, resting my mug on my lap. "Yeah?" I asked. "Do you think the Dementor's presence affects Harry that much because of his memories of the day he—" "Well, you know," he said, pointing to his forehead at the end. He said he heard a woman's voices begging and screaming when the Dementors attacked him on the train, and that afterwards he only saw a green light. Do you think he was replaying the memories of when you know who attacked him?" Sigh. "Yeah, I think that's what he sees when the Dementors are around," I said, looking down sadly, not saying that I thought there were more bad things the Dementors showed Harry. "Damn it," Ron swore, balling his hands into a fist and squeezing them tightly. And I didn't even bother to censor his language, because for the first time I also wanted to curse about this situation. Sigh. "I just hope you get well soon," I thought, looking at Harry, running a hand through his messy hair and seeing the tension in his face ease. "Room of requirement." "They did what?" Sirius yelled, getting up from the couch and looking at me in panic and anger. Sigh. "The Dementors invaded the Quidditch pitch, and Harry fainted from their presence," I said for what would be the 5th time. "Damn. I should have been there to protect him." Sirius swore, balling his hand into a fist. He then started pacing back and forth in frustration, before lifting his hands to cup his head. And I stared at him, allowing him to rant while cursing the Dementors and fudge about various things no child should hear. After nearly half an hour of Sirius pacing around in anger and worry, he began to calm down. "Sigh, damn," he said, sitting down heavily on the couch across from me. "I know I can't ask you not to be worried or annoyed, but just know that Harry is fine, and that he hasn't been harmed," I said, trying to reassure Sirius. "That's good," he said after a while. Well, no physical harm at least, was my thought, but I wisely kept silent. "I'm starting to think it would be better if I went far away from Hogwarts," Sirius said, and I looked at him with a raised eyebrow. "And what would that help?" I asked. "Well, if any muggles saw me somewhere far away from Hogwarts, maybe Fudge would decide to remove the Dementors from around the castle," he said with a shrug. "I highly doubt it," I huffed, knowing this would be a rational and intelligent decision, but Fudge isn't known for his rationality and intelligence. "Yes. Me too," Sirius sighed, lowering his head. Looking at Sirius, I could see that he was still annoyed that the Dementors had attacked his godson, and sad that he thought he was to blame for it and that he couldn't be there to defend him. Deciding to cheer him up a bit, I changed the subject. Well, changing the subject, I talked to my influential friends, and they said they would help us once we explained the situation properly to them, I said, and that immediately caught Sirius' attention. "Sirius?" he asked. "That would be you," I said, glad to finally be able to use this joke, which apparently also amused Sirius judging by the slight twitch of his lips. "It's been a long time since I heard that," he said lightly, nostalgia in his eyes. He then shook his head and refocused on the matter at hand. "Well, for me to meet up with those friends of yours we're going to need this, right?" he said, using his thumb to point to his back, where in one corner of the room was the newly repaired vanishing cabinet. And I wasn't surprised that he figured out why I wanted the vanishing cabinet fixed so quickly. "Yes," I said, "and I know my friends will help us after we explain the situation to them, and after that then we'll just need to come up with a plan to exonerate you." "You say we just need to come up with a plan, but actually you already have a plan in mind, right?" he asked, already knowing the answer to that question, and I smiled at him. "Maybe," I said slowly. I then got a mischievous look, and as soon as Sirius saw that look of mine he recognized it as the same look he and his marauder friends used to get before they got into some big trouble. He then started to laugh lightly, realizing that something bad and very troublesome was about to happen to someone. Chapter 237, Chapter 2 days after the Dementors invaded the Quidditch pitch, conversations and discussions on this subject ended up waning, and now that the students were calmer things went back to the way they were before. But something everyone noticed was that tension and fear continued to hang in the air, as no one knew if or when the Dementors would strike again. I continued to study and train as I normally did, but even I couldn't help but worry, as the situation with the Dementors made me realize that I had to learn to cast a corporeal Patronus urgently. Not being able to do anything to help reminded me of my dreams where I was helpless in front of that scary creature, and I really don't like this feeling. The feeling of being useless, of not being able to do anything. Knowing that this could happen again put me on edge, and if I didn't like Dementors before, now I loathe them. When I said that I would create a spell to destroy Dementors, I didn't think it was possible, since they are immortal creatures, but as it turned out, I can also hurt this type of creature. And now my thought of destroying them all has become a goal I'm going to complete, one way or another. Library, study group. Well, so now I proclaim that our 93 to 94 school year study group has begun, I said, looking around to see several of my friends and other classmates sitting around a large table in the library. And as soon as I finished talking, as if it was rehearsed, all my friends started clapping, not caring about the sound, as I had already thrown a barrier over us to stop any sound from leaking out, so Madam Pants would complain about any noise. A few of the group didn't clap and simply remained quiet, and it was no surprise that most of them were Slytherins, not telling Lily, of course. When everyone calmed down, I saw Anthony stand up, straightening his tie in a professional manner, and I already knew he was going to say something stupid. Well, and as co-creator of the group, I'd like to say that, HMH. Since no one else has anything else to say. Lisa started to say with a calm and dangerous smile, looking at everyone, especially the remaining Ravenclaw boys, as she held out her wand she just used to silence Anthony. I think we should start our study section by reviewing our lessons from the last few weeks first, then we'll move on to our current lessons later. I agree, Sue nodded. The remaining group members also nodded, and we all grabbed our materials, settled into our seats. Don't look at me, Terry said after Anthony sat back down and turned to him with a sad expression, pointing to his mouth, but no sound came out. Sigh. Anthony sighed with slumped shoulders. We had all decided to ignore them, as scenes like this were common in our study group sections. With each taking a scroll, we started writing down all the things we've been taught since the beginning of this school year. We also write about the things we learn in our elective classes, and it was a surprise to me to find that there were more people doing divination than runes and arithmancy, two subjects that study important branches of magic. Sigh. I should have stopped trying to understand wizards' minds by now, I thought, shaking my head in disappointment. I wasn't expecting there to be so many people in this study group. Hermione, the newest member of the group, muttered in surprise, and I turned to her. Can you blame them? It's hard to resist joining a study group that has me, the smartest student in school, I proclaimed proudly. Hermione, listening to me, just looked at me with a blank face. How can someone like him be better than me in classes, she wondered with a blank stare. Room of requirement, in the afternoon. I forgot to ask you, but do you have the Marauders map with you? Sirius asked me, causing me to look up from the book I was reading. No, the map is still with the people who found it, I said, and that made Sirius raise an eyebrow. What do you mean? He asked. Well, the map is in the possession of the twins, and they had found it in their first year at Filch Stuff and took it, thinking it might be something interesting. I shrugged my shoulders. They were the ones who showed me the map, and after some research and study I replicated its magic to my bracelet, making some modifications. So you mean no one used the map after Peter lost it? That's sad. Sirius sighed. Why is this sad? I asked. Well, the map is such an amazing item created by us, and knowing that it has been sitting around gathering dust for so long without being used by anyone is kind of disappointing, Sirius replied. I see, I said, tapping a finger on my chin. I then looked at Sirius again. But I think you can be happy now, as whoever found them is actually a duo of notorious Hogwarts pranksters, I said, and that caught Sirius' attention. Really? He asked a little excitedly. Yes, and actually, they're both Gryffindors and also big Marauders fans, I said with an amused smile. This is wonderful. Sirius said, eyes twinkling. I would love to meet these little fans of mine. Well, you may not know them, but you know their family, I said. Their family? Who? He asked. The duo I'm talking about are called Fred and George Weasley, and they're Arthur and Molly's kids, and you've met her brothers, I replied. Weasley. Sirius repeated in surprise. What a coincidence, he said. Yes, I huffed, the two current castle pranksters are from the same family as your godson's best friend, who also happens to be the current owner of Pettigrew. Not to mention the fact that their mother is Molly Weasley née Pruitt, who is the younger sister of Gideon and Fabian, who were also twins, and who were once members of the Order of the Phoenix, I said. Wow, I didn't remember that last fact. That makes things even more surprising, he said, and then stopped to think for a moment. Actually, I hadn't noticed that before, but those twins in the newspaper really look like Gideon and Fabian, he muttered, scratching his chin. And I know something else that might surprise you, I said, catching Sirius' attention. It's a secret, but the two of them are also members of a prankster group, or a trio to be more exact, and they are quite famous here at Hogwarts and great pranksters, even better than the Marauders. That's a pretty bold statement to say, Sirius said, feeling challenged. But then he seemed to notice something as he turned to me with narrowed eyes. Wait. You said threesome. It should be a secret, but you know. They trust you enough to show you the map. You proclaim with certainty and pride that this group is better than the Marauders. You are the third member, he finished, pointing at me accusingly. And the only answer he got from me was an innocent smile. How did I not notice this before? It was obvious you were a prankster too, he said, considering my smile a confirmation of his suspicions. Ho ho, you almost tricked me. A smart Ravenclaw is a great cover for a big prankster. I never try to hide my prankster personality, I said with an amused smile. Actually, I said it was a secret that we are the Three Musketeers, but probably everyone at school knows it's us. Three Musketeers. Like in the novel. Cool, Sirius said, nodding his head appreciatively, and if everyone at school knows that the three of you are the members of this group of pranksters, then that means you're not all that good. Oh, that's where you're wrong. In fact, we're so good that even the teachers know it's us, but there's nothing they can do about it, I said, smirking. What do you mean? He asked confused. Well, what's the point of them knowing we're the pranksters if they don't have evidence to accuse us of anything? I said, and Sirius' eyes widened in realization. Oh, you bastards, he said, and then started to laugh. Yes, even Professor McGonagall and the headmaster know it's us but they don't do anything, not even a point reduction or a detention, I said. That's amazing. McGonagall always found out when we played pranks and gave us detention, he said. Well, what can I say? I'm amazing, I said with a shrug. Unfortunately not all professors need proof to accuse and punish someone. Professor Snape punishes the twins even for pranks they didn't play. The only one who doesn't get punishments is me, but that's because I always manage to stay away from him, and only in potion classes can he do something, but he's more focused on tormenting other students. Oh, don't worry about that greasy idiot, he's probably just pissed off because he needs a shower, Sirius said waving his hand carelessly, still chuckling. I don't really care if he gives me some punishment. In fact, it just makes revenge all the more satisfying, I said with a cruel smile, and that's why I'm preparing that. I pointed to a corner of the room, where there was a table with a cauldron and some items on top. Sigh. Don't tell me that is. Sirius said with wide eyes pointing to the things on the table. Yeah, I nodded. And you're going to use that too? I will, I nodded again, getting more and more amused to see Sirius' excitement. And then he. Yep, I said popping the pea. Okay, now it's official. I'll help you prank Snape, he said, grinning wildly. I thought you'd never offer your help, I joked, a huge smile on my face, drawing a chuckle from Sirius. What will be the reaction of the twins when they find out that one of the marauders helped me to make a prank? I thought, laughing just imagining their expressions. And if anyone walked into this room at this very moment, they would be surprised and scared to find a Ravenclaw third year and a fugitive criminal laughing maniacally. Chapter 238, Chapter Tuesday. I had just left the classroom, where we had a data class with Professor Lupin, who had finally recovered from the negative effects of transforming into a werewolf. He, as expected, cancelled our homework given by Professor Snape, which was an essay where we had to research about werewolves and the ways to recognize one. Professor Lupin obviously realized that this was a ploy by Professor Snape to reveal to us that he was a werewolf, which would consequently let everyone in the school know, as well as the students' parents, forcing Lupin to be withdrawn from the school. A move worthy of a Slytherin, if we forget the fact that Professor Snape is only doing this out of an almost one-sided childish feud. But that matter aside, my friends and I would find ourselves in the Great Hall having lunch. I was eating a steak with caramelized onions and hot sauce while listening to my friends talk about the Gryffindor vs. Slytherin match that was rescheduled for another day, when Penelope came up to me. Hi Ethan, she greeted me. Hi Penny, I said smiling at her. What brings the most beautiful prefect in school to my presence? I asked charmingly. Pratt, she rolled her eyes but had a small smile on her face. And he asks why Percy doesn't like him, Terry whispered to Anthony, who nodded. I'm here because Headmaster Dumbledore asked me to let you know that he would like to speak with you in his office after lunch, Penelope replied. It took longer than I was expecting, I thought, looking slightly at the staff table and seeing that the headmaster was looking at me. Catching my gaze, the headmaster nodded with a small smile, and I nodded back. Okay, I'll go see him, I said turning to Penelope. Fine, the password is Blackberry Lollipop, don't be late, she told me, and I nodded. After that Penelope left to join her friends, and my friends turned to me. What did you do? Terry immediately asked me. What do you mean? I asked confused. Don't pretend you don't know. You must have done something, for the headmaster himself needs to call you into his office, Terry replied, and I just looked at him dryly. You make it sound like I only cause trouble, I said, frowning. And that's true, he said, and Anthony and Stephen nodded in confirmation. Fuck you, I said, my right eye twitching. I don't cause any trouble, I thought sullenly. After lunch. Arriving in front of the gargoyle that guarded the passage to the headmaster's office, I gave the password and it opened for me, showing a spiral staircase. I went downstairs and arrived in front of his office door, and I waited for the headmaster to say something, but after a few seconds of silence I turned on my magic vision and noticed that there was no one in the office. Shrugging, I turned the knob, realizing the door was open. Well, he invited me and the door was open. I'm not breaking into his office, right? I questioned myself, opening the door and stepping into the office. Headmaster. I called, looking around. With no answer and alone inside the office, I used my senses to try to feel the headmaster's magic. Using my senses, I felt powerful, dense magic coming from behind a door at the back of the office, and I realized that this was probably the room that the headmaster's dorm was in. Deciding not to interfere with his privacy, I continued to look around curiously. Every time I come here I surprise myself with these knickknacks, I muttered. I feel the same way, and I've been working with Albus for almost 50 years. I heard a familiar voice speak, and I turned around with a smile. It's been a long time, Mr. Hat, I said, looking at the Sorting Hat who was also looking at me. Exactly 2 years and 69 days, Sorting Hat said to my surprise. I am a magical object created by 4 powerful wizards. Memory problems are not something I have to worry about, he commented after noticing my surprise. This is amazing, and I should have expected this, I said. Awesome, you say? I want to see how you would feel having to remember the personalities, thoughts, and complaints of every kid who's ever dressed you, Sorting Hat grumbled angrily. Many of them weren't polite when talking to me, and some kids stank. Listening to him I huffed in amusement, finding the scene of a sentient hat complaining about his job amusing. I really can't imagine your suffering, I said amusedly, but Sorting Hat didn't notice. Yeah, it's a really hard life. And I have to do this every damn year, he said, and I looked at him in a mixture of sympathy and amusement. Seeing the hat's depressed state, I started to think of a way to cheer him up, and immediately something came to mind. Oh wait, I have something you'll probably like a lot, I said, causing Sorting Hat to look at me curiously, or at least something I think is curiosity. It's hard to know because he has no face. Questions about expression in animated objects aside, I reached into my bag and pulled out a magazine. The magazine was a women's fashion magazine for witches that Sue had left with me a few weeks ago, but she forgot to ask for it back, so I still had it with me. She won't be upset that I'm giving this away, will she? I wondered, but then I shrugged. Meh, later I'll give her a year's free subscription to this magazine, I thought. Holding the magazine in my hand, I offered it to the Sorting Hat, who was looking at it curiously and confusedly. Well, this is for you, Mr. Hat, a women's fashion magazine with lots of cute and charming witch hats, I said, handing the magazine to Sorting Hat. Now you can relieve your stress of having to sort lots of brats all the years, I said with a sly smile on my face. What do you think I am? A bloody pervert, the Sorting Hat exclaimed indignantly, but this was spoiled by the fact that he was hiding the magazine inside him. No, I never thought that. I just thought you were a culture hat who likes to appreciate the beauties the world brings us, especially the female beauties, I told him with a deadly serious and dignified face, as if I was talking about something honorable. Ugh. Now I sound exactly like Terry and Anthony, I thought with disgust. Yes. I'm a culture hat, the Sorting Hat replied, looking at me with its slits that were its eyes, and in that moment I felt that the respect he had for me since Sorting Hat increased. And while my conversation with the Sorting Hat was going on, Headmaster Dumbledore, who had arrived at the office some time ago, was looking at our interaction with a dumbfounded but very amused look. Ahem. Glad to see you two are getting along well, he said, catching our attention, with the Sorting Hat quickly hiding the magazine. Oh. Albus. How long have you been there? The Sorting Hat asked. Long enough, the headmaster said with a slight amused smile. Well, I know you two have something to talk about, so I'll leave you to your business. And I have something to do, the Sorting Hat laughed pervertedly. He then turned around, acting as if nothing had happened, leaving the headmaster and me staring at his back in amazement at his utter lack of shame. Turning to the headmaster, I noticed that he was now looking at me with an accusatory gaze, and I raised my hands innocently. Blame this sinful society, I said, and the headmaster snorted in amusement. Well, sinful societies aside, I guess we have to talk, he said, and I nodded. He then went to his seat behind his desk and pointed to the seat in front of him. Come, have a seat. And wasting no time I went and sat down, looking at the headmaster curiously, but inside I was wary. I didn't know why the headmaster would want to talk to me, but whatever the reason, it's probably something important, and if it's important to the headmaster then it's also important and even worrying to me. As I reflected on this, the headmaster looked at me, and I could see an internal battle going on inside him. His emotions showed fear, worry, sadness and disappointment, and this left me very confused, as none of these emotions were something I expected to come from him in this conversation of ours. Sigh. The headmaster then sighed, and I noticed how tired he looked. I know this may seem sudden, but I called you here because I have a request for you, he said. And I replied unintelligently. Okay, now I'm really confused, I thought. You have every right to refuse my request, Ethan, but I wouldn't make this request to you if it wasn't important, he said, and I looked at him for a moment. Sigh, I'm not saying I accept your request, but it would be wrong of me not to listen to what you have to say, I said, and even though I knew I hadn't accepted his request I could see the headmaster's shoulders relax as he heard my answer. Thanks, Ethan, that's enough, and I couldn't ask for more from you, he said. The headmaster then started looking at his hands, rearranging his thoughts, before he looked at me again. I'm worried a lot about a classmate of yours. He's been through a lot, and I was hoping his years at Hogwarts would make up for his bad childhood, but things didn't go as planned, he said regretfully. Listening to the beginning of his explanation, I started to realize that from the beginning this conversation wasn't about me, that it was what I expected and what worried me. But that's not all I noticed. I also noticed the slight changes in the headmaster's emotions when he talked about this classmate of mine, and I've only seen him show this kind of emotion when talking or thinking about a single person, at least until this moment. And with the beginning of his explanation talking about this student's life, I immediately discovered who he was. So it's about Harry, I realized, somewhat relieved to know the topic wasn't about me, but now worried to know it was about a friend of mine. I had already noticed that there was something wrong with Harry, but if even the headmaster noticed and called me to his office to talk about it, then that means things are really bad. Now my question is, why did the headmaster want to talk about Harry with me and what is his request? I asked myself, and no matter how much I thought, no answer came to my mind. Sigh. I think if the subject of the conversation were me, things would be simpler. I thought wearily. Chapter 239, Chapter Headmaster's Office. As I looked at the headmaster who was telling me about my classmate, with obvious guilt on his face, I was thinking, trying to find some reason for his change. From the moment I laid eyes on him I realized that the headmaster cared about Harry, but I didn't expect his concern to be so great that he would come to me for help. Something like that had never occurred in canon, and until now I've always considered this world to follow the same events as the story I read and watched, but now I started to wonder if I was in some sort of alternate universe. The chances of me being in an alternate universe were almost nil, since apart from this change, all other events happened as expected. But with that, the only conclusion I could come to was that my presence caused some butterfly effect, and once I reached that conclusion I realized that I wasn't as nervous or worried as I thought I would be. I'm trying to keep things the same as canon at least until the end of the 4th year, but knowing that I've changed a few things with my presence and actions hasn't left me worried about future events. I don't know why, but maybe it's because I know these changes won't interfere with Voldemort's rebirth, or maybe I've already accepted the fact that some things would have to change with me here. Well, I don't think there's any point in me thinking about it too much. The best thing I can do for now is listen to the headmaster and think of a way to help Harry. And with that in mind, I looked at headmaster. You're talking about Harry, aren't you? I asked, and the headmaster looked at his hands for a moment. Yes, he replied. He then looked at me and I could feel his troubled emotions, and I know this is a strange request, but I would like you to help him, talk to him, try to get him to cheer up, he said. But why make this request to me? You could have asked Hermione or Ron, they are Harry's best friends, I said confused, and the headmaster sighed again. Yes, I could, he replied, but they can't help Harry completely. They can cheer him up, comfort him, make him feel wanted, but he needs the help of someone who won't mince words, and who will know what to say. But a professor could do that, I said. I know Harry has been talking and spending a lot of time with Professor Lupin. Why don't you ask him to talk to Harry? You answered that question yourself, Ethan, the headmaster replied, and I looked at him confused. Professor Lupin is a teacher in Harry's eyes, and an adult, and I don't think he's the best choice to help Harry with his problems, at least not these ones, he said looking away, and I could tell this was a subject he didn't want to talk about. But that still doesn't explain why it has to be me, I said. Harry has other friends, mostly in Gryffindor, so why me? I asked again. Because you're his friend, because you're smart, because you see the world with mature eyes, and because you're the only one who can calm his mind and heart. Only you can open Harry's eyes, the headmaster answered me solemnly, and his answer confused me. His answer confused me for many reasons, the main one still being that I didn't understand why I had to be the one who had to talk to Harry. It didn't make any sense to me. No matter what the headmaster said, for me Hermione and Ron should talk to him. Hell, there's a reason they're called the Golden Trio. And even if it wasn't them, what made me worthy of being the one to help Harry? And what did the headmaster mean when he said that I'm the only one who could calm Harry's mind and heart and that I'm the only one who could open his eyes? Feeling irritated by the headmaster's cryptic response, I started to think about how I could help Harry where his trusted friends couldn't, and how I could open his eyes. And as I thought about the question, I was reminded that this year there were certain events in particular that would be bothering Harry, making him stressed and angry, and these events involved matters from both his past and his present. With that, I finally realized the headmaster's intentions. You're not asking me to talk to Harry just because I'm his friend, you're asking me to talk to him because you know I have the answers to his questions and doubts, I said, and the headmaster looked at me for a few moments before nodding his head. Yes, he said, sighing wearily, I know very well that Harry is confused by everything that's been going on this year, and as much as I want him to remain ignorant of these matters, I can't stop him from knowing about his own story. But you know what will happen when he knows everything, right? I asked. Yes, I know. But I'm more afraid to think about what would happen if he sought out the answers himself or was locked in his own mind thinking about it, the headmaster replied to me, and I couldn't deny that he had a good point. But what about Professor Lupin? I asked, and the headmaster looked at me for a moment before understanding what I was asking. Sigh. I haven't talked to him yet, but I think he'll agree with my choice, the headmaster said, and besides, I think neither he nor I have the right to hide the answers from Harry. He deserves this. Listening to the headmaster, I looked at him for a few seconds, feeling his emotions and the truth in his words, and realizing he was serious. I nodded. So basically the headmaster wants me to tell Harry everything I know about him and his life, something that almost all adult wizards know but don't like to talk about, at least not to Harry himself, I thought, sighing mentally, and the headmaster also expects me to talk about Sirius' betrayal and about his and Lupin's friendship with his father. And that's why Professor Lupin can't talk to him, I realized. Damn, this isn't going to be a smooth conversation, I thought with a frown, remembering how Harry reacted to this revelation in canon. The only difference is that I know a lot more than the headmaster thinks I do, and that could be a big help in the conversation I'm going to have with Harry. I had already decided for myself that I would talk to Harry the moment he was attacked by the Dementors on the Quidditch pitch, so accepting the headmaster's request is just a formality. Sigh. All right, I'll talk to Harry, I said, and I could see the headmaster's shoulders relax. Thank you, Ethan, he said. I know my request is unexpected and stressful, so know that you don't have to do this right away, and that if you need help to fill in your knowledge or corroborate your story, you can always talk to me, understand, the headmaster said, looking at me. Understood, I said, and then I stopped to think for a moment, but there's something I'd like to know. How do you know I know Harry's story? I asked. Well, Ethan, I know you're smart, cunning, and cautious, and besides, just as you can talk to ghosts and portraits, so can I, he replied with a slight smile, and it's not all that surprising that the infamous philosopher's stone thief knows the history of some old students, especially when those stories are written all over Hogwarts, he added, blinking enigmatically at me. I opened my mouth to say something, but before I could answer him, we heard the bell ring, signaling the start of afternoon classes. Oh, well, I think our conversation took longer than expected, I commented, looking at a grandfather clock that was on one of the walls of the office. I hadn't noticed the time passing, as the conversation with the headmaster kept my mind busy, and now I really just wanted to lie down to rest and organize my thoughts. I want to be late for my next class, so I guess I'll be on my way, I said, standing up and ending the conversation. Yes, he nodded, realizing we'd been talking for at least half an hour. Your next class is Transfiguration, and I'm afraid to imagine what Minerva would do to me if she found out her favorite student was late because of me, he said, and I huffed. Maybe she'll permanently turn you into a bowl to store your lemons drops in, I said, and the headmaster chuckled lightly, glad the mood had lightened up. That wouldn't be too bad, he said. Shaking my head in exasperated amusement, I turned and walked to the door that led up to the guardrail stairs, and stopping in front of the open door I turned and nodded one last time to the headmaster, and then I walked out of his office. After I left, the headmaster continued to sit in his seat, staring at the door lost in thought as myriad emotions flashed through his eyes, with him wondering if he had made the right choice. As soon as I left the headmaster's office I started to think about my conversation with him, realizing that it gave me a lot to think about. But among all my thoughts, the one that stood out was the fact that I could now confirm with 100% certainty that the headmaster trusted me, and that he protected and looked after his students. So now I say fuck you to all the evil, despicable, and manipulative Dumbledores from the fanfics I've read and from the possible other universes. Yes. This wasn't a conversation I expected, nor one I wanted, but it was one I needed, I thought with a slight smile on my face. Flamel's house. POV, Nick. Dear, which one of these do you think Ethan will like best? Penny asked me, holding a scarf in each hand. One of the scarves was turquoise blue with black edges and the other was navy blue with cyan blue edge, with silver star prints. These scarves didn't have much difference other than color, and I didn't even need to use my magic insight to see that there were a lot of enchantments and spells in the two scarves. Honey, he's going to like anything you give him, I said with a tired sigh, as this is the 5th time she's asked me this question, showing me a pair of presents. I then looked to the side, noticing a pile of presents, all for the nice, cheeky boy who had somehow become dear to us in such a short time. You're right, she said, and then with a shrug she tossed the 2 scarves up, which flew into 2 gift boxes. In that case then I'll take both of them. And with that, she happily left, presumably to prepare more presents. I'm pretty sure she's just trying to please Ethan to get his autograph. I thought suspiciously, looking with narrowed eyes at my wife, who hummed while knitting another piece of clothing. Chapter 240, Chapter Transfiguration Classroom. Hi Ethan, Harry greeted me as he entered the classroom, and I turned to him. Hey, I said, looking at him lightly, paying attention to his emotions and any gestures that showed how he was feeling. After a quick analysis I could see why the headmaster was so worried, as Harry looked tired, crestfallen, and showed clear signs of insomnia. Also his emotions were a mess, but even with him impressively controlling them, the anguish was still noticeable. Putting that aside, I looked at Ron and Hermione who were behind him and waved at them, only to notice that Ron was staring at me frozen in fear. What is it? He squeaked, and I looked at him strangely before noticing that he wasn't actually looking at me, but at my desk, or more accurately, at Nyx who was lying on top of my desk. It is a cat, I said slowly, looking back at Nyx to see if there was something wrong with her. I know it's a cat, Ron said, walking over to Harry who was already at a double desk, taking care to keep his distance from Nyx. What I want to know is what this creature is doing here in this room, and on top of your desk. Sleeping I guess, I said, nudging Nyx with a finger, not noticing Ron's panicked look, earning a low meow from her. Careful. You don't want to wake it up. Ron exclaimed in a low voice, and now even Harry and Hermione were looking at him strangely. Why are you so scared of Ethan's cat? Hermione asked, and Ron turned to her in surprise. Ethan's cat, he asked, and then turned to me, is it your cat? Yes, I said slowly, her name is Nyx. Ron then looked between me and Nyx with a wary, surprised look, but then he seemed to notice something and looked at me again, frowning before nodding to himself. Actually that explains a lot, he commented, leaving me confused. Echoey. Only one scary monster to have another scary monster, he said, probably thinking aloud. And ignoring the part of me that was torn between being offended and proud of being called a scary monster, I turned to Nyx, who was still sleeping peacefully. First Michael says you attacked a student for waking you up, and now Ron called you a scary monster. What the hell have you been doing when I'm not around? I wondered, realizing that I might have to start taking Nyx on my adventures to keep her from ending up killing someone. After convincing Ron that Nyx wasn't going to attack him, we all sat in our seats while we talked, waiting for Professor McGonagall to arrive. In between our conversations Harry commented that the Gryffindor Quidditch team would be doing extensive practice this afternoon after morning classes, where we would all have the remaining time free. And Ron also told me that in order to show support for Gryffindor, mainly because of what happened in the last match, all the students were going to watch practice. Normally I wouldn't care about this information, but when he told me this I realized that an opportunity had just presented itself, an opportunity one couldn't pass up. As all the Gryffindors would be watching their house Quidditch team practice, that would mean that the Gryffindor common room and its dorms would be empty, and this was an unmissable opportunity for me to silently capture Pettigrew. As I started to formulate a plan to catch the damn rat, Professor McGonagall arrived, walking into the classroom with her usual stern look, which earned a small smile as soon as she saw me. She also saw Nyx sleeping on top of my desk, but other than a slight lift of her eyebrows she didn't say anything else. Realizing that Professor McGonagall was going to start the class, I focused on her, deciding to come up with a plan to capture Pettigrew at another time. Room of requirement. You really intend to catch the bastard rat today, right? Sirius asked me for the 7th time in the last 20 minutes, with anticipation and madness in his eyes. Yes. I said wearily, looking at him irritably. Perfect, he said with a creepy yellow smile, and my tired look changed to one of fear. Please stop smiling like that. It's creepy, I said, and Sirius' smile fell as he turned to me. That hurt, he said with a false look of hurt, but I just rolled my eyes. After the transfiguration class was over, I separated from my friends and immediately came to the room of requirement, and as soon as Sirius saw me walking through the door hastily he came to me worried, thinking that something had happened to Harry. As I didn't want a worried adult male breathing down my neck I told him that Harry was okay, and I also told him about my plan to capture Pettigrew today. And now here we were, standing around a circular table that had a map drawn on it, showing everyone in the castle. We were waiting for all the Gryffindors to leave the castle, so I could enter their common room, where I would enter the third-year boys' dormitory, approach Ron's bed and stun the rat, and after that I would put him in a cage, finalizing the plan with me bringing him to the room of requirement. We already had everything ready, even the cage which was enchanted with many spells by Sirius, who used my wand for it. I didn't know most of the spells he used, but I knew they were dark spells and probably illegal, and when I asked him about it the only answer he gave me was that he is still a black. Look. The last Gryffindor is leaving. Sirius said, pointing to the fat lady's passage. And just like he said, as soon as this Gryffindor left the Gryffindor common room was empty. Obviously the map still showed some names and footprints inside the common room and dormitories, but other than Pettigrew the other names and footprints were from the students' pets. Okay, so let's get started, I said, summoning the cage for me. Yes. Starting the Tom and Jerry plan. Sirius exclaimed excitedly, and I turned to him. First, how do you, a pureblood, know what Tom and Jerry is? I asked with a raised eyebrow. Just because I'm a pureblood doesn't mean I don't know about the Muggle world, he replied, offended, but I kept staring at him. Realizing I didn't believe him, he pouted, all right. When I was hiding from the ministry, I hid in my dog form in a Muggle neighborhood, and when I got tired of running I stopped in a family's backyard, and there I saw one of the children of that family watching this show, he said. Oh cool. I nodded, well, and second, we're not going to call my plan by that name, I said with a straight face. Damn. Gryffindor Tower Corridor. The fat lady was fixing her hair while looking at herself in her ornate hand mirror when a student who appeared to be a third year wearing Gryffindor robes approached her. The student in question had gray eyes, messy brown hair, a thin cheekbone, and a charming, elegant smile. All this along with his calm and confident walk made him even more handsome. Brave Griffin, the boy said to the portrait. The fat lady then looked at him for a moment before opening the passage for the boy to pass. As soon as the passage was opened the boy wasted no time and entered the common room. When he entered the common room the passage behind him closed, and the boy relaxed. Next time I'll go through the window using a broom, the boy complained, and I'll never let Sirius do human transfiguration on me again. The boy then shook his head, and focusing again his eyes glowed a familiar blue, and turning his head he looked up the stairs of the boys' dormitories, seeing a single magical signature of a human in one of the rooms. Fine, he's still in the dorms, I said, already taking the shrunken cage out of my pocket. I then went to the stairs of the boys' dormitories, and when I reached them I started up, heading to one of the rooms where I felt Pettigrew's magical signature. Arriving in front of the door to this room, I turned the knob, and with a click I heard the door open. Opening the door and entering, my attention was immediately directed to a volume under the blankets of one of the beds. Walking over to this bed, I set the shrunken cage on the floor, took my wand out of its holster, and with my other free hand I gripped the edge of the blanket. Gotcha, I thought, and immediately pulled back the blanket. Pettigrew, who was sleeping under the blankets, jumped up scared, but he didn't have time to react since as soon as he woke up I stunned him. And now I was looking at an ugly, sickly paralyzed rat who was missing one of the fingers on his front paw. Finally, I whispered with a wide smile on my face. Still smiling, I increased the size of the cage and threw Pettigrew into it, locking the cage. And with the cage in one hand under a disillusionment charm, I left the room and went downstairs to the common room. I then went towards the passage and pushed it open. I was about to start to leave, but then I stopped and looked at the common room again. Well, I wouldn't be one of the three musketeers if I didn't pull a prank, right? I asked myself, and with a shrug I waved my wand, casting a spell on every couch in the common room. Satisfied with my work, I turned and walked out, with the passage closing behind me. I then started to walk down the corridor, but the fat lady's voice made me stop in my tracks. Are you really a student of Godric? I don't remember seeing your face among the Gryffindors who've already passed through me, she said, causing me to freeze. Seeing that I had stopped with my back to her, the fat lady continued with her questioning. I may not have the best memory in the world, but I'm pretty sure I remember every student who's ever gone through this passage, she said with narrowed eyes. Noticing that I was still quiet, the fat lady's suspicions continued to grow, and just as she was about to open her mouth to say something else, I turned around. Oh, how can such a beautiful lady forget about me? I asked with a hurt face. I had hoped my face would have been etched in your memory as your beautiful and charming appearance was etched in mine, I said, with a charming smile. What? The fat lady said confused, caught off guard by my compliments, a blush starting to appear on her face. I know I may not be the prettiest, or the coolest, but I feel sad knowing that I, Edgar Bulfric, have not been remembered by you, such an amazing woman that I look up to, I continued with a sad look, not giving her a chance to speak. No. Wait, the fat lady said, shaking her hand in panic at my sadness. I remember you, Edgar. How could you think I would forget you? She said, with a tight smile. Sirius? I asked, hope in my eyes. Of course, she said firmly, and I smiled at her, causing another blush to appear on her face. That's a relief, I said with a hand on my chest. I then pretended to have remembered something, tapping my forehead lightly. Oh, I almost forgot. Professor Snape had told me to get an ingredient for him from the potion storeroom, and now I have to get this ingredient to him, I said, and then looked at the fat lady with an apologetic and sad look. Sorry, but I don't think I'll be able to stay to talk to you. Don't worry, she said hastily, I'm sure it's an important matter, and I don't want Professor Snape to be upset with you, she continued, and I chuckled lightly. Perhaps some other time, when I'm not busy, I'll stop by to talk to you more, my beautiful and kind lady, I said smiling charmingly, and the fat lady nodded. That would be great, she said smiling. Well, so until another time, my fair lady, I said, bowing slightly to her. Until another time, Edgar, she said with a smile. I then turned and started to leave, walking with calm steps until I rounded a corner at the end of the corridor, out of sight of the fat lady. What a polite and charming young man, she muttered to herself, and then began to let out some girlish giggles with a slight blush on her face, completely forgetting why she had stopped me. Chapter 241, Chapter Room of Requirement. After all these years of waiting, I can finally get my hands on this bloody rat, Sirius muttered, looking at the cage Pettigrew was trapped in. He then started to stretch his hands towards the cage, a look of anger and hatred on his face, but before he could touch the cage I pulled it away from him and slammed my hand down on the table. Seeing that I had taken the cage away from him, Sirius turned to me angrily, only to find my cold gaze staring back at him. Come on. Do it. But let me know beforehand how you want me to hand over your body to the Dementors, as that will be your fate if you continue with these stupid thoughts of revenge. I said, almost screaming at the end. Seeing my glare, Sirius took a step back. After all the time and effort I spent planning how to exonerate you, thinking about how I would help you to be part of Harry's life again, you just want to throw it all away killing this motherfucking rat because you can't think for a second like a normal person and not like a clueless Gryffindor idiot. I growled, approaching step by step to Sirius, who was standing in place, looking shocked. If you want to die, then drown in the Black Lake, or go kiss a Dementor and stop wasting my time and the time of the people who are trying hard to exonerate you. When I stopped talking I was already in front of Sirius, looking at him with cold eyes and clenched fists, and Sirius refused to meet my eyes, looking down in embarrassment. Realizing I'd let my emotions get the best of me, I took a deep breath to calm myself, taking a few steps back. "Sorry, I think I overreacted," I said, but Sirius cut me off. "No. You're right," he said, looking at the floor. "I almost screwed it up again. I'm sorry." "Don't worry, I think you have the right to want to kill him," I said, and Sirius lifted his head to look at me. "I can't say I understand you, but if I were in your shoes I would probably also want to kill the traitor who basically killed my friends." Listening to me, Sirius just remained silent, and I glanced at him only to see that he was looking at Pettigrew's cage. "You may not know how I feel, but after everything you've done for me I think you have the right to criticize me or be mad at me for doing something stupid," he said, looking away from the cage and turning to me. "So thanks for keeping me from screwing up," he said with a small smile. "Well, you're welcome, I guess," I said, chuckling lightly. With the mood a little lighter, we turned our gaze to Pettigrew's cage. "You know, we need a way to keep him from waking up or turning human again," I said, and I heard Sirius let out a small huff. "No need to worry about that," he said, and I turned to him confused. Noticing my confused look he started to explain. "What did you think those spells I cast on the cage were for?" he asked. Hearing his question my eyes widened in realization. "I've spent at least 12 years thinking of ways to capture, torture, and kill this human trash, and I've finally discovered a good use for some of the spells my dark family taught me when I was a kid," he continued, a rather cruel smile on his face. Listening to him I could only look with mild curiosity at the cage. Sigh. "Well, then that means we have one less problem," I said, turning to walk over to a table that held a parchment with the notes for my plan to exonerate Sirius, "but we still have to complete the other phases of the plan, and they will be the most difficult," I continued. "Yeah, I was expecting that," Sirius sighed. "Difficult, huh?" he thought. Sirius was lost in thought and I had my back to him so he couldn't see that I had stopped walking and that I was frowning at my hands. For a moment I really felt like hurting Sirius when I got angry, I thought, opening and closing my hands, and I shouldn't have exploded like that. My clemency should have kept me calm. Actually, even without a clemency I shouldn't have been so angry. And this isn't the first time my emotions have taken over me and I've become aggressive. And this is worrying to say the least, I reflected with a frown on my face. I continued to think for a moment about my reaction and my violent emotions, and lowering my hands I let out a deep breath, before looking up with a worried look. What's happening to me? November 27th, Saturday, day of the second match of this Quidditch season. "So Ethan, are you nervous?" Anthony asked me as we had breakfast in the Great Hall. I was still chewing my toast so I couldn't answer him, but Terry did it for me. "Are you asking if Ethan is nervous about a Quidditch match?" Terry asked Anthony, looking at him strangely. "Okay, that was a stupid question," Anthony said. And listening to him Terry huffed. "Understatement," he said. Rolling his eyes, Anthony decided to ignore him and turned to me again. Changing the question. "So Ethan, are you ready to squash some badgers?" he asked, and I looked at him blankly. "You know, that coming from an honorary badger is kind of ironic," I said, and this time it was Anthony's turn to stare blankly at me. "I'm not an honorary badger," he said. "We would believe that, if it were true," Terry said with a mocking smile. "Sigh, I hate you guys," Anthony said, and Terry and I looked at each other before shrugging our shoulders. "Nah, you don't," we said, and Anthony groaned in exasperation. Quidditch pitch, Ravenclaw versus Hufflepuff. And entering the field now is the defending champion team, undefeated for 2 years in a row. The Ravenclaw. Lee shouted excitedly to the euphoria of the Ravens from the blue and bronze stands. At the front we have the beautiful new Seeker of the Ravens, Cho Chang. Followed closely by keeper Dylan Bailey and by beaters, Christy Collins and Miles Owens. And to top it off we have the incredible and invincible trio of chasers, with Davis now as the new captain of Ravenclaw and... Are you kidding? Lee yelled in surprise, scaring everyone on the pitch. He then quickly rose from his seat in the announcer and commentator's stand, leaning forward to get a better look. "Is Ethan Knight flying in a fucking firebolt?" At Lee's shocked question, everyone in the stands turned their eyes to me, and gradually everyone realized that I wasn't flying on my Nimbus, but on a different broom, a broom that many have seen through the windows of some Quidditch supply store, and the most fanatical of Quidditch have even dreamed of this broom. When realization finally hit them, the crowd of students and teachers broke into a shocked hubbub, with everyone talking and commenting about my broom while pointing at me. "Holy shit, Ethan. Are you the son of some broom maker by any chance?" Lee asked me, still shocked. Ignoring Lee's shocked comments or the surprised whispers of students and teachers in the stands, I focused on the match, seeing the two captains were greeting each other in the center of the field next to Madame Hooch. As they greeted each other I could see the Hufflepuff players looking at me, or more accurately, at my broom with nervousness and concern. With everyone getting ready for the start of the match, I went to my position, remembering the strategy Roger had passed on to all of us. The strategy we created was that we should measure the offense and defense of the Hufflepuff team before we started to play seriously, and as I had the best broom I would act as the central support to defend our area of the field and to make passes, and meanwhile Roger and Isa would test the Puff's defense and the keeper ability. With that in mind, the moment Madame Hooch blew her whistle we began our strategy. The match started, and for the first 9 minutes I continued to act as a barrier to stop the enemy chasers from advancing, but I knew this couldn't go on for long. The way the match was going, the odds of the Ravenclaw team losing were high, and unless we moved forward, we had no way of winning. Chong and Ced's dispute for the snitch in the end would end with Ced's possible victory, as he has a better broom and more experience playing as a seeker. But that's not to say that Chong doesn't have a chance of catching the snitch, it's just that it would be difficult, and that's why we would have to decide the match by the normal points scored with the quaffle. We had to score more than 160 points, so even if Ced got the snitch we would still have 10 points more, bringing us the win. Fortunately currently we were already 90 points ahead, even though I didn't participate much in the attacks, and none of the seekers had seen the snitch yet, and that was because the little golden ball with wings was flying low near the lawns in front of the west stands. It's a good thing that half the Hufflepuff team is new players, I muttered, dodging a bludger that came from my back without even looking at it. Returning to my position, I looked around noticing that the Hufflepuff chasers were about to make a rehearsed move, and my eyes narrowed. I then looked to the side and saw Roger nod at me, flying into the defensive position next to Isabel. Well, then I guess it's time to start the show, I said, and with a wild smile I shot forward at high speed, using all the good attributes of my firebolt. And in a flash, I quickly passed the Hufflepuff chasers as they exchanged passes with each other with the quaffle, and catching the quaffle in midair they watched without reaction as I flew towards their team's goal. The enemy keeper looked at me in surprise, not expecting a sudden attack, and taking advantage of his surprise I threw the quaffle hard into the hoop that was furthest from him, and like a bullet the quaffle fired, passing through the hoop with the keeper gaping at me. Fine, 10 more points, I said to myself, and looking down at my broom a smile grew on my face, but well, I guess it's time to show you what we can do, right? I asked my broom, and with a fierce smile and eyes glowing excitedly I continued my attack. And that was the central part of Roger's proposed strategy. While he and Lisa would be using the opening minutes of the game to test the Puff's defense, I would be on defense analyzing their play style, and after my analysis was finished I would use my speed advantage and my flying skills to initiate a rampant attack. Yeah. I'm definitely ready to squash some badgers, I thought in wild glee, remembering the question Anthony had asked me. Chapter 242, Chapter. As I had predicted, even with Chong being an excellent player and flyer, her lack of experience playing in a real match made her make some mistakes, and taking advantage of these small mistakes Cedric managed to catch the snitch before her. But even with Hufflepuff getting the snitch they still lost the match because of the sum total of points, as Ravenclaw had already scored a lot of goals before the snitch was caught. The match was over 660 to 350 for Ravenclaw, and of the 66 goals Ravenclaw had scored, 47 were mine. Since my debut as a chaser this was the match in which I scored the most goals, and I could say that this happened because of my firebolt, which really is an excellent broom and very fast, but another reason is that my skills and instincts were getting stronger. And with all these factors, and with Roger telling me not to hold back, I was able for the first time in a Quidditch match to play freely and unhindered, using all my attributes. At some point between my 20th and 30th goals, I could tell from the emotions of the Hufflepuff crowd and the Puffs team that they just wanted one of the two seekers to take the snitch so that the match ended soon, not wanting to continue watching the one-sided massacre that was taking place. And with the end of the match, everyone from Ravenclaw celebrated happily, much more excited than the other times, and in contrast, you could feel the sadness of the Puffs in the air and the nervousness and pressure that the other houses were feeling, and I didn't even need to read the minds of the Slytherin and Gryffindor players to know they were worried, probably thinking about how they would defeat my firebolt. But with all that and with the match over, all the Blue and Bronze House students who were in the stands left the Quidditch pitch, heading back to the castle and heading towards our common room with the intention of celebrating this victory. Ravenclaw Common Room, after the victory against Hufflepuff. After taking a relaxing shower to clean up after the game, me and the other team members headed to Ravenclaw Tower, knowing our housemates would be waiting for us to properly celebrate our victory. Arriving in front of the bronze knocker we answered the riddle and the door opened for us, giving us passage to the Ravenclaw Common Room. Entering the common room we saw that the place was all decked out in blue party decorations, but in addition to noticing the decor, we also noticed that all eyes fell on us as soon as we arrived, and I could feel the joy and happiness coming from everyone. And after staring at us for a few seconds, our housemates immediately started applauding, with some coming up to us running with happy looks on their faces wanting to congratulate us. What the fuck, Ethan? Why the hell didn't you tell us you had a damn firebolt? Terry, who was the first of my friends to reach me, asked me as he grabbed my shoulders and shook me. Yes. You don't know how surprised I was when I saw you enter the field riding it. Anthony, who arrived shortly after Terry, said, with a big smile on his face. Well, you didn't ask if I had a firebolt, I shrugged, enjoying the irritated look Terry was giving me. If we didn't need you to win the Quidditch Cup I'd jinx you so much your mother wouldn't even recognize you, Terry said, and I just smiled innocently at him. Ignore him, Anthony said, pushing Terry aside, ignoring his indignant exclamation. Now standing in front of me, he raised his hands and placed them on my shoulders, and lifting his head to look at me I noticed he was looking a little crazed. Susu. Where is it? He asked. Where's what? I asked confused. Where's the broom? He repeated, squeezing my shoulders. You know, you acting like that sounds like a harasser, I commented. Do not change the subject. Okay, I said rolling my eyes. I then took Anthony's hands away from my shoulders, and bringing my hand up to the chain around my neck I took it off. On the chain, in addition to my shrunken suitcase, there was also a miniature broom pendant, but obviously this was not a simple broom pendant. Pulling the mini broom off the chain, I held it in my hand, showing it to Anthony and Terry, who brought their face close to my hand as they stared in wonder at the broom. It's beautiful, they whispered. You guys are weird, Michael, who was right behind Terry and Anthony along with my other friends, commented but was promptly ignored. You know, wouldn't it be easier for you to return the broom to its normal size so that everyone could see it? Stephen, who was looking strangely at Terry and Anthony, asked. Yeah, I may not be a fan of Quidditch or flying, but even I want to see what this famous and amazing firebolt looks like, Padma said. And I'm sure we're not the only ones, Lisa huffed, gesturing around us. I then looked around, noticing that the common room had fallen into silence, and I noticed that all the students were trying to look at the mini broom in my hand. Sensing the anticipation coming from the others, I shook my head in amused exasperation. Taking my wand out of its holster, I shook it and touched my mini broom, which began to grow to the size of a regular broom. And now everyone was looking at a real firebolt that was in my hands, marveling at its exquisite and beautiful polish. Ta-da! I said jokingly, but no one responded as everyone was still looking at the firebolt in shock. Holy shit! That's a fucking firebolt, someone yelled in the background, and that was enough to make everyone recover from the shock. Everyone then started talking and commenting about my firebolt, pointing at it, and even those not interested in Quidditch and broomsticks were excitedly talking about it. Ethan, tell me the truth, you're not the son of some pure-blood family, are you? Anthony asked me seriously. Oh, you discovered the truth, I said dryly. I then looked at Anthony for a few seconds before continuing. In fact, I'm your long-lost twin brother and this broom was given to me by our parents to make up for my missed birthdays, I said, putting my hand on his shoulder with an apologetic look. I know this is a lie because even I didn't get this broom as a gift from them, Anthony said with a huff. Maybe I'm their favorite son, I shrugged, and Anthony looked at me with a frown. Hey Ethan, can I? Terry asked me, making me turn to him. Looking at him I saw he was pointing at the firebolt, and with a shrug I handed the broom to him, who took it as if it were a precise, delicate item. I then let my friends and colleagues see and touch my firebolt, and while they drooled over it I stood to the side, looking at the scene with an amused but exasperated look. It's amazing and strange to see them react like this to a broom. Okay, that's the current best broom on the market, but it's still just a broom, I thought. Everyone is acting so weird, but there aren't any raxperts around them, Luna, who was next to me, commented. Well, everyone is happy that Ravenclaw won our first match, so maybe everyone's joy and positivity is pushing them away, I said. It makes sense, Luna said with a thoughtful look. How are the students of the other houses reacting to the fact that I have a firebolt? I wondered with my hand on my chin. Gryffindor common room, at the same time. All the Gryffindors were sitting in the red and gold common room, with sad, worried looks on their faces. The members of the Gryffindor Quidditch team were staring at the floor lost in thought, feeling nervous at the thought of a future match against Ravenclaw. Yeah. We're screwed, Finnegan commented, breaking the tense silence of the common room, and impressively no one disagreed. Slytherin common room. The same worried air hung over the Slytherins, and many grumbled with grimaces on their faces. Most of the students were nervous thinking about the difficulty they would face in the next matches, realizing that it would be difficult to win this school year's Quidditch Cup. And the remaining Slytherins were frowning as they realized that the one who owned a firebolt was a mudblood, and that not even they, purebloods, had that broom. Damn, my father will hear about this, a boy with pale blonde hair almost white complained, and those around him rolled their eyes, having heard that same phrase hundreds of times. December 18th, last Hogsmeade visit of the year. After a few days everyone's emotions calmed down, and even with a lot of people still talking and commenting about my firebolt, this was no longer the main topic in the conversations between groups of friends that took place around the castle, at least not in the last 5 days. And that was due to the fact that 5 days ago, at lunch, the headmaster had announced that we would have another weekend in Hogsmeade before Christmas break, which got everyone excited. And it just so happens that today would be that day, and that's why I was in the Great Hall with my friends waiting for the carriages to arrive for us to go to the village of Hogsmeade. As I chatted with Terry and Anthony, Stephen sat heavily on the seat across from us, looking downcast. We stared at him strangely, and meanwhile he was drawing circles with his fingers on the table. Come on man, get over it, Michael said, arriving and sitting next to him, and in response Stephen only grunted, making him roll his eyes. What happened to him? Terry asked Michael, pointing at Stephen. Hearing his question, Michael huffed. He decided in an incredible Gryffindor courage that he was going to ask Nicoli Seward on a date in Hogsmeade, and not so surprisingly he was rejected, he said. Nicoli Seward. Isn't she a fifth-year Slytherin? I asked. Yes, Michael replied, not even trying to hide his mocking smile. Hearing this, Terry, Anthony and I turned to Stephen, looking at him as if he were a creature to be studied. I'm trying to feel some kind of sympathy for you, but did you really try to ask a girl older than you, and from Slytherin, on a date? Terry asked with an odd look. Sigh. You don't understand how love works, Stephen sighed wistfully. I don't understand how your brain works, Terry snapped. I thought the only person who would do something crazy like that would be Ethan. Hey, I may be crazy, but I'm not stupid, I said defensively. And with that sentence, Anthony, Terry, Michael, and even Stephen turned to stare at me with blank stares. They said unconvinced, and I felt my right eye twitch. Chapter 243, Chapter Hogwarts, just before the students leave for Hogsmeade. POV, third person. As the students boarded carriages for Hogsmeade, Harry watched them through one of the many windows in the corridor that led to Gryffindor Tower. His sadness was perceptible, and it didn't take a genius to figure out the reason for his sadness. Many people at school knew that Harry did not have his parents' permission to go to Hogsmeade, and obviously the one who told everyone about it was Malfoy, who wasn't going to miss the chance to mock Harry for being one of the few third years and above who would have to stay at the school. But surprisingly this school year Harry didn't seem to mind Malfoy's taunts. On the contrary, actually having to listen to Malfoy's constant scoffing and retorting accordingly managed to take Harry's mind off certain matters that plagued him. But now that everyone was heading to Hogsmeade, Harry realized that he would be alone in this big castle, and at this point he realized that he unfortunately didn't know much about the other students who would also be staying at the castle, not even his second and first-year housemates. If I hadn't been annoyed with Aunt Marge, maybe Uncle Vernon would have signed my permission form, Harry thought, frowning at the memory of when he had blown up his aunt and threatened his uncle. Looking one last time at the students departing for the famous village of Hogsmeade, Harry sighed sadly. Psst. Harry, and while he was lost in thought, Harry heard someone calling him in a low voice. Turning around curiously, he saw that hidden behind a large statue of a centaur were Fred and George, who were waving their hands calling to him, looking discreetly to the sides. Looking at them strangely, Harry walked over to them, and as soon as he got close enough the twins grabbed him and pulled him towards the statue. To Harry's surprise, instead of hitting the statue he and the twins walked through it, and now they found themselves in a small, empty, dusty room. What the hell? Harry blinked in confusion. And ignoring Harry's confusion, George took a parchment out of his pocket and handed it to Harry, who was looking at them blankly. Well, my dear friend, we've noticed that you're a little downcast about not being able to go to Hogsmeade, Fred started to say, catching Harry's attention. And seeing that, we decided it would be our duty to cheer you up, so consider this an early Christmas present. George added, pointing to the parchment in Harry's hand. Harry glanced at the parchment in his hand before turning to the twins suspiciously, thinking this was probably another prank on their part. And what is this supposed to be? Harry asked, and the twins smiled. This, my friend, is the secret of our success and fame, Fred replied. With Harry looking strangely at the twins, they then proceeded to explain how they got the map, much to Harry's amusement. They then proceeded to explain its functionality to Harry, teaching him how to use the map, and at the end of the explanation the black-haired boy could only look shocked at the activated map in his hand and at the twins, who smiled seeing his reaction. This is, wow, was the only thing Harry managed to say. Yes, my friend. Wow, George nodded in agreement, but remember Harry, this map is a very amazing item, however it can also be a very dangerous item if it falls into the wrong hands, he said with a serious face. So please don't show this map to anyone you don't trust, and always keep it safe with you, George said also with a serious look. I know you will show it to Hermione and her brother, but try show the map only for these two. Yes, and also don't forget to tell them to keep the map secret, Fred continued. And tell our dear brother that he shouldn't talk about the map to anyone else, and that if he does, we know where he lives. George added, and Fred nodded. Well, I think you understand the seriousness of being the new bearer of the Marauders map, right? Fred asked. Yes. Harry said, looking down at the parchment in his hand with a frown. He then shook his hand, holding the map tightly. Seeing this, the twins nodded to themselves in satisfaction. Well, now that we've explained everything to you, all that's left for you to do is make the most of the map, George said with a mischievous smile, and as good friends, I say. Get into a lot of trouble. Yes, and have fun visiting the village, Harry, Fred said winking at him, and the twins could see an excited glint in Harry's eyes as they said that, making them smile. Then without another word they turned and walked out of the secret passage, leaving behind a boy who was now imagining his friend's reaction when he showed up in Hogsmeade. Corridors, with the twins. I hope Harry heeded our warnings, George commented, walking down the hall to the carriages. Yeah, I don't even want to imagine what Ethan would do to us if he found out that the map fell into the wrong hands because of us, Fred said as he shivered in fear, and George next to him shivered too. Neither do I, George said. He then put a finger to his chin and thought, now that I think about it, what do you think Ethan would have said to Harry? He asked his twin brother. What would Ethan have said? Fred snorted. He would have threatened Harry by saying he'd rip his arms off, transfigure them into iron batons, and use them to beat him to a pulp if he lost the map or revealed its secret to someone he couldn't trust, said. That was an oddly detailed and very aggressive description, George said. But I'm not wrong, his twin commented. Obviously not. Hogsmeade, in front of the Shrieking Shack. No matter how many times I look at it, this place is still scary, Anthony said, looking at the Shrieking Shack in the distance. The only thing separating us from the Shrieking Shack was a broken fence, but the boys wisely decided not to go over that fence. What do you think is there? Terry asked. A ghost. Stephen replied, and we turned to him. What? Ghosts are scary, he defended himself. Stephen, we see ghosts every day in the castle. How can you still find them scary? I asked. And who said I don't find castle ghosts scary? He asked back. Touché. Maybe it's some deadly creature with sharp claws and teeth that is waiting for its next victim, Michael said with a shrug. Well. That assumption isn't entirely wrong, I thought. Or maybe Sirius Black is there, Anthony said, looking fearful. In another world this assumption would not be entirely wrong either. What about you, Ethan? What creature do you think is haunting the Shrieking Shack? Stephen asked, turning to me. I don't know, I shrugged. Maybe Michael's future girlfriend. Hey. I'm kidding, I said, raising my hands in surrender to Michael, who was scowling at me. Hearing this he snorted in disdain, turning around and crossing his arms. Even because I'm sure you'll end up marrying the giant squid, I added. And I then immediately dodged a stinging jinx, and turning around I stuck my tongue out at Michael, who growled as he held out his wand that was pointed at me. He then started chasing me across the snowy terrain while I laughed and dodged his hexes. Stand still, you bastard, he yelled at me. No way, I said amusedly, picking up some snow off the ground and balling it up, throwing it at Michael. And he, who hadn't expected a counterattack, received the snowball in the face, causing him to stop in his tracks. Taking advantage of this moment I turned and ran, laughing the entire way. Michael, shivering from both annoyed and cold, brushed the snow off his face, only to hear some laughter coming from behind him. Terry, Anthony, and Stephen were chuckling as they held their stomachs, but then they noticed that Michael started to turn towards them slowly. I might not be able to hit Ethan, but you guys are easy targets, he said with narrowed eyes. Hearing him, the boys tensed, and then they looked at each other, and nodding to each other they turned to Michael. Run, they said, reaching down and picking up some snow to throw at Michael, taking advantage of the distraction to run too, running in the same direction as me. Wiping the snow off his face again, Michael wasted no time and started chasing the boys, wand in hand as he cast jinx at them. Come back here, you cowards. Michael yelled, but even he couldn't contain the smile that started to break out on his face. After having a little fun playing with the boys, they got tired, and so we decided we were going to eat and drink something at 3 Broomsticks, so we started heading there. But halfway through I remembered that I needed to replenish my stock of parchment, so I said that they could go to 3 Broomsticks without me, and that as soon as I finished buying my parchments I would join them. Parting ways, we then went in different directions, with me heading to the Hogsmeade Scrolls and Quills shop. After a few minutes I finished buying everything I needed, and then I left the store. Leaving the store I felt the cold winter air hit my face, but in addition to the cold I also felt some troubled emotions coming from someone in front of me. The emotions carried sadness, anger, hatred, suffering, and revenge, and when I looked for the source of those emotions I saw no one, and I was confused. I can feel the emotions coming from that direction and moving away, but I don't see anyone, I thought, confused, but then I noticed some footprints appearing in the snow. Looking at the footprints I realized who these emotions were from, and to confirm my suspicions I felt the magic of this person, and feeling the familiar magic I frowned. I then heard some hurried footsteps coming from the other side, and turning around I saw Ron and Hermione coming from the direction of the 3 Broomsticks with worried looks, looking around as if looking for something. Looking back in the direction Harry had left I sighed, and shaking my head I started to follow him. I knew where Harry was going, so I followed him silently at a distance, realizing that the path he was taking would lead us to the edge of the forest at the bottom of Hogsmeade, where there was a clearing that had a frozen lake and a few stone benches. Arriving at the clearing I stood behind a tree, and then I heard sniffling sounds, and looking in that direction I felt Harry sitting on one of the large stone benches covered in snow. Sighing again, I slipped out from behind the tree I'd been hiding in, approaching Harry without him noticing. You look a little sad, I said, startling Harry and causing him to turn to me, dropping his invisibility cloak. Ethan, he asked, surprised and confused, quickly wiping the tears from his eyes with the sleeve of his coat. Yes, I said, and then I got a serious look. I think we need to talk, Harry. Chapter 244, Chapter. Hearing what I said, Harry looked at me confused, not understanding the reason for my seriousness. But underneath his confusion the conflicting feelings of anger and sadness still dominated him, and because of that Harry wanted some alone time to himself. "Sorry, but I don't want to talk right now," he said frowning, turning his face and looking at the floor in front of him. Seeing him acting this way I sighed, and then I walked over to him, sitting down next to him. "Sorry Harry, but we really need to talk," I repeated, but more softly this time. Harry continued to stare straight ahead, but I could feel him getting irritated, and to stop him from saying or doing anything I continued. "Harry, it's obvious to anyone with two eyes that you're not fine," I started to say, "and I'm sure all your friends are worried about you, and it's not just your friends, the teachers too and even." "How can you be so sure?" he asked interrupting me, still not looking at me. "What?" I asked confused by his question. "How can you be so sure they're worried about me?" he asked again, lifting his head and looking at me, and I was surprised to find uncertainty, anger, and sadness reflecting in his eyes. "Well, they're your friends, so it's obvious they'd be worried about you," I said with a shrug, and Harry snorted scornfully before turning away. Sigh. "Look Harry, I really can't speak for everyone, but do you seriously think Ron and Hermione aren't worried about you?" I asked, seeing that he didn't believe me. "They're your two best friends and you know them better than I do, so you must know very well how worried they must be." Harry, after listening to what I said, started looking down at his hands in thought, and I could feel his emotions changing. "Worried about me, huh?" he thought, lifting his head to look at the frozen lake in front of him. Part of him wanted to deny that anyone really cared about him, but the other part could remember Ron and Hermione's worried faces whenever he said he was fine when he really wasn't. Maybe they really care about me, he thought, but then he shook his head. "What are you saying, Harry? It's obvious they care about you, they're your friends. They even faced the challenges that protected the Philosopher's Stone to help you stop Voldemort. They put themselves in danger for you," he said to himself mentally, wanting to slap himself for not having faith in his friends. Sigh. "You're right," he said. Harry then looked down at his lap for a few seconds, gathering his thoughts, until he finally started to speak. "I'm not feeling very well these days, and there are some issues that keep running through my mind, leaving me frustrated, confused, and afraid." When he said that I could see how tense his shoulders were, and I realized only now how stressful it must be for him to have to know that a bloodthirsty murderer is after him, especially now that he knows that this murderer was once a friend of his parents and that he betrayed them. "Let me guess, these matters concern Sirius Black, right?" I asked, and Harry turned to me. "How do you know?" he asked me. "The question should be how would I not know," I huffed. "Everyone at school talks or suspects that Sirius Black is after you, and it's not that hard to connect the dots to figure out what's stressing you out so much." "Oh," was the only thing Harry managed to say. "But you know," I began, drawing Harry's attention, who was looking at me out of the corner of his eye. "Unlike the others who are just making assumptions, I know why the Ministry and the teachers think Sirius Black is coming after you." "Do you know?" he asked in disbelief. "Yes," I nodded. "They think Black is coming after you to finish his master's work by killing you, and besides, he couldn't let his betrayal of his parents be in vain." Instant. When I said that, Harry immediately turned to face me so fast his neck almost snapped. I could feel the shock and surprise coming off of him, and his wide eyes showed he wasn't expecting me to say that. "How do you know that?" he asked. "I've done my research," I replied, but I could see by the look in his eyes that he didn't understand. Sigh. "Harry, you are a celebrity in the United Kingdom wizarding world, and even the wizarding communities of other countries know about your history and fame," I said. "Really? Am I known in other countries too?" he asked in surprise, but then he shook his head. "No, wait, what does that have to do with you knowing that Black betrayed my parents?" Hearing his question, I rolled my eyes. "You're a celebrity for a reason, and that's because of what happened that Halloween night 12 years ago, the night you defeated Voldemort," I said, and Harry looked at me in surprise. "You said his name?" he said, and I shrugged. "It's just a name, and besides, I've spent my whole life in the Muggle world not knowing about Voldemort. Why would I be afraid to say his name now?" I asked, and Harry opened his mouth before closing it again. "You have a good point," he said. "But well, back to the subject. That night the war that had plagued the wizarding world for many years had come to an end, but it was only after a few months that the last remnants of the war were definitely over," I said, and seeing that Harry was paying attention to me I continued. "Many will say that the war was over on the 31st of October, but in truth there were still Death Eaters causing chaos and fear in search of their master, families were still fleeing or hiding, and there was the big event that shook both the light side and the dark side, the betrayal and imprisonment of Sirius Black." "What do you mean by an event that shook both the light and dark sides?" Harry asked me. "Simple, Black was a close friend of your father, and everyone who ever studied with them at Hogwarts knew that, so imagine what the reaction of all these people must have been when they found out that Black was actually Voldemort's right-hand man and that had betrayed the Potters by helping his master kill them," I said. I knew what I was saying wasn't the truth and that Sirius was innocent, but I couldn't overwhelm Harry with that information just yet. I knew that Harry couldn't bear to know the truth about his parents' deaths, so I decided that I would only talk about the things that everyone else already knew. People must have been shocked, Harry said, and I nodded. Shocked is an understatement, I said, and you must know that the newspapers obviously wouldn't pass up the opportunity to write several articles about those shocking events, right? I asked and he nodded. Well, those newspapers ran articles about that event, and it was from those old newspaper articles that I got my information, and that's why I know so much about those events. That explains a lot, Harry muttered. But you know what, I said, getting his attention, I don't believe any of those articles. Huh, he looked at me in surprise. Newspapers only write what they know and what they want, and it's not always the truth, I continued, and unlike people in the wizarding world, I look for my information in places other than newspapers, and that information are much more reliable. What do you mean? Harry asked me. What I mean is that I don't believe that Sirius Black betrayed your parents, nor that he was a Death Eater in Voldemort's service, I replied. What? Harry looked at me stunned. Black and your father, James Potter, spent 7 years of their lives living within the castle walls of Hogwarts, and the castle itself holds many memorabilia and memories about them, and they do not show any sign that Black was a murderous madman or someone bad, I shrugged. But I heard Hagrid and the minister say that. Harry started to say, but I cut him off. Listen, Harry, Hagrid may be the kindest, nicest person I know, but even he can't escape the lack of common sense that plagues the wizarding world, I said, and they were talking about something that involves your own life, and sorry if this is going to sound mean, but you should research and find out about your life story for yourself rather than hearing it coming from other people even if they are your friends. Hearing this, Harry frowned before looking down. Honestly, Harry, I know more about your parents, your family, and even yourself before that Halloween night than you do, I said, and Harry couldn't deny it. Harry continued to stare down at his lap lost in thought, and I let him mull over what I had just said while humming softly, enjoying the cool wind that ruffled my hair. Before I came to Hogwarts I was just Harry, and I didn't know much about my parents other than what my uncle and aunt told me. Harry started to say, catching my attention. But then the night Hagrid showed up and said I was a wizard, everything in my life changed. I found out how my parents died, I saw people pushing up to try to shake my hand even though I didn't know why, I found out that I'm famous, I found out that a racist psychopath tried to kill me and failed, and now I'm discovering that everything I know may not actually be the truth. With his hands in his lap, Harry curled them into a fist as he took a deep breath. Since the day I was left on my aunt and uncle's doorstep I couldn't decide things for myself anymore. And when I came to Hogwarts I thought I would find the answers to my questions, and even with some of them being answered others are still unknown to me, and people never give me complete answers or even answer me. After saying that, I saw Harry lifting his head to look at me, and I could see the decision, determination, and strength behind his eyes. I want to know everything about my family, about my parents, and about even the war years ago that made me famous. I want to know everything, he said, and I could see the conviction in his voice. Please, Ethan, help me to know my story. And listening to his request, a wide smile began to appear on my face. You can count on me, I said, and a small smile played on Harry's lips. Chapter 245, Chapter. Still in the clearing in front of the frozen lake. Well, where do you want to start? I asked Harry, who stopped to think for a moment, and after some time thinking he sighed in defeat. Honestly, I have no idea, he said. I wish I knew everything from the beginning, but there are questions and doubts that keep popping into my mind, and I really want the answers to them. I hummed thoughtfully, and from your expression I can assume you're scared of the answers you're going to get, right? I asked. Yes, Harry said after a moment, and I sighed. I can understand that fear, but I also know that you're a Gryffindor, and if there's one thing I know about the Gryffindors, it's that courage and stupidity are two very strong traits in you, I said, getting an amused snort from Harry. So how about now you use that courage of yours to ask me your question, huh? Listening to me, Harry smiled slightly, and he then looked up thoughtfully. Well, even with you saying that, I still don't know what question to ask first. There are so many that I'm confused, he said, and hearing this I put a finger to my chin to think. It really must be hard to think of a question in this situation, I said to Harry. Well then, while you're thinking of a question, why don't I tell you about the group of pranksters your dad was a part of? Was my father part of a group of pranksters? Harry asked me in surprise. Yes, and that group was responsible for creating the map the twins gave you, I replied. The Marauders map. Was my father one of the Marauders? He looked at me dumbfounded, but then he seemed to realize something. Wait. How do you know the twins gave me the map? And how do you know about it? He questioned me. Did you really think I didn't know about the twins' intention to give you the map? I huffed, looking at him smugly, and as for another question, the only other person besides them to know about the map is me because they showed it to me our first year. Oh. If you're the only other person besides us to know about the map, then I guess it makes sense that you know they gave it to me, Harry said. Yes, I nodded, and besides, the map is sticking out of your back pants pocket. As soon as I said that, Harry put his hand in his back pocket to feel the map, seeing that it really wasn't very well hidden. I suggest you don't leave it in such an easy place to steal or lose, I said in amusement, but Harry caught the warning tone in my sentence, and after that he nodded slowly, picking up the map and placing it carefully in the inside pocket of his coat. And seeing this I nodded in satisfaction. Well, now that the questions are answered, let's get back to the Marauders, I said, and Harry immediately started paying attention to me, wanting to know everything about his father. I then started talking about the things I knew about his father and his 3 friends, who after a while became part of the biggest and best group of pranksters at Hogwarts. Well, actually they were the best of that decade, as I'm sure the 3 Musketeers are better. Well, moving on. I talked about things that would be easy to find out if you asked the right people, portraits, and ghosts. I knew a lot of things about James Potter and the Marauders, and many of you may think that I have this knowledge thanks to the fact that I am a reincarnated person who has already read the Harry Potter books, but the books didn't have much information about them, and what was already said about them in the books was just basic information. And actually, all the information and knowledge I had about them was due to the fact that I had talked to the portraits and ghosts of the castle, and in addition in my conversations with Sirius he told me about his childhood and life at Hogwarts. As it wouldn't be easy to explain how I knew about some things, I decided that I would only tell Harry small bits of information and stories about the Marauders. Every story I told brought a small smile to Harry's face, and when I told him about the trouble his father had gotten himself into, he laughed happily. Harry's emotions were one of happiness, amusement and longing, and the only time they changed was when I told him that Professor Lupin was one of his father's friends. When I revealed this, I could feel the shock, sadness, and sense of disappointment coming from Harry, all of them directed at Professor Lupin, and in Harry's mind he could only think that Professor Lupin had abandoned him. In a way Harry was right, as Professor Lupin never tried to look for Harry after James and Lily died, and even now that they are in the same castle he hides the fact that he was one of his father's best friends. But these negative emotions were overcome by Harry's joy and amusement as I started talking about the pranks the Marauders played on the school and students at that time. After some time I finally finished talking about everything I knew about Marauders, and Harry now looked at me in wonder. "Wow, I didn't expect my dad to be like that or do those things," he commented, with a small gleam of surprise, longing, and happiness in his eyes. Well, it's not that hard to believe when you remember that his son also does stupid things and gets into a lot of trouble, like fighting a troll in his first year, I shrugged, a slight amused smile on my lips. "In fact, you far surpass your father when it comes to getting into trouble." "Well, that I can't deny I guess," he chuckled, scratching the back of his head awkwardly, and I rolled my eyes good-naturedly. "So, now you know what you want to ask me?" I asked, "Or do you want me to tell you another story about your parents?" And when I asked this Harry looked at me for a moment in contemplation. "No, I think I already know what I want to ask now," Harry said, and I nodded at him. After that I saw Harry get thoughtful, looking straight ahead deep in thought. For a moment Harry stared at the floor, but then he frowned and I could feel him tense up, and I looked at him a little worried. "Harry," I called, and he turned to me. "Now that you've talked about my parents and the Marauders, I've started to think of something," Harry said, and I looked at him questioningly. "You said you don't believe Sirius Black betrayed my parents. Why do you think that?" he asked me. When he asked that question I could feel some angry emotions starting to rise from him at the mention of Sirius. That was a sensitive question, and I knew I couldn't give a full answer, as that would raise too many other questions I didn't want or be able to answer right now, at least not until Sirius was cleared. "Well," I started to say, having an idea of how to broach this subject, but just as I opened my mouth a voice interrupted me, catching my attention and Harry's. "Harry," we heard a female voice call out loudly, and turning towards the sound we saw Hermione emerge through the trees. Hermione was panting and had a worried look in her eyes. When she reached the clearing where we were standing she looked around until her eyes fell on us, or more accurately, on Harry. "Harry," she screamed, and immediately started running towards us. Seeing his hurried run towards Harry, I wisely walked away from him, not wanting to come between a boy and his worried best friend. "Where have you been?" "I've been looking all over Hogsmeade for you," she exclaimed, hugging Harry tightly. And Harry, who was hugged suddenly, looked at Hermione not knowing how to react. After a few seconds he finally lifted his arms to hug her too, and meanwhile I was looking away, not wanting to intrude on their moment. "What happened for you to leave 3 broomsticks like that? You just ran away without even talking to us. We thought something bad had happened." Hermione started to speak with teary eyes, and Harry looked away in embarrassment. "I'm sorry, it's just that I heard something that made me very angry, and I just wanted to leave to clear my head," he said feeling guilty. "Idiot, next time talk to us before you disappear like that. I was so worried," Hermione said, hugging him again. "I know, I'm sorry," Harry said, hugging her, not noticing the small smile that crept onto her face. Ethan was right, there are people who still care about me, he thought. And I, who was on the side, looked at the scene with an embarrassed look, feeling that I was disturbing their moment, realizing that among all the feelings of worry, relief, happiness, and guilt, there was also another feeling that came from both of them that I didn't expect to feel. I didn't know they were that close, I thought, but apparently they still haven't recognized those feelings. "Sigh, young love," I shook my head with a slight wry smile. "Hey Harry, I think we better finish our conversation some other time," I said to Harry, startling him, as he had forgotten that someone else was with them in the clearing, too lost in his moment with Hermione. Wait, but, Harry started to say, but I cut him off. We can talk any time at the castle, it's not like the answers you seek are going to disappear, I said, and besides, I think you have a more important matter on your hands now, I gestured to Hermione who looked at us confused. Harry then looked at me and then at Hermione, and after thinking for a moment he nodded. Yes, you're right, he said. I listened to this a lot, I said smugly with a slight teasing smile, eliciting a small chuckle from Harry. I then turned around after saying that and started to walk away, but halfway through I turned back and called Harry. Oh, and Harry, I know you don't like to talk about this with others, but I think you should at least talk to your two best friends, I said, looking at Hermione for a moment before looking back at Harry. From what I can see they're really worried about you, so don't push them away. Saying that I didn't wait for a response from Harry, and turning around again I continued on my walk, walking out of the clearing and leaving Harry and Hermione alone, with him looking at my back lost in thought and she looking at him worried and confused. 3 broomsticks. Finally you're here. Terry exclaimed as soon as he saw me walk through the door of 3 broomsticks. What took you so long? He asked. Don't tell me you got lost in the parchment shop, Anthony said, and I rolled my eyes. I took so long because I had some business to attend to, I said, and then decided to change the subject, but while I wasn't here what did you guys do? I asked. Nothing much, we just talked and ate, Terry replied with a shrug. Sirius? I asked looking at him skeptically. Yes, he replied. Then why are these two like this? I asked, nodding towards Michael and Stephen. The two had been quiet since I arrived, but the reason for their silence was probably due to the fact that they were gagged and bound with ropes, glaring at Terry and Anthony with an irritated glare. Well, let's just say they should have known better than to place a bet with Anthony and me, Terry said dryly, but I could hear the amusement in his voice. Well okay, I shrugged. Chapter 246, Chapter. When we got back to the castle after visiting Hogsmeade I was expecting Harry to come to me right away to get the answers to his questions, but unexpectedly he didn't. I was confused, and even thought that something had happened, and that's why I went looking for him. I found him with the help of the Atlas on the wooden bridge with Ron and Hermione, and I stood in the distance looking at them curiously. Using my enhanced hearing I overheard their conversation, and I realized that Harry was talking to them about what he found out about Black and his parents. He also talked about the conversation we had and how I agreed to help him learn his own story. I didn't want to continue eavesdropping on their conversation as I knew it was an invasion of privacy, but when I turned my back to leave I heard something that made me stop in my tracks. Harry, with feelings of nervousness and fear, started talking about his feelings, about the things that had been stressing him out since the end of first year, and also about his nightmares. I knew he was suffering mentally and emotionally from some doubts and indecisions, but hearing these things being said by Harry himself made me realize that his situation was actually worse than I thought. I wasn't expecting the happy boy in awe of the wizarding world I saw in my first year to be under so much pressure and anguish. Nor would it get to the point where he would start to question his own morals. Having heard enough of their conversation, I left, leaving the trio of friends to carry on with their conversation, knowing that Ron and Hermione would console Harry and help him with his problems in a way that neither I nor the headmaster could. Returning to the castle I felt an immense desire to destroy something. A willingness to release some emotions where I could also think in silence. And knowing that I couldn't go to the room of requirement since Sirius was there, I immediately went to the Chamber of Secrets, the only other place in the castle I could cast destructive spells at will. Today had been a very stressful day, and I just wanted to clear my mind by doing some training and blowing up some Salazar statues. Hogwarts Library, Monday after afternoon classes. I was in the library looking for one of the arithmancy books that Sue had recommended to me, and as I looked at the covers and titles of the books on the shelves, I heard a book hit the floor next to me. Turning around, I saw a little blonde girl wearing Slytherin robes carrying several books in her arms. She was looking with an irritated pout at a book that was lying on the floor. Astoria, I thought, frowning. Seeing her trying to pick up the book from the floor still holding the other books in her arms, I sighed, and then started walking towards her. Coming in front of her I bent down and picked up the book, and Astoria looked up to look at whoever had taken the book for her. Thanks, she said, seeing that I was holding the book out to her. You're welcome, I said. She then took the book, placing it on top of the pile of books she was carrying, and with all of them in her arms she started towards one of the empty tables in the library, and I could see how much effort she was making to carry all that weight. The books she was carrying weren't very heavy, but I could feel her weakness, and it made me frown. Sigh. I've already decided that I'm going to rid her of this blood malediction, but even so it's still sad to see her like this, I thought. I then shook my head and walked over to her. Here, let me help you, I said after reaching her side, extending my hand in a gesture that showed her that I wanted her to hand me some books. Oh, don't worry, I can carry them myself, she said, but I could see her arms shaking. Yes, I can see that, I said sarcastically, and then without waiting for her to say anything else I took the books from her arms, surprising her. I then started to walk towards the table, and Astoria stood there looking at my back. Sensing that she wasn't following me, I turned to her. Well, aren't you coming? I asked, and Astoria blinked before nodding and following me. Thanks for helping me, she said as she reached my side. My name is Astoria Greengrass, first-year Slytherin. My name is Ethan Knight, third-year Ravenclaw, I said, and then looked at her out of the corner of my eye, wanting to see her reaction when she realized I wasn't a pureblood. Are you Ethan Knight? She asked in surprise. My sister talks about you a lot, she said, and that made me stop in my tracks. She talks? I asked with a strange look. She won't even talk to me, why would she talk about me to her sister? I asked myself, confused. Yes, she does, Astoria replied. Actually, it's more like her complaining about you always getting better grades than hers. She shrugged, a wry smile on her face. That makes more sense, and yet it's surprising, I thought. I didn't know your sister cared so much about grades, I said, and Astoria snorted. As if, she said, she studied a lot when she was home before coming to Hogwarts, and she thought she would be the best student in her year. But apparently things didn't go as she planned, she continued, now with an amused smile on her face. Yes, I chuckled, coming to the empty table, placing the books on top of it. After that I turned to Astoria, looking at her with an analytical gaze. You know, you're very different from your sister, in a good way, I said. Really? She asked, cocking her head. Yes, you're more cheerful and talkative, and unlike her you show emotions other than a cold look of indifference, I shrugged. Oh. I see, she said. Astoria then looked at the floor with a frown. Actually, I don't like it either when she acts indifferent and cold. It makes her look like she's a lifeless doll. When Astoria said that, I could feel the sadness coming from her, and I realized that the phrase lifeless doll had a deeper meaning for her. I then looked confused at Astoria, trying to understand the hidden meaning behind her sentence, and after a few seconds the answer came to my mind. Damn, that should have been obvious, I thought, feeling like smacking my forehead. For someone who is like a fragile doll whose days are numbered, to see someone so close acting so lifeless must be sad and frustrating. Seeing how Astoria's head was down, I sighed and placed my hand on top of her head, causing her to look up at me. Don't worry, I promise you that I will try to get your sister to give up that cold facade, I said with a slight smile on my face. And how would you do that? Astoria asked me. Well, I can try to get her to open up to me, or I can piss her off so much that she'll try to hex me. Either way she'll show some emotion, I shrugged, and Astoria chuckled. Yes, I think that would work, she said, smiling at me, and I could tell she was grateful. She reminds me of Lily, I thought, but then I shook my head. Well, enough about that, I said, and then looked at the books that were on the table, seeing that most were on transfiguration and charms. From the books you picked up I can assume that you like transfiguration and charms, right? Not really, I suck at those subjects, she said looking away sheepishly. I'm good at potions and history of magic, but transfiguration and charms are two subjects I don't do very well. And unfortunately I have to finish my homeworks that Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick have given us before Christmas break arrives. Oh. Well, then why don't I help you with your homework? I asked, and then looked at her with a proud smile. I'm not trying to brag, but I'm one of the top students in my year in these subjects. Huh? Really? Would you help me? She asked me, her eyes sparkling with anticipation and hope. Yes, I nodded, amused at his expression. Thank you so much for that, she said, hugging me, something that took me by surprise. She then broke the hug, and now she was looking at me smiling happily. You don't know how relieved I am that you're going to help me with my homework. Oh, well. I'm glad to hear that, I said, but then looked at her questioningly. But now I'm curious. Didn't you ask any housemates of yours for help? I asked, she said with an annoyed pout on her face, but either they were too busy or they didn't want to help me. And your sister? Well. To tell you the truth, I didn't ask her for help, she said looking away. Why not? I asked, cocking my head to the side. Because she's really busy with her electives, and I didn't want to disturb her, she replied with a shrug. Sigh. Silly girl, I said with a slight wry smile. As an older brother I can tell you with certainty that your sister would love to help you, and you obviously wouldn't disturb her. Yes, I think maybe you're right, Astoria said looking to the side not quite convinced, and I sighed. Well, but there's no use thinking about it, now I'm here to help you, I said, and then I pulled up one of the chairs and sat down. Come on, we have some homework to finish. And listening to me, Astoria looked at me with a slight smile. She then sat down in the chair next to me, and I turned to her. So what homework do you want to do first? I asked. Astoria started thinking with her finger on her chin. Maybe we start with charms, she asked. Perfect, I said, picking up the charms books as I put the transfiguration ones aside. Now tell me, what do we have to do on this charms homework of yours? Hearing my question, Astoria took some parchment, a quill, and an inkpot from her bag, placing them on the table. She then took one of the parchments that had something written on it. Well, for starters we have to And after that Astoria started telling me what we had to do and research for her homework, and with that my study afternoon became an afternoon helping an unexpected new friend. Later in the Great Hall, dinner. Daphne Greengrass and her friend Tracy Davis were having dinner at the Slytherin table when she saw her sister walk through the doors of the Great Hall. She was so focused on her sister's happy expression that she didn't even notice that she had just said goodbye to an amber-eyed Ravenclaw student. She then saw her sister coming over to the Slytherin table, taking the seat next to her. Her sister had a cheerful smile on her face, and that made Daphne raise a surprised eyebrow. "Where have you been all afternoon? And why are you so cheerful?" she asked her sister, with her usual indifferent expression, though you could see a softer look in her eyes when she looked at Astoria. "Oh, I was studying with my new friend," Astoria replied, smiling as she picked up some scrambled eggs and sausage. "New friend?" Daphne questioned, and then she looked around, trying to figure out which Slytherin her sister had befriended. "Yes, I met him at the library today, and he helped me with my homework," Astoria said, and then a small mischievous smile started to creep across her face. "Actually, you know him." "Oh, do I know him?" Daphne asked, sipping some of her pumpkin juice. "Yes, his name is Ethan Knight," Astoria replied. And Daphne, who heard this, choked on her drink. Cough. Cough. "Ethan Knight?" she asked in shock, looking at her sister. "Yep." Astoria nodded, her lips twitching in amusement at the sight of her shocked, red-faced sister. "That. You, what?" Daphne said with a confused look, totally breaking her Ice Queen persona. And seeing her sister in this state, Astoria started to laugh lightly. "Well, Ethan promised me that he would make my sister show other expressions, and in a way he succeeded, even indirectly," Astoria thought with amusement. Chapter 247, Chapter. Platform 9 3/4, coming home for Christmas break. Finally Christmas break had arrived, and at this moment I was getting off the Hogwarts Express to meet my parents, who I saw waiting for me next to one of the platform's apparition points. Is that your little sister Ethan?" Stephen asked me, looking at my family. "Huh? Oh, you've never seen my family before, right?" I asked. "Those are my parents, and yes, that's my little sister Celestia," I said. "Well, she looks a little like you, only a younger female version. And less dangerous," Stephen said, rubbing his chin in thought. "Don't worry, she still has time to learn a few things from me about how to appear more threatening," I said, waving my hand dismissively. "That's what worries me," Stephen said. Shrugging him off, I walked over to my parents, who had smiles on their faces as soon as they saw me. "Hi Mom, hey Dad," I said, hugging them. "Hi dear," my mom said, hugging me. "How was the school, big boy?" my dad asked me, messing up my hair. "Well, let's just say I've had some interesting days," I said with an enigmatic smile. "Does he act mysteriously even with his parents?" Michael asked in a whisper to Terry, who shrugged. "At least now we know he's not just an idiot to us," Terry whispered back, but I heard them and my right eye started twitching. My mom, who also heard the whispering of the boys, let out an amused little snort. "Hi," she said to Terry and Anthony, who she already knew. "Hey boys," my dad greeted them too. "Hi Aunt Sarah, Uncle Joshua," Anthony greeted my parents with a smile. "Hi Mrs. Sarah and Mr. Joshua," Terry greeted respectfully. "What did we already tell you, Terry? You don't have to call us Mr. and Mrs., you can call us Joshua and Sarah, or Uncle and Aunt like Anthony," my dad said, smiling wryly at him. Sorry, I forgot," Terry said, scratching the back of his head awkwardly, and then he saw my mom looking at him with a raised eyebrow. Auntie and Uncle," he added. My mom then nodded in satisfaction, before turning to Stephen and Michael with a slight smile. "Well, you must be Michael and Stephen, right?" she asked. "Yes," Stephen nodded, "I'm Stephen and this is Michael, but I suggest you don't talk to him too much. He doesn't usually get along with other humans in general." "Hey!" Michael exclaimed indignantly, looking at Stephen with a frown. He then took a deep breath and turned to my mom. Looking at my mom, Michael bowed slightly. "Don't listen to him, Mrs. Knight, my name is Michael Corner, and it's a pleasure to meet you and Mr. Knight," he said respectfully. And the boys and I who saw this could only stare at Michael with our mouths open, as seeing him act like this went against all of our expectations. "Impressive," we muttered in awe, causing Michael to look at us with a frown. "Ignore them," my mom said with an amused smile, "and thank you for being a friend of my son. I know that sometimes he can be a little too wild," and listening to my mom, the boys and my dad snorted. "Well, friend is too strong a word," Michael said slowly, looking away embarrassed, "but you're welcome, I guess." Seeing Michael act like this, I prepared to make a snarky comment mocking him, but then I felt someone tugging on my shirt sleeve, and looking down I saw that it was Seal, who was trying to get my attention. "What's up, Seal?" I asked, and her only response was to lift his arms up as her looked at me with puppy dog eyes, and with a slight smile I took her in my arms. In my arms Seal laughed lightly, hugging me, and I hugged her back. "I missed you," she said, and I pinched her nose affectionately, making her giggle cutely. And me too, I said smiling. Hi Celestia, we heard someone call, and turning around we saw Stephen smiling at Seal. I'm Stephen, one of your brother's friends. Hi. Seal greeted him, tilting her head in confusion. Get away from her, Stephen, you'll scare her with your ugly face, Anthony said jokingly. He then came to Stephen's side and looked at Seal. Hi Seal, do you remember me? He asked smiling. Seal then placed a finger to her cheek thoughtfully. She then widened her eyes in realization. Oh, you're the Badger boy, she said. And after that line from Seal, the smile that was on Anthony's face froze, and an awkward silence ensued among our group. The silence was then broken by Terry huffing over his hand, which soon turned into a fit of laughter. Stephen, Michael, and I soon followed, not being able to hold back our laughter either. And meanwhile, Anthony was looking at Seal with his hand on his chest painfully. Seal and my parents looked at us confused, not understanding what was funny about the situation or Seal's sentence. Phew. That was amazing, Stephen said, catching his breath. Yes. Terry wiped a tear from the corner of her eye. He then turned to Seal, and now I officially declare Seal my favorite member of the Knight family, he said smiling. He then turned to my parents. No offense, you are amazing too, he told them. No offense taken, my mom said smiling slightly amused. I felt a bit offended actually, my dad said with a frown, but we promptly ignored him. We then continued talking for a while longer, until Stephen looked around and saw his parents. Oh, look Michael, our parents are over there, he said, pointing to a corner of the platform where their parents were standing together talking. I'm seeing, Michael said. He then turned to my parents and Seal. Well, it was nice meeting you, but our parents are expecting us, so we'll be on our way, he said with a slight bow. Yes, Stephen said, it was nice meeting you, Mr. and Mrs. He started to say, but my mom's raised eyebrow made him rethink his words. I mean, Joshua and Sarah. It was nice meeting you too, my mom said smiling. Yeah, you guys aren't as bad as Ethan described it, my dad said jokingly. It's because you only talked to them for a few minutes, I have to live with them for months, I shrugged with a playful smile on my face. Stephen rolled his eyes good-naturedly as Michael scoffed. After that, Michael and Stephen said goodbye to me and the boys, before leaving, heading towards their parents. Well, I guess we're on our way too, Terry said, and Anthony nodded. Yes, bye Uncle and Aunt, I hope you have a good Christmas, he said, and then turned to Seal, and bye Seal, have fun this holiday, okay, he said smiling. Bye Badger boy, and Merry Christmas, Seal said, and Anthony gave her a strained smile, ignoring Terry's snort. Bye to you all, and see you in January, Ethan, Terry said, and I nodded at him. And then they too left to find their parents too, leaving just my family and I, who looked at each other for a few seconds. Some weird friends you have, son, my dad said with an amused smile. Sigh, unfortunately not everyone can be as awesome as I am, I said, looking off into space with a dignified gaze. Prat, my dad said, rolling his eyes. Jokes aside, I think it's about time we went home, my mother said, and looking at the station clock I saw that it really was late. Yes. My dad said. He then shook his head. Well, let's get going then, we still have to hear what urgent matter Ethan said he wanted to talk to us about, he said looking at me curiously. Oh, I almost forgot about that, my mom said. Well, I didn't forget because I'm very curious to know what this matter is about, my dad said, and then he turned to me. You know, you could have at least put some hint on what this matter was or some information additional in your letters. They were very vague, he said dryly. Oh, you know what they say, right? A little mystery is always good for holding someone's attention, I said with a mischievous smile. Humph, and hearing this my dad snorted. I just hope all my waiting and curiosity wasn't in vain, he said. Hee hee. Well. I'm sure what I have to say will surprise you, I said with a nervous laugh, looking away. And my mom, who heard this, looked at me with narrowed eyes, as if she was seeing right through me. Well, since you're so sure of that, I think we'd better get going, my dad said, walking over to the platform barrier, and my mom and I followed him, with Seal still in my arms. We then went through the barrier, returning to the Muggle side, and after that we went to my dad's car that was parked in front of the station, and getting into it my dad started driving, taking us to our house. Knight's house. Arriving home, my mom took Seal, who had fallen asleep on the trip, to her room. After putting Seal on her bed, my mom went downstairs to the living room, where my dad and I were sitting on the sofas in the living room waiting for her. And in this time that us waited for her, I kept thinking, because I knew that I would have to handle the situation delicately, because it would be a difficult conversation. I had already thought of many ways to explain the serious situation to my parents, as I knew they would probably freak out if I simply told them I'd been talking to an escaped murderous criminal since Halloween. I knew there was no way I could lie to my parents, not that I wanted to, so I decided I would tell them the truth. So dear, what is the important matter you would like to talk to us about? My mom asked me, with a bit of curiosity and concern in her tone. Do you remember the mad assassin who escaped from Azkaban in the middle of the year? I asked, looking away, but I could see my parents tensing out of the corner of my eye. Ethan. What did you do? My dad asked with a serious look. Well, what if I told you that he's not actually a murderer, and that he's innocent of all the crimes he's been accused of? I said, and my parents were silent for a few seconds staring at me. They then looked at each other before turning to me with serious looks. Explain, they said. And without them needing to speak twice, I started to tell them the same story I'd told Sirius about how I found out he was innocent, obviously omitting some parts of the story that could be considered dangerous. And as I told my parents the story, I wondered if it wouldn't have been easier to just send Sirius to the Flammels. Chapter 248, Chapter Knight's House, some time after the conversation with my parents. After I explained the situation to my parents as best I could, they started asking me a lot of questions, trying to understand the situation better. All of my mom's questions, unsurprisingly, were about the judicial part of Sirius's trial and imprisonment, and with all the answers and information I had given her about the ministry's stupidity and error, I could see her frown growing. I could tell by my parents' emotions that they weren't going to try to stop me from helping Sirius, but I could also sense their distrust and wariness. After a moment of my parents arguing amongst themselves, they turned to me. Sigh. That's a lot to take in, son, my dad said, and I nodded. I know, but I couldn't let an innocent man, who is basically my friend's last family, be arrested again, or worse, killed, I said. I'm not saying what you did is wrong, dangerous yes, but not wrong. But knowing that a man who should be a dangerous criminal is actually innocent is unexpected, he said. When you said you had something important to talk to us about, I didn't think it would be this, my mom said, and then a small playful smile spread across her face. I wasn't expecting you to discover a mistake by the ministry and that a murderer is actually innocent when I saw you boarding the train to go to school this year. Me neither, my dad huffed, and I was glad the mood had lightened. Well, for the record, I also found out that one of the most important and shocking events of the Wizarding War years ago that everyone was talking about was actually wrong. I shrugged with a mischievous smile on my face. Yes. In less than 3 months you ended up discovering the truth about something that will shake the wizarding world, my mom said, smiling in amusement. Well, that subject aside, what are you going to do, Ethan? My dad asked, and I looked at him confused. What do you mean? I asked. I mean, what now? You said Black is innocent, and you also said you want to clear him. How are you going to do that? He asked, and now even my mom was looking at me curiously. Well, clearing him isn't going to be that easy, and it's not because of a lack of evidence, as we already have Pettigrew locked in a cage, I started to say. The hard part of clearing him is convincing the ministry to make a real trial for him, but the minister is an idiot, and many purebloods will try to stop that from happening. And why would the purebloods try to stop Sirius from being cleared? Isn't he a pureblood like them? My dad asked, and the one who answered it was my mother. Well, from what I've read about the influential wizarding families, the Blacks are one of the greatest wizarding families in Great Britain, and if Black is cleared he may try to claim the lordship of the Black family by becoming Lord Black, my mom said. Yes, but what about it? My father asked. Sigh. The problem is that if he becomes the Black Lord, he will gain all the power that the Black family has, and that power probably involves other families' debts, shares in wizarding companies, contracts, and many other things that could cause some unfavorable situation for most pureblood families, my mom replied, and I was amazed at how much she knew about this. However, she's a lawyer, so it made sense for her to understand about these matters. So that means the dark families might try to do something to stop the trial, my dad nodded in understanding. Not just the dark families, the gray ones and the light ones too, I said. Why? The gray families I understand, but the light ones shouldn't want to help Black since he's one of them and they're, well, light, my dad asked confused. Well, they may be light families, but in the end it all comes down to politics and who gets the most power, I shrugged, but I'm not saying that all light families would think that way, just as not all gray families would try to prevent Sirius from being cleared. Damn. Politics sucks, my dad grumbled. That I can't disagree with, my mother and I said. Okay, you've already talked about the difficulties of getting Black a true trial, but you still haven't said how you would go about clearing him, my dad said. Well, that's because I'm not going to be the one to help him get cleared, I said with a small smirk. Won't it be you? My mom asked, looking at my dad curiously, who had a more confused look than hers. Nope, I said, popping the pea. Nick and Penny will be the ones to help Sirius get a trial. And as soon as I said that, my parents took a while to understand, but then their eyes widened as they started to understand what I meant. Oh, you smart boy, my dad said, smiling. I doubt the ministry will try to deny any request from these two, and even if he does, they can always turn to the French ministry, my mom said, and then she turned to me with a proud look. Very smart to ask them for help, dear. Well, I would say my intelligence was inherited, I said, smiling at her as she ruffled my hair. Actually there is, I said, and then got up off the couch as I took my chain out of my shirt. Since I'm going to be here this Christmas break, Sirius would have to be alone at school, and I really don't want to leave him alone in the castle. And you want to bring him here, my mom said, understanding what I was getting at. Yes, I said, after all he's been through, and all the years he's been imprisoned in Azkaban suffering from the negative effects of exposure to the Dementors, I think it would be sad to leave him alone in a castle that holds so many good but painful memories for him. I see, my dad said, and then he looked at me, but you're not at school anymore, and forgetting the fact that it's a very long journey to get here from Hogwarts, I doubt Black will make it across Britain without being discovered by the Ministry. Yes, I know, which is why we're going to use the Vanishing Cabinet, I said. And what would a Vanishing Cabinet be? My mother asked. A Vanishing Cabinet is a magical cabinet that can teleport a living being or some object from one place to another, and they are a pair, and for it to work it takes both of them, I said, taking my suitcase off my chain and placing it on the floor. And assuming you have one of the cabinets, where is the other one? My mom asked, already having an idea of what my answer would be. Hogwarts, I replied, opening my suitcase. My parents immediately understood what I planned to do with the cabinet, and I could feel a bit of concern and caution coming from them, not that I could blame them for that, as that would be the expected reaction from anyone to learning that a murderer and dark wizard would be entering your house. After I opened my suitcase, I levitated the Vanishing Cabinet out of it, placing it on the living room floor, with my parents eyeing the odd piece of furniture curiously. Approaching the cabinet, I cast a wandless tempest and saw that it was almost the appointed time. I then opened the cabinet doors and took a piece of parchment that was in my pocket, and after that I put the parchment inside and closed it. After that I placed my wand over the cabinet's lock, and passing it through its structure a noise sounded from within, and I could feel the cabinet's magic being activated. How long will it take him to get here? My dad asked. Well, the teleportation is almost instantaneous, I said, and my dad nodded, he should be here in a few seconds. And hearing what I said, my parents nodded and waited, looking into the cabinet intently. I then felt the cabinet's magic activate again, and when the noise sounded again my parents gained wary looks. The cabinet doors opened, and from inside stepped Sirius, who was in healthier appearance and new, formal clothes, something he chose to wear to try and show my parents a presentable appearance that would show he wasn't a murderous madman. Hi. Sirius said after leaving the Vanishing Cabinet, looking awkwardly at my parents, who were staring at him with wary, curious eyes, but I could feel that even after our conversation that they were still a little scared of Sirius, and I didn't like feeling that feeling coming from them. So you are Sirius Black, the infamous mad murderer who escaped from Azkaban? My dad asked, and looking down at my dad's robust body Sirius gulped. Yes, well, I'm Sirius Black, but I'm not a murderer, Sirius stammered, trying and failing not to be intimidated by my parents. And I, who was on the side watching this, felt all the tension leave my body as my lips twitched, with me using all my self-control not to laugh at his expression. And you've been talking to my son since Halloween, right? My mom asked next. Yes ma'am, Sirius replied respectfully, but believe me, I didn't hurt your son, and I wouldn't even think of doing so, he said. And why would we believe you? For all we know you're a murderer and a follower of Voldemort, my dad said, and I could tell they were probing Sirius. Sirius, upon hearing my father's question, smiled sadly. I know it's hard to believe me, and I did kill my friends, even indirectly, he started to say, but know that if I could go back in time to change and right my wrongs, even at the cost of my life, I would do it without hesitation, he finished with a serious look, and you could hear the conviction and truth in his voice. After hearing this my dad looked at him thoughtfully, trying to see any signs of a lie in his body language, and finding no signs that Sirius was lying. My father sighed. We heard your story from Ethan, but we still don't trust you, my mom started to say, getting both of their attention, but we trust our son, and if he believes you are innocent and a good man then we'll believe you too. But, my mom continued before Sirius could say anything, if you ever think of hurting anyone in my family, it doesn't matter if it's by accident or not, I'll make you pay, it doesn't matter if you're a wizard or Merlin himself, do you understand? She asked, looking serious and menacing. Yes ma'am, I understand, Sirius nodded with a look of utter seriousness. Good, my mother nodded satisfied. Realizing they had reached an agreement, I decided it was time for me to join the conversation. Well, now that all matters are taken care of I will show Sirius the room he will be staying in, I said, and then I turned to him, motioning for him to follow me. Sirius then nodded at my parents one last time before following me through the hallways of my house. Your parents love you very much, Sirius said after a few seconds of silence. I know, I said smiling fondly, and Sirius smiled slightly seeing this. Looking around, Sirius noticed the paintings and photographs of my family hanging on the walls, also noticing that the hallway was longer than he'd expected, especially considering the size of the house outside. Your house is big, he said. Expansion spells, I shrugged, arriving in front of a dark oak door. Well, this is your room. There are some clothes in the closet, and probably some of them should fit you, I said, opening the door. Wow, Sirius said upon seeing the size of the fully furnished room. Yes, wow, I said with an amused smile, the bathroom is behind that door, and if you need anything you can ask our house elf Linley. Do you have house elves? Sirius asked in surprise. You're almost a pureblood, he said playfully, and I rolled my eyes. I've never been called something as offensive as that, I said, and Sirius made a mock-hurt face. Ugh. This is the first time in my life that someone has used my blood status as an insult, he said, and I shrugged. There's always a first time for everything, I said, but well, I still have my things to pack, so I'll leave you to settle in your room. Oh, and before I forget, dinner it's in 30 minutes. And after saying that I turned around and started walking, ready to go to my room, but just as I took my 5th step I heard Sirius call my name. Ethan, thanks, Sirius said, and I knew he meant so much more with this thanks. You're welcome, I said smiling at him. I then turned and continued walking, leaving Sirius in the doorway of his room staring at my back. Chapter 249, Chapter. Morning, next day. My family, Sirius and I were sitting in the living room, waiting for the Flammels to arrive via portkey from France. From what they told me in their letters, their portkey would activate at 7 a.m., and as France's time zone is 1 hour ahead of England's, then they would arrive at 6 a.m. And looking at the clock I noticed that it was 5:56, meaning they would be arriving any minute now. You know, you still haven't told me who these influential friends of yours are who can help me, Sirius said, looking at me with mild curiosity. Really? I asked looking away, I must have forgotten. Oh yes, that's possible, Sirius said dryly, and I just smiled at him innocently. Realizing I wasn't going to tell him who my influential friends were, Sirius turned to the only 2 other people in the living room who could answer him. Mr. and Mrs. Knight, do you know who these friends of Ethan's are? He asked my parents in a respectful tone. Black, we may not completely trust you, but you don't need to act so formal with us, my mom said, with a weary sigh. Yes, you can call us Joshua and Sarah, it's weird having someone almost my age call me Mr., my dad said, with a strange look. Well, thanks, Sirius said with a slight smile, in that case could you 2 call me Sirius then? Black is my last name, and I don't have much of an attachment to it. Hearing Sirius' request, my parents looked at each other for a few seconds before shrugging. Okay, Sirius, my dad said, and Sirius's smile widened. And as for your question about who Ethan's friends are. Who knows, my dad shrugged, a playful smile on his face. Sirius's smile froze and fell as soon as he heard my father's answer and saw his amused expression. He then turned to my mom, who noticed his look. Well, you know what they say, right? A good mystery is always good for holding someone's attention, she said, winking at me, who smiled at her. And realizing that no one would answer his question, Sirius sighed in defeat. Damn knights, he thought, but then he seemed to remember something as he lifted his head and turned to Seal, who was playing with some magical dolls on the floor. Celestia. Sirius called after her, and she stopped playing and looked at him. Yeah, she asked curiously. Do you know who your brother's friends are who are coming to visit your family? He asked. Oh. Yes, I know, Seal nodded quickly, a smile on her face. Sirius. Sirius asked hopefully, and can you tell me who they are? I can, Seal replied happily. So? Sirius asked after a moment of silence in which Seal just looked at him smiling. I said I can, not that I will, she said cheerfully, with a slightly mischievous smile, and Sirius groaned at that. My parents laughed lightly at this short exchange, and I had to turn my face away to wipe away a tear that threatened to spill from my eyes. They learned so fast, I thought proudly, happy to see that Seal was finally getting on the prankster's path. With our little interaction we didn't even realize that the minutes had passed and that now it was 6 o'clock, and thanks to my senses I could feel 2 dense magic signatures suddenly appearing at the front door. I then turned towards the door, recognizing Nick and Penny's magic, and with a smile I stood up, catching the attention of my parents and Sirius. Son, my dad asked, but then he noticed me looking at the door and realized why I was smiling. My mom noticed too, as she turned to look at the clock to confirm it was 6 o'clock. They're here, I said, and then I started walking towards the door. Sirius seeing this looked at me confused before shaking his head. I would ask how he knows they've arrived, but that's probably going to be another question he won't give me any answers to, he said, and my parents listening to him smiled, knowing he was right. Arriving in front of the door I opened it, finding Nick and Penny standing in front of it looking at me with smiles. Hi, and I didn't even have time to greet them before Penny attacked me in a tight hug. Look how you've grown, Ethan, you're becoming such a handsome boy, she said with a proud smile, and I looked to Nick for help, but he just chuckled in amusement. Damn Flammel, I thought, feeling my bones creak. Hi Penny, so glad you made it, my mom, the saving grace, said with a smile coming to the door. Hi Sarah, Penny said, letting go of me to go hug my mom, much to my relief as I was already running out of air. I'm so happy to see you. Me too, my mom said, hugging her too. And meanwhile I looked at Nick with a betrayed look as I cracked my back, feeling that some bones were out of place. What? I can't stop her from showing you how much she missed you, he said, raising his hands in surrender. She's been talking about this visit and about seeing you since the month of October. And listening to him I knew I couldn't complain about Penny's reaction. I'll accept that excuse, just this once, I said with a snort, and Nick looked at me amusedly. It's such a relief to hear that, he said smiling, ruffling my hair. Hey you two, How long do you plan on chatting at the front door? My mom asked, having already gone inside with Penny. Hearing her question, Nick and I looked at each other before shrugging, walking into the house shortly after, following them. We made it to the living room, where my dad got up from the couch to greet Nick and Penny. Sirius also got up, and now he was looking at the two curiously, having the impression that he had seen them somewhere before. As I said, the two were influential people in the wizarding community, so Sirius figured he had probably seen them at some of the events his parents had attended and forced him to attend in his childhood. He then began trying to remember all the balls and meetings his family had attended, and his memory reminded him of a ball at the French ministry he attended when he was 9 years old. No. It can't be them, it's been over 20 years, and they don't look more than 40, Sirius thought. But no matter how much he thought about it, he still couldn't get it out of his head that these two people in front of him were the same people from that ball. He remembered them very well at that ball because they were the most attention-grabbing people in the place, not because of their clothes or appearance, but because everyone was wanting to talk to them, even his father or Ian. Damn, if I could only remember their names. He thought. His mind then started to work, until two names came to his mind. Nicholas and Perenelle, Sirius thought, and memories of his history classes with his uncle came to his mind, where in one of those classes his uncle mentioned the names of the two oldest people in the world, also creators of the Philosopher's Stone that could make the one who owned the stone an immortal. And with all the pieces falling into place, Sirius' eyes began to widen in realization. Holy shit, Sirius muttered, his eyes widening. Are your influential friends the Flammels? He asked, shocked. Well, I guess so, I said, shrugging with a bored look, but those who knew me could tell I was enjoying Sirius' shocked expression. What do you mean, I guess so? You're friends with the fucking Flammels, he exclaimed, pointing at them. So you are the infamous Sirius Black? Nick asked, catching Sirius' attention. You don't look as scary and crazy as people say, he said, looking the ex-prisoner from head to toe. Ah. Yes, I'm Sirius Black, Sirius said, and I'm glad I don't look scary. And as for the part about looking crazy, that depends on the point of view, he teased. Well, at least he has a sense of humor, Nick said to us, smiling in amusement. He then held his hand out to Sirius, who looked at it for a moment before shaking it. You already know, but I'm Nicholas Flammel, but my friends call me Nick, Nick said. And I'm Perenelle, but any friend of Ethan's can call me Penny, Penny said, smiling gently at Sirius. Oh, well, it's nice to meet you both, Sirius said, surprised that the Flammels were being so cordial to him. Well, since Nick and Penny are finally here and the introductions are done, how about we go get some breakfast, my mom asked, pointing towards the kitchen. Oh, were you expecting us for breakfast? Penny asked in surprise. You didn't have to. Don't worry about it, this is the time we normally have breakfast, my mom said, waving her hand dismissively, and don't worry about your bags, Lindley can take them to your rooms. Well, that's fine then, Penny said, and with that my mom linked her arm through Penny's and dragged her into the kitchen. Yay. Breakfast. Seal exclaimed excitedly, getting up off the floor. I want waffles with jelly, she said, following my mother. And after they left, only the men remained in the living room, with the three oldest looking at each other awkwardly. Well, you heard the ladies. To the kitchen. I said in a commanding tone, and without waiting for an answer I started walking towards the kitchen. Seeing this, my dad glanced at Sirius and Nick before shrugging, following me. As soon as my dad left, it was just Sirius and Nick in the living room. When Sirius was going to walk past Nick to go to the kitchen, the immortal placed a hand on his chest preventing him from moving forward, and Sirius felt the air grow heavier, and his dog instincts were warning him of danger. He then looked at Nick, only to see that he was looking seriously at him, his eyes shining with power. Listen, I know you're not a bad person, but if you even think of hurting or touching a single strand of Ethan's hair, I'm going to use everything I've learned in my years of life to hunt you down and destroy you. Do you understand me? Nick asked menacingly, his face very close to Sirius's. Yes, Sirius said, swallowing hard. Great, Nick said. His menacing appearance then faded, with him reverting back to his friendly personality. Well, let's join the others then, I'm starving, he said, putting an arm over Sirius' shoulder and dragging him into the kitchen. This. Sirius started to think, but then he sighed and lowered his head in defeat, an ironic smile appearing on his face. In less than 2 days I've already received 2 threats. And surprisingly it's not even that weird. When I lived with my parents I received at least 4 threats a day from my mother alone. Well, at least here I don't have to worry about being woken up with the Cruciatus curse, he said to himself in amusement, but then he seemed to remember when he had pissed me off in the room of requirement and the look Nick had on his face just now. At least I don't think so, he thought uncertainly. Chapter 250, Chapter. Living room, sometime later. After a delicious breakfast prepared by Lindley, I helped Nick and Penny to settle in their room, and after we organized everything we went to the living room, where my parents and Sirius were already waiting for us sitting on the sofas. Arriving in the living room, I sat next to Sirius and across from my parents, while Nick and Penny went to the sofa next to us. I then waved my hand, and from my bedroom 2 boxes flew into the living room, and when the boxes landed at my feet I waved my hand again, causing everything inside the boxes to come out, placing them on the table that was between us. The table in front of us was now littered with papers, parchments, old and new newspapers, some wizarding law books and also some books containing information about the ministry and its workings. Wow, Sirius said shocked, as he had never seen me use wandless magic this way before. Yes, I'm amazing, I teased, nudging him lightly with my elbow, snapping him out of his shock. Prat, he said rolling his eyes. Ahem, since the two kids over there have already stopped playing, my mom said looking lightly at me and Sirius, and we smiled apologetically at her, we can finally start planning how to exonerate Sirius. Yay, best way to have fun this vacation, my dad said sarcastically, getting an elbow from my mom. As I was saying, let's then review all the information we have about his case and his imprisonment, my mom continued, and we could all see her lawyer persona come to the fore. As everyone knows, the ministry has a very strong case against Sirius, and it will be difficult to get any judge to agree to reopen his case, especially since he was imprisoned 12 years ago, and because he has chosen to remain silent about his innocence for all this time, she said, fixing Sirius with an annoyed look. And Sirius had the decency to look away in embarrassment. And even if the ministry agreed to reopen the case and hold a new trial, we would still have to have a good defense against all the accusations and crimes thrown at him, Nick said, and my dad who heard this turned to me. And by the way, what were the crimes that the ministry accused and would be accusing Sirius, he asked me. Hearing this question, I picked up one of the sheets of paper that was on the table, and looking at it, they could see that it was a list. Well, Sirius is accused of killing 12 muggles and Peter Pettigrew, as well as being accused of betraying the Potters to Voldemort thus causing their deaths, I started to say, reading the list of all the crimes Sirius has been found guilty of, at least up to this point. In addition to these accusations he is also considered a Death Eater and the right-hand man of Voldemort, the worst Dark Lord Britain has ever seen, further adding to his list of crimes. And we can't forget to add Prison Break to this list, Sirius reminded me, a little proud of the achievement. Yes, we obviously can't forget about Prison Break, I said dryly, but even so I grabbed a pen and added this crime to the list. Well, that's a long list of crimes, Penny said with a wry smile. Yes, but the good part is that all these accusations can be disproved just by the fact that Pettigrew is alive, I said with a shrug. Sorry for the pessimism, but this is the ministry we are talking about. The minister and his supporters are so idiotic and corrupt that I doubt they will do anything even if Pettigrew appears in the middle of the ministry hall screaming that he is alive and that he is the real guilty, Nick said, and Penny snorted at that. It's actually very likely that they'll try to sweep this whole story under the rug for fear of everyone finding out about their failure to arrest an innocent man, she said dismissively. And listening to both of them I couldn't deny that they were right, because in a way that's exactly what happened in canon. Well, and that's why we need to talk to someone inside the ministry who can do something and who isn't under the influence of Fudge or the other families, I started to say, pulling one of the old newspapers from the pile of newspapers. And that's just the person for it, I said, pointing to a picture of a stern-looking red-haired woman wearing formal Wisengamot robes, the current head of the DMLE. Amelia Bones. Sirius asked in surprise, but then he seemed to think for a moment. Actually, she really is the best choice for this, he said. I then turned to him with a raised eyebrow. Do you know her? I asked. She was head girl when James and I were in our 3rd year at Hogwarts, and when we graduated and joined the Auror she was our superior and one of the supervisors, he said, and I nodded. Seeing that you have other newspaper articles talking about her I can assume you already have an idea of how to contact her, right? Nick asked. Actually it won't be that hard. Amelia is my friend Susan's aunt, so I just need to send Susan a letter saying I'd like to speak with her aunt, I shrugged. Oh, that makes things so much easier, he said. Yes, and besides I also already have the perfect lawyer to call to help us with this case, I continued, and then I turned to Sirius, and actually, this lawyer would probably very much enjoy being involved in this case. Why do you think that? And why are you looking at me? Sirius asked. Because this lawyer is Ted Tonks, I replied, and Sirius' eyes widened in realization. Sorry, but who is Ted Tonks? Penny asked confused. Ted Tonks is the husband of my cousin Andromeda who was disinherited from the Black family after running away to marry him, Sirius replied. Let me guess, Ted is a Muggle-born, and your family didn't take their relationship very well, did they? Nick said, with a face that showed mockery and contempt. You nailed it, Sirius said with a weary sigh. Family stories aside, where are we now? My dad asked. If everything goes as planned we'll have possible help from the head of DMLE, a good lawyer with reason to want to help us, and we already have enough evidence to prove Sirius' innocence, my mom said, and then she looked at everyone present in the room. I don't want to get our hopes up, but I would say that we have a very good chance of getting Sirius cleared. Listening to her, a small smile began to creep across Sirius' face, and I could feel the hope, anticipation, and relief coming from him. Yes, the chances are high, but even so, we can't take too long to initiate the plan, I said, and then I turned to Nick and Penny, and for this to work we're going to need both of you to start putting pressure on the ministry at the same time as trying to get more evidence that he didn't have a trial. Is our part of the plan just to piss off and pressure the ministry? Heh, I think this is going to be the best Christmas of my life, Nick said smiling, and Penny beside him snorted. I can't disagree with that, she said. Well, since we're all on board with the plan then let's get started, I said, getting up from the couch, with the others doing the same. I'll send the letters to Ted and Susan, and what about you? I pointed at Sirius. You might start thinking about what you're going to say if you're taken to court. Ah. I'm just going to speak the truth, he said confused, and I snorted. If people were content with just the truth there wouldn't be gossip magazines or the Daily Prophet, I said. You have to convince and win the jury's sympathy, and besides that you have to tell the true story in a way that doesn't put the ministry in a bad position, or they will try in every way to discredit you. Oh, was the only thing Sirius said. He then sighed. I really hate politics. Me too, my dad, Nick, Penny, and I said. Tonk's house. POV, third person. Dad, a letter has come for you. Tonks, don't call me Nymphadora, a beautiful young woman with short purple hair shouted, holding a dark blue envelope letter in her hands. Why are you shouting? I'm on your side, Ted shouted back, sitting on the couch in the living room reading his newspaper. I know, Tonks shouted again, going over to him and handing him the letter. Ted took the letter and was about to shout again, but they heard someone clearing their throat behind them, and they tensed up immediately. Ted and Tonks then mechanically turned to look at the entrance to the room, only to find Andromeda standing there looking at them blank-faced. Andromeda had a similar appearance to Bellatrix, but her hair was a light brown and her eyes, even though they were sharp, were still kind and soft. Her appearance did not differ much from the aristocratic appearance of the blacks, but unlike them she had a calmer and less crazy air. Can you tell me why you are shouting when you are next to each other? She asked, crossing her arms. Sorry, the two said quickly, making Andromeda shake her head in exasperation, but with an amused look. Sometimes I think I'm the only adult in this house, she said, ignoring Ted and Tonks' indignant expressions. Father and daughter looked at each other, looked at Andromeda, and then looked back at each other again, shrugging in acceptance. So, aren't you going to open the letter? Tonks asked her father after a while of silence, gesturing to the letter in his hand. Ted looked at the letter, recognizing the envelope as the one Ethan usually used, and it made him raise a curious eyebrow. It's a letter from Ethan, he said, and that immediately cheered Andromeda up. Sirius, she asked with an excited look, receiving a strange look from her daughter and an amused one from her husband. Noticing their gaze she straightened, returning to her calm demeanor. Oh interesting. Ted then laughed lightly at her, opening the envelope to read the contents of the letter. He started to read the letter with mild curiosity, but halfway through it his eyes started to widen, and by the end his mouth was hanging open in shock. His daughter and wife seeing this reaction looked at him in concern. Dad. Dear, they called. Ted then blinked, putting the letter down and placing it in his lap. Holy shit, was what he said. Chapter 251, Chapter. Knight's house, living room. After I sent the letters to Ted and Susan, I went into the living room, where I sat down and started reading and studying Marcel's journal. I wasn't helping Nick and Penny with their part of the plan as I knew they could handle this matter on their own. They were two influential wizards that were over 600 years old, so there have probably been times when they needed to use a little pressure and influence to manipulate a politician. As for the other phases of the plan, I decided to start them when Ted arrived and when and if Amelia decided to help us. Since I had nothing else to do, I figured I might as well start studying the blood malediction that Marcel released on the Greengrass family. And who knows, maybe there's something written in your journal talking about your ability to understand all languages. If I could replicate that skill I could use my ability to understand magical languages to start translating Salazar's diaries and books. And since a war against the heir of Slytherin was going to occur in less than 3 years, having the knowledge about one of his greatest skills, Parseltongue, could somehow help me, and I could say that because it was what my instincts they told me. But I obviously can't forget that the main reason I want to learn about the Greengrass family's blood malediction is that I want to help Astoria, who somehow managed to unexpectedly awaken my inner big brother. But it's hard to blame her for that. She is a kind, cheerful and friendly girl who is in Slytherin house, and talking to someone like that is a breath of fresh air. Maybe that's why I like Lily too, or maybe it's also the irony of the contrast between Astoria and her sister. Well, actually it doesn't matter why, what matters is that I'm going to help and save her. Sometime later, before lunch, I was finishing writing down in my journal some information I found in Marcel's journal when Hermes came back carrying a letter in his claws. I was surprised by Ted's letter, as it unexpectedly didn't take long for him to reply to my letter, and when I say it didn't take long I mean he didn't wait even a day to send a letter back. I knew that what I had written in my letter would pique Ted's curiosity, and probably alert his family, and this became even more obvious when I read your letter and saw that the only thing written in it was, "We are arriving." Reading this short but meaningful sentence, I began to wonder if he was surprised by what I wrote in my letter. Nah. I shrugged sarcastically. I thought he would take longer to answer, my dad who sat next to me said, looking at the letter in surprise, and I laughed looking away. Yes, he. I don't know what made him in such a hurry, I said, and my dad looked at me suspiciously. Ethan, what did you write in that let? And when my dad was going to question me, we heard someone ring the bell. Ding. Dong. I'm on my way, my mom shouted from the kitchen, going to answer the door after the bell rang again. She then went to the door and opened it, finding a man, a woman, and a young woman with electric blue hair standing in front of her. Huh. Hi, my mom said, confused. You must be Ms. Knight, right? Ted started talking by stepping forward. I'm Ted Tonks, Ethan's lawyer, and these are my wife and daughter, he said, pointing to the two women behind him, with Andromeda nodding with a calm smile on her face while Tonks waved her hands happily. Oh, nice to meet you, Mr. Tonks, and yes, I'm Sarah Knight, my mom introduced herself after realizing that those in front of her were Sirius's family, or at least the least psychopathic and cold family. Come in, she said, stepping back to let Ted and his family into our house. She then led them into the living room, where my dad and I were already standing and waiting for them. As soon as they saw us, Ted opened his mouth to say something, but his wife was faster. It's a great pleasure to meet you, Mr. Knight. I'm Andromeda Tonks and I'm a huge fan of your works. I have every released version of Inheritance Cycle and even the Golden Edition illustrated version of Percy Jackson and the Lightning Thief, she started to say quickly in one breath, with a look of admiration on her face. I could have said something, but I realized that she was actually looking at my dad, not me, and so I looked at Ted with a raised eyebrow, who just shrugged. Thanks, I guess, my dad said with a strange look, but actually the knight who wrote these books isn't actually me. I'm Joshua Knight, and my son here is Ethan, he gestured with head towards me. Andromeda then blinked before turning to me with a shocked look as I looked at her with an amused smile. But he's a kid, she exclaimed, and my smile got a little strained, as my mom and dad huffed and Ted chuckled over his hand. And beyond them I could also hear a noise coming from the kitchen that came out as a muffled chuckle and a bark, and my eye twitched. Damn cowardly dog, I thought. Well, he really could be considered a child, but his achievements are many, and the amount in his bank account could buy half of Diagon Alley or more, Ted said, not hiding his amusement at seeing his wife's confusion and my frown. When Ted said this, Andromeda looked at me again, digesting the things she'd just discovered, and as the realization hit her, her eyes widened and the room fell into an awkward silence. Realizing her mistake, Andromeda started to blush with embarrassment, and before she tried to crawl into a hole in the floor to hide, I took a step forward, extending my hand to her. Well, I think you already know this, but I'm Ethan Knight, the author of Inheritance Cycle, Percy Jackson, and the newly published saga, The Chronicles of Narnia, I said, smiling slightly, trying to ignore the part of me that took offense at being called a child. Oh. Well, I'm Andromeda Tonks, and I think I've said this before, but I'm a fan of your books, she said, shaking my hand, and I'm sorry for calling you child, she continued while laughing nervously. Don't worry about it, I said, waving my hand dismissively, and I could feel the relief coming from her. Actually, if anyone should be blamed for this whole situation, it should be Ted, I added. Me. Ted pointed to himself in surprise. Yes. You, Andromeda replied, looking at him with narrowed eyes, causing him to swallow hard. Well. Ted started to say, looking around in search of an exit, and finding none he turned his eyes to Andromeda, who was still staring at him. Sorry, he squeaked. Seeing this scene, I snorted, looking mockingly at Ted. Whipped, we heard someone cough in the kitchen, and upon hearing that voice, Andromeda immediately tensed up. As the room fell silent, I could hear Sirius cursing under his breath in the kitchen as he realized he had revealed himself. Sighing, I ran my hands through my hair, and looking carefully at the Tonks, I noticed that they were all nervous and alert, but luckily none of them had picked up or were making any attempt to pick up their wands, not even Nymphadora, who was currently an aura in training. Get out, Sirius, I said. Hearing me, Sirius walked out of the kitchen under the gaze of everyone in the room, shoulders slumped and a guilty look on his face, but I could feel his conviction. Hi Andy, Sirius said, looking at his cousin with a mixture of longing and sadness, but she just stared at him in silence. Sirius waited for an answer, but Andromeda continued to stare at him and he began to feel unnerved by her stillness, and just as he opened his mouth to say something else, Andromeda rushed over to him. Sirius expected a slap, a few jinxes, or even a kick in the balls, but he wasn't expecting to be suddenly embraced by Andromeda. Being hugged so suddenly made Sirius freeze, not knowing how to react, but then he started to hear some sniffles and wet drips on his shoulder, and he immediately realized that Andromeda was crying. If it was the Sirius of old, he would simply make a joke or try to pull away from the hug, but after going through the war with many losses and after his arrest, he learned to appreciate these gestures of affection, and for that he hugged his cousin back. You idiot, Andromeda muttered in a muffled voice. I know, Sirius said, patting her back reassuringly. Seeing this family moment of Sirius and Andromeda, I approached Ted. I didn't expect you to come so quickly, I said, stopping beside him. Well, after reading in your letter that you somehow found out that Sirius is innocent and that you had evidence to prove it, Andy practically forced us to come here, Ted said, and then looked at his wife affectionately. She never believed Sirius was a criminal and a murderer, and your letter basically confirmed that for her. And with that, I already know who is the sensible and intelligent person in your family, I joked. Hearing this, Ted snorted. I'm not stupid enough to deny it, but I'm 50% sure the other reason she wanted to come here so quickly was to see the amazing and wonderful Ethan Knight, writer of the best works of the world, he said, imitating a thin and passionate voice. Like I said, the sensible, smart one in the family, I said smugly. I then got a sly look on my face, and I turned to Ted. Susu, did you like my letter? I asked. Hearing my question brought a frown to Ted's face. Oh, obviously. How could I not like a letter that exploded in my face after I finished reading it, he asked, his voice dripping with sarcasm. It was just a precaution in case the letter fell into the wrong hands, I said, waving my hand dismissively. Ted said, unconvinced. I should have brought a camera or popcorn, I heard someone say behind me, and turning around I saw that it was Tonks, who was looking at her mother and Sirius hugging. Well, I think I can help you with that, I said, and snapping my fingers a camera appeared in one hand and a bag of popcorn in the other, and internally I thanked Linley. Turning around I then handed both things to Tonks, who looked at me in surprise, but then she shook her head and grabbed the popcorn, and pulling out her wand she waved it at the camera, which started to float away as it took pictures of Sirius and her mother. Now I know why my mom is your fan, she said, eating a mouthful of popcorn while enjoying the moment. Chapter 252, Chapter. Breaking the hug, Andromeda took a step back, wiping the tears from her cheeks and eyes with her hands, getting back in control of her emotions. After calming down she then looked at Sirius well, realizing that underneath his clean and new clothes, his freshly trimmed beard, and his happy smile there was still a man who had to spend 12 years in a prison accompanied by the worst creatures in the world and many other real criminals. Andromeda knew her cousin too well to know that he still wasn't 100% well, and that saddened her. She had always known that he was a good person, and that there was no way he could have betrayed the Potters, his second family that for him could even be considered his first. She didn't care if the evidence we had was true or not, what mattered to her was that her only family that didn't look down on her was fine. Finishing looking at Sirius, Andromeda sighed. Next time you want to do something stupid, please let me know first so I don't get so worried, Andromeda said to Sirius, giving him a small sad smile. Hey, in that case then I'll have to let you know every day. I usually do something stupid every 6 hours, Sirius chuckled lightly, and Andromeda snorted. Yes, that's more like you, she said. Andromeda was going to say something else, but then she and Sirius heard the click of a camera taking a picture, and turning towards the sound with a strange and confused expression they saw Tonks, Ted, and I watching them, with Tonks eating popcorn as a camera floated around her. Don't pay attention to the floating camera or us, go back to your family reunion moment, Tonks said waving her hand at them, and seeing this Sirius chuckled. Well, I can't ruin your fun, can I? Sirius said smiling, and then he looked to the side as he posed, come on, this is my best side to be photographed. And listening to him Tonks wasted no time and dropped the bag of popcorn as she grabbed the camera, immediately going to Sirius' side to start taking pictures of him. Yes, perfect, she said, bending down to take a low-angle photo of him, now make a villain face, the girls love it. Oh Sirius? Sirius asked, posing. This would be you, Tonks said quickly, and Sirius smiled, his eyes twinkling with amusement. Well, do they like murderous fugitives, he asked. Those are the ones they like the most. The longer the list of crimes the better your chances of getting a girl, Tonks replied with complete seriousness, and Sirius stopped that, blinking for a moment. He then turned to me, with an excited look. Ethan, get that list of my crimes for me, he exclaimed. Wait, do you have a list of all your crimes? Tonks asked. Yes, and it's quite a long list, Sirius nodded proudly. Wow, she said impressed. I knew it would be a mistake to leave these two in the same room, Andromeda moaned, rubbing her temples, and my mom who reached her side rubbed her back comfortingly. Ahem. I cleared my throat, getting the attention of Tonks and Sirius. It's quite ironic to see the two of you talking so amicably like that considering you're a fugitive from Azkaban and she's an Auror in training. Hearing that sentence from me Sirius and Tonks looked at each other, looked at me, and then looked at each other again, with Sirius blinking. Are you an Auror in training? He asked in surprise. Yes, and Mad Eye Moody's current student, Tonks said puffing out her chest with pride. Congratulations Dora. Sirius said with a happy and proud smile, hugging the Metamorphmagus who hugged him back equally happily. And seeing this scene I blinked in confusion. That wasn't in the script, I said, and then I turned to Ted, those two know each other. I asked pointing at Sirius and Tonks. And the one who answered me was Tonks, who snorted. If I know him. Uncle Sirius basically taught me every prank and trick I know, she said, and Sirius turned to her with twinkling eyes. And by any chance did you make good use of these teachings, he asked. Who do you think held the record for losing points and detentions in Hufflepuff, she asked, in a mixture of nostalgia and pride. Sniff. I'm not crying. Sirius said, turning his face away and wiping away a fake tear. Ugh. How can she be proud of that? Andromeda questioned with an exasperated look. I didn't expect Sirius to know Tonks I thought, but then I stopped to reflect, but that's not all that surprising, as he continued to keep in touch with Andromeda before he was arrested, and when he was arrested Tonks was between 7 and 6 years old, which means he's probably been interacting with Tonks since she was born. Coming to that conclusion, I looked at the two of them again before shrugging. Well, you meeting him makes things simpler to explain, I said. Sorry, but I don't see any of that. Ted started to say with a frown, gesturing to Sirius, being simple. But with you believing he's innocent saves us having to explain half of his situation, I said, and Ted nodded. That's true, he said. Well, since everyone has calmed down and we're all ready, let's talk about what matters. I clapped my hands, getting everyone's attention, but let's all sit down, as the conversation may take a while, I said, gesturing to the sofas in the living room. The Tonks then looked at each other before going and sitting on the couches, with Sirius and my parents doing the same. Seeing them sit down, I nodded my head before going to get a box that was next to the bookcase at the far end of the living room, and that box contained everything we had already written down about Sirius' case. Dropping the box onto the table, I sat down between my parents. Here in this box is all the information we could gather about Sirius's illegal arrest and the whole case involving him, I said, pulling some folders and parchments out of the box, and at the bottom of the box are all the scrolls of evidence we were able to gather to help exonerate Sirius, and they may seem insufficient, but the real evidence is locked in a cage in my suitcase, I continued, finishing with a rather cruel smile on my face. Pettigrew, Andromeda spat out the name, and while her husband and daughter looked at her in confusion, my family and Sirius looked at her in surprise. What? How do you know it's him we're talking about? My father asked. For starters, I always knew that the one who betrayed the Potters and killed those 12 muggles was the cowardly idiot, and I never trusted him, she said with a snort, and besides, I know that Sirius and his friends were animagus, and if Ethan said the real proof is in a cage. She finished, not needing to finish her answer for us to understand how she came to that conclusion. Very clever, you got it right, I said, and Sirius cut me off. No, wait. How did you know we were animagus? He asked, shocked. No, wait a minute. Tonks said right after, just as shocked as he was, since when are you an animagus? And why didn't I know about that? Did you seriously ignore the fact that they just said Pettigrew is alive? Ted asked his daughter with a strange look. I have my priorities, she shrugged and then turned to Sirius again, opening her mouth to say something else, but her mother's gaze silenced her. And Sirius, who also noticed his cousin's gaze, wisely kept quiet. Nodding in satisfaction, Andromeda turned to me again. Well, if you already have Pettigrew himself locked in a cage, which is proof enough that Sirius is innocent, why do you need my husband's help? She asked. The answer is simple, I said, politics. And upon hearing this sentence, all who were present here groaned. Yes, I understand why that could be a problem, Ted said with a frown. Yes, and needless to say, it would be very difficult to exonerate Sirius with the big families trying to get involved in this case, I said with a shrug. And even without those families, there's still the ministry itself and the minister who would try to hide the mistake they made, my mom started saying, and to get us through this we would need a good lawyer, and even with me being a lawyer, I'm still a muggle, and that basically means I have no right to interfere in a wizarding case. And that's why you need my help, Ted nodded. Well, in that case I would be very happy to help you with the case, Anne. I will be serious, lawyer, Andromeda interrupted him, and we turned to her and saw her with a look of total seriousness. Ted then looked at his wife in surprise and was about to say something, but then he noticed her angry look and her clenched fists. Heaving a sigh, Ted looked at his wife with ironic but affectionate smile. Well, I guess that's your case then, he said, and Andromeda looked up at him only to find him smiling slightly at her, and she smiled back. Huh, I had forgotten you're a lawyer too, Sirius said, rubbing his chin. Wait, are you a lawyer too? I asked, and Andromeda nodded. Oh, that's unexpected, I said. An euphemism, Tonks said with a snort. Having two lawyer parents can be stressful and fun at the same time. And how would that be fun? I asked. Well, it becomes fun when a competition to get the last blackberry muffin turns into an argumentative debate involving laws and other confusing things I don't understand, she replied, and then a small playful smile appeared on her face, and besides that, having two lawyer parents makes the chances of me going to Azkaban smaller. Damn lucky girl, Sirius and I both grumbled, making Tonks smile bigger. Chapter 253, Chapter. After talking some more, we decided that Andromeda would be the one to represent Sirius as his defense lawyer before the Wisengamot should he be brought to a real trial, as we wanted. And with that part being decided, we then moved on to talk about the other phases of the plan, where I explained to them that we already had two friends working to pressure the ministry. We also talked about how we planned to ask Amelia Bones for help, and after a few minutes of consideration Ted and Andromeda agreed that it was a good choice, and that was mainly because Tonks had already said so many good things about her future boss to her parents. With our conversation over, we realized that it was almost time for lunch, and so my mom invited the Tonks to join us for lunch, and as Andromeda didn't want to be separated from Sirius yet they happily agreed. Kitchen, lunch. Have some more meatballs, Dora, my mom said with a gentle smile as she put more food on Tonks' plate, who looked at her confused. Dora, she asked. "Huh, yeah, isn't that your name?" my mom asked, cocking her head in confusion, remembering that was what Sirius had called her. "Oh no, Dora is just a nickname. Her name is actually Nymphadora," Andromeda was the one who replied, ignoring her daughter's indignant look. "Mom, don't call me that," Tonks said, and seeing my parents' questioning look she explained, "I don't like that name, which is why I prefer people to call me Tonks, or a nickname like Nym or Dora." "But why?" "Nymphadora is such a beautiful name," my mom said, confused. "See. Someone agrees with me," Andromeda said triumphantly, and then turned to my mom, "And thank you, Mrs. Knight." "Oh, call me Sarah, I guess we don't need to be formal with each other anymore," my mom said with an amused smile. "Well, in that case call me Andy, usually only my family calls me that, but as you are the family helping to exonerate Sirius I think you have the right to call me that," Andromeda, or Andy, said smiling at us. "In that case, then I'll be very happy to call you Andy," my mom said. I was watching this interaction, but then I heard someone sniffle next to me, and turning around I saw Sirius trying to wipe away some tears. "It's so lovely to see my two foster families talking so amicably," he said dramatically, and I rolled my eyes. "And watching you act like that I begin to understand why your mother wanted to disown you," I said. "Hey!" Sirius exclaimed indignantly, and I just ignored him in favor of enjoying my delicious lunch. At night. After lunch the Tonks left, promising to return at another time to see Sirius and to look into his case. After that my family, Sirius, and I chatted until the Flammels arrived, giving us an update on how their part of the plan was going. Their progress could not be described as fast or slow, as they were not yet using their influence and connections to get responses from the Ministry. For now they were just probing the environment, and from what they said next week they would already start looking inside the Ministry for more evidence that could help Sirius' case. And with all this talk, night finally came, and after dinner each one went to their room, with the intention of sleeping because tomorrow would be a busy day. I went to my room, and when I lay down and thought about getting a book to read, I felt a sudden tiredness hit me, and then I could only feel my body being pulled into darkness as I passed out. But as soon as my eyes closed I opened them again, only to notice that I was no longer in my room, and when I looked around I noticed that I was in a dark forest, and that immediately made me realize that I was in one of my weird dreams again. I could feel my body tense up as I knew that whenever I had these dreams, in the end I would end up facing that scary creature that seemed to have a huge hatred for me, for whatever reason. Knowing I couldn't avoid the inevitable, I sat down on the floor with a weary sigh. But I also knew that these dreams must have a deeper meaning, and could even be a vision or something like that, and that's why, even frustrated, I still started to analyze the forest around me. In addition to the forest, I also noticed the small differences in my body, differences that were always present in this world of dreams and illusions, like the fact that my skills were weaker and my magic was troubled. Knowing that standing still wouldn't help I got up and started walking through the forest, but after 30 minutes of walking I realized that the forest was bigger than I expected. Tired of walking, I sat on the ground leaning against a tree cross-legged, waiting for the moment when the creature would appear. As I waited I could feel the cool night breeze hitting my face, bringing with it the scent of earth and wood. I also managed to see some harmless magical and non-magical creatures roaming the forest. If the situation wasn't so stressful I could enjoy these sensations, I said to myself. I then heard the sound of a branch breaking beside me, and turning alertly towards the direction of the sound I sighed in relief to see that it was only a white rabbit. The little bunny looked at me with his big bright eyes, and after a few seconds he started jumping towards me. "Hey little one," I said, moving my hand closer to the rabbit, who sniffed her before rubbing her head against my fingers. Smiling at this I caught the rabbit in my hands, which happily accepted. With the rabbit now in my lap I started petting him, smiling at his cute sounds of satisfaction. You know, aside from the whole fact that my last few visits to these dreams didn't turn out so well, I could get used to this, I thought with an amused smile. I continued to pet the rabbit until I felt my eyes grow heavy, and then I closed them, feeling a lull wash over me, no longer worrying about the mysterious creature and whether or not it would appear. I then felt my senses return to full capacity, and I opened my eyes, seeing the familiar ceiling of my room. "That was unexpected," I mumbled, blinking in confusion. After all the dreams I've had I wasn't expecting to have a calm and peaceful dream, and now because of this dream many questions came to my mind. Sigh. Now I don't think I'll be able to go back to sleep, I thought. In the morning, kitchen, breakfast. It was morning, and my parents, Seal, Sirius and the Flammels were having breakfast, but Penny saw that one chair was empty and noticed my absence. "Where's Ethan?" she asked. "I stopped by his room earlier and he was reading some books," Sirius said with a mouthful of bacon. He then gulped down his food and turned to Penny. "I thought about calling him but I don't want him to jinx me again for interfering with his study time," he said, shuddering at the memory. "Usually when he's focused on something he tends to lose track of time," my dad said. "Oh, but he can't miss breakfast, that's the most important meal of the day, especially for him who is a growing young man," Penny said, and she then got up from her chair. "I'll get him." And finishing saying that she turned and went towards the stairs that led to the upstairs rooms. Sirius seeing this put his hands together in prayer and closed his eyes. May this kind lady's soul rest in peace, he prayed, with my parents rolling their eyes already getting used to his antics and Nick snorting in amusement. I was reading one of the fifth-year divination books while sitting on my bed, and around me could be seen many other divination and prediction books. I was concentrated looking for some answer to the meaning of my dream, and I thought that maybe the answer was in some book of divination, since a part of me considered my dreams to be some kind of vision. As I read the last chapter of the book, I heard someone arrive in front of my door, and by the sound of footsteps and the magic I knew it was Penny. "Come in," I said, and the door opened. "Ethan, come have breakfast with us," she said, but then noticed the books piled and thrown around me. "What are you doing?" she asked. Sighing in frustration, I placed the book I had in my hand on my lap. "I was looking for an answer in these books to a problem I'm having," I said. "And what problem would that be?" she asked me. I debated whether to tell her about the dreams or not, but then I realized that I trusted her enough to talk about them, and that if I told Penny she might be able to help me somehow. "What do you know about dreams and visions?" I asked, and that piqued Penny's interest. "Well, not much really, but I had a friend who studied the meaning of wizards' dreams and their involvement in magic," she replied, rubbing her chin in thought. "And you still keep in touch with this friend of yours?" I asked, and Penny, upon hearing my question, earned a sad smile. "I met her in the 1700s. And even with all my studies in the various branches of magic, I still haven't figured out how to talk to the dead," she said, and I got a guilty look. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to remind you of that," I said, and Penny smiled slightly at me. "Don't worry, I'm used to it," she said, but that sentence only made me feel worse, as it made me realize how much the Flammels must suffer for being immortal. Noticing my sad look, Penny clapped her hands to get my attention. "But back to the point, I may not be as good as she was at the study of dreams and visions, and I may not be a psychic, but I think I might know a thing or two about it," she said. "So can you help me?" I asked, excited and a little relieved, as I was already starting to get stressed from all these studies, mainly because I'm not the biggest fan of divination. "Yes, I can help you, but only after breakfast," she said, smiling at me. "Well, I guess that's a good deal," I joked. "Perfect," Penny said, "so shall we go?" She nodded towards the door, and smiling I got up from the bed, spreading the books I had around me even more. "Let's go," I said, and with that we both went downstairs to go to the kitchen to have breakfast with the rest of my big weird family. Chapter 254, Chapter. Just as Penny had promised, after breakfast she helped me look up the meaning of my dreams, using the research her old friend had done as a basis. Penny's friend wasn't someone famous, but she had a lot of influence back then, and her name was Adrastea Ananke, which was ironic since Adrastea was the name of the nymph who helped raise baby Zeus in Greek mythology. In addition, Adrastea in some books was Nemesis itself, thus being considered the goddess of revenge, destiny, and balance. And to add further information, Ananke was the mother goddess of the Fates, the weavers of fate, and she herself was the personified goddess of fate, unalterable necessity, and fact. And you could tell how amazing Penny's friend must have been from her name alone. But returning to the subject, I discovered among our research that the work and study of Adrastea was the basis for the creation of dream interpretation in divination, one of the oldest and most powerful forms of prediction in magic. And interestingly, the Inigo Imago, one of the famous seers who also wrote the book, The Dream Oracle, that we used in our 5th year in divination class, is actually a descendant of her. But going back to the research, Penny and I managed to discover that dreaming about creatures usually means a warning, as the creatures appear to try to talk to us and warn us of something, usually being danger. But I knew that it couldn't be just that, since I already saw myself being these creatures, and I couldn't think of any warning that my dreams could want to give me, since I already knew all the things that could happen in the future. But even though I didn't think this was one of the possible answers, I still didn't rule it out, since I knew that doing so without even checking the facts was stupid. Continuing, Penny continued to tell me everything she knew, even citing the fact that she had an aunt who had seen 2 or 3 visions through dreams. We would continue with our research, but my mom came to tell us that an unknown owl arrived at our house holding a letter, and so we had to stop our studies. When we went down to the living room, I saw a gray fluffed owl on the table, eating some fruit. Looking at the sealed letter that was on the table, I saw that it was addressed to me, and through its magic I could feel a certain familiar magical signature, and I realized that the magic looked a little like Susan's, and so I immediately realized that that was a letter from Amelia. "It's from Amelia," I said, taking the letter in my hands. "Sirius," my mom started to say, but she saw the expectant look Sirius and I were giving her. "I mean, really. And what does it say?" Ignoring the disappointed part of me that wanted to make the joke, I opened the letter. "Well, just reading to know," I said, and then started to read it. The letter was formal and short, and in it Amelia said that she would agree to meet with me and a responsible adult in a private room at the Leaky Cauldron, as it seemed that the matter I wanted to discuss with her was serious. "Well, she wants to meet with me and a responsible adult for a meeting at the Leaky Cauldron tomorrow morning," I said, closing the letter. "Oh, is that all?" my dad asked, confused. "Not that I'm complaining, but I thought we'd need a few more letters to convince her to agree to meet with us." "Maybe Susan said something to help," I said with a shrug. "That's good," my mom said, and then she turned to look at all of us, "but then "Who's going with Ethan to this meeting?" she asked. Everyone then started looking at each other, until Nick shrugged and raised his hand. "Well, I'll go with him," he said. "Since this is going to be a meeting with the head of DMLE, it would be best if I accompanied Ethan." "Yes, out of all of us here you are the best choice," Penny said. "It's obvious why Sirius can't go. Sarah and Joshua are muggles, and I'll be busy with a little research Ethan and I are doing." Listening to her, my parents and Sirius nodded in agreement. "Parfait," Nick said in French. "In that case then we better start thinking about what we're going to say to Amelia at this meeting," he continued, turning to me. And with that said, we then spent the rest of the afternoon thinking about how we could convince Amelia to help us with our plan. Diagon Alley, next day, morning. Nick and I had arrived early at the Leaky Cauldron, and as we still had at least 2 hours before the meeting we decided to take a walk down Diagon Alley. This place hasn't changed that much since the last time I was here," Nick murmured. "And when was that?" I asked, curious. "I think about 217 years ago," he said, and with that I turned to him with a surprised look. "But you didn't teach Headmaster Dumbledore? You mean to tell me that in all your time partnering and teaching with Headmaster you never came to Diagon Alley?" I asked. "I don't know if you noticed, but I don't really like how things work here in Great Britain, and that's why in my partnership with Albus he was the one who always came to visit me in France," Nick answered me, and I nodded. "Well, if I had that choice I would rather not stay here in Britain either, at least not on the wizarding side," I said. "You know you can solve this easily, right?" Nick said, and I looked at him blankly. "You and your parents can move to France, and I can apply you to Beauxbatons. One of the former headmasters there owes me a favor." Sigh. "I wish it were that easy," I said with a tired look. "Even though I would love to accept that offer, I can't run away from Great Britain, mainly because I have some unfinished business to deal with here." I understand," Nick said, nodding, "but well, you can always count on me if you need me," he smiled at me, placing a hand on my shoulder. "Thanks," I said, smiling at him too. After that exchange we fell into a comfortable silence, continuing our walk down Diagon Alley, with me meeting and waving at some of my colleagues who were in the alley doing some last-minute Christmas shopping. "Ethan," Nick nudged my shoulder to get my attention, and turning to face him I saw him pointing to the side, and following his finger in the direction he was pointing I blinked in surprise. "Oh," I said, seeing a large banner in the Flourish and Blots window saying my books were being sold there, and looking into the window I saw my books on display. But what surprised me was the fact that a sign reading, "Almost sold out," was being placed in front of my books. I didn't know that my books were already being sold on the wizarding side. "Nor that people would want to buy them," I said, surprised. "Well, a lot of people who come down the alley are Muggleborns or half-bloods, and they've probably already read your books in the Muggle world, and now that they're in the wizarding world with some more magical details they'd obviously want to buy them," Nick said, and I nodded. "That makes sense," I said. "Yes, and besides, those who never left the wizarding side and never saw your books probably saw several people buying it and were curious, and then decided to buy it too," he shrugged, and knowing well the sheep mind of wizards and witches here, that was very likely to have happened. Anyway, I'm happy to see that my books are selling well even here," I said, a soft smile on my face, a feeling of satisfaction and relief welling up in my chest. "Yes," Nick said with a proud smile at me. We then continued looking at the people leaving Flourish and Blots with my books in their arms in comfortable silence. I then looked up at the sky, noting that the sun was almost at its highest point. Glancing at my atlas I activated its clock function, seeing that it was almost 9 a.m. "Well, it's almost time for the meeting," I said, getting Nick's attention. "Yes, I think we better get back to the Leaky Cauldron," he said, and I nodded. We then went back to the Leaky Cauldron, and getting there we asked Tom for a private meeting room, and after he gave us the keys to the room we asked him to let Amelia Bones know which room we were in when she arrived. We then went up the stairs that led to the rooms on the top floor, and walking a little way we arrived in front of room 18. Entering the room we saw that it only had a table and a few chairs, and that was because the room was prepared for this meeting. We then sat down and waited for Amelia to arrive. Knock. Knock, asterisk. After some time of waiting we heard someone knocking on the door, and I got up to answer it. Opening the door I saw that standing in front of me was a beautiful, serious-looking woman with red hair streaked with gray and brown eyes, wearing formal robes. "Hello, Mrs. Bones, come in," I said, stepping back to allow her into the room. "Hello, Mr. Knight," Amelia greeted me with a nod. She then turned to Nick with a curious look, and "Hello, Mr." she asked with a questioning look. "Flamel," Nick said, and Amelia's eyes widened slightly. "Flamel? As in Nicholas Flamel, the immortal alchemist?" she asked in shock. "In flesh, blood, and magic," he replied smiling. Amelia, who didn't expect this to be the responsible adult who would be accompanying me, stared at Nick for a good 10 seconds with a look of wonder in her eyes, until she turned to me. "I don't know whether or not I believe he's Nicholas Flamel, but if he is, I'm beginning to understand why you asked for this meeting so urgently," Amelia said, and I smiled wryly. "Well, enough talk, I think we have more important matters to discuss here," Nick said, getting our attention. Amelia then nodded, and the two of us went to sit down, with me taking the chair next to Nick while Amelia sat in the chair across from us. "So what would you like to talk to me about?" she asked, eyeing us curiously from beneath her serious gaze, but I could sense that she was a little nervous since she learned that Nick is Nicholas Flamel. "Well, I don't think there's a lighter way to say it, so I'll cut to the chase," I started to say, bracing myself for the big reveal as I analyzed Amelia's body language. "Did you know that Sirius Black never had a trial before he was thrown into Azkaban?" "What?" Amelia asked, confused, not expecting the subject to be about Sirius. Obviously he had a trial. "And why are you talking about?" "Oh, but it doesn't end there," I interrupted her, and then continued talking as Amelia looked at me strangely. "Sirius Black was never actually the Potter's secret keeper, and was never a follower of you-know-who." "What do you mean?" "Everyone knows he's a Death Eater and that he betrayed the Potters," she said, and noticing Nick's small snort she turned to him, who noticed her look. "Sorry girl, but your faith in your ministry is fun but stupid, and I know you know that," he said, and Amelia was going to snap back, but she thought about what Nick said. Amelia knew that the ministry was far from perfect, and that with the corruption within, many bad things could have been swept under the rug. Thinking about it, she started to try to remember Sirius' trial, and searching her memory she realized that she didn't remember him having a trial, and that made her grimace. "Damn it," she thought, now realizing that what I said might have some truth in it. Sighing, she then turned to me, who was watching her intently. "How can you be so sure of those things you said?" she asked, and I smiled slightly at her. "Well, it all started when I found out that Peter Pettigrew is actually alive," I said. And hearing this, Amelia blinked for a few moments before processing my sentence, and then her eyes widened. "What?" Chapter 255, Chapter. "Listen to me, if you're kidding I swear," Amelia started to say, but Nick cut her off. "Mrs. Bones, I think you know very well what is at stake here," he said seriously. "Do you really think I would waste my time just to play a prank on you and your ministry?" he asked. And listening to him, Amelia calmed down again, and I was surprised to see how Nick controlled the situation with so few words. But a part of me wanted to say that he would actually love to pull a prank on the British ministry, but I wisely kept silent. Sigh. "I'm sorry, but if you're really right," Amelia started to say, but I cut her off. "We are," I said, and she looked at me for a moment. "If you're right, the ministry made a big mistake. And that's not going to be good," she continued. "We know we're right, and as for the ministry's mistake, well, now is a great time to try to correct this mistake before things get worse," Nick said. "Yes," Amelia agreed, "and I think I have to start by verifying that what you said is true. Not that I'm doubting you, but I can't act on your words alone." And listening to her I shrugged, as that was to be expected. "But before that, tell me, Mr. Knight, what did you mean when you said you found out that Pettigrew is alive?" she asked me, and I stared at her for a few seconds. "I don't mean to offend, but I don't think giving you these answers right now is going to help us much," I said, "and honestly, I still don't trust you enough to tell you what I know. But if you don't tell me how you found out that Pettigrew is alive and where he is, I won't be able to correct the mistake the ministry made 12 years ago," she snapped, and Nick snorted. "And tell me, Mrs. Bones, what are you going to do when you get the answers? You may be the head of the DMLE, but even you know that you alone can't do much against the entire ministry and the other wizarding families," he said, disdain in his voice. "And what do you think I should do?" "I can't just sit around and do nothing," she said with a small frown. "Well, how about starting by not trying to do it all yourself? We've been working on this case for a long time, so it would be easier if you worked together with us," Nick replied, and that made Amelia stop, looking at us carefully as she considered. "I can agree with that, but I'll need more proof that what you're saying is true," she said after thinking for a few minutes. And listening to her, Nick and I looked at each other. "Well, we have the necessary proof," Nick started to say. "But for us to show them to you we'll need to go somewhere else," I continued for him. "And what are we waiting for?" "Let's go then," Amelia said, rising from her seat. And listening to her, Nick looked at me again, and I just shrugged. Knight's house, living room. "I'm starting to think we should make this room our official meeting room," I muttered to myself. Sitting in the living room were obviously me, my parents, Amelia, Nick and Penny, and Ted and Andromeda, who came after I sent them a letter talking about the meeting with Amelia. Tonks wasn't here because she still had to study some things Moody was teaching her, and Sirius was hiding in his room, listening to everything through a magical device created by Nick. And as for Seal, she was in her room playing happily, completely oblivious to the fact that an important meeting was taking place in our living room. "I see you have quite a large group here," Amelia commented. "Only the best of the best," I joked, and she huffed. "But well, where are those proofs you were talking about?" she asked, and I looked at Ted and nodded. He then waved his wand, and a cage came flying from my room and landed in my hands. I then placed the cage on the ground, and with a wave of Nick's wand the cage opened and Pettigrew in his rat form was levitated out of the cage. Pettigrew was paralyzed thanks to a small spell cast by Penny, which left the target paralyzed for many hours while also preventing the animagus transformation. "And here is Peter Pettigrew," I said, gesturing to the ugly rat. He was hiding all this time as a pet rat of a wizarding family, and if you look closely, you can see the lack of a certain finger on his forepaw. Amelia, who had previously looked at the cage and the rat with a strange but curious gaze, froze in bewilderment. An animagus, she murmured. Yes, and if you want to confirm you can cast inspection spells on him, I said, and Amelia looked at me for a moment before sighing. It won't be necessary, she said. Well, does that mean you believe us now? I asked, and she paused for a moment. Look, it's not that I don't believe you, but you should know very well that Pettigrew being alive would only clear Black of a murder charge. He would still be found guilty of murdering the 12 muggles and betraying the Potters. Amelia said, with an apologetic look. I knew she was right, and I also knew that the other evidence we had was just a few ghost reports and portraits and some ancient parchments, and that none of it could be considered concrete proof. But I also knew that we had very good evidence, which was Sirius himself, who together with Pettigrew made our defense case very strong. Well, we have other proof as well, I said slowly, not sure it would be a good idea to reveal to her that Sirius was here. I didn't have to think about it too much though, as I heard Sirius' bedroom door open and him walking down the hall towards the living room. I turned to him as soon as I felt his approach, and seeing that, those in the room followed my gaze. Hi Amelia, Sirius said as soon as he arrived in the living room, looking into Amelia's eyes. Amelia stared at Sirius in a mixture of surprise and shock, but she quickly recovered, and I saw her hand twitch, and I knew she was preparing to pull out her wand. Mrs. Bones, I suggest you don't do this, Nick said, also having noticed the movement in Amelia's hand. And why shouldn't I do that, when Sirius Black is in front of me, she asked in a cold voice, glancing slightly at Nick, only to notice that he already had his wand out and was pointing it at her. She then looked around, noticing that not only Nick, but Andromeda and Penny also had their wands out. You know that what you're doing is a crime, and that I can arrest everyone here this very moment for helping to hide a fugitive from the ministry, right? Amelia asked, looking at all of us seriously. You could try, I said, emphasizing the word try, but you won't, I simply said. And why do you think that, she asked me, not taking her eyes off Sirius. I don't think, I'm sure, I said with conviction, and even if hypothetically you tried and succeeded in arresting us, how would you explain to the French ministry the arrest of 2 of the most influential people in your community, in addition to the arrest of several others innocent people? Innocent people? I don't see how a group of people who are helping a convicted criminal can be innocent, she said looking at me mockingly. Well, it turns out that the French ministry received the evidence we have that Sirius is innocent and they themselves came to the conclusion that the real culprit of everything is Pettigrew, so to them we and Sirius are just innocent people, I shrugged, and then I looked at Amelia smugly, and since the French ministry, which happens to be better than the British, knows we're innocent, they probably wouldn't let the Flamel's friends go to jail for a stupid mistake. A mistake your ministry already made by arresting Sirius without trial 12 years ago. And just as I finished speaking, Amelia was left staring at me, with the room falling into a tense silence where the others were preparing to do something if she tried to reach for her wand. Sigh. I think Susan underestimated how smart and cunning you can be, Amelia said, relaxing her body. Seeing this, Nick, Penny and Andromeda lowered their wands but continued to look warily at her. Amelia then turned to Sirius, who was also eyeing her warily as he approached me. So, can someone explain to me why Sirius Black is here, she asked. Well, it's a long story, I said, and Amelia looked at us for a few seconds before sitting down. I have time, she said, and I looked at Sirius who simply shrugged. Okay, I said. I then proceeded to tell Amelia about how I found out that Pettigrew was alive and was an animagus, obviously changing the story a bit since I didn't want to talk about the existence of the Marauders map to her. I also talked about how I had interrogated the portraits and ghosts in the castle, as well as the house elves, and that after some research, I began to doubt the fact that Sirius was a murderer and a traitor. I then went on to talk about how I found Sirius on Halloween night and how I captured him, and that after a little questioning I had come to the conclusion that he was indeed innocent of all the crimes he was accused of. After that I told her about bringing Sirius into my house, and how I had gathered this small group together with the intention of getting a true trial to exonerate him and make Pettigrew pay for his crimes. Well, that's surprising to say the least, she said once my explanation was over, a little stunned by the information she had just acquired. That was exactly my reaction, Andromeda snorted. Shaking her head, Amelia returned her focus to us. I can see you guys spent a lot of time planning everything, she said, and then a curious look came over her face, but it makes me question why you guys need my help. Simple, we need someone reliable who works in the ministry and has a high position there, preferably in some law sector, and you happen to be the ideal person for this job because of your fair and reliable personality, I said with a shrug. I see, she said with a nod, feeling some satisfaction in knowing she was considered fair and trustworthy. Seeing that she accepted my explanation, I decided to ask the long-awaited question. So how would you like to join this group of 2 wizard lawyers, a muggle lawyer, a doctor, 2 immortal alchemists, a wanted fugitive and a third-year Ravenclaw? I asked with a slight playful smile on my face. Well, I'd be lying if I said I haven't seen weirder groups, Amelia said, a slight amused smile playing on her lips, and as for joining the group. Why not? And with that a smile came to my face. Chapter 256, Chapter. Well, as we finally reached an agreement, let's get down to business, Penny said, and we all nodded, and those who were standing took their seats. So, where do we start? Sirius asked, and we looked at each other before Amelia started to speak. I've just joined you so I don't know where we are in the plan, Amelia started to say, then I think we should start with you filling me in on how things are going and what you've done so far so that I have an idea of what I need to do. Realizing that she was right, and that it would be best to keep everyone informed of our progress with the plan, I started to speak. In a way we didn't make any big headway with the ministry, but this is the last part and final hurdle to exonerate Sirius, so it was to be expected that it would not be so easy, I said with a shrug. Yes, however we already have some ideas on how to convince Fudge to help us, and Penny and I are working on it, Nick continued shortly thereafter. Well, but you should know by now that it won't just be Fudge that is the problem, and that the main obstacles will be the wizarding families who don't want a new Lord Black, right? Amelia asked. Well, that won't be a problem if we play our cards right, Andromeda said, and I could hear a small amount of malice and revenge in her voice, obviously directed at the would-be families that would try to stop us. And what cards would those be? Amelia asked with interest. According to Ethan's plan, we'll just need to. Sirius started to say, but he was interrupted by Amelia. Wait, what do you mean, Ethan's plan? She asked with a strange look. Huh. I don't know if I understood your question. Sirius said confused. She's wondering if Ethan is the one who created the plan we're following, Andromeda explained to her cousin, not taking her eyes off Amelia, and as for the answer, it's yes. And listening to her Amelia opened her mouth to say something, but Andromeda continued. And actually who planned everything, who chose and assigned roles to each person in the group, and who is overseeing every part of the plan is Ethan himself, she said, and I looked at her a little surprised, not letting it show in my face. I really planned everything and it could be said that I'm overseeing every part and phase of the plan, but I don't assign functions or jobs to anyone, and she should know that since she chose to be Sirius' lawyer. But as I looked at her, she looked at me sideways and blinked, and I was a little confused until I understood what she was doing. Simply put, Andromeda was testing Amelia in her own way. So you're saying that Ethan is commanding this group? Amelia asked, and Sirius looked at her with a frown sensing something was wrong with her question, and meanwhile Nick and I exchanged glances and we sigh. Yes, my dad was the one who answered, not liking the look or Amelia's tone. Sorry, and no offense intended, but are you really sure it's the right choice to let a child plan and run everything, especially when we remember that this is a case that can and will rock the British wizarding community, she asked, and Sirius's gaze changed to a frown. Nick and I already knew something like this was likely to happen, but that didn't stop Penny and my parents from looking at Amelia offended. Noticing the look she was getting from everyone, Amelia tried to explain herself, turning to me. Look, I know you're very smart and cunning, more than I expected, and from what Susan told me you're also very good at magic and I don't doubt it, she started to say, and overhearing this those who knew my magical prowess snorted, but this is a very important case, and even though you're more mature than those your age, I don't think you have the right skills to be the leader of this group. I obviously felt a little offended by what she said, but I knew she didn't know me and therefore had a right to doubt my abilities. And then there was the fact that she was the head of the DMLE, which meant that anything involving the ministry, depending on the severity of the situation, would harm her, and the serious case would cause a lot of damage that she wished she could prevent, and seeing planning in a child's hands must not be comforting to her. When she finished speaking, I shrugged and was about to say that I really didn't care who was the one to lead and plan everything, as long as Sirius was cleared. But before I could even open my mouth to say anything, Sirius spoke, looking at Amelia with a serious look that didn't hide his irritated look and his dry tone. And who do you think should lead us? You. Someone we just added to the plan. Sirius asked. Look, I'm not saying I should be the mastermind behind all the planning, but... Amelia started to say, but Sirius cut her off. But what? Do you really think that just because you are the head of DMLE you would be eligible for this job? He asked, and then looked at Amelia mockingly. Sorry if this offends you, but what makes you think we trust you enough to accept your leadership? You're someone most of us only met today. Yes, I know, but... Amelia tried to say it again, but Sirius continued. And you talk about Ethan not having the skills to plan everything, but who do you think managed to bring us all together? Sirius asked rhetorically. Ethan was the one who found and captured Pettigrew. He was the one who discovered the whole truth about the case 12 years ago on his own, something his ministry couldn't do. He even brought the Flammels to help me. Should I tell him that the Flammels were already planning to spend Christmas here before I even called them? I wondered. And I don't know if you know, but until you were here it is only because of him, and yet you tell us that he doesn't have the right capabilities to plan and run everything. Sirius finished, with a low growl as he glared at Amelia. I was taken aback by this outburst from Sirius, and as the room fell into a tense silence I looked around at everyone not knowing what to say. I felt happy to see Sirius defending me, but looking at Amelia and understanding her point of view, I knew that Sirius' words, while correct, were still a little harsh. But I could feel that little arrogance Amelia had deep inside her, something that naturally comes with leadership positions, was shaken, and that might not have been expected, but it was necessary. Sorry, but Sirius is right, Penny started to say, breaking the silence. We're only here because of Ethan, and if he's not involved then I don't think there's any point in us staying here, she finished. And I don't trust anyone in the ministry to be the one running everything, Andromeda said. And besides, my mother, who had been silent the entire conversation, began to speak. I don't think it would be wise to try to change things now since we're already at the most critical part of the plan. And even if we were to choose a leader, who do you think would be a good choice? Obviously not you, as we don't have 100% confidence in you, Andromeda said, looking at Amelia but speaking to everyone in the living room. Sirius is still reeling from the effects of his imprisonment, and I know him well enough to know that he is not and would not want to be a leader. Ted and I don't want that job either, and I think it should be the same for Sarah and Joshua. Yes, I prefer to stay away from a leadership role, mainly because I trust my son and I'm not very knowledgeable about the wizarding world and how it works, my father shrugged, and I smiled slightly at him. In this case, only the Flammels are left, and I think they've made it pretty clear that they support Ethan, so why make all this fuss when things were fine the way they were? Andromeda asked, and Amelia didn't answer her, choosing instead to look at everyone in the room. Amelia then sighed, shaking her head. Yes, I think you're right, she said, and then she looked back at us. I'm sorry for trying to interfere with your plan, I think I was a little too rash and proud. She then turned to me. And I'm sorry, Ethan, she said, and I could tell she meant it. Fine, you were just trying to help, I said with a shrug but a small smile on my face. And Amelia, realizing that I wasn't offended by her words, relaxed her shoulders in relief. Well, now things have been cleared up, but I think we'd better wait a bit before we start talking about plans, and in the meantime we can all clear our heads and relax, Nick said, and we all nodded. Great, then how about some tea, my mother asked. She then saw Penny looking at her, and some coffee, of course, she said, earning an amused smile from the immortal lady. I think tea would be good, Amelia said, smiling. After Amelia said that, my mom got up, then led Amelia into the kitchen, with Penny following. Once they were gone, I turned to those who continued into the living room. I was glad that they had come to my defense, and although I felt that I should be the planner and leader of everything, especially given everything I had already done and because it was my plan, I still didn't feel comfortable being the leader of this group. Maybe it's because it's weird for me to be in a leadership position, or maybe I just don't really enjoy that responsibility. But I couldn't deny that the points raised by Andromeda and Nick were good ones, so I didn't say anything. Thanks for standing up for me, but it wasn't necessary, I said, turning to my dad, Nick, Sirius, Ted and Andromeda. Sorry, but I think it was necessary, Sirius huffed. Yes, someone needed to knock her off her little pedestal a step or two, Andromeda said, and obviously this had nothing to do with her little grudge against the ministry. And if we didn't make the situation clear to her, maybe she would try to leave you out of the plan, Ted said. And that would be useless on her part, since even if she didn't accept my participation in the plan, I would still help, not least because, forgetting the fact that she is only someone we call to help us, she has no power over me to stop me from doing what I want, I shrugged. Yes, but what if she had refused to help us and still threatened to report us, my father asked. Well, if that happened, I wouldn't worry too much, I said, and then a smile crept onto my face, especially as I'm sure someone here probably knows the memory charm. And hearing this, their eyes widened, understanding what I was implying. Even with Amelia being Susan's family, I wouldn't let her get in the way of my plans, even if it meant using Obliviate on her. Well, now I remember why I shouldn't mess with you, Sirius said jokingly after a few seconds, breaking the awkward silence. I'm glad to hear that, because it means I trained you well, I said, a smug but playful look on my face. Haha, Sirius laughed dryly. Oh, don't be upset, Andromeda said, coming up next to him. Who's Andy's fluffy puppy? It's you, she cooed, a playful look on her face. Sigh. I hate you guys, Sirius said. Nah, you don't, Andromeda and I both said, and Sirius just hung his head in defeat. Chapter 257, Chapter. After Amelia's entry into our small group, we began to initiate the other phases of the plan, and one of them was spreading rumors and gossip about Sirius' trial 12 years ago, or more specifically, the fact that he never had one. We knew that most witches and wizards in Britain lacked common sense, so we knew it would be difficult to convince them that Sirius was innocent so suddenly. But one thing I did know is that the best way to change someone's opinion is through small rumors, which would eventually pique their curiosity, and curiosity is a dangerous thing. A curious person will obviously want more knowledge on any subject, and it is in our mindset to always want to be the most informed person, as it is information, discovery, wisdom that puts us on a higher level than the less informed. Who never liked being the one in your group of friends to have the knowledge about something, where everyone asks you about it? Having knowledge and information in your hands is a very great power in the current age, which is why in the book The Order of the Phoenix the Ministry used the Daily Prophet to slander Harry and the headmaster with false information. But back to the point. With little rumors here and there, people will start wanting to know more about the Sirius case, and after that we won't have to do anything but leave some secret informations in places where anyone can find it. And since Nick and Penny will be pestering and pressuring the Ministry and the Minister, Fudge won't have time to try to remedy the situation. With the majority of witches and wizards in the country on our side pressing the Ministry for an answer, we will have an easier path to trial. And this plan is not only to circumvent the Ministry, it is also to prevent the other wizarding families from trying to do something, since the repercussions of the case would be so great that they would not dare to try to go against the people. And it's amazing to think that all this would happen just because of some gossip and rumors. December 25th, Christmas morning. Meow. Yes, Nix, I'm awake, I croaked to Nix who was sitting on my chest patting my face with her paw to wake me up. Meow. Nix meowed again as she got up from my chest, jumping to the other side of the bed. No, I didn't forget your Christmas present, I rolled my eyes as I stood up. Meow, meow. Nix was now looking at me with narrowed eyes, and I could tell she was a little upset. Yeah, sorry I haven't been paying that much attention to you these days, I said with a guilty look. I've been really busy with some issues and problems. Upon hearing what I said, Nix stared at me for a long time before meowing, and I could feel that she had forgiven me. She then came over to me and put her head in my hand, and I started petting her. After petting Nix, I got up and went to the bathroom to wash my face and brush my teeth. After I finished washing, I took Nix in my arms and went downstairs, but halfway through I realized something was wrong. Why didn't Seal try to wake me up like the other times? I wondered, but shrugged. I then reached the last step of the stairs, and as soon as I took the last step I heard some voices coming from the living room, and with a confused look I started to walk towards the sound. When I arrived in the living room, I saw that my entire large, weird family who now had a new addition in the form of the Tonks were sitting on the sofas and cushions on the floor, with Seal sitting next to the Christmas tree looking excitedly at the presents. But Seal wasn't the only one looking at the presents, only unlike her the others had shocked or strange looks. And I, in complete control of my emotions, looked at the 2-meter-high pile of presents that was in front of me and a single sentence came out of my mouth. What the fuck? Language, my mom, Penny, and Andromeda said, but I ignored them while still gaping at all the gifts. Did you kidnap Santa Claus and threaten him into giving us all the presents he had? I asked, approaching the pile of gifts and sensing that some of them were magical or enchanted. Oh yeah, he's bound and gagged in our basement, my dad said jokingly. Santa Claus is here? Seal asked excitedly, her eyes twinkling. And now my mom looked at my dad with a look that made him shudder. Sorry princess, but actually I think Santa Claus has already left to finish delivering presents to the other children, he said, and Seal pouted. I wanted to see Santa Claus, she whimpered sadly, and now even Penny and I were looking at my dad, who had the decency to look away. I don't think I've ever seen so many presents in one place, commented Sirius. I don't think I've ever seen so many presents in my life. Tonks exclaimed, having to lift her head from her spot on the floor to see the top of the pile of presents. Looking closely at the presents, I began to feel the magic of some of them and was surprised to feel that more than most of the presents bore Penny's magical signature. Realizing this, I quickly turned to her, only to find her smiling at me. Well, I think I got a little carried away with the presents, she said with a shy smile. A little. Sirius, Tonks, and I asked, and she just laughed. Shaking my head, I looked back at the pile of presents, but then I felt someone tug at my shirt. Ethan, can we open presents yet? Seal asked, looking at me with puppy dog eyes. Of course, I said smiling, and a wide smile spread across Seal's face. Yay, she exclaimed, and wasting no time she ran towards those presents. Yes. Presents. Tonks exclaimed excitedly, following Seal and ignoring her mother's exasperated sigh and her father's amused look. Sometimes I forget she's an adult, said Andromeda. Not just her, Ted commented, pointing to the group unwrapping presents that now had the addition of a certain dogman. I think black madness works differently on certain types of people, Nick joked, and Andromeda snorted. Well, I don't know about you, but I'm also a little excited to open my presents, Penny said smiling, getting up to join us. Ahem, I think maybe your presents are itching to be opened by you too, Nick said, and when Penny looked at him questioningly, he simply pointed above her head. And looking up, Penny saw that a present box in red and green wrapping paper was floating above her head. The present then started to come down and she reached out to catch it. Looking confusedly at the present, Penny saw that it was indeed hers and that the sender was me. Turning to me, who was sitting next to Sirius at the front of the pile of presents, I just smiled at her. Penny then sat on the floor, placing the present in front of her and wasting no time starting to open it. Tearing off the wrapping, Penny saw that in front of her was a thin black wooden box, and with a curious look she opened the box and looked inside. Ethan, is that it? She asked me with a stunned look, and I nodded with a smile. Quickly putting her hands inside the box, Penny took out 4 books, where one had a blue cover, another red, another black and gold, and the last one had a green cover. And Andromeda, who was watching Penny open her present, read the title of the blue cover book and her eyes widened. "Oh my God," she muttered, "is this the inheritance cycle books?" she asked. "Huh. But there are 4 books there, and as far as I know this saga only has 3 books currently, and the third one has just been published," Ted said, but then he noticed my amused smile and his jaw dropped. "Oh. Aragon, eldest, Breezinger and inheritance." Penny, who was looking at the beautifully designed book covers, muttered, running her hand over the titles that glowed faintly thanks to a touch of magic. Penny then opened the book to the first page, finding a note with a handwritten message for her. To Penny, a strong, beautiful, smart, and kind woman. You helped me through my bad times and supported me, and I couldn't be happier to have met you. Stealing that rock was perhaps one of the stupidest and most incredible things I've ever done, and the main reason is why I met you. Thanks, Penny, or maybe I should call her Grandma. Hee hee. From Ethan Knight, the most amazing, smartest, and sexiest boy in the world. As soon as Penny finished reading the note I had left for her in the book, she got up and walked towards me, and without waiting for me to say anything, she hugged me. Thank you, she said with a sniff, conveying feelings of euphoria, joy, love, and many other positive feelings. This is the best present I could ever receive. The complete and autographed inheritance cycle saga. I asked with a playful smile, and Penny snorted. No, you fool, she said with her muffled voice that took on a more tender tone. The best present I could get was for you to call me Grandma, my grandson. And as soon as she finished talking, she hugged me a little tighter as I blinked, but sensing her happy feelings I could only smile, hugging her back. You're welcome, Grandma, I said, much to her delight. And those who were watching this scene could only smile, with Nick looking at us happily, having read my message to Penny, or rather, Grandma Penny, over her shoulder. So I guess I should start calling him my little grandson now, right? Nick asked in amusement. Sorry, but I only consider beautiful, smart people as my family, I said, and Nick made a fake pained face. Ouch, that was a critical hit, said Sirius, and Tonks beside him nodded. Don't be sad, darling, I still think you're very handsome, Grandma Penny said to Nick, who smiled at her. But then her smile disappeared with his next sentence. Of course, not as handsome as my handsome grandson, she said, winking at me with a playful look. And with that I looked smugly at Nick, who was looking at me with a frown, but I could feel the amusement coming from him. Well, jokes aside, let's open the presents soon. I don't think Seal can wait any longer, my mom said, and turning around, we saw Seal looking at us with her big eyes and with her cheeks puffed up, looking like she was about to burst as she held a small present in her small hands. That reminds me of someone with their magic books, my dad said, looking at me, and I started whistling innocently. But jokes aside, we all started opening our presents, and as we did, Andromeda stared at the books in Grandma Penny's hands. If I get them to adopt me into their family, do I get those autographed books too, she wondered. Andromeda then looked at Tonks and me, rubbing her chin, and thought. Tonks isn't much older than Ethan, and he's very mature for his age. I don't think I ever mentioned marriage to her, right? And for some reason, Tonks and I both felt a chill run through our bodies along with a sense of danger. Chapter 258, Chapter. Greengrass Mansion, on Christmas morning 2. POV, third person. Wow, I got more presents than I did last year, Astoria said in surprise, looking at her presents. My first Christmas after entering Hogwarts, I also got a lot of presents, only this time I got more presents than last year, Daphne mumbled. She then took one of the presents with her name on it, and looking at the small note on top of the present she saw who sent it to her, and rolling her eyes she threw the present aside. Ugh, pompous idiot, she said with a grimace, and Astoria looked at her confused sister. Who sent you that present? Astoria asked. Someone I wish would forget I exist, Daphne replied. Her mother, Elizabeth Greengrass, picked the present up off the floor with a curious gaze, reading the sender's name. Bernard Warrington. The youngest son of the Warrington family. Elizabeth asked with a raised eyebrow. Oh, isn't this that fourth-year boy who keeps trying to get your attention and who keeps flirting with you? Astoria asked her sister, who looked at her with an annoyed look. Why is this the first time I've heard about this? Sebastian Greengrass, the lord of the Greengrass family and father of Astoria and Daphne, asked. Glancing one last time with annoyance at her sister, Daphne sighed and turned to her father. Because he only started his weak and ridiculous attempts to woo me this year, and besides, I didn't think it was important to mention this to you as I have no interest in him and I don't want to keep talking about him, Daphne said, and Sebastian looked at her for a moment before nodding. Well, I'm not going to interfere in your affairs, but you know it's about time you started looking for a suitor, right? He asked, and Daphne snorted. As if any boy at that school was worthy of my attention, she said with contempt and a little arrogance, and her mother smiled wryly. But what about that boy you keep talking about? Elizabeth asked, and Daphne looked at her questioningly. Boy I keep talking about? Who? She asked confused. That Ravenclaw boy, Elizabeth started to say, what's his name? Nathan. Edward. Ethan. Astoria exclaimed, and her mother nodded. Yes, this one, Elizabeth said, ignoring Daphne's strange, sour look. No, I meant I got a present from Ethan. Astoria said, excited and surprised. Ethan Knight. Daphne asked with a frown, did he send you a present? Oh. Are you sad because your little crush sent your sister a present and not you, honey? Elizabeth asked with a playful smile on her face. He's not my crush. I'm not even friends with him, let alone have any kind of interest in him, Daphne said with an annoyed look. Her mother said, unconvinced. Honey, stop teasing Daphne, Sebastian said to his wife. He then turned and looked at his two daughters, seeing Daphne still sulking and Astoria opening the present Ethan had sent her with a happy smile. Ethan Knight isn't the name of any wizarding family that I know of, so he must be a Muggleborn, he thought, not having many good thoughts about Muggleborns, but unlike his associates he knew the world wasn't so black and white, nor that blood purity was the answer to everything. Looking back at Astoria, who had a small, beautifully ornate silver tiara in her hands, Sebastian noticed her cheerful smile, which didn't look like her usual forced smiles. Maybe I should find out a little more about this Ethan Knight guy, he thought. Back at the Knight's house, afternoon, in the kitchen. The large group of 3 families and 1 man dog that were in my house were now in the kitchen waiting for lunch, with my mom and Grandma Penny cooking while they chatted with Andromeda. Ted, Nick and my dad were also talking about football, a sport I didn't even know Nick liked. And in the strangest but most amusing group were Sirius, Tonks, Seal and myself, with Tonks amusing Seal with his metamorphmagus abilities. Now a lion. Seal excitedly exclaimed to Tonks, raising her hands. Okay, Tonks said, and then her face started to distort until it took on the features of a lion, only with the pink mane. Oh, Seal looked impressed at Tonks, who made no attempt to hide the pride she was feeling. Yeah, oh, Tonks said playfully, you want to see what a rabbit with rainbow eyes and blue fur looks like, she asked Seal. Yes I want, she replied with her eyes sparkling in anticipation. And as they both played, Sirius and I looked at the scene, with me grinning in amusement and Sirius mumbling in annoyance. Come on Sirius, don't be sad, I said with a playful look, nudging him with my elbow. I don't know why she thinks it's so much fun to turn just your face into an animal, Sirius grumbled, it's so much more amazing to turn into a full animal. Yes, I rolled my eyes. Well, I'm sure Seal knows that bear paws and a cat's face are nicer than a simple dog, Tonks commented looking smugly at Sirius, who, honoring his age and showing his maturity, stuck his tongue out at her. Now I understand why they say I'm the most mature, it's just that the competition isn't very fierce, I muttered, earning a slight offended look from both Tonks and Sirius. Sirius was going to say something, but then he saw out of the corner of his eye an owl flying towards the kitchen window. Following his gaze and hearing the flapping of wings in the distance, I saw a black owl carrying a large package, and looking at the package I realized it was a broom. Snapping my fingers, I magically opened the window, allowing the owl to enter the kitchen, with it landing on the table in front of us. Delivery took a while, but luckily it arrived today, Sirius said, and I looked at him with a raised eyebrow. Let me guess, this is a present for Harry? I asked, and he nodded. Oh. And what is it? Tonks asked, and Sirius and I both looked at her like she was an idiot. Sirius then looked at Tonks, at the broom, looked back at Tonk and then answered her. A broom. Sirius said, and Tonks stammered in embarrassment. No, I know it's a broom, but I want to know what make and model, she rephrased her question. Well, that's a secret. It's a firebolt, I said, interrupting Sirius, who turned to me. Hey. It was supposed to be a mystery present, he said, and how do you know it's a firebolt? Let's just say I have some mysterious abilities that helped me figure this out, I shrugged, smiling in amusement at the blank look Sirius was giving me. Sigh. Well, never mind, I just hope Harry likes this gift, Sirius said, and I snorted. Like? He'll love it, I said. Do you really think so? Sirius asked me uncertainly, but in a hopeful tone. I'm sure, I said confidently. I could understand Sirius' fear, as this would be the first present he had given Harry in many years, and with Harry being older. But I have to say, Sirius really knows how to choose a present. Even though Harry hadn't lost his broom, he still craved a firebolt, just like any other boy and girl who enjoys flying or Quidditch. I just hope Hermione doesn't report the broomstick to Professor McGonagall like in canon. Sirius's threat isn't as urgent at school, since he didn't break into Hogwarts and he didn't even destroy the portrait of the fat lady, so it probably won't happen. I think. But even if Professor McGonagall gets the broom, I think I could convince her that the firebolt is safe and that it was sent by a friend of mine, and that should be enough to ease her worries. Unfortunately I'm going to miss Harry's reaction to seeing the broomstick, I thought, a little disappointed with that fact. Hogwarts, at night. POV, Harry. I was in my bed sleeping when suddenly I felt something land next to me on the bed, and right after that I felt something pecking at my ear. Hoot. I'm trying to sleep, Hedwig, I groaned. Hoot, hoot. What Hedwig? I asked, wanting to bury my face in my pillow. Wait. Hedwig should still be with the Weasleys resting after she finished giving them their presents. I thought, and immediately got up awake. Glancing at the owl that was trying to wake me up, I saw a brown fluffed owl that looked familiar staring at me. I was going to question what this owl was doing here on my bed, but then the owl took flight and went to a wrapped package that was at the foot of my bed, and by the shape of the package I realized that it was a broom. Is this a present for me? I asked the owl, who to my surprise nodded. Getting up slowly from the bed, I went to the broom, and picking it up I felt its weight. Returning to my bed and sitting down with the package on my lap, I saw that there was only a note written, "To a first Christmas of many, Merry Christmas, Harry." Shrugging my shoulders at the mysterious and unknown sender, I quickly tore open the wrapping that covered the broom, curious to know which broom model it was, and shortly after that my present was fully exposed in front of me. Is that a firebolt? I wondered in a surprised, amazed whisper. The broom in my hands was definitely a firebolt, the broom that I so desired and dreamed of, with its beautiful handle detailed and shiny thanks to its refined polishing. I didn't know who sent me this present, but I did know that this is probably the third best present I've ever received in my life, right behind the photo album of my parents that Hagrid gave me for my first Christmas and the invisibility cloak. Harry, what are you doing up? Ron, who was woken up by the noise, asked, sitting up groggily on his bed. He then looked at me and saw the broom I was holding in my hands. Blinking in surprise, he rubbed his eyes before looking at the broom again. Yes, I think I'm still dreaming, he said, and without even waiting for me to say anything he went back to bed, covering himself with his blanket as he fell back into a deep sleep. And I, who was looking at this scene, just blinked in confusion. Well, tomorrow when he wakes up I'll show him the broom, I shrugged. I then returned my gaze to the broom, running my hand over its exquisite polish with a happy smile on my face. This sure is one of the best Christmases I've ever had, I said. Chapter 259, Chapter. The end of the year holidays were almost over, which meant that before long I would have to go back to school. I knew that after going back to school I would be very busy, as we would be getting close to final exams, which would be more difficult because of the elective classes. I wasn't worried about my exams, as I was still an excellent student in my main classes like Charms and Transfiguration, and was also considered an excellent student in my electives. As I had chosen electives that I really liked and that I had already studied a bit about before going to Hogwarts, I managed to do very well in these classes when they started, so I knew that the exams would not be a challenge. However, my problem was not the difficulty of the exams, but the amount of lessons and homework that the teachers would give us in preparation for these said exams. And besides, I wasn't too excited to go back to school as the Dementors were still on guard looking for Sirius, and feeling the sad and depressed emotions of the other castle residents wasn't something I looked forward to. It would be nice if Sirius' trial happened as soon as possible so the Dementors would go away and I could relax again, but I knew things couldn't always go the way I wanted. My bedroom. Damn, I can create new spells and have a lot of abilities, but why is figuring out how a Thestral's core works so hard? I grumbled, resisting the urge to rub my temples. I was sitting on my bed surrounded by books and notes detailing my research into a Thestral's ability to filter magic. I was trying to replicate this ability since morning, but whenever I felt I was close to making a new discovery, my magic returned to its original form, thus causing me to fail. No matter how many times I tried or how much research I did, I still couldn't figure out what the last elements needed to be able to replicate this ability were. I didn't know if it was my lack of information about magic cores, or if this ability really was exclusive to these winged horses of death. If it was the first option, I knew that with time I could unlock the secrets of the cores so that I could have that ability for myself too, but if it was the second option, everything I was working on would have been a waste of all my time and effort. Magical abilities given by magic itself were at best defined as a special gift, which could not be replicated or taken away. And with the thought that that was the most likely option, I groaned in frustration, throwing myself onto my bed and knocking over the books that were around me. I should have expected that it would be difficult to create a spell of this level, I mumbled. If it were that easy to create a spell that would nullify all other types of magic, then probably some other witch or wizard would have discovered or created it. Actually, someone may have already created such a spell, but it may have been forgotten or lost due to the passing of time. And with that in mind, I groaned in frustration again. Asterisk knock. Knock, asterisk. Hearing someone knocking on the door, I sat up again, trying to push aside my feelings of frustration. Using my senses I realized that the one knocking on my door was Nick, and I started to wonder what he wanted. I can enter? Nick asked. Sigh. Yes, I said, and after that he opened the door and looked into my room, seeing how messed up it was. Oh, I see you've been a little busy, he said, stepping in and closing the door. Yes, you could say that, I said dryly, causing Nick to look at me with a raised eyebrow. Apparently whatever you're working on doesn't seem to be going well, he said, and I sighed. Yeah, apparently studying a Thestral's core is more stressful than it looks, I said, and Nick looked at me confused. Core of a Thestral? I never knew that magical creatures had magic cores, he said, and I then remembered that his magic insight didn't have as much power as my magic vision, besides that my beast power allowed me a connection and better understanding of creatures. Oh, I think I see their core because of my magic vision. Well, it's not exactly a core, but it's the closest thing I can think of, I shrugged. Sometimes I envy that skill of yours, Nick murmured in amusement, and I smiled at him, but well, would you like my help? He asked. Hearing his question, I began to reflect, realizing that if there was anyone who might be able to unravel this mystery of magic, it would be him. Looking at Nick, I started to wonder if I should accept his help, but I knew that if I accepted his help I would have to tell him about my beast power, which was one of the main reasons besides my magic vision that it allowed one to see the cores of magical creatures. With him knowing this ability of mine, maybe he can help me somehow with my problem, but I still wasn't sure if I really wanted anyone else to know about my beast power. Thinking a little more, I started to face Nick, with many thoughts coming to my mind, and meanwhile he looked at me confused. I don't understand why my silence and my stare. Even though something in the back of my mind said it would be best to keep my abilities a secret, my instincts still told me that the right choice would be to trust him. Knowing that the voice in the back of my mind was just my paranoia and caution, I decided that following my instincts would be best, as they had never failed me. Sigh. Remember when I talked about my magic vision? I asked Nick, who nodded. Well, it turns out that's not the only skill I have. After I said that, I could see Nick look at me analytically for a few seconds before he nodded to himself. That explains a lot, he said. Oh really? I asked. Yes. It may not seem like it, but it's kind of noticeable to someone with a lot of experience with magic that your magic is different, and even the magic in your surroundings acts strangely around you, he said, and I looked at myself. Oh, I never realized that, I said, frowning. Which isn't all that surprising, he said, and patting his head with a wink at me he continued, as I said, someone with a lot of experience with magic. Nodding, I looked back at my hands, trying to see any kind of difference in my magic compared to other people, finding nothing abnormal other than the density and power of my magic, which wasn't that impressive compared to Headmaster and other older witches and wizards. But well, that subject aside, what is it that has you so stressed? Nick asked me. And sighing, I started talking about how I was failing at trying to create a spell, and that all the research and studying I had done was to no avail. It was obvious to anyone that I was really upset, both with myself and the situation, and even though I knew it wouldn't do me any good to complain, I still couldn't help it, since I was still human, and any human in this situation would get carried away by their emotions. Realizing how stressed and upset I was, as well as disappointed in myself, Nick began to look at me closely, understanding what the problem was. And after a few seconds of silence, Nick began to speak. I guess I never told you about how I created the Philosopher's Stone, did I? Nick asked me, and even surprised by this question I still shook my head. Well, actually it could be said that I was only a helper in the creation of the stone, and that the true creator is not me. Hearing this, my eyes widened slightly as I looked with surprise, confusion, and curiosity at Nick. But then who is the creator of it? I asked, is he or she famous? Well, I don't know if it is a he or she. Nick started to say with a slightly wry smile, but I can tell that it is so famous, he finished with an enigmatic look. It? I asked, looking at Nick confused. Nick didn't answer me, instead settling on just snapping his fingers to make the books around me float, and looking into his glowing eyes, presumably from the activation of his magic insight, my eyes widened in realization. The magic, I mumbled, and Nick smiled. Ding. Ding. Et c'est la réponse parfaite, he said in French. Who really created the Philosopher's Stone was magic itself. But how? I asked without understanding. Well, unlike most witches and wizards, I don't think magic is just an energy or a concept, and I also know that it's not a being. Magic is something more complex and undefined, Nick started to explain to me. Magic is, in general, life, destiny, body and soul. Magic is everything. Yes, but what does that have to do with magic being the creator of the Philosopher's Stone? I asked, not sure what Nick was trying to say. That's simple and difficult to answer at the same time, he said, scratching his goatee, and after a second of contemplation he snapped his fingers. Oh, I know. Looking at him confused but curious, I saw Nick pick up his wand, and with a slight swing he transfigured one of the books on the floor into a puppet. The best way to explain it would be to say that magic guided me, or more specifically, controlled me to create the stone, he said, and then he pointed to the puppet, which started to move on its own. I'm the puppet in this example, and the one pulling my strings would be the magic. So basically you were controlled and forced to create the Philosopher's Stone? I asked with a strange face. Oh, no. In fact, I had already done some research on how to create an object of immense magical power that could heal anything while also granting the user longevity, Nick replied, and even though I'm saying that the magic was controlling me, remember that I also said that it guided me in the creation of the stone, like a mother teaching and helping her child to take his first steps. So does that mean you consciously created the stone? Exactly, but without the magic guiding me, and without it giving a little help in some crucial points, I would probably never have achieved this feat, he said with a slight smile, which ended up becoming a sad and deprecating smile, and that would have resulted in the worst thing that could happen. And what thing would that be? I questioned. Penny's death, he replied, and that made me stop, looking at him in shock. Chapter 260, Chapter. Penny's death. What do you mean by that? I asked, a feeling of worry building within me, even though I knew she was alive and well. Sigh. I think for you to fully understand the situation it would be better if I told you the whole story, Nick said to me. Taking a deep breath and searching his memory, Nick began to narrate his story. Well, I guess it all started when I turned 21, he started to say. I was, like many other wizards at that time, someone gifted in magic, but I wasn't the best or the most powerful. However, that changed when I woke up and realized that things were different. In a good way even. I could feel the magic, I could understand the branches of magic better, and the spells themselves became simpler to decipher and cast. Nick then took a moment to catch his breath, and in that time I was looking at and trying to understand how this story would lead to the part where Penny almost died. At that time I was already dating Penny, and I even had intentions of asking her to marry me. We met at school, and since we were 12 we were friends, and at 16 we were already in love and dating, he continued, with a warm smile on her face. She was always with me, even though she was so much better than me, both in magic and in any other subject. She was and still is amazing, but what really made me fall in love with her was the fact that she saw something in me that I didn't even see. And I'm pretty sure that something she saw in you wasn't that mustache of yours, right? I asked playfully, and Nick chuckled. I don't think so, he said, smiling slightly at me. Nick then relaxed in his chair and continued to tell his story. But back to the point, after I woke up with this new perception about the magic, my life changed. I was already a little talented, but after that day I became a kind of wizard that only appeared every 500 or 1,000 years, and with my new talent and acquired skill, I started to get more involved in the creation of magic. I started creating spells, items, wards, and also improved some of these things that already existed, he said, and then looked at his hand. I started to become famous, and people thought that was pure talent, but I knew better. Actually, I was just following the step-by-step that the magic itself showed me, with it guiding me in all my experiments, but it was so smooth and simple that even I didn't realize that the magic that was helping me. But with all this talent and everyone praising, adoring, and idolizing me, I started to get cocky, thinking I was going to be the next Merlin, or even someone superior, and saying that, Nick sighed, rubbing his eyes wearily, and with all these factors, my arrogance grew, and then I heard some people saying that if I really was as amazing and wonderful as others said, I would have ventured into the most difficult branch of magic, the alchemy. And so you decided you were going to become an alchemist to prove to them that you really were the best, I said, not asking but affirming. Yes, Nick chuckled. By this time Penny was already studying alchemy, and so I grudgingly asked her for help, as I thought it was beneath me to ask anyone for help, even if that someone was the woman I loved. But like I said, Penny saw something in me that no one else saw, and without even questioning she started teaching me, and even though I didn't understand until today, she didn't abandon me even when I acted like a self-centered idiot. As I had magic helping me, I easily mastered alchemy, only I wanted more. I wanted to show that I was the best, and so I decided that I would create the most powerful, complex, and indecipherable magic item that ever existed, Nick said, and I could tell he had a sad, guilty tone to his voice. Was that item the Philosopher's Stone? I asked. Hey, you could say yes, but not at the same time, he said, and I looked at him confused. Noticing my gaze, Nick sighed. I wanted to create a powerful and the most incredible item, and for that he needed to have the power to give everything everyone ever wanted. Money, life, and power, he said. I knew how to create an item that could give infinite money basically, but the power and life were different. One went against all wizarding laws of preservation, and the other went against the laws of magic itself. But ignoring this I continued with my experiments, becoming a recluse, and I'm sure I would have died from working so hard if Penny hadn't been by my side taking care of me, but while she was taking care of me I didn't realize that I neglected her, and because of that I didn't realize she was sick until it was too late. Penny. Was she sick? I asked in a whisper. Yes. And it wasn't a known disease, and it can be said that what she had was something totally different from a disease, but that brought similar symptoms. What she had was a blood malediction, and as soon as Nick said it I could feel my blood run cold, and I turned to him in surprise. What? I asked. Sigh. Many centuries before Penny was born, her family had been involved in a blood feud against two other families, and I don't know how, but the lords of the three families at that time unconsciously activated, or rather saying, created a ritual in one of their terrible bloody battles, where they had dozens of deaths, and this ritual ended up becoming a sacrificial blood malediction. And what happened? I asked, swallowing hard. What happened was that with the amount of deaths, and with the magic of everyone on the battlefield leaking out in a chaotic way, the blood malediction ritual was completed, and the curse reached the 3 families, Nick said after a few seconds of silence. One of the families was totally destroyed and eliminated in that battle, but Penny's family and the other survived. But because of all the losses they ended up becoming small families with less than 10 members. They were once great wizarding families, but because of arrogance and greed they became families in decline. Fortunately the curse didn't kill them all, and thanks to that Penny's family was able to hold out until my generation. However, only Penny and her mother were left as the only survivors of their family at that time. What about the other family? I asked, curious. All of that family died a century before Penny was born, Nick replied to me. Of all the families involved in that blood feud, only Penny and her mother were left, and Penny's mother died before she turned 25, and the reason for his death was the blood malediction. And hearing this I looked down with a somber gaze, realizing that Penny must have suffered greatly from her mother's death. But back to the story, Penny started to get sick, and I could have noticed the symptoms if I wasn't so focused on my work, and Penny also hid her condition not wanting to disturb me, and because of that when I realized she was already in her last days, he began to say, looking down in shame, I discovered after a while that the blood malediction that inflicted Penny used ambient magic as energy, and that thanks to my many experiments the curse advanced quickly. But not knowing Penny's condition I kept trying to create the perfect magic item, but at that moment I could feel the magic telling me that I shouldn't do that, but I ignored its warnings, thinking that the magic itself was just angry because I was about to overcome it by breaking the laws of life and death. But I was wrong, Nick said with a mocking smile, directed towards himself. And after ignoring and despising magic, it abandoned me, and because of that I stopped feeling it. I was so close to creating the perfect item, only to suddenly lose my gift. I was devastated, even mad, but after a while I realized that even my magic was weakened, and realizing this I went into depression. I didn't feel like eating anymore, I didn't feel like smiling anymore, and nothing and nobody could get a reaction out of me other than anger and hatred, even Penny. Nick then stopped and looked at me, to see if I was paying attention to the story, but even with all the hate, the screams, the scornful looks I gave Penny, she still hadn't abandoned me. She kept taking care of me, looking at me with the same happy and loving look as always. Sigh. But one day, I found Penny's absence strange, thinking that she had abandoned me like the others, but even thinking this I still went looking for her, only to find her passed out on the kitchen floor, pale and cold, with a weak pulse. I was a despicable idiot who only thought about myself, but the moment I saw Penny in that state I panicked. I felt like a part of me was breaking, and I didn't feel it even when I lost my magic. I tried waking Penny up, I tried doing a simple diagnosis using some magic items we had, but nothing I tried to do worked, and I noticed that Penny's pulse was slowing down, and I knew she was going to die if I didn't do something, and at this point I felt a bad feeling forming in the pit of my stomach, and my fists were clenched so tight that my knuckles were turning white. I didn't know what to do, or if I could do anything. But I had to try, and in that moment something came to my mind. The perfect alchemy item, Nick continued. Without thinking twice I went to my lab and put Penny on a couch there. I then started to work, but I still didn't have my magic, and I knew that the power part of the stone would have to be put aside, and I didn't care, as the only thing on my mind was saving Penny. I then started mixing ingredients, concentrating fully on creating the stone, but I knew I wasn't going to make it in time, and it was at that moment that I felt the soft touch of magic again, he said, with a slight smile on his face. The magic, against all my expectations, began to guide me just as it had the first time, and with its help I began to create the Philosopher's Stone. But wasn't the magic trying to stop you from creating it in the first place? Why it helped you? I asked, confused. It turns out that what the magic wanted to prevent was the creation of an item of great power, as it probably knew that this power would be used as a weapon at some point. And maybe it was my desperation and my will to save Penny, but the magic must have decided I was worthy again. Nick smiled, and I blinked for a moment. That really feels like the magic I feel, I said. Yes, Nick said, but well, with the help of magic, I managed in a few hours to create the Philosopher's Stone, and with it I created the first vial of the elixir of life, which I gave to Penny. And luckily it worked, and I could feel life coming back to Penny and her health improving. So does that mean without the elixir of life Penny's blood malediction can attack her again? I asked, and Nick shook his head. Actually, I don't know how, but the elixir of life turned out to be stronger than expected, and it managed to completely destroy the blood malediction from her blood and magic, he replied to me, and hearing that my mouth opened in shock. I didn't know how to react to this information, as it was shocking and surprising, especially for me, who was trying to find a way to destroy blood maledictions to save Astoria. And unexpectedly, the solution to my problems was already in my hands, and I never knew. This is amazing, I said in awe, and Nick nodded. And with all my surprise only one thing came to my mind. I'll be able to save Astoria, I thought happily.